When I was born, a Taoist priest once predicted that I had deep karmic ties to the spiritual world and would inevitably become someone close to the Buddhist or Taoist sects. My fortune and blessings were predestined. I was destined to be a wealthy man in this life. He gave me the name Sanhe, triple harmony, a union of yang energy, yin energy, and heavenly energy. And then nothing much happened. I lived just like any other ordinary person going to school, graduating, and eventually getting a job. One day, I was aimlessly walking home from work, kicking small stones by the roadside, feeling confused and lost. Once, I had big dreams to leave my mark on history. But reality kept making me wonder, was I doomed to live an average, unremarkable life? If I never made even a single beautiful splash in this world, what meaning would my life have? Master, please hold on. A loud voice interrupted my thoughts. I snapped out of it, unsure if he was calling me, but curiosity got the better of me, so I stopped and looked around. An old man in a long blue robe stood there, smiling at me. Lean, kind-faced, with an air of both warmth and mystery. Me? I asked hesitantly. Looking around, there really wasn't anyone else nearby, just a few distant figures hurrying away. Yes, he said, you possess great blessings. Meeting me today is fate. I have something important to tell you. Fortune-telling? I asked, skeptical. The old man's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly. That word sounds a bit lowbrow. You can think of it that way for now. I politely smiled. Sorry, I don't believe in these things. With that, I turned to leave. Master, wait. The old man called again. It's precisely because you don't believe that I must say this. What do you mean? Is he trying to convert me, a hard-headed science guy, into a believer? This piqued my interest. I wanted to see how he'd try to pull it off. You may be a university graduate, but right now, you're stuck and unfulfilled. Your golden path lies right before your eyes, yet you fail to see it. There are millions of graduates out there. How many of them are successful? Don't give me generic lines. Say something more specific. The old man remained calm. You graduated from a C9 university, and now you're a teacher. Although you've recently been named an outstanding worker, I suspect you won't stay in this job for long. That stunned me. Out of thousands of universities, hitting exactly the C9 schools is no easy feat. And how did he know I'd just been recognized as an outstanding worker? Though I refused to believe it was a prediction, I couldn't help but feel a little shaken inside. I chuckled awkwardly. You sure keep up with the times, even knowing about the C9. But even if you guessed right, it doesn't matter. I'm a practical materialist. Fortune-telling is superstitious nonsense. It's not scientific. The old man didn't get angry. He stroked his smooth chin and said mysteriously, Marx once said, the only true science is historical science. Everything else isn't scientific. A fortune-teller quoting Marx? This is getting too surreal. My brain short-circuited for a moment. Then I stubbornly asked, fine, but medicine must be scientific, right? The old Taoist calmly countered, can doctors guarantee whether a tumor will spread or come back after surgery? Before I could answer, he continued, science requires repeatable verification. Results must be certain to qualify as science. But in many cases, medicine simply doesn't meet those criteria. Strictly speaking, it's not scientific. Tell me, how many centenarians are doctors? Rural elders often live longer than physicians. Does that sound scientific to you? He left me speechless again. Deep down, I disagreed with his views. But logically, they were hard to refute. He went on, medicine isn't even as scientific as Feng Shui. Feng Shui means wind and water. Wind comes from moving air, it determines temperature. Water is the source of life, it determines humidity. Whether it's earth or the human body, over 70% of it is water. Suitable temperature and humidity balance of wind and water are essential for all life. Now that's scientific. Feng Shui explained like that. I had heard that Tsinghua University offers courses in architectural Feng Shui. Some consider it part of geography and landscape architecture. Feng Shui does have some scientific basis. But unfortunately, some people misuse it for superstition and fraud as a weapon to deceive others. But when a knife kills, it's not the knife's fault. I don't have anything against Feng Shui. It's existed for thousands of years. So clearly it has value. But for the old Taoist to define Feng Shui as temperature and humidity and claim it's more scientific than medicine, that was completely unexpected, yet strangely hard to argue with. I swallowed my pride and tried one last time. Then physics must be scientific, right? The old man gave me a look, then said, renowned physicists like Newton, Einstein, Chen Shuessen, and Yang Zhining all studied mysticism in their later years. So between mysticism and physics, who is more scientific? I felt like my intelligence was being dragged across the ground and mercilessly trampled. The old man didn't respond further. He simply dropped a cryptic line. You should go up first, then down. South up, north down. Then he turned and walked away just like that. No goodbye, no cloud trailing behind, leaving me standing there, utterly bewildered. Wait, why didn't he ask for payment? Was he really just here to deliver that one sentence? What did he mean by it? I wanted to chase him and demand answers, but when I looked up was gone. No trace. Confused beyond belief, I stood there, my mind a mess. Already feeling lost, meeting this strange, old Taoist only made things worse. I worked as a teacher at a school. Life was stable, but somehow empty. Not unhappy, but without passion. Teaching is a career many envy, stable, well-paid, respected. But the thought of spending my whole life repeating the same lessons like a broken tape recorder filled me with quiet rebellion. Those grand ambitions I once had echoed in my mind constantly, fueling my frustration. The old Taoist said my golden road lay before me, and I simply failed to see it. Could such a path really exist? I couldn't be sure. But who could resist the allure of such sweet words? I chose to believe it. Rolling up my sleeves, I was ready to seize the moon from the heavens. Clenching my fists, I was determined to catch sea monsters in the ocean's depths. Chapter 2: The most dreadful college entrance examination. The more I pondered, the more buoyant I felt, as if I were walking with the very winds at my back. Wang Sanhe. Just as I approached my doorstep, Xiang called out to me cheerfully, "What are you thinking about? You seem to carry an air of superiority." Xiang is my childhood friend. We grew up together, and her academic achievements consistently placed her among the top 3 in the city. Yet, fate seemed to have woven a peculiar jest for us. We encountered the college entrance examination of 2003. I can only describe it as peculiar. For to label it as unfortunate or fortunate would likely invite retribution. Of course, even calling it extraordinary might draw ire. But I find myself at a loss for a more fitting term. The college entrance examination of 2003 was unprecedented, under the shadow of SARS. The examination papers were even stolen, just a day before the test. The emergence of the so-called backup papers elevated the difficulty of that year's examination to an unparalleled zenith. All of this came to light only after the examination concluded. As we desperately sought a glimmer of hope amidst the unyielding questions. That year, mathematics loomed like an insurmountable chasm for those aspiring to top-tier universities. The primary points of failure were typically the essays in Chinese and English, along with argumentative questions and minor careless mistakes. Each major question in mathematics was expected to be easily grasped. Yet, in the examination hall, I found myself utterly perplexed by the first major question. I hastily moved on to the second, only to find it equally inscrutable. The third and fourth questions met with the same fate at that moment. Sobs began to ripple through the examination room. The relentless pressure of daily practice had made it abundantly clear to us that if we could not conquer 2 or 3 major math questions, our hopes of entering a 985 or 211 university would be dashed. Surprisingly, instead of feeling disheartened, I was overwhelmed by an inexplicable exhilaration. It's fine. No one understands it. Simultaneously, I mused to myself, has the teacher responsible for this year's exam gone mad? Such audacity. Truly impressive. As I relaxed my mind, the seemingly insurmountable problems I had initially skipped began to unravel. When I exited the examination hall, I was met with a cacophony of weeping. The earlier quiet sobbing had transformed into wailing, akin to a funeral. It was later reported that the average score for mathematics was a mere 30 to 50 points out of a possible 150. This subject, tested on the first day, shattered the confidence of countless individuals, adversely affecting their performance in the days to follow. Xiang was among those affected. What was once a secure path to Tsinghua or Peking University slipped through her fingers, although the outcome was not drastically different. As she still attended a prestigious university, 985 to 11, one could not help but lament the lost opportunity. I surmised she must have felt an indescribable frustration. Conversely, I found myself fortunate, achieving exceptional results, thriving in the face of adversity. Is this what fate entails? I gazed at her intently. Hey, where has your spirit wandered off to? She waved her small hand before my eyes. I'm here. I snapped back to reality, smiling. What were you thinking so deeply about? She inquired with curiosity. This question has reminded me of the words imparted to me by the old master, which I have yet to fully comprehend. Xiang is undoubtedly capable of understanding. Not only is she academically proficient, but her expertise in history and literature is truly unparalleled. She belongs to the rarefied group that can compose lengthy novels in classical Chinese and craft historical dramas. If she cannot decipher it, then it seems few others in this world could. I hastily recounted the old master's words. What does south up, north down mean? Xiang regarded me with an unusual gaze, as though she could perceive the thoughts within my mind. making me feel rather uneasy. What is the matter? I inquired, perplexed. Why do you ask in such a disjointed manner? Xiang tilted her head, looking at me. The expression on her face made it clear that her understanding surpassed mine significantly. Feigning nonchalance, I replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely stumbled upon a fragment of paper with those words and thought they sounded curious, so I asked." Xiang, being a rather innocent girl, took my words at face value and began to elucidate the concept of south up, north down. In ancient Chinese maps, the south was depicted at the top and the north at the bottom. This convention arose because common folk rarely ventured far from home. Maps were primarily utilized by emperors and generals. Whether a sovereign or a military leader setting up camp, they would invariably face south, hence the perspective that positioned the south at the top. In antiquity, the south was esteemed, representing the yang, while the north symbolized the yin. Ascending to the throne implied facing south, while defeat was termed failing north. Following this, the east was regarded as superior, with the west being lesser, which is why the crown prince resided in the eastern palace. There exists a saying, heavenly south, earthly north. Rooted in this reasoning, heaven being associated with the south and earth with the north. It was only after the Qing dynasty that maps began to shift to having north at the top and south at the bottom. Typically, ancient toilets were situated in the south or southwest to disperse odors, positioned farther from the main dwelling. Kitchens were located in the north or northeast for warmth. Thus, going to the toilet, which involved heading south, was termed going up, while proceeding to the kitchen, entailing a journey north, was referred to as going down. Of course, the expressions going to the toilet and going to the kitchen were not solely due to the south up, north down reasoning. At this juncture, Xiang abruptly paused. I was still engrossed in her narrative. Why did she suddenly halt? With a smile in her eyes, Xiang said, having explained south up, north down. Anything further would stray from the topic. It's quite all right. We cannot leave it unfinished. What else is there to say? I queried, my curiosity piqued. Chapter 3, Ascending South, Fulfillment. Xiang subsequently elucidated the meaning of the character, shang, which inherently conveys the notion of going, as exemplified by the phrase attending school. Thus, the act of using the restroom is merely a neutral expression of everyday life. Conversely, the character, xia, also denotes movement, typically associated with laborious tasks. As in working in the fields. In ancient times, there was a saying that noble gentlemen kept their distance from the kitchen, a domain where the laborers toiled diligently. Hence, the phrase going down to the kitchen emerged. After Xiang finished her explanation, she looked up at me, her eyes narrowed and lips curved into a sweet smile, revealing her pearly white teeth and charming dimples. For reasons unbeknownst to me, her expression at that moment became etched in my memory, vivid and clear as a photograph. It was only many years later that I realized this was, in fact, my final encounter with her. Many of my peers lamented that fate had conspired against talented individuals. Yet I understood that the root of this tragedy lay in ignorance of Feng Shui. Such ignorance can prove fatal. Outside of life and death, there are no significant matters. Every individual must ultimately confront the profound question of existence. Why do we live? What is the value of human life? We eat to sustain ourselves. Yet living cannot be solely for the purpose of eating. During our brief time on this earth, we ought to contribute something meaningful to the world, leaving behind traces of our existence. I hope that more individuals come to comprehend the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, thus sparing themselves from the unnecessary harm that ignorance brings. It is with this aspiration that this book was born. Of course, these reflections are but a prelude. At that moment, my phone rang, and I heard my mother's exuberant voice on the line. Sanhe, why aren't you home yet? Hurry back. The old lady was in excellent health and brimming with energy, but her tone today suggested that something joyous had occurred. After bidding farewell to Xiang, I hastened home. Upon my arrival, it was evident that guests had come to visit. My mother enthusiastically introduced me to Uncle Feng from the neighboring village. Uncle Feng was a towering figure with large eyes, prominent nostrils, and a broad face. I greeted him politely as my mother animatedly spoke of him. Your Uncle Feng has a sister who is quite remarkable. After graduating, she went to Singapore for further studies and is now balancing work and graduate school, even sending money back home each month. I've heard she has found a wealthy partner and is about to get married. Your sister isn't that extraordinary, Uncle Feng modestly boasted, but she possesses a kind heart. While thriving there, she still remembers our folks back home. She can assist anyone wishing to apply for graduate studies in Singapore. I had never encountered Uncle Feng before, yet his words resonated deeply with me. Reflecting on my own circumstances, I felt the weight of my modest salary as a newly graduated man, barely sufficient to cover my monthly expenses and afford gifts for my family during the holidays. Meanwhile, here was a young woman capable of sending money home every month. I couldn't help but feel that my own situation was rather lackluster in comparison. The more I pondered, the more I felt a sense of shame, and I couldn't help but inquire, "Uncle Feng, may I apply to go to Singapore? What are the requirements? I had heard that you are a graduate of a prestigious university. With your credentials, you would surely be able to gain admission to a national university. Once there, your sister could help you secure a part-time job, effortlessly earning over 10,000 a month. With that income, you would not only spend it all, but could also send some back to your parents. In 2 years, you might even acquire a master's degree." Uncle Feng launched into a fervent discourse. Is it truly easy to find a part-time job that pays so well? I felt a flicker of sanity remaining within me. No problem, leave it to your sister. She has been there long enough to know many employers. Uncle Feng's words served as a calming reassurance. His statements resonated within me like a rhythmic drumbeat, immersing me in dreams of the future. A national university, ranked higher globally than Tsinghua or Peking University. The earnings would surpass my current income several times over. Moreover, I could conveniently obtain a master's degree from a prestigious institution, while my parents remain youthful and healthy. It would be the perfect opportunity to broaden my horizons. After all, we are neighbors. There is little to fear about being deceived. My mind was racing with calculations, completely unaware of why I had encountered 2 articulate strangers that day. That evening, as soon as Uncle Feng departed, I eagerly broached the subject of going to Singapore with my parents. They held traditional views, despite seeing how much the young woman earned. They hesitated at the thought of me relinquishing my teaching position. However, a man's aspirations lie beyond borders. How could I confine my boundless potential due to a mere job title? After this persuasive brainstorming session, we swiftly reached a consensus. To Singapore we would go. I wasted no time in applying for a passport, a visa, and resigning from my job, preparing to unleash my dreams. When I finally received my visa and flight tickets, it suddenly dawned on me that Singapore is located on the equator, directly south of us. Is this truly the South, as in the northern and southern hemispheres? Is it really so wondrous? Can destiny truly be calculated? I inexplicably thought of the old sage, wondering where he might be now, and if I would ever see him again. Chapter 4. The principles of prediction and resolution. The procedures for traveling abroad were swiftly completed, and with a substantial collection of English documents in hand, I embarked on my journey to Singapore. During my layover in Shanghai, the wait felt somewhat prolonged, prompting my curiosity to lead me on a wander through the airport. Suddenly, in a secluded corner of a bookstore, there stood an elderly gentleman, slender and clad in a flowing blue robe. I was overwhelmed with excitement, and, without a moment's thought, I rushed forward. As I approached, I suddenly realized, I found myself at a loss for words, my mind a blank slate. Tentatively, I called out, "Master." The old man, with a triumphant grin, responded, "Ah, disciple." My astonishment was overwhelming. The unexpected title of disciple took me by surprise, igniting a mixture of joy and bewilderment. The joy stemmed from the prospect of finally obtaining answers to the myriad questions that plagued me, while the bewilderment arose from the sudden realization of my newfound status as a disciple. There is always a lingering sensation of having been taken advantage of. For now, let us set aside such thoughts. "Master, are you a Taoist? Do you have any objections?" The old Taoist raised his eyebrows. How dare I? How dare I?" I chuckled shamelessly. "During our last encounter, you spoke of Marx, Newton, and Einstein. It hardly felt like I was conversing with a Taoist." The old Taoist retorted, somewhat indignant. "What? Can a Taoist not be cultured? Though my educational background may not match yours, my knowledge is by no means inferior. Indeed, upon witnessing your profound wisdom, I felt an immediate inclination to align myself with your teachings. Master, as it appears that fate has intertwined our paths, might you impart some of your wisdom to me?" "Indeed, it is reasonable." The old master nodded thoughtfully while musing aloud about what should be imparted to you. I gazed at him with hopeful anticipation, pondering in my heart, the art of immortality, the secret of rejuvenation, the ability to summon the winds and rain, the alchemical transformation of stone into gold, the art of duplication, the craft of invisibility, the skill of cloud riding, the technique of spatial contraction, the method of passing through walls, the invocation of spirits. I pondered beautifully for a while, yet the old master remained silent. Closing my eyes, I felt as though I had entered a state of deep meditation. "Master?" I could no longer hold back and softly called out to him. He abruptly opened his eyes, startling me greatly. "First, allow me to teach you a bit of divination for self-defense purposes." "Divination? Is it truly useful for protection?" I repeated it once, feeling somewhat bewildered. Indeed, at this moment, the old master wore a serious expression. Your fortune lies in the south, yet the direction of your partner is inconsistent. You face a hurdle in your marriage. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom to help you avoid falling into a pit. Please, do not frighten me. Is there a solution? Allow me to first impart to you the wisdom of discerning the direction of your partner, so you need not squander your time on those unworthy. Oh, I feel a profound sense of disappointment, as I had anticipated learning some arcane art. The seasoned sage, being well-versed in human emotions, could immediately perceive my discontent. I have previously stated that only that which withstands scrutiny can truly be deemed scientific. The sage intoned somberly. I found myself bewildered once more. How does this relate to the art of divination? How can this grandfather exhibit such leaps in thought? In this world, there exists no person or event that cannot be accurately predicted. He spoke with a resonant clarity, emphasizing each word. Is this cultivation or ascension? Is it truly this extraordinary? As a staunchly rational man steeped in the sciences, I could hardly contain my skepticism. I incredulously inquired, even whether forecasts can be inaccurate at times, let alone other matters. The sage, unperturbed, elucidated the principles behind weather predictions, explaining that they rely on atmospheric humidity and wind speed to forecast where rain clouds will drift and precipitation will occur. He paused, ensuring I grasped the concept, and continued, inaccuracies arise from unforeseen factors. For instance, new external forces may alter wind speeds, causing clouds to deviate from their anticipated paths. I interjected, so, if the weather forecast is inaccurate, it isn't due to a flaw in the predictive model, but rather because of omitted or altered conditions. I articulated my understanding. Indeed, prediction is a form of mathematical reasoning. As long as the conditions are properly delineated, the derived conclusions will invariably hold true, the sage asserted with conviction. As long as the logic is sound, there are methods to rectify outcomes. Take the weather, for example. It can be influenced through artificial rainmaking or rain cessation techniques, thereby altering the original result. He concluded, allowing me a moment to absorb his insights. The seeming inaccuracies were merely the unintentional resolutions of unforeseen variables. His words illuminated my mind like a beacon, unveiling a vibrant new realm of understanding. I was eager to delve into the art of marital divination. Outside of the narrative, the following 2 chapters may require considerable thought. If you find them challenging and struggle to comprehend them on the first read, do not worry. Continue onward, as it will not impede your understanding of subsequent sections. The crucial concepts will be reiterated, and with repeated readings, clarity will emerge. Chapter 5. The Art of Marriage Divination. The art of marriage divination encompasses numerous intricacies, including the compatibility and conflicts of zodiac signs, the 60 Jiazi cycles, the celestial constellations, the life palace, the 8 characters, and directional influences, among others. The elder Taoist provided a succinct introduction. Given the constraints of time, he promised to elaborate on the complexities at a later date, focusing today on the auspicious directions for marital unions. While the correct directional alignment does not guarantee a suitable partner, it serves to mitigate potential missteps, particularly for oneself. As he spoke, the elder Taoist cast a meaningful sidelong glance in my direction, leaving me perplexed about its significance. It was not until many years later, through countless experiences, that I grasped the profound implications of that glance, which held within it a multitude of ineffable tales. However, that is a story for another time. At this moment, my sole desire was to comprehend the methodology and its accuracy. The calculation of marital directions employs the palm technique, wherein the 12 zodiac signs are arranged on the hand. Refer to the illustration in the comments. Drawing it on your hand will enhance understanding. Extending the left hand, one utilizes the index, middle, ring, and little fingers. Starting from the base of the ring finger, the signs are arranged in a clockwise manner: rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, forming a complete circle. The orientations of the palm technique correspond to south being up and north being down. For those unfamiliar, align the tip of your middle finger with true south, and the other directions will align accordingly. The rat and horse represent the 4 cardinal points: north, south, east, and west, while the remaining positions indicate the intercardinal directions. Using the lunar calendar, one merely needs to count the days of the month. It is particularly important to note that the lunar months do not commence with the rat. Rather, the tiger month signifies January. Progressing clockwise, the rat is November, and the ox is December. For instance, an individual born on the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, falls under the dragon. Counting 3 days from the dragon, one arrives at the horse, indicating that the southern direction is suitable for partnership based on one's birthplace. This concept was straightforward. I grasped it immediately and began to count on my fingers. I was not in haste to calculate my own direction. My analytical mindset necessitated first verifying its accuracy. I proceeded to assess the birthdays of my relatives one by one. Some aligned with the auspicious direction, while others did not. In some couples, one partner's direction matched, while the others did not. I inquired of the elder Taoist, seeking clarification. He cast a dismissive glance my way and remarked that this merely serves to avoid erroneous choices. One need only observe how those who have chosen incorrectly fare in life. I was about to argue that most people seem to be doing well enough, when the elder Taoist preemptively delineated his perspective. The definition of good is not determined by mere words, but rather by the individual's own experience. For those with grand destinies, earning $1 million is merely a modest goal. For some, even if ancestral fortunes were to explode, they might never amass 10 million. To the average individual, earning 30 million in a year might feel like a miraculous stroke of luck. Conversely, for those with a broader vision, earning only 30 million in a year feels akin to losing one's trousers. In other words, your perception is that he is leading a rather satisfactory life. However, given his aspirations, such a reality may be profoundly unacceptable. The scope of each individual's ambitions often remains unknown to outsiders, yet they possess an intrinsic awareness of their own limits. For instance, a modest goal of 100 million in the context of his aspirations is indeed trivial. Yet, for others, it is merely a source of amusement. Furthermore, the positivity you observe may not necessarily reflect the truth. Qian Zhongshu's wife once remarked, "Every household has its share of dust at the bottom of the pot. It is not that others are infinitely prosperous, but rather that they hide their mundane struggles from view." After the old sage uttered these words, he assumed an air of detachment, casting a sidelong glance at me. Upon reflection, his statement rings true. The matter appears to be as he described. This old sage, capable of transitioning from a discussion about undergarments to a discourse on Mr. Yangjiang, is somewhat difficult for me to comprehend. It evokes a peculiar sensation akin to pairing scallions with coffee. What an eccentric taste! Could this be classified as a blend of the refined and the common? Fortunately, I possess self-awareness. Engaging in a debate with the old sage would be futile on my part. I feign a cheerful demeanor, affirming, "Master, you are absolutely correct." Yet, internally, I ponder whether this is indeed the case and resolve to validate it in due course. I am uncertain if this signifies my entry into the realm of enlightenment. It feels as though I have gained little from this endeavor. After all, I can at least claim to have a mentor. Emboldened, I approach the old sage and inquire, "Master, since I cannot seek companionship daily, might you impart some commonly used wisdom?" Though I voice this request, a sense of trepidation lingers within me, uncertain whether he perceives my eagerness as greed. Chapter 6. The art of finger calculation. To my surprise, the old Taoist not only did not find my inquiries bothersome, but rather responded with remarkable enthusiasm, readily agreeing to teach me. Perhaps he appreciated my eagerness to learn and progress, considering my lack of foundational knowledge. He proposed to teach me the art of finger calculation. My curiosity was piqued. Was it akin to the fortune tellers on television who make predictions through finger calculations? It certainly had an air of sophistication. I listened intently, fully focused, fearful of missing even a single word or phrase. The art of finger calculation, simplified from the mysterious techniques of zhuge-liang, is also known as the zhuge-ma-qian ku, or the minor Sixian art, abbreviated as minor Sixian. The outcomes derived from this method encompass 6 distinct results, often referred to as the 6 spirits. 1. Great peace, stillness, tranquility of the heart, auspiciousness. 2. Lingering, obscurity, hesitation, entanglement. 3. Swift joy, speed, celebration, the moment has arrived. 4. Red mouth, fear, danger, disputes. 5. Minor fortune, home, return, good fortune is imminent. 6. Void, anxiety, inauspiciousness, lack of outcome. The calculations are relatively straightforward, utilizing the positioning of the 6 spirits in conjunction with the lunar date and time. The great peace is located at the base of the index finger, lingering at the fingertip, swift joy at the fingertip of the middle finger, red mouth at the fingertip of the ring finger, minor fortune at the base of the ring finger, and void at the base of the middle finger. The sequence of calculations follows the order of great peace, lingering, swift joy, red mouth, minor fortune, and void, moving clockwise. I decided to apply what I had learned and inquire about my prospects for successfully obtaining my graduation certificate during my studies in Singapore. I referenced the lunar calendar, noting the 11th day of the 4th month. For April, I counted 4 times: great peace, lingering, swift joy, red mouth. On the 11th day, I counted 11 times: red mouth, minor fortune, void, lingering. Checking the time, it was 3:30 in the afternoon. The hours are categorized as follows. From 11 at night to 1 in the morning is the Z hour, 1 to 3 is the Cho hour, and so on. With 11 to 1 in the afternoon as the Wu hour, and from 1 to 3 as the Wei hour. Since it was past 3, the next hour was the Shin hour. Continuing from lingering, I added the time, counting to the Shin hour, which resulted in red mouth. Red mouth? A sign of disputes? I was taken aback. I have unwavering confidence in my learning abilities. Why should my graduation not proceed smoothly? This seemed utterly illogical. Could it be that the reading was inaccurate? I, bewildered, posed the question to the old Taoist. The old Taoist appeared to anticipate my reaction, responding with an air of calmness. Why, at this very moment, do you choose to inquire about this matter? It is fate. If you find the outcome unsatisfactory, you may wait for 2 hours and then measure again. If it turns to minor fortune, that would indeed indicate inaccuracy. I was on the verge of tears. This was not merely a matter of satisfaction. It was a logical inconsistency regarding my capabilities. Yet, I dared not voice my thoughts. Arguing seemed futile at this point. If my master claimed it to be true, then it must be accepted, though I remained skeptical. I am a staunch materialist, and I would let the results speak for themselves in due time. The old Taoist seemed indifferent to my thoughts and continued to speak. Do you know who Sai Wang? The figure in the tale of Sai Wang loses his horse is? Who is Sai Wang? I have grown accustomed to the whimsical and erratic leaps of thought exhibited by the old Taoist. Sai Wang? An old man? I pondered within myself, certain that it could not be so simple. Sai Wang. Was he a person of great heart? I stole a glance at the old Taoist, tentatively probing. With his eyes closed, he swayed and recited. In the vicinity of Sai, there are those skilled in the arts. A horse perished for no apparent reason and entered among the Hu. All lamented this loss. His father said, why should this not be considered a blessing? A skilled practitioner? I seized upon this pivotal revelation, incredulously exclaiming, Sai Wang is a fortune teller? How could this be possible? The old Taoist's numerous assertions challenge my worldview. Under his relentless barrage, my perspective has become precariously unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 7. Feudal superstition enters the textbook. The old man at the frontier lost his horse. How can one know whether it is a blessing or a curse? All who have participated in 9 years of compulsory education are familiar with this tale. However, how could the old man be a person of astute calculation? I have no recollection of this at all. Can feudal superstition truly find its way into textbooks? Without a moment's hesitation, I hastily opened my phone to investigate. Once the scientific temperament of a rationalist took hold of me, I felt compelled to verify the authenticity. To my astonishment, it turns out he was indeed a practitioner of the occult. Even more bewildering was that, without searching for the original text, the vernacular translation directly rendered it as an old man at the frontier, a horse lost. My face was a canvas of astonishment, casting doubt on the reliability of my own eyesight. Of course, it could also be my mind that was at fault. How could it be so absurd? The old sage merely smiled faintly, remarking, in life, one should not take things too seriously. You are simply overthinking. I straightened my posture and retorted with conviction. Chairman Mao once proclaimed that the question of knowledge is a scientific matter, devoid of any pretense or arrogance. The sage straightened himself, donning a smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa, appearing enigmatic and choosing not to engage further. Oh dear, I tugged at the corner of my mouth, feeling utterly foolish. Fortunately, amidst the bustling crowd in the airport corridor, no one seemed to notice my mortification. At that moment, 2 individuals in the waiting area began to argue. They appeared to be a couple. From their snippets of conversation, it became evident that the quarrel stemmed from their imminent boarding. The woman, anxious to queue first and board the plane sooner, confronted the man, who preferred to sit and wait until all had boarded, believing it unnecessary to stand. The woman chastised him for being lazy, insisting that standing for a while wouldn't tire him out. The man retorted, calling her foolish for choosing to stand when she could sit. Observing the intensity of their dispute, it was clear they were both seasoned debaters, unwilling to concede. The sage withdrew his gaze and remarked, the interplay of yin and yang constitutes the way. After a brief pause, he continued, most conflicts in the world arise from an imbalance of yin and yang. I later learned this was the sage's modest way of expressing his thoughts. The reason two individuals or organizations argue is due to differing viewpoints. It is the viewpoints that diverge, not the facts. He reiterated, normal individuals do not quarrel over facts. I listened intently, striving to grasp the essence of his message. The sage gestured towards a cup of water, stating, "This is water. This is a fact. There can be no argument here. Of course, you may also refer to it as water." Cough. I hadn't anticipated the sage would suddenly speak in English, and I almost choked on my own saliva. I offered a slight bow, signaling him to continue. He cast a bemused glance in my direction and resumed, "Water freezes at 0 degrees. This is a viewpoint. Some may hold differing opinions. When differing viewpoints arise, disputes may ensue." At this juncture, a young girl nearby could no longer contain herself and chimed in, "Master, it is a well-known fact that water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. How could anyone possibly hold a differing opinion? She possesses a fair and delicate complexion, round and plump, reminiscent of freshly steamed buns, appearing delightfully bouncy." The seasoned individual patiently elucidated that a viewpoint is, in essence, a perspective from which one observes things. Each person's experiences and social backgrounds differ, leading to varied angles on issues. For instance, in Lhasa, water does not freeze at 0 degrees. "Ah, I recall now." The small bun excitedly raised her little hand, interjecting, "It is due to atmospheric pressure that the boiling point of water is lower in Lhasa, and consequently, its freezing point differs from the norm. Am I right?" Indeed, disputes often arise from the confinement of one's limited perspective, leading one to believe in their own righteousness while perceiving the other as foolish. Unfortunately, the counterpart often shares this sentiment. Ha ha ha. Both Xiaobazi and I could not restrain ourselves, our shoulders trembling with laughter. The old master seemed to comment on the quarreling couple, yet it felt as though he was addressing me directly. The more I laughed, the greater my sense of shame became. I frequently find myself traversing the path of proving others to be fools. Chapter 8. Do not predict for others. The way, the old master continued to unfold his thoughts slowly. In this world, all things are divided into yin and yang. Where there is daylight, there is also night. Where there are those of quick temperament, there are also those of slow nature. There are diligent individuals, as well as the indolent. None of these states are inherently good or bad. Arsenic can serve as both poison and medicine. The same applies to perspectives. Master, does this mean that when two individuals quarrel, it is not solely the fault of one party? The root of the issue often lies within ourselves due to our lack of awareness, interjected the little Bon. I was taken aback that she referred to my master as master, a thought that crossed my mind. However, the old master did not respond with his usual call of disciple but merely nodded and continued. Indeed, rather than blaming others, one should focus on self-cultivation. When one can comprehend their own viewpoints while embracing the positions of others, quarrels become a thing of the past. There are no two leaves that are identical, nor two snowflakes alike. Within the similar lies the different, and within the different exists the similar. This is the essence of the yin-yang principle. Why then should we insist that others' perspectives mirror our own? Once more, I felt a deep sense of shame, yet I also felt fortunate to have encountered such a wise master. At that moment, my heart truly submitted, and I engraved in my mind, "This is my master." Suddenly, I thought, "Master, should we not perform a formal disciple ceremony, and what preparations should we make?" The master waved his hand dismissively. "There is no formal ceremony here. Only one phrase that you must always remember. All things honor the way and cherish virtue. The way cannot be separated from virtue. They are one and the same." Master, is this akin to what is written in those immortal cultivation texts about accumulating merit? The little Bun inquired with curiosity. The master instructed us to remember this phrase, indicating its significance, yet I too struggled to grasp its full meaning. The master patiently explained, "The way gives birth to virtue and nurtures it. The way is the essence of the universe, while virtue is its manifestation, a quantification of the way's energy. Energy can symbolize vitality. Thus, those who cultivate the way and accumulate virtue tend to enjoy long lives. Energy can represent many aspects, which you will gradually come to understand." At this juncture, the master presented 3 books with solemnity, handing them to me, saying, "Everything I wish to teach you is contained within these volumes. Study them diligently." One was titled The Comprehensive Guide to Fortune and Misfortune, Another Essence of the Heavens, and The Last Notes on the Celestialese. As I flipped through them, I discovered that these 3 tomes encompass the 8 characters, 6 lines, plum blossom divination, Feng Shui, physiognomy, and the principles of Taoist medicine, an extensive array of knowledge. The little bun gazed at them with envy, her neck craned as she peered closer. Despite her lack of a long neck, her face nearly pressed against the pages. I felt a surge of joy within me. While most must take a perilous fall to uncover a martial arts manual, I had stumbled upon this treasure simply by walking a path. Will mastering this knowledge transform me into a formidable fortune-teller? The little bun asked, salivating in anticipation. No. Quite the opposite, the master replied sternly. Once you have learned, do not predict for others. What? We cannot predict for others? I was bewildered. Isn't the ability to calculate and predict precisely what we learn for? To train oneself to the point of invincibility, only to ultimately find solace in admiring one's own swordplay. What a perplexing notion. Even in the absence of financial gain, one must exhibit their prowess, mustn't they? The little dumpling, soft and delicate, inquired timidly, is it fear of miscalculating that leads to punishment? Her reasoning seems rather simplistic, as if she possesses a lack of intellect. The old master, in his previous boastful declarations that no one and nothing is beyond precise calculation, likely went unheard by the little dumpling. I chuckled softly and elucidated. As Mencius once stated, seek, and you shall obtain, forsake, and you shall lose. The pursuit of that which benefits lies within oneself, the quest for external validation. Devoid of purpose, some things are destined, while others are not, yet all fall within the realm of calculation. Following my explanation, she appeared even more bewildered. Chapter 9. The death of Duke Huan of Qi. I rubbed my forehead, resorting to the most crude expressions to convey my thoughts, such as, if you study diligently, can you definitely be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University? Not necessarily. However, you will undoubtedly acquire a wealth of knowledge. Fortune-telling is a form of logical reasoning. Once one grasps the fundamental principles, one should, in theory, not make erroneous predictions and should not face repercussions. I glanced at her helplessly. Could one really be punished? This child has quite the imagination. Oh, I understand, exclaimed little Bowsy, shaking her tiny fist in excitement. If I work hard, there will be results, and I will gain knowledge. However, whether I can attend Tsinghua or become a high-ranking official also depends on external factors. Mere effort is not sufficient. This is what is referred to as fate, right? The old Taoist mused. You are correct in what you say. But there is one caveat. Predicting fortunes for others can indeed lead to trouble. This is perplexing. Isn't it commonly said that there are no inaccurate predictions? I queried. Why the sudden retreat? The old Taoist, observing our confusion, provided an example, in the tale of Sai Wang losing his horse. When his son fell off the horse and broke his leg, Sai Wang remarked, this is a blessing in disguise. He understood the interplay of fortune and misfortune. A broken leg can preserve one's life. If you were to predict fortunes for others, like Sai Wang, you might see things clearly. But could you tell the person with a broken leg, or their family, this is a good thing? They might become enraged and actually break your leg to help you understand the nature of this good fortune. I was left in a state of bemusement. Whether predictions are inaccurate or accurate, one risks retribution either way. The old Taoist continued, there are 3 types of fortune tellers. The first employs unpleasant words to frighten people into paying for solutions. This is the most common type. The second flatters and comforts individuals to encourage them to part with their money for good luck. The third, those with true skill, speak honestly, shielding others from calamity, yet ultimately face their own downfalls. None of these paths lead to good outcomes, which is why my master specifically advised me against practicing fortune-telling. As the conversation drew to a close, both little Bowsy and I fell into our own contemplations. By the way, do you know how Duke Huan of Qi met his end? The old Taoist suddenly broke the silence, his tone teasing. I was momentarily taken aback. Who? Little Bowsy echoed, her voice laced with confusion. Who is Duke Huan of Qi? The moment she uttered the question, the name struck me, prompting me to ask the old Taoist. Are you referring to the Duke Huan of Qi mentioned in BNK visits, Duke Huan of Kai? The old Taoist chuckled, nodding in affirmation. Little Bowsy appeared even more bewildered. I too was aware of the story of BNK's reluctance to treat his ailments, yet now, having heard you mention it, I find myself confused. Did BNK visit Duke Huan of Kai or Duke Huan of Qi? The old Taoist raised his eyebrows, signaling me to elucidate. I gazed at him in exasperation. Just moments ago, he had been so earnest in his discourse, and now he seemed to have transformed entirely, as if possessed by some spirit, unable to comprehend the abrupt transformation of the old Taoist. I could only explain to the little bun that Kai Huan Gong and Qi Huan Gong refer to the same individual. Both titles denote the third monarch of the state of Qi during the Warring States period, Tian Wu, posthumously honored as Qi Huan Gong. Looking further back, During the spring and autumn period, there was another figure known as Qi Huangong, the 15th ruler of the state of Qi, surnamed Jiang and named Xiaobai. Also referred to as Qi Xiaobai or Gongzi Xiaobai. He was recognized as the foremost among the 5 hegemons of his time. To distinguish him from the Xiaobai, Tian Wu is sometimes referred to as Tian Qi Huangong or Qi Huangong Wu. The state of Qi was a marquisate. Hence he is also occasionally addressed as Qi Huanho. The capital of the state of Qi was located in Shanxi, which is why he is sometimes referred to as Kai Huangong. Regardless of whether he is called Kai Huangong, Qi Huangong, Tian Qi Huangong, Qi Huangong Wu, or Qi Huanho, they all pertain to Tian Wu. After elucidating on Qi Huangong, I cast a glance at the old Taoist, whose demeanor was rather irreverent, and inquired with irritation, wasn't Qi Huangong supposed to have died from illness? Chapter 10. The law is not lightly imposed. And the way is not lightly transmitted. The tale of Bien Ke visits Du Kuai of Kai is a significant part of the 9-year compulsory education curriculum. It recounts an encounter between Bien Ke and Du Kuai, during which Bien Ke perceives that the Duke is afflicted by a minor ailment. He warns, "Your illness is superficial. If left untreated, it may escalate into a more serious condition." The Duke, displeased, retorts, "I am not ill." A few days later, Bien Ke returns to inform the Duke, "Your ailment has progressed to the muscular and vascular levels. Neglecting treatment could lead to grave consequences." Once again, the Duke, irritated, insists, "I am not ill." A few days later, Bien Ke approaches the Duke once more, stating, "Your illness has now penetrated your internal organs. Failing to address it could be detrimental." Yet again, the Duke, unhappy, responds, "I am not ill." After a few more days, Bien Ke sees the Duke but chooses to remain silent and departs. Puzzled, the Duke sends someone to inquire why Bien Ke no longer speaks of his illness. Bien Ke replies, "Du Kuai's affliction has reached the marrow. It is now beyond my jurisdiction." Subsequently, when the Duke succumbs to his illness, he sends for Bien Ke, but he cannot be found, having already traveled to another realm. Thus, Du Kuai meets his demise. Why does the old Taoist suddenly raise this matter? I am perplexed, gazing at him with confusion. The old Taoist chuckles mischievously and remarks, "Do you think it is possible that Du Kuai died of anger?" Died of anger? I scoff, incredulous, and ask, who would have angered him? Was it Bien Ke? Indeed. The old Taoist exclaims, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Just consider it. You are in good health." And suddenly someone claiming to be a divine physician persistently tells you, "You are ill, you are ill, you are ill." Wouldn't that be infuriating? The old Taoist's absurd reasoning amuses me to the point of laughter, and I reflect on the fact that it is indeed rather exasperating. Haha. The more I ponder, the more amusing it becomes. Could Du Kuai truly have been angered to death by Bien Ke? It is utterly hilarious. Haha. Little Baozi laughs uncontrollably, unable to contain herself. What an extraordinary perspective. I turn to the old Taoist and suggest, rather than saying he was angered to death by Bien Ke, it would be more accurate to say he was taken by a vengeful spirit. The old Taoist's eyes sparkle with approval as he nods incessantly, praising, "Truly, my astute disciple. You possess keen insight." I laugh so hard that tears nearly spill from my eyes. However, little Baozi is no longer laughing, as she is now bewildered once more. Why would he be taken by a vengeful spirit? Where did these spirits come from? She innocently inquires. I explain while chuckling, originally, Tian Wu's brother, Tian Yen, was the ruler of the state of Tian Qi. Tian Wu first killed his brother, and then he murdered his brother's son, Tian Qi. Only then did he ascend to power, becoming Du Kuai of Tian Qi. Oh, little Baozi interjects, the vengeful spirits you mentioned are actually his brother and nephew, who, after being slain by him, harbored resentment and transformed into spirits seeking revenge, correct? I reply with a smile, precisely, it was merely a jest. At this moment, the old Taoist adopts a more serious demeanor. He resumed a serious demeanor, letting out a gentle sigh, and remarked, "All things arise from causes and conditions. Why does a person fall ill? From a dietary perspective, one might argue it is due to nutritional imbalance. From the viewpoint of traditional Chinese medicine, it could be attributed to insufficient vital energy and the invasion of external pathogens. Western medicine might attribute illness to bacterial or viral infections. Taoist thought could suggest it arises from stagnation of vital energy. From the perspective of shamanic healing, it may be viewed as a consequence of malevolent spirits. Meanwhile, Buddhism might interpret it as a result of karmic retribution. These various schools of thought, presenting seemingly unrelated conclusions from different angles, may indeed share intricate connections, all striving to convey a singular truth. I listened intently, contemplating the elder's words deeply. Much of what he said left me feeling as though my mind's capacity was insufficient to process the information effectively in real time. In future encounters, you will gain a deeper understanding, he nodded, concluding that topic. He then solemnly stated, thus, in the tale of BNK visits Duke Huai of Kai, the foremost lesson we must remember is this: a teacher does not intrude upon the path of others. A physician does not knock on doors uninvited. The law is not to be disseminated lightly, and the Tao is not to be sold cheaply. BNK transgressed the sacred protocol of the physician. You must remember, assistance should only be offered when one seeks your help. When others do not actively seek you out, do not rush to offer your aid. Being overly eager to teach can yield counterproductive results. I grinned and summarized, Master, does this mean we should respect others' destinies? Relinquish the desire to assist and avoid self-indulgence? The elder smiled enigmatically but remained silent. The young one timidly inquired, does not disseminating the Tao and not selling the law imply that one should pay for services rendered? I understood the elder did not mean that, for I had never compensated him either. The young one and I stared at him, eager to hear his response. The elder pondered for a moment and replied, payment is merely a superficial manifestation. Willingness to offer what you hold dear signifies a form of genuine intention. It is not confined to monetary value. For some, even if they provide you with money, their sincerity may be lacking. Conversely, for others, a meager contribution may represent their essential sustenance. Sincerity of heart is paramount. The elder gazed at me with a gentle smile, aware of my lingering doubts, and elucidated, the eyes are the windows to the soul. The light that shone in your eyes upon first meeting me was your earnest heart, coupled with your unique destiny and profound virtue. That is why I have accepted you as my disciple. I comprehended the elder's meaning and replied, Master, is this not akin to what the Huangdi Neijing conveys, to gain and then lose? Heaven will grow weary of it. I wish to gain clarity, but I dare not proclaim it openly. The venerable elder nodded in profound approval, for this was the essence of my expression. To acquire the profound arts of the great Tao and subsequently fail to honor them, treating them with disdain and triviality, is a desecration of the Tao, and heaven itself shall come to abhor such individuals. My lifelong aspiration is to safeguard these esoteric teachings, protecting them from defilement. I seek to discover those with whom fate has intertwined, so that these teachings may flourish through their noble endeavors. Only by elevating the great Tao, allowing more benevolent souls to access, benefit from, and revere it, can we expose those who deceitfully exploit the guise of mystical arts. As the elder spoke with palpable emotion, I perceived a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Under the influence of my master's lofty aspirations, a sense of reverence gradually blossomed within my heart. I meticulously laid out the book gifted to me by the elder, although it was not enshrined in a gilded cabinet. I procured a clean cloth and carefully wrapped the book again and again before placing it gently into my backpack. Chapter 11. Awakening the Third. I have always been a person with grand aspirations, yearning to transform the world and myself. At this moment, influenced by the old Taoist, I gradually entered a state of profound tranquility, guided by the sensations within my heart. Unbeknownst to me, my mind emptied, and every pore of my being began to open gently. My body gradually merged with the boundless void, and I ceased to exist as an individual. I vanished. Simultaneously, I became one with all things, and I was omnipresent. This sensation is challenging to articulate with mere words. My master suspended his hand above the crown of my head, resting it delicately over the Baihui point. In an instant, I felt a soft, warm light flowing into my being, as gentle as a kitten's tail, gracefully caressing me. He then turned his hand and lightly tapped between my brows, as if installing a virtual screen in that space. It was boundless, three-dimensional, illuminated, and capable of infinite expansion. The entire world was encompassed within this virtual screen. With a mere thought, I could effortlessly switch and magnify every intricate detail. I reveled in this indescribable beauty. I do not know how long I lingered in this wondrous state when I heard my master speak softly. This is your opportunity. I have opened your heavenly eye. Your destiny is unique. Unlike other disciples, you cannot return to this sect for prolonged meditation. Many divine encounters await you ahead, ready for you to experience and transform. Just remember the virtue of morality, and your future will be limitless. Little Baozi, captivated, was nearly drooling. Fortunately, she had the sense to remain silent, merely gazing enviously. I will remember, Master, I solemnly nodded in promise. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as I remained immersed in this magical sensation. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, it felt as though I was the sole inhabitant. In the bustling airport, the constant flow of people seemed to fade into oblivion. In this realm, the very concept of time ceased to exist. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained my awareness and discovered that the old Taoist had gracefully departed. In the distance, I could only catch a glimpse of his nearly vanishing silhouette. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by the realization of something incredibly important, vital. I slammed my hand on the table, rising abruptly, and called out to his retreating figure, "Master, please leave me your name. Who am I apprentice to?" The old Taoist did not turn but merely waved his hand dismissively. "Master, I wish to learn how to exorcise spirits," I shouted recklessly, disregarding everything. After all, I had indeed studied under a Taoist master. It was only fitting that I acquire some skills worthy of display. He waved his hand gently once more, and then his figure vanished into the distance, leaving me in despair. With a sigh of frustration, I slumped back down. It was then that I noticed the once bustling airport had fallen eerily silent. The air had suddenly become still. Every person in the airport was staring at me. There were those who gazed in curiosity, others who mocked, some who were astonished, and a few who expressed disdain, all observing as if I were a fool. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The fleeting sense of transcendent joy I had just experienced evaporated in an instant. I felt an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. At this moment, I yearned for a crevice in the earth to hide myself within. The scrutiny of the crowd was utterly humiliating. I felt as if I were sitting on pins and needles, unable to remain in my seat any longer. I whispered to little Bowsy that I needed to step outside for some fresh air. Little Bowsy smiled at me and remarked that after sitting for a while, one indeed longs to stretch a bit, suggesting we go together. Chapter 12. One must always have dreams dragging our suitcases. We departed from that awkward scene of collective embarrassment amidst the solemn gazes of onlookers. Earlier, the little dumpling had gazed at me with envy, and now she reveled in my misfortune. Oh, how the tides of fortune shift. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. As we exited the waiting hall, I engaged in light conversation with the little dumpling. She shared her aspirations of working in Singapore, having already secured a position as a waitress in a prestigious CAF. With a look of dreamy anticipation, she envisioned herself in a pristine, reflective CAF, basking in the cool air, listening to melodious music, enveloped by the aroma of coffee, serving refined professionals and elites, perhaps even encountering a dashing prince. Life must have dreams. What if they come true? I too yearned for my study abroad journey, pondering the individuals I would meet and the landscapes I would behold. The future seemed so splendid. As boarding time approached, the little dumpling and I began to retrace our steps. At the boarding gate, I spotted an exquisite woman, one whose presence effortlessly captured attention amidst the crowd. She possessed a model-like physique, tall, slender, and fair, exuding an air of innate aloofness. Her cascading waves of mid-length hair framed her refined features. My interest in her was not solely due to her beauty, but also because she was accompanied by 2 young children. One, a boy of 4 or 5, was barely taller than a suitcase, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, resembling a young gentleman. The other, an even smaller child, was cradled in her arms. As she dabbed the boy's mouth, she deftly organized the baby bottles, preparing for boarding. I had encountered many mothers, their hair disheveled, appearing as though they had just emerged from a fierce battle, looking disheartened. I was curious about how this woman managed to maintain such grace and elegance while juggling 2 children and multiple bags. The little dumpling noticed my rapt attention and followed my gaze, then curled her lip, perhaps considering it trivial that I was so mesmerized by a beautiful woman. I shrugged off the need to explain and continued to gaze intently. Her beauty was regal, as if illuminated by a sacred light. Her mere presence commanded reverence from all. I felt an urge to approach and offer assistance, yet I feared that my intrusion might tarnish the indescribable purity of her beauty. Once the essentials for the children were gathered, she placed her bag atop the suitcase, holding the little one in one arm while pulling the suitcase with the other. The older child, displaying remarkable intelligence, promptly stepped forward to assist, guiding the suitcase alongside his mother toward the boarding gate. Throughout the entire process, she spoke not a word, her demeanor as enchanting as a mysterious painting. The little dumpling nudged me with her elbow, questioning whether I intended to move. My thoughts were pulled from the ethereal tableau back to the mundane world. I smiled at her and commenced the boarding procedure, although we were on the same flight. Our seats were quite distant from one another. Upon disembarking, we would each be met by different agents, and it was likely that we would not encounter each other again until then. I exchanged contact information with Xiaobaozi. After arriving in Singapore, we would need to obtain local phone numbers, so we added each other on QQ. I annotated my contact as Singapore CAF Xiaobaozi Shanghai Airport to avoid any confusion in the future. As the airplane sped down the runway, it gained momentum and with a whoosh, lifted off the ground, gradually ascending into the sky. Chapter 13. The first aspect of Singapore once the airplane ascended smoothly. I eagerly retrieved the book left to me by my master. I opened Tian Yi's handwritten notes. Taoist practice is founded upon the concept of the void giving rise to all existence. The essence of life resides in the ethereal yet substantial spirit, which embodies the true nature of existence. Life is a manifestation of this ethereal spirit, a composite entity of both the tangible and the intangible. Right awareness, right thought, and right action are essential to sustain, preserve, and enhance the vitality of this spirit, ultimately allowing one to enter the qualitative and formless realm of the essence. It is no wonder my master emphasized the importance of remembering that morality is a unified whole. This is indeed the foundation of all things. I absorbed this knowledge with fervor. Time passed swiftly, and an announcement echoed through the cabin, signaling the impending descent of the aircraft. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Peering out of the window, I beheld a darkened sky adorned with twinkling lights, reminiscent of a narrative of prosperity. In just a few short hours of travel, I felt an uncanny transformation within myself. I was still me, yet somehow not quite the same. Upon disembarking, I collected my luggage and dialed the sister of Uncle Feng. Fortunately, my domestic mobile phone allowed for international roaming, enabling me to reach her directly. She instructed me to wait for her at Gate 8 on the arrival level of Terminal 3. Singapore's Changi Airport, frequently lauded as the world's best airport, exudes an aura of modernity and enchantment, complete with expansive indoor parks. However, I had little time to appreciate its splendor, as I hurriedly sought the designated meeting point. But whom could I ask for directions? As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a diverse array of faces, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and dark-skinned individuals from various ethnic backgrounds. Those who, like me, had just arrived were unlikely to be of much help. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, I spotted a distinctive figure, a petite girl with yellow skin and dark eyes. Unlike the rest of us, who appeared perplexed, she moved with determination toward a clearly defined destination. Her strides seemed to carry a breeze, indicating her familiarity with the surroundings. I quickly approached her, politely inquiring, "Hello, miss, could you please direct me to Gate 8 on the arrival level of Terminal 3? She halted, gazing at me with confusion. I repeated my question, yet she remained silent, still looking perplexed. Now I was the one left bewildered. Surely, my Mandarin, having passed the first Class A examination, could not be so heavily accented that it was incomprehensible. We stood there, two puzzled souls, unable to discern the source of our miscommunication. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and replied, "Sorry, I cannot understand Mandarin." I immediately apologized, though I was baffled as to why she could not comprehend the language. It was only much later that I realized that yellow skin and dark eyes do not necessarily indicate Chinese heritage. Many Southeast Asian countries share similar physical features. Of course, that is a story for another time. I persevered, inquiring further until I finally located Gate 8 and successfully met with my contact. This is the first time I have met Sister Feng. She is fair-skinned, of suitable build, of medium height, with soft long hair and a sweet smile that carries a hint of languor. The thought that she might be the benefactor who alters my destiny fills me with an unbidden affection and a sense of familiarity. However, in the midst of our casual exchanges, I noticed the pronounced lines beneath her lower eyelids, tinged with a faint yellowish hue, which cast a shadow over my heart. My Master's notes had indicated that this area corresponds to the Palace of Children in facial reading. Such features could impact fertility and foreshadow disharmony in marriage. Could it be that this radiant sister is destined for such a fate? I pondered quietly. Nevertheless, as it was our first encounter, I refrained from voicing my concerns. As the vehicle departed from the airport, heading towards the accommodations I had prearranged, I swiftly cast aside that fleeting doubt. Singapore truly lives up to its title as the Garden City. Its beauty is ineffable, best appreciated through personal experience. It is pristine, artistic, and primal. It envelopes you in a splendid modernity while simultaneously showcasing the untainted, wild vitality of nature. Singapore boasts a tropical rainforest climate, where towering trees reach for the clouds, their robust trunks requiring several people to encircle them. The branches are adorned with a myriad of parasitic plants, resembling a Christmas tree laden with gifts of life. The wise have said that Feng Shui embodies temperature and humidity, the essential conditions for all life. The vitality and atmosphere radiating from these plants unmistakably signify Singapore as an exceptional site of good Feng Shui. It is little wonder that Singapore is renowned as a country of longevity, with an average life expectancy surpassing 83 years and centenarians in abundance. Prior to this, aside from my university studies, I had scarcely ventured beyond my small hometown. Now, immersed in the brilliance of this developed nation's lights and the exuberance of its life force, I cannot help but feel my thoughts surging, imagining the splendid future that awaits me here. Chapter 14. Disillusionment and Frugality. The vehicle journeyed from the airport straight to Maristella. This was my initial abode in Singapore, an apartment on Jalan Raja. It was a modest two-bedroom flat. Sister Feng shared one room with her boyfriend, while the four of us international students occupied the other. We exchanged simple introductions amongst ourselves. "My name is Sun Chirue," began a tall, slender individual. He appeared vivacious and cheerful, exuding a lively spirit yet tinged with a hint of scholarly demeanor. Within his cultured exterior, one could sense a gentleness and a soft charm. He was quite the remarkable character. "Lu Chang," he introduced himself next. This individual had a darker complexion, resembling a studious lad, earnest yet somewhat taciturn, reminiscent of my own disposition. "Dula," chimed in the jovial plump fellow, grinning widely. It was my first encounter with someone who could smile so broadly while introducing themselves, as if they had just shared a delightful jest. "Wang Sanhe," I added. We were all of similar age, and it was through our conversation that I learned Sister Feng had assisted over 20 individuals in obtaining their visas. Only the four of us resided in Maristella, while the others found accommodations scattered across various locations. Our room was exceedingly small, barely accommodating 2 sets of bunk beds. The monthly rent for this diminutive space was 10,000 RMB, which we shared among ourselves, with the academic term yet to commence. Our days were spent acclimatizing to the lifestyle in Singapore, navigating transport to our school, and completing enrollment formalities. During our leisure, we often ventured out together. Lu Chang, however, seldom joined us, citing his inadequate English skills and the need for self-study prior to the start of classes. Thus, it was primarily the three of us exploring. Our excursions rarely extended beyond the nearby MRT station, Bishan MRT, primarily to familiarize ourselves with the transit routes and because we were unfamiliar with other locales. Singapore is an extraordinary place, both advanced and accessible. Within just a few days, we discovered the perplexing nature of its pricing. It was difficult to categorize items as either expensive or cheap. 2 Singapore dollars could buy a meal or a piece of clothing. Indeed, the fare for a bus ride could also equate to the cost of a garment. Situated on the equator, Singapore experiences minimal temperature variation throughout the year, embodying a perpetual summer. Being an island nation, it also boasts high humidity. Upon my arrival, the initial impression was akin to plunging into a steaming pot of dumplings, where breathing felt almost burdensome. The humidity in the air was stifling. Fortunately, after a few days of exploration, my body gradually acclimatized to the climate. Durian was ubiquitous in Singapore, and Dula, filled with curiosity, insisted on purchasing one for Sun Chirue and me to sample. It marked my inaugural experience with this peculiar fruit. "How do we eat it?" I inquired. "That's simple. Just scoop it out and eat it with your hands like everyone else does," Dula replied. Sun Chirue, undeterred by any doubts, peeled back the layers and, pressing against the flesh, dug in with all his might. All 5 fingers sank into the yellow, soft, sticky, and somewhat foul-smelling substance. It was a sight truly unbearable. "Why does it look so disgusting?" I inquired, frowning. "Don't be so picky. I've heard that durian is the king of fruits, the most nutritious of all. Just try it," Dulu exclaimed as he too began to partake. The 3 of us, suppressing our revulsion, licked our fingers and swallowed the repugnant fruit. At that moment, everything seemed novel and exciting, filling us with exhilaration for several days. As if we had arrived in a developed country, broadening our horizons immensely. However, it wasn't long before our excitement waned. With the exchange rate exceeding 5 to 1, it meant that 10,000 RMB would only convert to a little over 1,000 Singapore dollars, not even 2,000. Before arriving, I had not saved much. The tuition fees, amounting to several tens of thousands, were all borrowed from my parents. I also requested an additional 10,000 for living expenses, which quickly vanished after paying rent and deposits, coupled with essential purchases like a subway card, a phone card, and a power adapter. I felt embarrassed to ask my family for more money. Back home, a monthly salary barely exceeded 2,000 after daily expenses. It would take over a year of frugality to save 10,000. Yet here, it only amounted to just over 1,000 Singapore dollars, which felt utterly inadequate. As the saying goes, when one has grain in hand, there is no panic in the heart. After wandering here for half a month, the promised high-paying jobs had yet to materialize, causing a growing sense of anxiety among us. I approached Sister Feng multiple times, but she always hesitated, assuring us not to worry and to settle in first. Each passing day saw our funds diminish, while our anxiety escalated. Finally, after much persistence, Sister Feng managed to arrange work for us. Wonderful! We have jobs! Dulu exclaimed joyfully, suggesting we celebrate with a nice dinner tonight. Perhaps we should wait until we receive our salaries to celebrate, I cautiously advised. That works too. With money in hand, we can enjoy an even better meal. Dulu replied cheerfully. Once I get paid, I'll send some back home to ease my parents' worries, Sanhe mused. We spent an entire evening excitedly discussing how we would spend our salaries. The next day, Dulu and Sanhe distributed newspapers on the street, while Lu Chang and I washed dishes at a hot pot restaurant. We could barely earn a few hundred Singapore dollars a month. Forget about rent, tuition, or the previously envisioned scenario of sending money back home. After deducting transportation costs, what remained was hardly sufficient for meals. The dream was fading. If we didn't awaken from this slumber soon, hunger would claim us. To accumulate wealth, one has only two avenues: increasing income or reducing expenditure. Yet, for those of us who could not find a way to earn money, frugality became our sole option. We began devising various strategies to cut costs. A pack of white bread costing just over $1 could provide several meals, saving us an entire week's worth of breakfast expenses. By combining lunch and dinner, we managed to save on one more meal. Even so, we still cannot preserve the few coins in our pockets, as they continue to dwindle day by day. Chapter 15. The final straw. Relying on starvation to save money is ultimately not a sustainable approach. It is disheartening to witness the high-paying job we were promised before our arrival slip away. Each of us is contemplating alternative means of survival. The youth are brimming with boundless hopes. We reasoned that if Sister Feng could not introduce us to lucrative jobs, once we become acclimated to our surroundings, opportunities to earn substantial income would inevitably arise. After all, the tuition for our first year had already been paid, and we merely needed to endure a couple more months. Soon, we would be familiar with the local circumstances, and things would improve. We persevered, clinging to hope. One evening, it was a rare occasion when all of us gathered together. The 4 newcomers in our household, in a bid to save money, avoided going out whenever possible and remained cooped up at home. It was not difficult for the 4 of us to congregate. What was unusual, however, was the presence of Sister Feng and her elusive boyfriend. Previously, we had heard that her boyfriend was a wealthy heir, and they were at the stage of discussing marriage. Yet, since our arrival in Singapore, it had been challenging to catch a glimpse of him, leaving us curious about his busy schedule. On this rare day, everyone was neatly seated in the living room, engaging in conversation. Dulu and his companions, recent graduates, possessed little social experience and were too bashful to mention our current meager jobs, which starkly contrasted with the promises made. I, being somewhat inarticulate and bookish, remained silent. As they did, while I listened to their trivial chatter, I observed quietly. Sister Feng's boyfriend had a well-defined forehead and a robust physique, certainly indicative of a lineage blessed by fortune. However, his triangular eyes suggested a stubborn disposition, coupled with prominent cheekbones and deep lines at his temples. This did not bode well, hinting at a malevolent heart, an irascible temperament, and potential for domestic violence. I recalled the first time I met Sister Feng and noticed the lines beneath her eyes, and I silently lamented for her. The Feng family had long believed they had struck gold by associating with a wealthy heir, boasting to others. Little did they know that beneath the veneer of false prosperity lay a treacherous landscape. They continued discussing inconsequential matters, while I was preoccupied with the pressing question of how to manage next month's living expenses, leaving me disinterested in their superficial pleasantries. The current situation appeared to have reached an impasse. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. I wanted to discern the fortunes of others, to understand how they might break free from their predicaments, and see if there were any insights to glean. Discreetly, I employed the plum blossom divination to cast a fortune for Sanhe and Dulu. Upon completion, I was taken aback. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Both of them appeared poised to escape their troubles through physical labor. The difference lay in their approaches. Sanhe would engage in the pleasures of the flesh, while Dulu relied on honest toil. I was unaware of their specific plans, but I knew that I could not adopt either method for myself. Bored, I stood up and retreated to my bedroom, no longer wishing to listen to their incessant prattle. Paths diverge, and thus we shall not conspire together. As the commencement of the academic term approaches, the institution is located in Geylang Lorong 20. During the enrollment process, I found myself perplexed. Could it be that a national university is so diminutive, devoid of even a playground? However, I soon reconciled with this reality. Singapore is but a fraction of China's vast expanse, and a smaller school is to be expected. It was only upon officially commencing my studies that I came to the startling realization: this is not a national university. I am not pursuing postgraduate studies. The discipline I am enrolled in is not my original field. Moreover, the tuition fee I paid prior to my arrival was incomplete, covering merely 4 months. This implies that I am now confronted not only with the challenges of sustenance and accommodation, but also the looming necessity of preparing for tuition fees in the coming months. The institution is incorrect. The field of study is erroneous. The academic credentials are misleading. The tuition is inaccurate. The employment prospects are misguided. Most alarmingly, it was at this moment that I learned from fellow students that our school is a private institution. According to Singaporean law, only students from government institutions are permitted to engage in part-time employment. For those enrolled in private schools, such endeavors are deemed illegal. Should one be apprehended, they face the dire consequence of repatriation. This means that the meager earnings we toil for, washing dishes, are not only unlawful but also come with the peril of potential deportation. Alas, if the government does not permit employment, we are left with no avenues for advancement. I had envisioned earning a monthly income, a portion of which I could send home to assist my family. Now, not only am I unable to remit funds back home, but I must rely on my family to send me substantial sums for living expenses. Coming from a working-class background, it is untenable for them to incur perpetual debt merely to support my attendance at this dismal private school. There is no semblance of a lifeline left. The once bright future I had so fervently imagined has, at this moment, been utterly shattered. Chapter 16. The Red Mouth. Fulfillment. A penny can perplex even the mightiest of heroes. I found myself ensnared in such a predicament. Money is indeed a matter of life and death. Unable to solicit funds from home and barred from legitimate employment, with the promised tuition fees left unpaid, I felt cornered. However, can the living allow themselves to be suffocated by the trivialities of life? I naively believed there must be a way out. I reached out to Uncle Feng, intending to address the tuition fee issue first, for it was a considerable sum. "Uncle Feng, it's me, Sanhe," I said cheerfully once the call connected. "Sanhe, what a good child you are, thinking of your uncle. How is everything over there?" Uncle Feng responded with his usual warmth. Suppressing my discomfort over the exorbitant international call charges, I eventually steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. "Uncle, we are adjusting quite well here, and school is about to commence. Before we left, we paid a year's tuition, didn't we? As a science student." I was straightforward in my approach. Uncle Feng, without hesitation, assured me, yes, rest assured, we have paid your tuition." Yet, my heart sank as I continued. "But the school says we have only paid for 4 months. "Ah, don't worry, it is all taken care of. Just focus on your studies," he confidently reassured me. I was perplexed by his statements. He acknowledged receiving the full year's fee, but claimed only 4 months had been remitted, and he expressed no embarrassment over this contradiction. "And the tuition due after those 4 months, you will still assist me with that as previously agreed, right? I won't have to pay again, correct?" I sought further confirmation. Sighing, he admonished me, "Why do you always bring up money? One must be generous and not be so calculating over trivial sums." His reproach irritated me, yet I reminded him, "But you insisted on paying a year's tuition in advance, and we entrusted you with our fees. The school demands payment." At this point, Uncle Feng could no longer maintain his facade. With wide eyes, he shouted, "Money, money. All you think about is money. We help you with the paperwork. Does that not require compensation? How can you quibble over such a pittance now that you are in Singapore? Do you not fear divine retribution?" His outrageous assertion struck me like a thunderbolt. Not only had he failed to fulfill his promise of employment and withheld a significant portion of my tuition, but he also questioned my integrity regarding money. Shouldn't it be the deceiver who fears retribution? His wide-eyed tirade left me utterly bewildered. Engaging with someone of his age was indeed an exercise in futility, I mused. Perhaps I should discuss this matter with Sister Feng. However, as soon as I broached the subject, the once languid smile of the older sister vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a chilling glare as she warned, "You best behave. I submitted your visa application, and I have all the documentation on file. Should you dare to mention money again, I shall ensure that the authorities tarnish your records and have you deported. Once you are sent back, do not expect to receive a single cent." She added, "Now that you have been processed in Singapore, that should suffice. Do not be so shameless as to take advantage of the situation. Have they truly torn the skin from one side of their face to affix it to the other? One side devoid of shame, while the other is brimming with audacity. It is utterly beyond comprehension. In recruiting students for private institutions, the schools are already obliged to provide commissions to intermediaries. Having accepted payment, they audaciously continue to siphon off our tuition fees. Such behavior is utterly intolerable. Alas, the scholar faces the soldier, and reason fails to prevail. I have come to a grim realization. Without funds, there is no opportunity for recourse. If I do not reclaim my tuition, at least I might retain a chance to remain in Singapore. Otherwise, not only will I lose my money, but the opportunity to make a life here will vanish as well. I recall during my layover at Shanghai airport when my master taught me the art of palmistry. At that time, I divined a calamitous fate. Internally, I harbored 100 grievances. Now, I realize that it was all predestined. My pride is gradually yielding to acceptance. Chapter 17. The prophecy unobstructed by language barriers. There is a saying in the Analects: life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are decreed by heaven. Confucianism. A culture so optimistic and uplifting advocates against contending with the heavens. Why should I, then, persist in opposing destiny? The Analects also state, to be ignorant of fate is to be unworthy of being a gentleman. I, too, pride myself on being somewhat of a scholar. I often counsel myself, and I possess a rather astute understanding. Given that this is the will of heaven, I swiftly come to accept it. When one relinquishes their obsessions, their heart naturally finds peace. However, to let go does not equate to fatalism. Confucianism does not subscribe to fatalism. There exists a fundamental distinction between destiny and fatalism. Many believe that Buddhism and Taoism embrace fatalism, but it was only much later that I realized they do not either. Otherwise, why strive so diligently if one merely resigns to fate? Of course, that is a discussion for another time. An old adage proclaims, do your utmost and leave the rest to fate. If one does not exert themselves fully, it becomes a regret. If one does not trust in fate, their efforts are in vain. This implies that one should strive when necessary and let go when required. Perhaps this aligns with Marx's assertion that contradictions are universally present. At this moment, I recognize that I seem to have contracted the ailment of the wise. Occasionally, I find myself unfurling the banner of Marxism. Shaking my head, I dispel these peculiar thoughts and return to the present reality. What shall I do now? My master once advised that I must always remember the two characters of morality. The Tao engenders virtue. Morality is the foundation of all. To disregard reason, lack virtue, and transgress the celestial order will inevitably lead to the repercussions of karmic cycles, resulting in self-inflicted misfortune. At this moment, there is an urgent matter that I must attend to. Moving, I must distance myself from those devoid of virtue, lest I be ensnared by their impending retribution. Time is of the essence. The sooner I relocate, the better. With resolve, I immediately search for accommodations online. Upon my inquiry, I discover a room for rent near the Bay Elba subway station, nestled within a villa. The monthly rent for a single room, converted to RMB, amounts to 500 yuan, accommodating 3 people, and it is even closer to the school, saving considerable travel expenses. I ask Dulu if he wishes to move in with me. I consider him first because he is a down-to-earth person and has previously treated me to durian. With such a fortunate opportunity, I think of him. His finances are dwindling, and relocating there would significantly reduce his rent. Dula mentions that he will consult Sun Chirue for his thoughts on the matter. I can only recount to him the divination and facial analysis from that day. Sun Chirue has his own arrangements, and we need not worry. Dulu, in his typical navet, insists on seeking Sun Chirue's opinion. I can only acquiesce to his decision. The next day, Dulu approaches me with a mysterious demeanor, declaring, "You were right." Suddenly, this statement, devoid of context, catches me off guard. Dulu, with a conspiratorial glint in his eye, whispers, Sun Chirue has started dating an American girlfriend, a wealthy individual who lives in the apartment diagonally across from us. He wants to stay close to her and does not wish to move. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of excitement. After all, we had only been in Singapore for a few days. How remarkable was that? How had he managed it? Dula chuckled and shook his head. Whether it was that he was unwilling to share or simply unaware, I could not tell. Sun Chirue had graduated from a vocational college, and his command of English was limited to a few basic phrases. Hello, goodbye, yes, no, sorry, and thank you. Perhaps he could also manage a good morning or how are you. This is not meant to belittle him. Even I, having passed the CET 4 and CET 6 exams, find my proficiency confined to written tests. My listening and speaking skills are utterly dismal. Engaging in daily conversations solely in English is beyond our capabilities. Moreover, it had only been a few days, Even establishing rapport with a girl free of language barriers would not be an easy feat, let alone one who is affluent and speaks English. How on earth did Sun Chirue transcend these formidable obstacles? He truly is an extraordinary individual. My curiosity had reached unprecedented heights. I must seize an opportunity to glean insights from him. Not that I desire to follow in his footsteps, rather, it is simply to satiate my burgeoning thirst for knowledge that is on the verge of explosion. Chapter 18. Moving Du Lu is a rather naive individual, devoid of any malice, though he appears somewhat lacking in intelligence. His fortunes have also been quite ordinary. During his academic years, his grades were merely average, and he managed to secure admission to a university with great difficulty. However, upon his graduation, the institution was acquired, rendering his alma mater non-existent. In other words, the university that bestowed a diploma upon Du Lu ceased to exist shortly thereafter. The institution was relatively obscure to begin with, and after the merger, it vanished completely from existence. A search online yields no trace of it whatsoever, which makes his diploma appear more counterfeit than genuine. After several years of university education, he ultimately graduated from a school that no longer exists. I often find myself both amused and exasperated by his bewildering intellect and luck. Regarding the matter of moving, since Sun Chirue opted not to relocate, Du Lu conspired with his family for an extended period. The final resolution was to remain where they were. With his astute eyes gleaming, he earnestly advised me, "Sister Feng, you have been in Singapore for so many years. You have established roots here. Don't move. It's advantageous to lean against a large tree for shade." I rolled my eyes at him innumerable times, for she deceived us with promises of high-paying jobs, swindled our tuition fees, and charged us rents several times higher than the market rate. What use is her familiarity with Singapore when she is nothing but a heartless con artist? Du Lu, in his novel, steadfastly believed in the merit of having a benefactor and resolutely refused to move. My eye-rolling was in vain. Ultimately, I moved on my own to a location closer to the school. Fortunately, having arrived in Singapore not long ago, I had little to transport, and a single box sufficed for the move. Du Lu's decision to stay had its merits, as he became a witness to the unfolding of every prediction I had made that day. The more events validated my insights, the more he came to admire me, until he was left utterly in awe. Eventually, he decided to move in with me, but that tale is for another time. The house I rented in Bailey Bar is a townhouse. The concept of housing in Singapore differs somewhat from that in my home country, and it can be broadly categorized into three types. The first is the public housing known as HDB, akin to the apartment blocks back home. With a lease of 99 years, these units come in various sizes, typically equipped with elevators, and the storerooms serve as bomb shelters. Such residences are subsidized by the government, ensuring that anyone with a job can afford the mortgage with their Central Provident Fund, even if both partners are dishwashers, thus guaranteeing that everyone has a place to live. The second type is private condominiums, which come with lease terms of 99 years, 999 years, or even perpetuity. These condominiums differ significantly from what we refer to as apartments in my country. While we label 40-year leasehold units that resemble pigeon coops as apartments, private condominiums in Singapore denote upscale residences, typically featuring luxurious amenities such as open-air swimming pools and fitness facilities. Those who can afford such properties are usually high-ranking executives or entrepreneurs. The third category is landed property, generally referring to villas, which can be subdivided into townhouses, semi-detached houses, and detached houses. Those who can afford such luxuries are either the affluent first generation or the prosperous second generation. In our eyes at that time, individuals of the second and third categories were undeniably wealthy, representing an insurmountable social stratum, an unattainable pinnacle, a realm that would forever elude our lives. It was only later, as many around me transcended these social barriers, that I realized such obstacles were not as insurmountable as they appeared. Of course, that is a story for another time. My landlord belongs to a lineage of wealth spanning several generations, though I remain unaware of the specifics, having never encountered him personally. They possess more than just this property. This particular residence is solely for rental purposes, and they do not reside here. Even the collection of rent is handled without their direct involvement, perhaps due to their financial abundance, rendering them indifferent to the amount of rent received. Consequently, I consider myself fortunate to have navigated through that economically challenging period. With the completion of my move, the commencement of the school year approaches. Chapter 19. A surfeit of beauties. The institution I attend, although a private school, ranks among the most prestigious of its kind, embracing a policy of lenient admissions yet rigorous graduations. It offers but a singular discipline, that of accounting. with an emphasis on the attainment of the internationally recognized Certified Chartered Accountant designation, known as ACCA. The global acknowledgement of this certification is quite significant, albeit the passage rate is notoriously low, rendering graduation a formidable challenge. The curriculum comprises a total of 15 courses, both compulsory and elective. Acknowledging the varying academic foundations of students, preparatory courses, referred to as CAT, have been instituted, with certifications conferred by the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants ACCA. Sun Chirui and Du Lu commenced their studies from the CAT level, which is divided into 3 stages, A, B, and C, among our cohort. I alone embarked directly upon the ACCA path. Sanhe, you are truly impressive. From now on, I shall call you Big Brother as you shall protect me, Du Lu exclaimed. Somewhat foolishly. The ACCA program itself is further segmented into 3 parts, F1 to F3, the successful completion of which allows one to apply for a business accounting certificate. Those who pass the CAT are exempt from these 3 examinations. Fortuitously, due to my association with C9, I too received this exemption. Wow, there's an exemption? Du Lu's envy was palpable. F4 to F9, upon passing these courses, grants eligibility for the Advanced Business Accounting Certificate. After successfully completing CAT, one begins directly with F4. Well, once I finish CAT, I will similarly be exempt from the first 3 subjects, Du Lu consoled himself. P1 to P4 must be completed to apply for the ACCA Associate Membership Certificate, with a requisite 3 years of work experience before one can apply for full ACCA membership. The accounting qualification is classified as a professional credential rather than an academic degree. To address this limitation, those who pass F1 to F9 may also apply for a degree certificate from Oxford Brookes University, equivalent to an undergraduate degree in China. Sanhe, studying in Singapore while obtaining a British university diploma, isn't that an extraordinary stroke of luck? Du Lu was utterly exhilarated. For me, acquiring an undergraduate degree from Oxford would indeed be commendable, considering Oxford's global ranking surpasses that of C9 institutions. Though it is Oxford Brookes, not the University of Oxford. It is akin to graduating from Tsinghua or Peking University, only to pursue a degree from a private institution afterward. Such a situation feels rather unjust. Du Lu's enthusiasm was foreign to my own experience. Reflecting now, I can only chastise myself for my naivety and lack of skepticism towards others' words. Prior to my arrival, I harbored no doubts, nor did I think to verify anything. Nevertheless, I had secured my visa, a student identification valid for 3.5 years. Upon my initial day of classes, I stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. This school boasts an overwhelming abundance of beauty. During my university years, my class contained merely 2 female students, both of whom, like myself, hailed from modest backgrounds and exhibited little concern for appearances. Over those 4 years, we interacted as brothers, making it difficult to perceive them as women. The young women studying accounting are remarkably distinct, each adorned with exquisite makeup, radiating beauty that is enchanting, akin to ethereal beings. On the first day, I found my eyes overwhelmed, leaving me feeling dizzy. The immersive English-speaking environment also disoriented my ears and mind. I could not discern whether my dizziness stemmed from the language barrier or the sheer presence of so many captivating faces. Amidst this assembly of enchantresses, I quickly identified a kindred spirit, a fellow Chinese gentleman who appeared equally entranced. I observed him discreetly. He had a fair complexion, stood at a modest height of approximately 178 centimeters, and bore delicate skin with numerous fine lines around his eyes. From a physiognomic perspective, individuals with such fragile skin are often sensitive and susceptible to emotional influences. It is rare to find representatives of this demeanor in the realms of politics or business, as those who achieve great things typically possess a more robust disposition. Although various physiognomic traits have corresponding remedies, I was not inclined to ponder such matters at that moment. During the break, I eagerly approached to introduce myself. He seemed equally thrilled to discover a fellow compatriot, for humans are inherently social beings. My name is Bai Zhigao, he proudly declared. I am Wang Sanhe, I replied with a cheerful demeanor. Perhaps his excitement rendered him slightly awkward. I couldn't help but wonder if I, too, appeared somewhat peculiar, though I lacked the means to perceive it. Just as we were reveling in our newfound camaraderie, a timid voice floated toward us. Excuse me? Chapter 20. The disorganized international friends. Upon turning back, we encountered a young man with deep brown skin, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, who greeted us cheerfully. His eyelashes were remarkably long, resembling those of a doll. At that moment, Bai Zhigao, noticing someone speaking in English, appeared to come alive with excitement. With a trembling voice, He asked, "I want your mother?" I was utterly perplexed by his fervor, only to later understand that Bai Zhigao hailed from a more remote rural area than I did. Apart from English class, he had scarcely uttered a word in English. This was his inaugural attempt at spoken English. The brown-skinned, doll-like figure blinked his long lashes, looking at me with a confused expression, as if hoping I would translate Bai Zhigao's words. I was equally baffled, unsure of what had prompted his outburst. I hesitantly inquired, "Did you just say English?" "Yes, it's such simple English. Can you not understand?" he asked with a tone of disdain. His extreme excitement had tightened his vocal cords, causing his voice to sound somewhat shrill. Before I could respond, he repeated, "I want your mother?" I incredulously confirmed. "Did you just say, what's your name?" "Yes, yes," Bai Zhigao exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. "So you know that phrase too." I truly could not fathom his joy at that moment. Fortunately, the doll-like figure understood the question. He gently replied, "My name is Najajepudalatasa." Bai Zhigao and I exchanged blank looks. The clever young man quickly realized that we would struggle to remember his name and kindly offered, "You can call me Naja." I suspected that foreigners also found it challenging to memorize Chinese names, so I introduced myself, saying, "I am he." Fearing Bai Zhigao's pronunciation, I also introduced him, stating, "He is Gao." Bai Zhigao then proudly declared, "I can say, I love to seduce your mother." His voice, still sharp, conveyed his eagerness to show off. I was left utterly bewildered, pondering the origins of such an accent. Naja looked at me for assistance with his moist, large eyes. "You speak Chinese," I said, casting a helpless glance at Bai Zhigao. To my surprise, Bai Zhigao was displeased, snorting derisively, "You can't understand I love to seduce your mother." He rolled his eyes and, in a condescending tone, informed me I was asking him where he is from. I was at a loss for words, so I turned my attention to conversing with Naja. It turned out he was from Sri Lanka, the only student from that country in our class. He had come to Singapore because of his brother, who also held an ACA certificate and worked as an executive in a publicly listed company. When Naga spoke of his brother, his face radiated admiration, his sparkling eyes shimmering with stars. He introduced us, sharing that his brother hoped he too could obtain this certificate and establish himself in Singapore. Observing the blind adoration on Naga's face deepened my appreciation for the value of the ACCA certification. As I conversed with Naga, I engaged in mutual translation for him and Bai Zhigao, and soon, the three of us became fast friends. Bai Zhigao was particularly thrilled to have made a foreign friend with whom he could practice his spoken English. Sri Lankans are quite rare in Singapore, and he was the only one I knew. However, due to the difficulty in expressing certain sentiments, I eventually had to relinquish this singular friendship. But that is a tale for another time. On the very first day of school, we formed a meaningful bond, which we considered a tremendous fortune. Yet, paradoxically, it was also an unfortunate circumstance. All three of us were rather introverted, lacking eloquence, especially in the presence of the opposite sex. From the first day of school, we found our kindred spirits and clung together, a situation that persisted until our departure from the institution. Amidst the throngs of enchanting individuals, we never had the opportunity to engage with them, leaving us with the sensation of having missed out on an entire world. Chapter 21. Loss in the East. In the West, since relocating and distancing myself from those devoid of martial virtue, my days have unfolded with a certain joy. The only drawback remains the persistent strain on my finances. In order to economize, I took to cooking for myself after the move, despite my lack of culinary skills. Fortunately, my fondness for noodles serves me well. Boiling them involves simply tossing the strands into water, stirring, and waiting for it to reach a boil. At merely 2 yuan per bundle, they can sustain me for quite some time. My favorite vegetable, known as the king of vegetables, is the Chinese cabbage. Occasionally, as I prepare my noodles, I toss in a few leaves, enhancing both health and nutrition. During this period, Dulu and Sun Chirue have become the darlings of their class. The Bible states that when God closes one door, he opens another. Academic performance and beauty might well represent two distinct doors. If the girls from ACCA are referred to as fairies, then those from CAT are akin to little celestial beings. Bai Zhigao and I often find ourselves enviously attending their classes, enveloped by the fragrant presence of these lovely girls as soon as the bell rings. In this environment, we have forged numerous friendships, including the elegantly Xian, the quirky Wei Wei, and the sweet, naive Jean Linger. Among this constellation of enchanting figures, one in particular stands out, radiant and resplendent. Her skin is fair and smooth as jade, her brows resemble distant mountains, and her bright eyes and pearly teeth complement a figure that flows like water, adorned with a myriad of charms. Dulu introduced her as Kaiwen, who appears to hail from a wealthy family, arriving at school in a chauffeured vehicle. For those of us for whom meals pose a challenge, this represents a clear class divide. Nevertheless, this does not hinder our appreciation of beauty. It is a rare resource, pleasing to the senses and delightful to behold, capable of satisfying the heart with just a distant glance, especially such an exquisite fairy. During our free periods, we enjoy sneaking into Kat's classes, treating it as a listening exercise. Inadvertently, we often find ourselves seated near the goddess, either in the front or the back row. It seems that with each inch closer to her brilliance, we are infused with greater happiness. The only one seemingly devoid of joy in this situation is Du Lu, who frequently laments in despair, questioning why, amidst so many Chinese in Singapore, classes must be conducted in English. Bai Zhigao fervently agrees, nodding so vigorously one might think his head would detach, exclaiming, "Exactly." I raised my chin and pointed at Sun Chirue, remarking, "How come he doesn't share your sentiments?" "That's because he has a good master," Du Lu muttered softly. Bai Zhigao, perplexed, leaned in with curiosity and whispered, "Why? Why?" Du Lu assumed a posture as if ready to flee and replied, "To truly learn, one must share a bed with the master." Sun Chirue promptly jumped up, chasing after him. "Huh? What is going on?" Bai Zhigao asked with sparkling eyes, eager to know. How did that happen? Though his English skills may be lacking, his comprehension of Mandarin is undoubtedly sharp. Yet the question persists. I too am eager to learn how this is accomplished. Although Singapore has a predominantly Chinese population, English remains the principal official language. It is not merely a matter of possessing a proficiency equivalent to the CET 4 or CET 6. Even an advanced level of English is insufficient here. One must continuously strive to enhance their vocabulary, particularly in specialized terminology. After 4 leisurely years of university life, I find myself once again immersed in the rigorous preparations akin to those of the Gaokao. It is commonplace for me to study late into the night. One evening, as I was engrossed in my studies, I intermittently heard faint rustling sounds emanating from downstairs. Though the noise was subtle, it was quite pronounced in the stillness of the night, suggesting hurried footsteps moving back and forth. Every so often, a flurry of activity would break the silence. Later in the night, I heard the hurried voice of Wei's wife calling out, urging someone to check their identification and phone, assuring that she had taken care of the keys. Following this, Wei's somewhat lethargic response echoed back, acknowledging her words. I have never known the real names of Wei and his wife. During the rental process, our landlord did not come in person. Instead, they appointed a long-term resident to collect the rent. This individual is commonly referred to as Wei or Brother Wei, while his girlfriend is affectionately known as Sister Wei. They reside in a single room on the ground floor, which is also where the kitchen is located, making it easy for me to encounter them while cooking. I am not particularly sociable. Our interactions have generally been limited to mere nods. However, the peculiar sounds from below piqued my curiosity, prompting me to set my book aside and peek downstairs. I lowered my voice and inquired, "Brother Wei, Sister Wei, what is happening?" Chapter 22. The stomach disturbance. Wei Gu was experiencing a tumultuous bout of diarrhea, the cause of which might have been an inadequately cooked hot pot consumed during lunch. From the afternoon until now, he had been unable to find solace. Wei Saw, while anxiously checking the items to take along, fervently replied to my concerns. Fearing for his dehydration, I contemplated a visit to the hospital. "Don't panic just yet. My master has an effective remedy," I reassured her. "Give me a moment." With that, I dashed into the kitchen. According to the tome my master had bequeathed to me, roasted garlic could be beneficial for diarrhea. The garlic should be charred to a blackened exterior yet remain soft within, providing a non-spicy flavor. Particularly effective for acute diarrhea, it was an ideal solution. Unfortunately, I could not locate any charcoal, so I resorted to using the gas stove to roast some garlic, which I then presented to Wei Gu. At this point, he was utterly drained of energy, and despite his skepticism, he swallowed it whole, treating it as a desperate remedy. Given his current state, it would be challenging for anyone to assist him. Let Wei Gu rest for a while. Ensure he stays hydrated and monitor his condition, I instructed Wei Saw. I will tidy up upstairs, and if there is no improvement, I will accompany you to the hospital. Wei Saw, now visibly flustered, nodded absent-mindedly. After helping Wei Gu settle down, I hurried upstairs to gather my belongings, promptly returning downstairs to wait. An hour passed, and Wei Gu remained in a deep, peaceful slumber. Wei Saw, now somewhat at ease, found herself growing drowsy as the late hour took its toll. I signaled to her that she could call me if needed and retreated upstairs to rest. The following morning, as I descended the stairs, I discovered that Wei Gu had risen even earlier than I. He greeted me with vigor, exclaiming, "Thank goodness for your remedy last night. It spared us the hassle of a hospital visit. Not only would it have wasted our time and money, but navigating the English forms would have been a challenge. Since last night, my stomach has been completely at ease." Wei Saw, a woman of simple demeanor, struggled to articulate her gratitude. After a moment's thought, she proposed, "How about I prepare your meals from now on? I see you're not very adept in the kitchen." No, there is no need," I quickly declined. "It would be rather awkward for you both to cook for me daily." While I understood Wei Saw's intentions, I felt uncomfortable with such overt gestures of warmth from the opposite sex. I wondered if this could be deemed a form of social anxiety. Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I hastily concocted an excuse to excuse myself. Later that evening, upon my return, Wei Gu approached me with a red envelope, his hands rubbing together nervously. "I'm at a loss for how to thank you, so I thought it best to offer you this token." Though my financial situation was indeed precarious, I was reluctant to accept this gesture from Wei Gu and Wei Saw, who were also working-class individuals known for their frugality. Sensing my hesitation, Wei Gu insisted, "Please take it. It won't suffice for hospital expenses, but I hope you won't think it too little." Upon glancing inside, I discovered 200 Singapore dollars, equivalent to over 1,000 Chinese yuan. Holding it, I felt a twinge of unease. In the end, I found myself compelled to reach a compromise, accepting 100. This decision not only ensured the comfort of Wei Gu and Wei Saw, but also spared me any discomfort. While this may seem like a trivial matter, yielding little financial gain, it instilled in me a profound sense of accomplishment for having aided others. Furthermore, it quietly solidified my resolve to not only engage with the professional texts required for my classes, but also to dedicate additional time each day to the readings assigned by my master. For one can never predict when such knowledge may prove indispensable. The efficacy of my decision soon became evident, as I found myself utilizing that knowledge shortly thereafter. Chapter 23. Sunlight Absorption. The Huangdi Neijing states, "When the righteous energy resides within, evil cannot invade. A robust internal vitality makes one less susceptible to external malevolence." In the case of influenza, individuals with ample righteous energy are less likely to contract the illness, and if they do, their recovery is swift. Thus, Taoist practices place significant emphasis on replenishing righteous energy and purging stagnant energy. One of the most effective yet straightforward methods is known as sunlight absorption. By drawing in the essence of the sun and moon and inhaling the primordial energy of the universe, one can nourish the 5 internal organs, enhance righteous energy, and achieve vitality and enlightenment. Sunlight absorption is a fundamental practice in Taoist cultivation, with many sects adopting this technique, albeit under different names. For instance, it is referred to as the internal cultivation of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams boxing, the health practices of plum blossom boxing, and the sunlight skill of the Medicine King sect, all of which share similar content. The most simplified version of sunlight absorption is commonly known as basking in the sun. One should relax fully, with palms facing the sunlight, but not for an extended duration to avoid generating excessive heat. Occasionally, in the early morning, I indulge in this practice in my courtyard, devoid of complex movements or gestures that would attract undue attention, lest I be regarded as unconventional. One day, as I completed my practice, my neighbor, who was watering his flowers, looked up and greeted me. "Young brother, are you practicing?" "Indeed," I replied politely with a smile and turned to face him. He appeared to be in his 50s, wearing rimless glasses, exuding a gentlemanly elegance, and moved with a calm assurance that radiated an inner grace. He must be either wealthy or of noble stature. To my astonishment, he discerned that I was engaged in practice. Perhaps it was my lack of guile, with all my thoughts easily readable on my face. He seemed to perceive my sentiments instantly and chuckled. "I also practiced Qigong under my master. I didn't expect someone so young to appreciate it as well." Thus, I realized we were kindred spirits. He introduced himself as Kai and mentioned that he had been practicing Qigong for over 6 months. Utterly captivated by the wondrous ancient culture of China, I used to suffer from full body pain, but it has noticeably improved since I began practicing Qigong. Full body pain? What ailment is this? I inquired, intrigued by Mr. Kai's symptoms as I had been studying the medical section of the Tiani notes. "It's joint pain throughout my body, and the hospital couldn't diagnose anything. Illness can be classified into tangible and intangible ailments. Tangible ailments can be diagnosed by hospitals, while intangible ailments cannot. The latter can manifest as psychological issues, Feng Shui ailments, karmic illnesses, and other forms. Over time, intangible ailments may evolve into tangible ones. Fortunately, Mr. Kai, The fact that you have yet to receive a diagnosis suggests your condition remains mild, I interjected. Mr. Kai, upon hearing my insights, excitedly set down his watering can. I never expected someone so young to possess such profound understanding. These insights are merely drawn from my master's teachings. I am not particularly remarkable, I humbly replied, feeling it was not the moment for a detailed explanation. He stepped closer, standing upright, and earnestly said, I too suspect it may be a Feng Shui issue. And I was just considering seeking a knowledgeable individual for guidance. Would you, sir, be willing to assist me in this matter? He had shifted his address from young brother to the respectful sir, showing no sign of condescension due to my youth. I squinted slightly, observing his aura as small icy shards shot towards his body, faint yet discernible. His joints ached, likely a consequence of these ice shards. However, surrounding his body, close to the skin, was a distinct aura that formed a protective barrier, keeping the icy shards at bay and minimizing any potential harm. I surmised that this aura was a result of the Qigong he practiced. Rather than immediately addressing his inquiry about Feng Shui, my curiosity was piqued by his method of cultivation. Despite having practiced for just over 6 months, he possessed such a formidable protective energy that left me utterly astonished. Mr. Kai, I inquired candidly, what form of Qigong do you practice? Chapter 24. The Art of Yin Nourishing Yang. Director Kai candidly expressed his thoughts, perceptively sensing my curiosity. He added, my master's surname is Wu, and he offers public courses at the community center, conveniently located near the purple line of the subway. Every day at 6:30 in the evening. The success of any individual invariably stems from their unique attributes. Engaging with an enlightened person is remarkably convenient, without my inquiry. He seemed to intuitively know what I wished to learn. Director Kai appeared equally intrigued by the subject of Qigong and graciously invited me to his home for tea, suggesting we sit down for a leisurely conversation. I accepted his invitation, seizing the opportunity to observe the Feng Shui of his residence and its potential connection to his joint discomfort. I navigated around the low courtyard wall and approached his home. In his garden, a quaint pavilion stood, where we settled to enjoy our tea amidst the delightful sway of flowers and grass under the sun. I recognized that Director Kai was being considerate of my well-being. In Singapore, where summer reigns year-round, with an average temperature of approximately 30 degrees Celsius, air conditioning is ubiquitous, found in buses, subway stations, shopping centers, and homes alike. Having just completed my practice, my blood was circulating rapidly, making a sudden transition to an air-conditioned environment less than ideal. His meticulous thoughtfulness warmed my heart. Director Kai, a man of many talents, adeptly initiated conversation by asking, you were practicing the sunlight gathering technique, were you not? He chose a topic I was familiar with. Indeed, Director Kai, you seem quite knowledgeable in this area? I replied. Knowledge may be an overstatement, he admitted. It was only after I encountered Qigong 6 months ago that I realized the portrayal of Qi transforming into a sword in film and television is, in fact, genuine. This revelation sparked my interest in the fascinating culture of China, prompting me to learn a bit more. As he spoke, his voice was deep and measured, evoking a sense of calm. I had only practiced for 3 to 5 days when I began to generate a feeling of Qi with my finger. 3 to 5 days? I was taken aback, such rapid progress. It became clear to me that there are indeed many extraordinary individuals hidden among us. Later, I would learn that 3 to 5 days was an exaggeration, under Master Wu's guidance. Most individuals could master the art of emitting external Qi in just a few hours, but that is a tale for another time. As he brewed my tea, Director Kai continued, if you have the time, it would be wonderful if you could accompany me during my next practice session. While it was I who wished to observe, he graciously framed it as an invitation to join him, providing me an easy way to accept his kindness. I readily accepted his offer, expressing my gratitude. Please, just call me Sanhe. Referring to me as sir is too formal, he replied. Until then, I had not found the opportunity to introduce myself. Sanhe it is, I smiled, no longer insisting on formalities. I have a question regarding the concept of nourishing yang, Director Kai said politely. I would like to seek your insight. I extended my hand, indicating my willingness to share knowledge. I am open to all inquiries. To my understanding, the sunlight gathering technique is intended to replenish yang energy and restore vital qi. Yet, I have often heard in films and dramas about the practice of yin nourishing yang. So, is it indeed the case of nourishing yang or nourishing yin? Director Kai responded with a steady and soothing cadence, making his words feel like a gentle spring breeze. This is a thought-provoking question, I mused, holding Director Kai in even higher regard. The commonly spoken phrase supplementing yin with yang is merely a guise employed by those of questionable integrity, seeking to indulge their base desires. The most notorious historical figure to have genuinely believed in and recklessly practiced the art of yin supplementation was none other than Emperor Jiajing. It is said that he summoned numerous young maidens, aged 11 and above, from the populace to the palace in hopes of achieving immortality. The outcome, however, was one of excessive indulgence that not only depleted his health but nearly led to his demise at the hands of these women. An event historically referred to as the Renine Palace incident. Mr. Kai nodded, listening with great seriousness. Given the rarity of encountering someone with whom I could converse so freely, I contemplated delving deeper into the discussion. Tentatively, I remarked that aside from this pretext for indulgence, the concepts of supplementing yin with yang and supplementing yang with yin are, in essence, the same phenomenon. Chapter 25. The first encounter with Feng Shui's Qi and Sha. Indeed, Mr. Kai appeared intrigued, his brows arching slightly. Is the collection of yin the same as that of yang? He inquired. Well, fundamentally, yin is indeed yang, and yang is yin. Life is death, and death is life. I replied slowly. This bears some resemblance to the teachings in the Diamond Sutra. Mr. Kai reflected thoughtfully. Oh, in what way? I prompted. The Diamond Sutra states, there is no form, nor is there any non-form, and what is called the Dharma is precisely not the Dharma, emphasizing repeatedly not to cling to forms, Mr. Kai elucidated. I nodded in agreement, and we continued our discourse on the subject for quite some time. Once our energies had stabilized, I asked, Mr. Kai, may I have the pleasure of a tour? Understanding my intent, Mr. Kai rose with a smile, leading me inside while expressing his delight. The courtyard exuded an artistic charm, while the interior was resplendent and opulent. The ground floor featured a living room adorned with exquisitely carved solid wood furniture, exuding elegance and affluence. The kitchen lay to the north, with the bedrooms situated upstairs. The overall layout mirrored that of my own residence. After surveying the premises, I discerned that there were indeed Feng Shui issues present. Aside from minor placement deficiencies, the most significant problem resided in the living room's decor. To achieve a sense of spaciousness and grandeur, Mr. Kai's home boasted an entire wall of mirrors, complemented by glossy decorative strips, while aesthetically pleasing and resplendent. This arrangement transgressed Feng Shui principles. I meticulously pointed out the issues and the underlying rationale to Mr. Kai, suggesting remedies for each concern. He listened intently, deep in thought. It is common in horror films to witness scenes where mirrors provoke eerie encounters at night. Art is derived from life, and in Feng Shui, mirrors indeed harbor numerous taboos. This is not solely due to the belief that mirrors attract malevolent forces, but rather because reflective surfaces are prone to generating light disturbances. When expansive mirrors are present on wardrobes or walls, the fleeting shadows cast as one walks by can induce startling moments of fright. Even if such moments of fear barely register in the subconscious, the damage may already have been inflicted. Fear is said to harm the kidneys, which govern the bones. Prolonged exposure to such disturbances may lead to rheumatic ailments or other bone-related conditions. Moreover, the interplay between the heart and kidneys suggests that any damage to the kidneys directly impacts the spirit, encompassing both cardiac and mental health, potentially resulting in cardiovascular issues and neuroses. Particularly, if light reflects off the mirrors, casting sharp, flickering shadows, it may inadvertently suggest psychological implications of bloodshed in the subconscious. It is advisable to avoid large mirrors in the home. Small mirrors should be stored away after use to prevent reflective disturbances. For mirrors that cannot be conveniently removed, they should either be dismantled or covered with opaque beige curtains to block the light and mitigate the risk of light disturbance. Mr. Kai nodded in agreement, inquiring about an auspicious date to commence the work. He offered me a generously thick red envelope, which I did not open but graciously declined. Firstly, it is because our discussions resonate deeply, resembling the bond of friendship. Secondly, he has yet to validate the effectiveness, for one should not reap rewards without merit. Mr. Kai repeatedly expressed his reluctance, stating, first, the reason I seek your assistance is that I trust my judgment in assessing others. Second, I cannot allow my mentor to labor in vain. Consider it a token of good fortune. Observing Mr. Kai's genuine intent to offer, I conceded slightly, withdrawing 100 from the red envelope and suggesting, how about this? I will accept the token now, and should your health indeed improve in a month's time, you may express your gratitude then. Seeing my firm stance yet understanding the prospect of future gratitude, Mr. Kai ultimately acquiesced. Some may perceive me as foolish for refusing wealth. Yet my belief is that if he truly benefits, the gratitude will be well-deserved and contextually relevant. The current envelope merely serves as a gesture of goodwill. To refuse would burden him, while accepting too much would impose upon me. Thus, it is wiser to step back, allowing both parties to maintain dignity. The goodwill preserved may lead to future introductions to clients. Whether through the generosity of wealth or virtuous deeds, the heavens surely bestow blessings. And I have not lacked for funds since. Mr. Kai possesses remarkable initiative, and within a few days, improvements were made at home. We have also arranged to practice sword techniques together next Friday afternoon. Chapter 26. English or Chinese. Time has passed swiftly. We have been back to school for a month now. My ears have yet to adjust, and my progress in English listening remains minimal. The teacher's lectures depend half on listening and half on guessing. The bond among the three of us and the Iron Men trio has grown increasingly solid. And to facilitate our conversations, we seek seats together in class every day. One day, noticing many of us appearing dazed and unable to focus, the teacher shared a story to uplift our spirits. I have a brother. In Chinese. As he spoke, he absent-mindedly stroked the sparse hair on his own head, noting that he had even less than I did. This elicited a wave of laughter from the class. The preceding story contained no obscure vocabulary and was rather straightforward. Yet the final remark left me perplexed. I could not grasp the punchline. Observing my classmates' amusement, I discreetly covered my mouth and whispered to Naga, inquiring about the last line. English serves as the official language in Sri Lanka, and Naga's proficiency surpasses ours. I often turn to him for clarification when I struggle to understand. However, this time, Naga furrowed his brow, slowly turning his neck to gaze at me with a look of confusion, asking, "Wasn't that last line in Chinese? I was hoping you could explain its meaning." "What?" "The last line was in Chinese. I thought it was an obscure English term." We whispered back and forth, debating whether it was Chinese or English. A local from Singapore seated in the front row, perhaps unable to endure our chatter any longer, turned to us and explained. "That was Hokkien," I exclaimed in surprise, while Naga appeared equally bewildered. Gradually, I came to understand that to communicate effortlessly in Singapore, one must possess a smattering of not only Chinese and English but also Malay, Tamil, Thai, Cantonese, and Hokkien. The colloquial expressions of Singaporeans transcend linguistic and ethnic boundaries. In essence, one must be versed in a good 7 or 8 languages as a foundation. The journey ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge with unwavering determination. Since arriving in Singapore, I have not had the chance to go online. Now that I have settled in, I logged into QQ to check my messages. Numerous colleagues and university classmates, having heard of my presence in Singapore, inquired about my experiences. In 2008, a university graduate salary typically ranged from $3,000 to $4,000, which, after daily expenses, left one with little to spare. In Singapore, however, washing dishes could yield $4,000 to $5,000, including meals and accommodation. It is indeed possible to earn money here, but one must never present a student ID. That is a lesson learned through blood and tears. You are now an international individual with a broadened perspective. If you have the opportunity, do help me arrange to come over as well. Li Guang messaged me. Li Guang is a fellow dormitory mate of mine, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, resembling the robust figure of Li Kuei, tall and sturdy. However, his communication skills are even more lacking than mine. Upon graduation, he secured a position at a machinery factory, yet he has not achieved much distinction. Rest assured, I will keep an eye out for you if the opportunity arises, I replied. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to issue him a gentle warning. Despite Singapore's significant Chinese population, the official language is English. It is important not to harbor excessively high expectations. Living in Singapore is relatively straightforward, as long as one can speak Mandarin. Even with a slight accent, it suffices. Singapore is a vibrant melting pot, where the everyday vernacular is infused with the flavors of curry, sashimi, kimchi, and winter melon soup, making it quite eclectic. However, the official language remains English, and for those working in an office environment, correspondence, document organization, and phone calls are conducted exclusively in English. Given Li Guang's current proficiency, he would find it challenging to meet these demands. His level of English is only slightly superior to that of Bai Zhigao. To illustrate Bai Zhigao's capabilities, consider this. In his textbooks, aside from articles such as the end of, he has annotated nearly every other word with its Chinese translation, rendering the pages densely packed, an overwhelming sight for anyone with a fear of clutter. I was once lured by the extravagant promises of a father-daughter duo, arriving in Singapore with high hopes, only to experience disillusionment shortly thereafter. As we are old classmates, I sincerely wish for them not to repeat my mistakes. Earning money is feasible, but one must not envision it too idyllically. Just make money, were the succinct 4 words from Li Guang that encapsulated his core sentiment. This reassured me. Indeed, making a living in Singapore can be quite manageable. Chapter 27. Noodles in clear water. On Friday evening, I arranged to practice with Mr. Kai. Luckily, I had no classes in the afternoon, so I prepared in advance at home. It is best not to eat for an hour before and after practice. So I had my dinner a little earlier. I opted for my specialty, noodles boiled in clear water. That day, Sister Wei was also at home. Upon witnessing my noodle cooking process, she couldn't help but interject. When boiling noodles, it's best to wait until the water is boiling before adding the noodles. Oh, is that so? I awkwardly scratched my head. Seeing my lack of basic knowledge, Sister Wei could no longer bear it and said, "How about I help you cook once, and you can watch?" Without waiting for my refusal, she had already begun to take action. I stood there, utterly clueless, retreating a couple of steps to avoid being in the way. Observing Sister Wei's adept movements as she cooked the noodles, I couldn't help but think how admirable she was. No wonder she insisted on demonstrating the process for me. This bowl of noodles completely transformed my understanding of cooking. My version consisted merely of water, noodles, salt, and perhaps a leaf of cabbage. In contrast, Sister Wei's creation included eggs, greens, tomatoes, and a splash of soy sauce. The vibrant reds, greens, whites, and yellows harmonized with the delicate broth, exuding an ethereal charm. It resembled a fairy, subtly revealed amidst swirling mist, adorned in a resplendent gown, transcending the mundane. Beside it lay my own bowl of pale noodles. Without comparison, mine looked acceptable. However, once juxtaposed with Sister Wei's, it appeared utterly unappetizing, dishearteningly grotesque, and difficult to swallow. I marveled at how I had contentedly consumed such a dish for so long. Although I ultimately did not learn to prepare a beautiful bowl of noodles, I was immensely touched to be able to enjoy such an enchanting dish. Not long after finishing dinner, Mr. Kai called, "Mr. Sanhe, shall we set off?" I cheerfully made my way downstairs. Mr. Kai drove me towards the neighborhood center. I was still quite curious about the concept of internal energy manifesting externally. This was the legendary qi transforming into a sword. What man does not harbor a dream of heroism? Before long, we encountered Master Wu, as described by Mr. Kai. He appeared to be in his 50s, slender in build, of average height, with well-defined features that were unremarkable. He was the kind of person who, if placed in a crowd, would be indistinguishable from anyone else. Upon our arrival, there were only a few minutes left before class began. Master Wu was currently assisting an elderly lady with her body alignment. The concept of externalizing internal energy involves promoting the circulation of qi and blood, unblocking meridians, and expelling illness. Master Wu advocates self-cultivation and practice, with teaching as the primary focus. Only individuals with particularly poor constitutions might seek his assistance if he has time. Gradually, many students arrived, most of whom were seasoned practitioners who had trained under Master Wu for many years. During class, we formed a circle in a small plaza, with Master Wu instructing Mr. Kai, myself, and several other newcomers to stand in the center, while the more experienced students took their positions on the periphery. After warming up, we engaged in half squats, embraced the ball, cultivated our sense of qi, and extended our fingers like a sword. Each movement is deceptively simple, to the point of provoking disbelief. I cannot help but wonder if such simplicity can truly cultivate inner energy. Before long, I found myself feeling dizzy and nauseous, unable to maintain my footing. I gradually straightened my legs, allowing my hands to hang limply by my sides, centering my breath in my lower abdomen. Master Wu was attentively observing the condition of each participant, and as soon as I rose, he approached me gently, advising, "Why not step to the periphery and give it a try? If you still feel lightheaded, please crouch down and rest." Chapter 28. The Art of Standing Meditation. I gradually stepped out of the line and, feeling disoriented, decided to refrain from practicing, instead crouching at the edge of the venue to observe others as they trained. Mr. Kai regarded me with curiosity, though he found it inappropriate to speak. Once the session concluded, he approached and inquired, "Why did you finish early?" I described my condition, prompting him to ask if I could stand up now. Slowly, I attempted to rise and, to my surprise, found I was able to do so. Mr. Kai led me to Master Wu, who, without waiting for us to speak, greeted me with a smile and asked, "Have you been feeling irritable lately?" I was momentarily taken aback. Master Wu elaborated that when new students arrive, he typically positions them in the center of the line, where the energy is most potent, facilitating the unblocking of their meridians. However, if one is feeling irritable, being in such a strong energy field can hasten the flow of qi and blood, resulting in dizziness and nausea. It would be wiser to adapt gradually in a less intense area. Ah, so that was the case. His explanation illuminated my understanding. The mention of irritability brought to mind my initial experiences in Singapore, where nothing seemed to go smoothly, perhaps causing me to unconsciously harbor some pent-up frustration. Yet, I am not one to dwell on the past. I tend to forget swiftly, although I had forgotten the matters that troubled me. The stagnation of energy within my body had persisted, and when it suddenly began to flow, I found myself unaccustomed to the change. No wonder the Huang Di Neijing states that all ailments stem from qi stagnation. Life hinges upon the flow of qi. When it is obstructed, a multitude of ailments may arise. It is no surprise that both Taoism and Buddhism emphasize meditation and breath observation. The fluctuations of emotions, often unnoticed, can lead to qi stagnation, creating a disconnect within oneself. It is also clear why the Buddha, in the 42 Chapters Sutra, remarked that wealth and desire are akin to licking honey from a razor's edge. The entanglement in material pursuits can disturb the flow of qi and blood, potentially causing insidious harm that proves fatal. Most ailments in life arise from emotional turmoil. At this moment, I truly grasped the concept of emotional therapy as described in the Tiani notes. Bowing deeply to Master Wu, I expressed my gratitude not only for his simple yet profound teachings that benefit all beings, but also for his enlightening words that had awakened me to a profound realization. On the way home, Mr. Kai received a work-related call, connected via hands-free in his car. Boss, tomorrow at venue 468 in Tampines, we are short-staffed. Came a competent female voice. Please go find Ah Cohen to borrow 2 people, and let us work overtime tonight and tomorrow. Also, let us ensure the recruitment advertisement is circulated across all platforms for a few more days, Mr. Kai instructed. After hanging up, he casually remarked, Singapore is so small. There is a shortage of manpower everywhere. Why not hire Chinese workers? Their wages are lower, and many are eager to work abroad but struggle to find opportunities. Mr. Kai sighed. Unfortunately, we cannot hire foreigners indiscriminately. There are quotas. For every 6 Singaporeans employed, we can hire only 1 Chinese worker, and we've exhausted our quota. He continued, however, we do have S-Pass quotas available, but there are educational requirements for those. Educational requirements? This inevitably brings to mind Li Guang, a graduate of the esteemed C9. Academic credentials are not a hindrance, are they? What is the salary? I inquired. The response was that the monthly remuneration amounts to S2,000, with overtime compensated at an additional 1.5 times. While this salary is not insignificant, my company specializes in outdoor stage construction, a task that local individuals are reluctant to undertake due to its demanding nature. Even educated foreigners are not particularly inclined to accept such work. A salary of S2,000 translates to over 10,000 in monthly income, and with the prospect of overtime. It stands in stark contrast to the mere 2,000 or 3,000 typically found domestically, making it quite a respectable figure indeed. Chapter 29, The Path to Prosperity and Adversity. What requirements does this job entail? Our work does not have a technical threshold. One simply needs to be willing to endure hardship. We require males who are not afraid of heights. Do you have any friends you could recommend? Mr. Kai disowned my intention. Well, I have a classmate, a bachelor's degree holder, though his English is not particularly strong. He hails from a rural background, possesses a robust physique, and is certainly capable of hard work. That is excellent. Our position does not demand extensive English proficiency. Please assist me in reaching out to him. Mr. Kai said with delight. Our industry is indeed in need of manpower, and there is a system of mutual referrals among us. If you have suitable candidates, please help us by introducing a few more. As I gazed into Mr. Kai's earnest and hopeful eyes, enlightenment struck me like a flash of brilliance. My thoughts cascaded freely. Currently, we are on student visas, and working is illegal, leaving us to subsist on a meager diet to save money. If this situation persists, we may soon find ourselves unable even to afford a simple bowl of boiled noodles. This chapter of my life, though brief, is marked by financial struggle. Yet it holds immense value. Only those who have experienced such a plight can truly understand the frustration of yearning for wealth while finding no avenue to attain it. Feeling helpless and lost. Nietzsche once stated, that which does not kill you makes you stronger. The light within me has never dimmed. In that moment, I resolved to assist more individuals in discovering their paths to a better life, ensuring that they need not endure the torment I once faced. I recalled how, upon my arrival, Sister Feng had facilitated the visa applications for over 20 of us, deducting between 20 to 40,000 in tuition fees from each. Alongside the commissions from the school, that single endeavor netted her an astounding sum of 180,000. How could I have allowed myself to be ensnared by financial constraints for so long? Even the legal portion of earnings is substantial. It was only at this moment that I realized the trap itself is a pathway. It is the unscrupulous who control the visa application process, thereby ensnaring countless individuals in dire circumstances. Conversely, it is the virtuous who fail to elevate themselves, leaving a void for the unscrupulous to exploit. The reason swindlers succeed is that I have not yet reached my full potential. I must rise above the deceitful, becoming a beacon in the fog, illuminating the way for those who find themselves in despair. In a flash of insight, I comprehended so much. I pondered whether fortune had finally smiled upon me or if my recent practice had sharpened my intellect. At this moment, the light of wisdom illuminated my path, dispersing the fog and clarifying my thoughts. I promptly messaged Li Guang to share this encouraging news. Following this, I delved into the corporate laws of Singapore and began negotiating partnerships with major domestic agencies. The market price for a labor visa in Singapore is approximately 40,000. According to legal stipulations, an introducer in Singapore may charge 2 months' salary. If Mr. Kai successfully secures 5 candidates, wouldn't that mean a windfall of 100,000 for me? This is indeed a legitimate labor visa, allowing for lawful employment, with wages safeguarded by law. My predicament is ensnared by my student visa, rendering any form of employment illegal. The mere thought of lawful work ignites a fervent desire within me. Singapore, a nation renowned for its stringent legal framework, delineates regulations meticulously across all facets of life and labor. With a work visa, both employment and education are legitimate pursuits. However, under a student visa, working in a private institution is unequivocally illegal, and even in public schools, employment may not be permissible due to various restrictions. A work visa also offers the possibility of transitioning to permanent residency, a privilege not afforded by a student visa. I find myself yearning for such opportunities. It is imperative that I expedite the process of altering my visa status. The corporate laws in Singapore bear a striking resemblance to those in my home country, distinguishing between sole proprietorships and limited liability companies, with minimal differences. However, one notable stipulation exists. As a foreigner in Singapore, I am required to appoint at least one local agent as a director, who may be either a Singaporean citizen or a permanent resident. There are no other stringent requirements, and all procedures can be managed through an agency. Singapore is justifiably regarded as a haven for entrepreneurs, and I am imbued with wisdom, resolute in my belief that no obstacle can impede my progress. Chapter 30. The Stalker of the Red Light District in the School Classroom. During the recess, while I was lost in ambitious plans for my entrepreneurial endeavors, Du Lu approached me with Li Xian. Sanhe, could you lend a hand to Li Xian? Du Lu said. I looked at Li Xian and asked, what's the matter? Li Xian hesitated, biting her lip as if she were making a significant decision. Sanhe, would you mind escorting me home after class every day? I was taken aback, glancing between Li Xian and Du Lu. What on earth are you two up to? Du Lu, who was also rather impulsive, noticed Li Xian struggle to articulate her thoughts and interjected, "Isn't our school located in the red light district? Li Xian often faces harassment on her way home. As a girl, it's not safe for her to walk alone. Since you both have the same route, why not accompany her?" Li Xian lowered her head in embarrassment, remaining silent. In Singapore, the Geylang district has a legally sanctioned red light area. The streets are numbered from 1 to 40, and our school is conveniently located in the middle, at 20th Street. The legal practitioners in the red light district operate from fixed establishments, undergo regular health checks, and adhere to strict regulations. However, there are also unlicensed women, known as luiying, who solicit clients on the streets. Alongside the sex workers, Geylang is home to various legitimate businesses. Singaporean laws are relatively stringent, and generally, respectable women are not subjected to harassment, unless they are mistaken for sex workers. I proposed to Li Xian. Yes, she replied, her voice barely audible. How peculiar. Don't those women typically wear revealing attire? I remarked, observing Li Xian's outfit, a long grayish-black tunic and pants that covered most of her body except for her hands and face. How could you possibly be harassed? There were times when someone followed me, persistently inquiring about prices. I didn't turn around or respond, and they eventually lost interest after a couple of blocks, Li Xian recounted, her frustration evident. But today, this man followed me all the way to my doorstep. I had to explain that I wasn't there to earn money. Yet he became irate, accusing me of wasting his time by wandering around Geylang without making a profit. It's sweltering, and I dressed modestly, almost covering my face. What kind of judgment is that? Li Xian was both angry and helpless, on the verge of tears. Perhaps there are those who find your style appealing. I chuckled. What style? She lifted her gaze to me. The allure of coyness. I smirked, suppressing laughter. Li Xian, feigning irritation, pretended to pinch me. Dulu burst into hearty laughter. Amidst the mirth, he admonished, Sanhe, you've become quite the rogue. Not at all. Look at this situation you've concocted, I replied, grinning at Dulu. You've awkwardly arranged for me to escort a beautiful girl home every day. I thought you were playing matchmaker. Dulu began to catch on, laughing heartily. I truly don't pass that way. Otherwise, it wouldn't be you doing the escorting. Li Xian, flustered and embarrassed, was rendered speechless. All right. I can offer you a ride regardless of the route, I said, a playful smile gracing my lips as I raised an eyebrow and gazed at Dulu. Something feels amiss. Dulu scratched his head, pondering for a moment before adding. It seems like you might be subtly criticizing me. Oh my goodness. Dulu, you're quite perceptive, I exclaimed dramatically. You could pick up on my veiled words. Dulu rolled his large, double-lidded eyes and glanced at me sideways with feigned curiosity. After some playful banter, I proceeded to share my entrepreneurial ambitions with the two of them. Chapter 31. All set, I recounted to them the pros and cons of work and student visas, along with the analysis of Singapore's company law. I exclaimed with excitement. We are merely missing a partner from Singapore to commence our venture. In the future, not only will we alleviate our own financial concerns, but we will also assist others in earning more. How splendid does that sound? It does sound appealing, but we don't know any Singaporeans, do we? Dulu pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I know a few Singaporeans, but they may not be suitable for collaboration, I replied thoughtfully. Being able to help others while also benefiting ourselves is indeed a commendable idea, Li Xian remarked, gazing at me. What kind of partner are you looking for? Well, I believe it would suffice for us, a group of like-minded individuals, to run this company together. Ideally, the Singaporean director should merely hold a nominal position and not engage in management, I articulated. I have a cousin who holds a green card. Her temperament is quite similar to mine, and she has her own job. If it is merely a nominal role, we could arrange to meet and discuss, Li Xian suggested. That is an excellent idea. Since we are all Chinese, our thought processes are likely aligned, and being related adds a layer of trust to our collaboration, I contemplated inwardly. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves. Everything is indeed in place. Dulu hesitated. We have only just arrived a few days ago. Is starting a company feasible? What makes you think it isn't? Li Xian tilted her head, looking at him inquisitively. Li Xian is a pragmatic individual, possessing ideas, courage, clarity of thought, and meticulous logic. We both turned our gaze towards Dulu. After a lengthy pause, he failed to articulate a coherent argument, primarily revealing his lack of confidence. Let us just find a part-time job for a few days. Starting a company seems daunting. Part-time work is illegal. What if we get caught? I furrowed my brow, questioning him. Then we would be deported. Regardless, I cannot comprehend what the teachers are saying. So I will undoubtedly fail to graduate. Before I return, I just need to earn back the money I was scammed out of and return it to my mother. Dulu mumbled, his head bowed. Li Xian and I exchanged a glance, frustrated by his lack of ambition, yet we silently agreed to refrain from persuading him. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Some aspire to rise, while others prefer to remain passive, such as the duality of existence. After a moment of silence, Dulu suddenly lifted his head and asked, Sanhe, do you remember the place where we used to live? There was a Linging temple nearby? Linging temple? I searched my memory. Generally, temples in most countries are not situated within residential areas, but Singapore is a remarkable nation. Land is precious, yet it respects various beliefs. Thus, many residential neighborhoods house temples and meditation halls. Take Geylang, for instance. In just a few streets, one can find countless places of worship. Temples, meditation rooms, Taoist shrines, churches, Indian temples, and Malay mosques. There must be at least 20. Faith abounds. I believe there is indeed a place of spiritual significance nearby, I recalled, not paying much attention to the name. Is that the one you are referring to? Yes, Dulu nodded his round head. I've been there before, and it felt quite spiritual. Since you believe in such things, why don't we explore together? I cast an inquiring glance at Li Xian. Let's go. I have never encountered anything like this before. It will be intriguing to see, I suggested. Li Xian returned my questioning gaze. All right, let us experience it firsthand. Shall we go now? Sounds splendid. Dulu exclaimed. They happen to have an event today. An event today? Li Xian glanced at Dulu and then at me. I shook my head. as I had never been there before and was unaware of what to expect. At that moment, Du Lu found his footing and spoke eloquently, explaining that Lingyin Temple is open daily, allowing visitors to offer incense. The back hall serves as a space for ancestral worship. However, inquiries are only entertained one day a week, when volunteers are present. Chapter 32. No east wind. As the three of us conversed, we made our way towards Lingyin Temple. Upon reaching the entrance, we were greeted by a bustling crowd both inside and outside the temple, a scene I had never encountered before during my previous visits. One reason for my unfamiliarity with such gatherings was my reclusive nature. I seldom ventured out for leisurely strolls. Additionally, my time residing here had been quite brief. This being my first visit, I was unaware of the customary practices, so we quietly stood in a corner observing. A kind-hearted volunteer noticed our reticence and approached us softly, inquiring, "Are you here to offer incense or seek guidance?" "To seek guidance," I replied. "Then please queue over there," she directed. Following her gestured indication, I noticed several groups of people already waiting ahead. After expressing my gratitude, we positioned ourselves at the end of the line. Another volunteer handed us a number, advising, "Just wait for the teacher to call your number." We stood obediently in line, glancing around. Among the attendees, it appeared that most were business people, and the atmosphere resembled a gathering where individuals discussed potential collaborations. Those seeking guidance comprised a smaller portion. "The teacher has arrived," someone softly announced, prompting an immediate hush across the crowd. The teacher bypassed pleasantries and proceeded directly to the statue to offer incense, initiating the ritual. It was at this moment I noticed that the deity being venerated was Qigong. With the fragrant smoke curling upwards, the surroundings fell into a solemn stillness, and the ambience became profoundly reverent. Shortly thereafter, I observed individuals lifting a large, round basket to the right of the deity statue, filled with sand. 3 people gathered around the basket, accompanied by 2 others seated nearby. As the proceedings commenced, I discerned that they were employing the method of Fu Wan, inviting the spirit to possess them, allowing the divine to inscribe messages and convey guidance. Among the trio encircling the basket, one served as the primary medium, another as the assistant, and the last as the vocalist. The primary medium held a writing brush, while the assistant supported its tail, both collaborating to inscribe characters in the sand. With each character inscribed, the vocalist was responsible for loudly reciting it while also smoothing the sand in preparation for the next character. The 2 seated individuals were tasked with reading the questions and transcribing the responses, additionally interpreting the divination results. My inquiry was straightforward. Will this collaboration in establishing a company be successful? The response I received was equally simple, a heart filled with great ambition, yet lacking celestial support. I understood the first part, but was perplexed by the latter. I looked at the teacher, seeking clarification. What does lacking celestial support mean? Adjusting his glasses, the teacher explained. Heaven represents the higher authorities, including the government. It suggests that your endeavor lacks support from the governmental level. Really? The government does not support this? I have thoroughly reviewed the laws, and there are no issues with the procedures, I countered, sensing the teacher's discontent with my skepticism. He curtly responded, "The deity has spoken. Lacking celestial support indicates resistance from above." Next, exchanging glances with Du Lu and Li Xian, we exited the temple together. "See, I told you that it's best to engage in a modest part-time job without overthinking things," Du Lu murmured. "Isn't this illogical? Surely, there are no issues on the government's end." As I spoke, my mind raced with the possibility of overlooked legal intricacies. I found myself utterly perplexed. Li Xian, ever empathetic, suggested, "There's no rush in the next few days. Let's ponder this thoroughly before we discuss it with my sister." It seemed we had no other choice. This response reminded me of my experience at Shanghai Airport, where the old Taoist had calculated the inauspicious timing with his finger-counting method. It was strikingly similar. Both scenarios defied logic. Is there resistance from the government? That seems utterly unreasonable. All procedures are lawful, after all. What could possibly be the underlying cause? I deliberated with utmost caution, contemplating the matter repeatedly. Chapter 33. The sword points to Qi. At that moment, Mr. Kai called, inquiring about my well-being after noticing my discomfort the previous day. "Are you still going to practice tonight?" "Absolutely," I replied without hesitation. Merely standing there brought forth sensations. This practice is indeed extraordinary, and I yearned to explore it further. Du Lu was still engaged in his part-time job and would soon be washing dishes. After escorting Li Xian home, I joined Mr. Kai at the community center. Upon our arrival, Master Wu was conversing with several senior students, a row of glasses filled with water sitting on the table before them. You've arrived just in time, Master Wu announced. I am testing everyone's sensitivity to qi. You too should join in and discern the differences among these glasses of water. What differences? Mr. Kai asked. Perplexed, it appeared that this was a spontaneous idea from Master Wu, one Mr. Kai had not encountered before. Indeed, Master Wu nodded, positioning his hand above the glasses. Like this, use the Laogong point to sense the water. Mr. Kai mimicked Master Wu, placing his hand above each glass in succession. After a round, he furrowed his brow in confusion and tried again. Tentatively, he pointed to one glass, stating, "This one seems somewhat different." Curiosity and urgency swirled within me as I wondered what the distinction could be. Just then, Master Wu turned his gaze toward me, saying, "You should give it a try as well." Certainly. I felt as though I had stumbled upon a great treasure. It was only my second day here, and already I was bestowed with this honor. I cleared my mind, relaxed my entire being, and gently passed my hands over each glass, meticulously feeling the sensations. When I reached the glass Mr. Kai indicated, I immediately perceived a distinct difference. It felt as if a sphere of qi hovered at the rim, tangible and real. When I lightly pressed down, I could sense its elasticity, soft and warm. I found it perplexing as I touched the external surface of the glass. All felt the same. At room temperature, not heated. I suspended my hands once more to feel, and indeed, that glass exhibited a notably soft, warm sensation, one that felt oddly familiar. How intriguing. I continuously compared it with the other glasses, striving to decipher the elusive familiarity that lingered just beyond articulation. In this iterative process of comparison, I noticed that the glass at the far edge also bore a subtle distinction. It emanated a faint warmth, ethereal and elusive, easily overlooked without careful discernment. I pointed to the two distinct glasses and said to Master Wu, "I believe these two have notable differences." Master Wu nodded, inquiring, "In what way do they differ?" Both exhibit a sensation of warmth. However, the middle one is more pronounced, with a stronger heat sensation. The one on the side has a more subtle warmth. Applause erupted from Master Wu, who expressed his approval. The onlookers joined in with scattered claps, their faces a mixture of astonishment. They alternated between observing me and the water, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they repeatedly reached out to feel and compare. The senior sister beside the master smiled and said, "The cup in the middle has been blessed by the master, while the one beside it has received my own blessing." This illustrates the practice of channeling internal energy outward, which can directly influence objects or be imbued within them. Master Wu explained, "All right, everyone, let us focus on our training. Class is about to commence." After a warm-up, we performed half squats, embraced the ball, and attuned ourselves to the sensations of energy, executing simple yet profound movements. As class was nearing its end, Master Wu instructed, "Extend your left hand and point with your right index finger towards the palm of your left hand, and take a moment to feel the energy." I complied, albeit with little expectation. Strangely, I sensed a faint difference, a subtle feeling so delicate that it cast doubt upon its authenticity. Master Wu approached, demonstrating, "Do it like this." He pointed with his index finger towards my palm, gently tracing circles, and a warm, expansive sensation began to swirl in my palm, akin to a kitten's tail playfully sweeping about. In that moment, a wave of familiarity washed over me. This soft warmth reminded me of the experience I had when the old master opened my third eye. Is it possible that all methods share a common origin? I mimicked Master Wu's movements, tracing circles with my finger, and the warmth became increasingly distinct, undeniable in its presence. It was truly astonishing, including the warm-up. I had practiced for merely 3 or 4 hours, yet I could already perceive such marked sensations of energy. Observing the excitement in the eyes of those around me, I realized I was not an exception. Each individual, to varying degrees, was able to manifest this energy. As I gazed at the unassuming figure of Master Wu, a profound sense of admiration welled within me. Possessing remarkable skills while remaining humble and grounded, he quietly contributes to the greater good amidst the towering edifices of the mundane world. It is precisely because of such virtuous individuals that the world is imbued with hope and warmth. Chapter 34. No longer burdened by money on our journey home. Li Guang called me. "Sanhe, I saw your message. Is there truly such a wonderful opportunity?" His voice was filled with palpable excitement. "Yes. The position involves minimal use of English and offers a decent salary, but it is undeniably physical labor and will be quite demanding," I responded, glancing at General Kai. I felt it imperative to reiterate the reality of the situation to Li Guang before his arrival, lest he be lost in dreams of Singapore's golden streets. believing that wealth could be acquired without toil. Not a problem, not a problem. Li Guang laughed heartily. We are not lacking in strength, you can rest assured. I won't let you down. His exuberant tone caught General Kai's attention, who nodded and remarked, you can tell he is a straightforward person. If there are no issues, let's proceed with his application. What materials are needed? I inquired. Resume, passport, diploma, General Kai succinctly replied. Is it really that simple? Indeed. The ease with which General Kai handled this matter indicated his familiarity with the process. Li Guang promptly sent over the necessary documents, which I forwarded to General Kai. The oracle's message from Linging Temple remained a mystery to me, yet it did not dampen my ambitious spirit, although I was still subsisting on plain boiled noodles. I knew at the moment of enlightenment that I would no longer be shackled by financial constraints. Following this awakening, we become acutely aware of the strength within us. The impact of poverty is akin to a toddler learning to walk, playfully hammering at our legs with tiny fists. We have the choice to reside comfortably in the present or to opt for a different life at any moment. The power lies firmly in our hands. At this juncture, I simply chose to remain anchored in the present. In the school classroom, Bai Zhigao questioned me with incredulity. Sanhe, are you foolish? Prior to arriving in Singapore, he, like me, was a teacher, albeit one instructing in political theory. His discourse on political forms was meticulous, yet he held a staunchly dismissive view of metaphysics. You fool! How can you be so cheerful when you're on the brink of starvation? I am fortunate. I could not elucidate my perspective to him. So I responded with words that defied explanation. Naive. He scoffed. Fate is in your own hands. The future is the result of our own efforts. I am not fond of socializing and have few friends. Du Lu is one, and Bai Zhigao another. I genuinely wish for Bai Zhigao to have a bright future. I confided in him. The art of war states that the swift current is the force that propels stones. In the grand scheme, human effort accounts for only a small portion. While one cannot succeed without effort, relying solely on diligence may not yield the desired outcome. He gazed at me with an expression akin to that of a fool and said, after so many years of study, have you managed to fill your head with the brains of a pig? How can you not trust your own hands? Were it not for my knowledge of his bookish nature, I would have doubted his sanity. With a resigned sigh, I suggested, how about we place a bet? I yearned for him to perceive the world with a more objective lens. A bet? What sort of wager? You are a fool, he retorted. I wager that no matter how hard you strive, your fortune will never match mine, I declared with unwavering conviction. I articulated this belief in hopes that he would eventually understand that the world does not bend to individual will. Effort must be predicated upon certain conditions. However, I was unprepared for the shift that occurred as we went our separate ways. I failed to observe the transformations in him. Upon our reunion, he had swung from one extreme to the other, becoming a thoroughgoing fatalist. It took considerable effort to steer him back onto the right path. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 35, Domestic Violence, Art. I wagered with Bai Zhigao. Although it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, it was not entirely unfounded. This was based on physiognomy, a multifaceted deduction. Physiognomy encompasses not only the commonly discussed facial and palm readings, but also body, vocal, and movement analysis, among other aspects. When further dissected, movement analysis can be categorized into standing, sitting, walking, sleeping, and eating postures, among others. In truth, we all possess the ability to read faces. In a gathering of strangers, one can easily discern who is diligent, who is indolent, who is amiable, who is irascible, who is quick-witted, and who is impatient. Most people possess this ability. However, the majority lack the meticulousness and systematic approach required for deeper insights. Bai Zhigao's most pronounced characteristic in terms of physiognomy is his delicate skin, so thin that fine lines are readily visible. Individuals with thin skin tend to be sensitive. Those who are overly sensitive often struggle to bear good fortune. From the perspective of vocal analysis, his voice resonates in his throat, with taut vocal cords, a piercing tone, a rapid speech rate, and a propensity for agitation, indicative of a restless disposition. His gait aligns with his vocal traits, his energy is elevated, his steps hurried, and he lacks composure. In fact, both Taoism and Buddhism, along with various spiritual disciplines, emphasize the importance of breathing. This is not only for health reasons but also for the regulation of one's fortune. A grounded breath fosters stability, while a calm demeanor and steady movements facilitate the flow of one's fortune. Health and fortune, seemingly two distinct realms, can indeed be regarded as one and the same, each complementing the other. As the old adage goes, a weak body cannot withstand wealth, just as a frail man cannot bear the burden of many wives. An ancient saying states, A sharp knife harms its wielder, and great wealth harms the body. The interplay of yin and yang embodies the path of Tao, an equilibrium of moderation. Whether through facial, palm, vocal, bodily, or movement analysis, all are subject to change. Years later, when I encountered Bai Zhigao once more, he radiated an aura of prosperity, a subject to be elaborated upon later. Despite our disagreements and quarrels, Bai Zhigao and I still found ourselves together daily, seizing every opportunity to attend classes at CAT. During a break one day, Dulu jovially pulled me into a quiet corner of the corridor and said, "Brother, you truly have a knack for this." "You predicted it again." I shot him a disgruntled glance, irritated by his whimsical manner. With a chuckle, he continued, "Why do you often speak in such a disjointed fashion?" After suppressing his laughter, he leaned closer and whispered, "Sister Feng has been a victim of domestic violence." "What? How did you find out?" I inquired, taken aback. Domestic violence typically occurs away from prying eyes. Yesterday, I returned home early, and as soon as I walked in, I saw my brother-in-law yanking Sister Feng's hair and pinning her against the wall in the living room. When he noticed my arrival, he slapped her before storming out. Why would he do such a thing? My curiosity piqued, a fiery desire for gossip ignited within me. Because he was late walking the dog. What kind of reason is that? Seeing my disbelief, Dulu added, "After my brother-in-law left, Sister Feng sat in the living room and cried for a while. She told me herself. And then, I pressed for more details. And then, she exchanged a few words with me before hastily wiping her tears and taking her dog for a walk. Truly remarkable. She possesses both humility and resilience, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. I hold her in high regard, devoid of any pity or schadenfreude. From the moment I moved away, I severed all ties of past grievances and affections. Now, her story feels as inconsequential as that of a stranger, stirring not the slightest ripple in my heart." After our brief conversation, I returned to the classroom with Dulu. The teacher had yet to arrive, and the room was still abuzz with lively chatter. Amidst the cacophony, I caught a suppressed exclamation. "Does this mean you were being kept?" The voice was not particularly loud, but it reached my ears due to its proximity behind me. I glanced at Dulu, who was staring at me with wide, astonished eyes, indicating that he had overheard as well. I then turned to look at Bai Zhigao, who was animatedly gesticulating and passionately discussing something with Wei Wei and the others, seemingly unaware of the remark. Chapter 36. The goddess is sponsored. After exchanging a moment of stunned glances with Dulu, we hurriedly straightened our postures and pretended to be engrossed in our books, albeit with our ears pricked in silent attentiveness. There was no need for such harsh words. We are all companions to men, with the only difference being that you do not receive payment while I do. A bold and unabashed female voice floated over, unmistakably belonging to the renowned goddess, Kaiwan. Dulu had previously remarked on Kaiwan's affluent background, noting that she was always chauffeured to class. She is being sponsored. Dulu and I stiffened our necks, hesitant to turn our heads, instead exchanging glances that silently conveyed our shock. It seemed her friend was at a loss for words. Kaiwan articulately elaborated. "Why put yourself through this? Entering a relationship with a man only to be used without compensation, doesn't that render you more contemptible than a prostitute? At least they have a price, whereas you are worth nothing." She continued, "Think it over carefully. If you come to a realization, you can reach out to me. I can have my boyfriend introduce you to a benefactor, offering a base of $3,000 per month, requiring only your presence when he desires companionship." The girl remained silent, perhaps contemplating or hesitating. Kaiwan fanned the flames further, stating, "We cannot legally work on our visas. It's merely a boyfriend. Why not accept money that is freely given?" In her worldview, this was evidently a trivial matter, as she spoke with confidence and without reservation. Not only Dulu and I heard her, but those seated nearby surely did as well, except for Bai Zhigao, who was engrossed in his impassioned speech. Thankfully, he did not catch wind of this astonishing discourse. If he had, his excitement would surely have led to an outburst. Jean Linger, with innocent curiosity, inquired, "Is it truly just about dating? It wouldn't involve intruding on someone else's marriage, would it?" Jean Linger was exceptionally naive, standing at 1.75 meters tall with a slender frame, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a delicate nose, devoid of any ulterior motives. Coming from a small county town, she had not been exposed to much of the world, was immensely hardworking, and balanced her studies with part-time work. Perhaps she believed that, since it was merely dating, it was indeed a fortunate circumstance for a man to spend money on a woman. Kaiwan elaborated, "It depends on what type you're looking for. There are bachelors, those separated but not yet divorced, and even widowers." As the girls delved into this conversation, Du Lu and I, being the only two men present, felt it inappropriate to interject. We could only stiffen our necks and remain motionless, resembling silent statues. Fortunately, class commenced shortly thereafter, allowing us to exhale and relax. After class, Jean Ling approached Kaiwan again to discuss finding a boyfriend. Unaware of the prior context, Bai Zhigao interjected excitedly upon hearing Jean Ling mention seeking a boyfriend. You silly girl, do you have any idea how much it costs to date? Love is a luxury. We can barely afford meals, let alone a boyfriend. Upon hearing the conversation, both Du Lu and I felt a tightening in our chests, prompting us to quickly seek an excuse to divert the topic. Zhigao, Du Lu mentioned earlier that he did not comprehend the knowledge point the teacher discussed in the last class. Shall we find a place to discuss it together? Exactly. Du Lu, in a rare moment of cleverness, suggested. Seizing the opportunity before Kai Wan and Jean Linger could react, we hurriedly nudged Bai Zhigao away. As we exited, Du Lu glanced back with lingering reluctance, his eyes brimming with regret. In truth, even without Bai Zhigao, Du Lu and I needed to leave. The class had concluded, and others were gradually rising. If we continued to sit idly, it would be rather conspicuous. I placed my arm around Du Li's shoulder, advising him. We can inquire about Jean Linger at another opportunity. Inquire about what? Her search for a boyfriend? Bai Zhigao asked, puzzled. Yes, indeed. We should advise her not to be distracted by romance. Only through diligent study and continuous improvement can we truly honor our nation and its people and fulfill their expectations. I replied with feigned seriousness. That's the spirit. Your awareness today is commendably high. Bai Zhigao nodded in approval. Oh, I just remembered. I need to escort Li Xin home. You two can discuss matters here. I shall take my leave now. I found an excuse to slip away. I also recalled I have work to attend to. Time is of the essence. Let us continue this conversation another day. Du Lu sought an excuse to depart. As we walked away, I glanced back and noticed Bai Zhigao still standing there, bewildered and uncomprehending of the situation. Chapter 37. Summoning troublemakers on the way back while escorting Li Xin, she inquired. Du Lu mentioned that you can also foresee things? Foresee things? Also? Who is the also referring to? I looked at her in confusion, remaining silent. Li Xin paused for a moment and clarified. Remember our previous visit to Lingyin Temple? Du Lu said that you possessed the ability as well. So the also pertains to Lingyin Temple. I smiled and explained, my approach differs somewhat from theirs. They invoke celestial beings, while I utilize deduction. Deduction? Foreseeing things? I was at a loss for words, realizing how tightly woven these concepts had become. Never mind. If we are to call it foreseeing, then so be it. I asked her, what would you like to foresee? She candidly replied, it's about my cousin. She's been having a rough time, constantly attracting troublemakers. I suspect it might be due to some underlying reasons. I wanted to ask if you could help take a look. Does your cousin believe in this? I inquired. Those who lack belief often find themselves on divergent wavelengths, making communication challenging. Pressuring them would be counterproductive. She's relatively open-minded, not excessively superstitious, but she does have concerns about expenses. What is your fee? Li Xin asked. Fee? That term sounded rather fashionable. If her cousin is willing to pay, it indicates a foundation of trust. Perhaps in the future, she might even lend her green card identity for business purposes. Taking this opportunity to assess her fortune would be advantageous. What would be an appropriate amount? I pondered. Given her apprehension about spending, I couldn't charge excessively. However, too little would convey a lack of seriousness. How about half a day's salary? I glanced at Li Xin. I had no idea how much her cousin earned in a day. Regardless of the amount, half a day's pay would symbolize a gesture of goodwill, not being overly burdensome for her. I added, no matter the sum, it must be paid by her personally. You cannot cover it for her. Li Xin nodded. I think that's reasonable. I'll confirm with her. After saying this, she made a phone call. Before long, she approached me with a beaming smile, asking, my cousin agrees. Shall we go now? Is there any particular time we should consider? It seemed she still didn't grasp the essence of deduction. I chuckled. Deduction doesn't adhere to specific times. Let us go and see which bus to take. Upon reaching her cousin's residence, I gently tugged at Li Xian's arm. She turned around, puzzled, and asked, what is the matter? Then, suddenly, with a hint of mystery, she inquired, is there a malevolent aura? It appeared she had indulged in her fair share of fantasy novels. I sighed. Let us finish our meal downstairs before heading up. At this hour. Will your sister prepare food for us or not? Typically, below Singapore's HB flats, there are coffee shops akin to our street food stalls. In Singapore, Establishments like Starbucks are referred to as CAFs, while the term coffee shop denotes affordable roadside eateries. After contemplating my suggestion, Li Xian agreed. Following our meal, we strolled around downstairs before ascending to her cousin's apartment. Her cousin awaited us at the entrance. The individual appears quite unpretentious, honest, and straightforward, residing alone in her home. After changing my shoes, I meandered through each room, and fortunately, there were no significant issues that required extensive alterations. In conspicuous areas of the house, artificial flowers were displayed. Perhaps it's best to put away the fake flowers, I suggested. My cousin inquired, are artificial flowers undesirable? I just purchased them not long ago. Li Xian stood nearby, also looking at me, awaiting my thoughts. It's not simply a matter of being entirely good or bad. Artificial flowers lack vitality. They possess only the appearance of blossoms without the essence of life, rendering everything superficial. The genuine represents yang, while the false embodies yin. There exists a resonance between humanity and the universe. Surrounded by illusions, one is likely to encounter similarly insincere individuals. Without sincerity, one may attract petty people. Li Xian asked, isn't it evident that they are undesirable? How can you say it isn't so straightforward? I explained, artificial flowers, in terms of the 5 elements, belong to wood and fire. Wood nourishes the liver, while fire nurtures the heart. The Huangdi Neijing states that the liver opens to the eyes, which is why many claim that viewing green plants is beneficial for the eyes. If a person possesses abundant vital energy, the absence of life in artificial flowers will not disturb them. Some even deliberately use them to enhance the wood and fire energy. However, those with obstructed energy should refrain from placing such impactful items in their surroundings. Should we perhaps arrange a scheme to ward off petty people? Li Xian inquired. I chuckled. No need for that. When one's righteousness is robust, external evils cannot intrude. When one is vibrant and strong, negative people and circumstances that do not align with our fortune will naturally distance themselves. My cousin asked, if we discard the artificial flowers, will replacing them with real ones suffice? Are there particular varieties to consider? This is an excellent question. The significance of flowers is manifold. Each location in the home possesses its own 5-element energy. Each item does as well. For instance, plants belong to wood in the 5 elements. If placed haphazardly, they may easily clash with earth, adversely affecting the spleen and stomach, which is detrimental to gynecological health. Ideally, a home should be simple and tidy, minimizing unnecessary items. One might compare it to a 5-star hotel, where spacious rooms and lobbies contain very few decorations. This principle is known as leaving blank space. It creates an expansive and bright atmosphere, allowing energy to flow freely, thus enhancing fortune. What about leaving that vase empty right here? I quickly refuted. At that moment, I realized more profoundly that when presenting matters to others, a single misstep in phrasing could lead to complications. I solemnly cautioned. One must never leave an empty vase in the home, particularly if it is tall, deep, narrow, and opaque. Li Xian, with an air of mystery, asked, is it true what novels often depict, that vases conceal spirits? Her sister gasped in shock, her complexion paling as she forcefully smacked Li Xian's arm, admonishing, don't speak nonsense late at night. Unyielding, Li Xian retorted, but it's true, that's what the books say. Spirits? To elucidate the concept of spirits could take an entire evening. Besides, her sister appeared rather unwell. It was late at night. There was no need to frighten anyone further. I pondered briefly and explained, within the opaque vase, an emptiness and darkness linger, which easily cultivates a sense of insecurity in one's mind. This is particularly true for those with more sensitive nerves, as they are prone to overthinking, becoming a source of mental distress. If the wind were to blow, it might produce a resonant sound through the narrow opening of the vase, adding to its eerie atmosphere, making one feel paranoid. Is it truly haunted? Li Xian pressed, unwilling to let the matter rest. Well, how should I put it? Saying yes or no would both be inappropriate. As I contemplated how to articulate my thoughts, my cousin playfully slapped Li Xian, saying, I told you not to speak nonsense. Do you dare to continue? Li Xian covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled with a playful squint. This topic seemed to have passed. Beyond the artificial flowers, there were other minor details, and I offered her suggestions one by one. They were all simple adjustments, and before long, everything was set. As night fell, I was reading at home when QQ suddenly lit up. I glanced at the message, Singapore CAF, Little Bun, Shanghai Airport, followed by 2 words. Are you there? Since arriving in Singapore, we had not been in touch. Reminiscing about our encounter at the Shanghai airport, I replied with a simple yes, just as I sent it. She called me via voice. I hesitated momentarily. At this late hour, I wondered what she could want. After all, a chance meeting shouldn't T warrant a call merely to check in, right? After a few seconds of uncertainty, I answered. Sanhe woo-woo as soon as the call connected. I heard her sobs, breathless and frantic. What's wrong? I was taken aback. What could have happened to cause such distress? I've been deceived woo-woo I woo-woo she wept on the other end. Deceived? A sigh of relief escaped me. Thankfully, it seemed nothing life-threatening had occurred. Oh, what unfortunate event has transpired? Share it with me, and perhaps it will lift my spirits. I joked. The other side fell silent, momentarily forgetting her tears. After a considerable pause, a voice filled with frustration emerged. Wang Sanhe. Haha, there we go, you finally stopped crying. I laughed. Your sobs were so intermittent that I could hardly decipher your words. Since you've called me, at least clarify what's wrong. And I will see if I can assist you. You're willing to help me? Her disbelief was palpable. So your reason for calling me is? I just wanted to cry. If you're willing to help me, that would be splendid. Suddenly, her tears transformed into laughter. If that's the case, perhaps you should cry a little longer. I can't cry anymore. Ha ha ha. She laughed heartily, as if the person who had just been sobbing breathlessly was a stranger. Sanhe, have you mastered your celestial powers yet? Indeed, at the Shanghai airport, wasn't there a celestial elder who helped you open your third eye? She also gifted you several cultivation manuals. So, what's next? What level have you reached in your practice? The conversation was dragging on, nearing a standstill. Well, she is still a person. I found myself at a loss for words, so I decided to take the initiative. You mentioned being deceived. What happened? Oh no, she is about to cry again. Stop, I exclaimed, trying to prevent a roller coaster of emotions. Let us have a proper conversation. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, her giggles echoing uncontrollably. I was left utterly speechless. Thus, I chose to remain silent, allowing her to express herself at her own pace. After stabilizing her emotions for a moment, she said, I came to work at a coffee shop, thinking it would be an environment akin to Starbucks. To my surprise, the coffee shop in Singapore refers to roadside stalls, hawker centers. What about the salary? I inquired. The pay was indeed satisfactory, but the working environment was far from appealing. There was no air conditioning, nor were there any handsome men or beautiful women, she lamented. And then? I prompted. That's it. There's nothing more, she replied. A bit dazed. The deception you mentioned refers solely to the lack of air conditioning? I was uncertain about the root of her earlier distress. Not entirely. She pondered before responding. Primarily, after working here for so long, I realized there are no attractive men. At this point, she seemed poised to cry again. I quickly interjected, attempting to divert her attention, although I hadn't yet formulated a thought. She paused, curious, and asked, What were you going to say? I gathered my thoughts and asked her, aside from the absence of air conditioning and attractive men, are there any other issues? Well, the working environment isn't beautiful, she reflected. All right, besides these 3 points, is there anything else? None. Fine, let me ask you, prior to your arrival, did the agency promise you air conditioning, attractive men, and a lovely working environment? I inquired. Not exactly, the little dumpling admitted honestly. So, your notion of being deceived stems from the reality not aligning with your expectations, rather than failing to meet the promises made by others, correct? I questioned. There was a long pause before she finally muttered, Wang Sanhe, you're bullying me. I chuckled. Just answer, yes or no. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Do you remember the points and facts your master shared last time? I don't want to engage with you. Encountering one another in life is a matter of fate. Let us make the most of it. How about this? Which coffee shop do you work at? We have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I'll bring a friend to visit you after class at noon. Really? That is wonderful. I'm at Woodlands. We cheerfully arranged to meet the next day, and I called Dula. Fantastic, brother. It's settled then. I have no classes tomorrow morning. So I'll do my part-time job first, and then we can meet at Woodlands at noon. I just happened to need to talk to you. Dula said. In a hurry. What is the matter? If you are in a hurry, you may speak now. It's difficult to articulate over the phone. Perhaps it is better to discuss it in person. Dula hastily ended the call. Chapter 38. Sexually Transmitted Diseases Upon my arrival at the Wuliao CAF. Dula had yet to make an appearance. I meandered around, and soon enough, I spotted Xiao Baozi. What would you like to eat? It's on me, she generously offered. Xiao Baozi's occupation was selling steamed buns, which seemed quite fitting. I chuckled softly. What? She asked, looking momentarily puzzled. Xiao Baozi, selling buns. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon her. and she retorted with a hint of indignation. Are you implying that I am overweight? No, no. Baby fat is not being overweight. It's adorable. I replied earnestly. You certainly have an eye for it. Xiao Baozi proclaimed with pride. I have a break from 1:30 for an hour. Wait for me a moment and go have lunch first. What do you wish to eat? No rush. I have a friend coming over. And we're both from the same hometown. It would be nice to wait for him. I jested. The more friends I make, the less you'll have to seek me out when you wish to cry next time. Indeed, it's quite beneficial to meet more friends. I work from dawn till dusk and hardly have time to meet anyone. She replied while placing some finished buns from the refrigerator into a steamer, continuing our conversation. Before long, Du Li's call came through. Big brother, I've arrived. Where are you? I'm over by the bun shop. You should come here. I'm near the subway station. How about you come find me instead? Dula hesitated. Last night, he had been quite insistent about needing to talk to me, though I had no idea what it was about. After bidding farewell to Xiao Baozi, I headed towards the subway station. From a distance, I saw Dula running towards me, furtively pulling me into a quiet corner. Big brother, could you possibly help Sun Chirue? What happened to Sun Chirue? I inquired, perplexed. Shoo. Dulu seemed startled, retracting his neck and glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot. He leaned in closer, whispering urgently. He might have contracted a sexually transmitted disease. What? I found myself taken aback. Shoo. Dula stamped his foot in frustration. Keep your voice down. Can you speak properly? I looked at Dulu, somewhat speechless. Even if he lowered his voice, he still needed to be audible. Dulu continued to peek around, gesturing quietly as he explained. It's that. He said it hurts down there, has some growths and itches. This time, I comprehended. And I understood why Dulu was being so secretive. Why do you suspect it's that illness? I asked subtly. Dulu grimaced, his expression difficult to articulate as he stuttered. He mentioned he was with that American woman. After a lengthy, convoluted explanation filled with gestures, he still failed to articulate a complete sentence, yet I gleaned his meaning. I paused, glanced at the time on my phone, calculated briefly, and sighed in relief, saying to Dulu, it's likely not a serious issue. Just advise him to visit a hospital. After all, it wasn't Sun Chirue who sought me out for this matter. It was best for me to feign ignorance and let Dulu relay the message. He seems to be suffering from a certain ailment. Hesitant to visit the hospital, Dulu remarked. It turned out to be a false alarm. There is no issue. Just convey that to him. Is it true? Regardless of the truth, it is what it is. He has a girlfriend, so there is no need for the two of us to accompany him to the hospital. I suggested that after you inform him, we should go have lunch. Dulu remained unconvinced, but he could only send a message to Sun Chirue. After a short while, he received a reply. Sun Chirue mentioned that they would go to the hospital for a checkup in the afternoon. Well, let us go. I'll introduce you to a friend. Little Baozi had not yet finished her shift, but she selected some Singaporean delicacies for us to sample, including radish cake, custard buns, barbecued pork buns, peanut buns, jade dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and shao mai, among others. Dulu and I found the flavors difficult to appreciate, feeling quite parched. We bought 2 bottles of mineral water and brought little Baozi a cup of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice. Hesitantly, Dulu inquired whether there were any vegetable or meat buns available. Indeed, there are vegetable buns and large pork buns, little Baozi replied, handing us 2 of each. We took a bite, only to discover they were still sweet. Chapter 39. The Perils of Entrepreneurship and the Safety of Employment. Dulu was somewhat distracted, her thoughts lingering on Sun Chirue. Before long, it was time for Xiao Baozi to finish work. Suddenly, a startled exclamation emanated from her station. Dulu and I hurried over, only to find that Xiao Baozi had accidentally scalded her hand while handling the steamer. As she blew on her hand, gritting her teeth, she insisted, it's nothing. I'll just rinse it with cold water. Do you have any soy sauce? Or perhaps some flour sauce or dobanjiang? I inquired. There is soy sauce, but no flour sauce. Why? She replied. Quickly apply a bit of soy sauce to the burn. It will prevent blisters, I advised. She complied, dabbing it on several times before blowing on her hand again. Do you usually take a nap after work? I asked. Only wishful thinking. Xiao Baozi shot me a glance. An hour's break isn't enough. By the time I get home, it's hardly worth the walk. As she spoke, she brought over a few buns and joined us. It seemed her hand was no longer bothering her. How are you finding the food? Is it sufficient? Do you want more? It's enough, really, Dulu exclaimed, waving her hands in a fluster. What we just had was a struggle to consume. Is it truly that unpalatable? Xiao Baozi laughed, her eyes gleaming with mirth. Is this your lunch? I asked. Yes, the company provides meals. If I don't like it, I do have to cook for myself at home. It's not too bad, really, Xiao Baozi replied between bites. I was surprised at how quickly she had adapted to the local cuisine. Well, that is quite good. Aside from the lack of handsome men and air conditioning. At least you have food you enjoy, I remarked, smiling. She chuckled, appearing slightly embarrassed by her indiscretion from the previous night. The breakdown of an adult can sometimes occur in an instant. Dulu and I shared our experiences of being deceived. Our tuition fees were swindled away. Yet at least your salary remains intact. For the sake of the money, try not to dwell on it too much, I suggested. Ha ha, you're absolutely right. Xiao Baozi laughed heartily. Hearing about your tragic tales has truly lifted my spirits. With her worries unburdened, our visit was not in vain. We meandered through various topics, touching upon Lingyin Temple and the concept of entrepreneurship. Sanhe, you truly dare to dream of starting a business? You might as well say you wish to become an immortal. That seems more plausible, Xiao Baozi remarked candidly. Her unguarded nature allowed her to speak her mind freely, which I found refreshing. Such interactions felt more effortless. Why do you lack faith in entrepreneurship? I inquired with a smile. She gazed at me wide-eyed, as if I had posed an exceptionally foolish question. It is said that over 90 of entrepreneurs ultimately fail. Why would you engage in such a perilous endeavor? She questioned. Perplexed. Perilous? What in life is devoid of risk? Working is not perilous. Every month, one receives their wages punctually. Whom do you work for? The boss, of course. Is the boss not an entrepreneur? Indeed, it is. Little Baozi seemed to sense something amiss, hesitating momentarily before speaking. If he is an entrepreneur, he too faces risks. Why then would you choose to work for someone who is in danger? Are you certain that this is safer? Dulu and Little Baozi both fell into contemplation. After a while, Dulu remarked, if I work for someone and they go bankrupt, I can always find another company. But if an entrepreneur fails, they can also register a new company and start again. This is not a valid argument, I interjected. Changing jobs does not incur losses. But a failed business venture might result in substantial financial loss, Dulu countered. Little Baozi nodded in agreement, saying exactly. If one does not venture into entrepreneurship and reaches their 40s or 50s, what if their company collapses and their once proud skills become obsolete, leaving them unable to secure new employment? What they might lose could be half their lifetime. I began to dissect the possibilities of different choices for them. The two appeared stunned, their minds seemingly frozen. Still, the risks of entrepreneurship loom large. Yes, indeed. This was the unanimous conclusion they reached after their mental reboot. Truly, everyone has their aspirations. Ha ha. You two are remarkably in sync, sharing such common ground. I couldn't help but chuckle at their harmonious exchange. Both of their faces flushed crimson. Dula shot me a playful glare, remarking, we can joke among ourselves, but must we be so foolish in front of a lady? Oh, are you defending her now? Humph, I shall ignore you. Little Baozi, her cheeks flushed, scurried back to the bun shop. Glancing at the time, I noted that her shift was nearly upon her. At that moment, Sun Shirue called Dulu, saying, Dulu, my test results have come in. Dulu glanced at me, his expression laden with concern as he asked over the phone, what are the results? Chapter 40. The artisan, everything is fine. It was merely a false alarm. Sun Shirue reassured. Then why do you feel unwell? Dulu inquired cautiously. It's just a minor infection. I've been prescribed some anti-inflammatory medication. Oh, that's a relief. You truly frightened me. Dulu exhaled deeply, finally at ease. Are you free later? Let's gather with Sanhe. It's been ages since we last met. Sun Shirue suggested over the phone. We're together right now. Dulu glanced at me. I nodded in response. In the initial days of our arrival in Singapore, the three of us were inseparable. Although we had seen each other since school commenced, we had not found the opportunity for a meaningful conversation. I was particularly curious about how Sun Shirue managed to secure a girlfriend from America despite the language barrier. At last, I could finally ask him. As I bid farewell to Xiao Baozi, I noticed her reluctance, and I teased, why don't you two exchange contact information? Dulu cast me a complex glance, seemingly torn between desire and reproach for my suggestion. I shook my head, thinking how difficult it was to please. However, Xiao Baozi, with admirable candor, took out her phone. Sanhe, thank you, she said. For what? I feigned ignorance. Thank you for coming to see me, she replied, extending her hand. My hand is better now. It no longer hurts or appears red. It's inevitable to get burned while steaming buns. I appreciate you sharing your remedy for burns. I won't fear it anymore. Xiao Baozi smiled again, adding, and thank you for introducing me to new friends. After all her expressions of gratitude, I jested, is that the crux of your message? Before Xiao Baozi could respond, Du Lu, blushing, hurriedly urged me to leave. After parting ways with Xiao Baozi, we set out to meet Sun Shirui. Sun Shirui appeared as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, deeply contemplative. "Thank you, Sanhe," he exclaimed, though he did not specify for what. "Are we brothers to be so formal?" I pretended not to understand. While there was little to discuss with Xiao Baozi, the dynamic with Sun Shirui was markedly different. We attended the same school and shared numerous mutual acquaintances, providing us with an abundance of topics. "Shirui, did you hear? Cowan seems to be in a relationship with someone wealthy." Du Li's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sun Shirui did not exhibit the same astonishment as us. Instead, he bore an expression of detached understanding, as if to say, "Men and women, it is all rather commonplace." Exchanging glances with Du Lu, we recognized the naivety reflected in each other's eyes. "As long as we live well, nothing else matters," Sun Shirui mused. Those who have survived harrowing experiences often harbor profound sentiments within. Three individuals in their early 20s engaged in a conversation that soon turned somber. Du Lu, a natural optimist, could not tolerate the bleak tone for long and quickly shifted the subject. "Shirui," he asked with wide, inquisitive eyes, "how did you find your American girlfriend? How do you two communicate?" Sun Shirui chuckled softly. "We use gestures and guesswork. If that fails, there's always translation software on our phones." Du Lu wore an expression of sudden realization, repeatedly giving a thumbs up in admiration. The fundamental expressions of humanity are universally understood, far less complex than one might imagine. Sun Shirui shared this insight with us, proclaiming, "This is the essence of perspective. Nothing can impede the march of love." Both Du Lu and I were profoundly impressed. Du Lu, ever the curious soul, mentioned hearing that the physical structure of Asian men may not align well with that of Americans, questioning whether the two of them could coexist harmoniously. Although the three of us shared a certain familiarity, it was evident that Du Lu and Sun Shirui had spent more time living together, making discussions of intimate matters largely my role as a listener, rarely interjecting. Sun Shirui, having endured trials in a foreign land, was filled with mixed emotions, grateful for the companionship of two friends like Du Lu and myself. He rarely opened his heart, but on this occasion, he was willing to share some insights, as we too possess our own skills and crafts. This is undoubtedly a profound truth between brothers. Words of wisdom that must be uttered, he declared, leaving me astounded. Du Lu, however, appeared bewildered. Sun Shirui cast a glance at him and, with determination, elaborated further, suggesting that a fulfilling life must be forged by one's own hands. As he spoke, he subtly accompanied his words with expressive gestures to enhance his message. Du Lu, still looking perplexed, inquired, "Is this a song lyric?" Sun Shirui was momentarily taken aback, likely realizing the delicacy of the subject matter made further explanation impractical. He earnestly wished to convey the essence of good fortune, but unexpectedly found himself in an unresolvable situation. I stifled a laugh, cruelly ignoring the pleading look Du Lu cast in my direction. Considering myself somewhat literate, I felt it inappropriate to delve deeper into a topic the principal subject found difficult to articulate. Du Lu, observing our unspoken understanding, grew increasingly anxious, stamping his feet in frustration. Chapter 41. A circle with three little sticks. The most effective way to suppress curiosity is to present another matter that incites even greater intrigue. At that moment, Jean Lingo called me. I did not answer, placing the phone on the table, deliberately allowing the screen to flash for Du Lu to see. He indeed ceased his restless pacing, his eyes lighting up as he urged me, "Quick, answer it. Is there news from Kaiwan?" After much prodding from Du Lu, I nonchalantly picked up the phone. At the moment of connection, Du Lu activated the speakerphone. I glanced at him with a smile and inquired, "Jean Linger, what is it?" Kaiwan introduced me to a boyfriend who just asked me out, but I feel a bit uneasy, so I thought I'd ask you. I looked at Du Lu with a half-smile, and he chuckled awkwardly. I knew for certain that this rascal had spread the word about me. What came from his mouth might not necessarily be flattering. I counted on my fingers and said, if I temper my expectations, going out to broaden my horizons might not be such a bad idea. Huh? I don't quite understand. In certain aspects, Jean Linger was as naive as Du Lu. It's unlikely to develop into anything serious, but there's no danger involved. Why must she force me to say something so unpleasant? Du Lu covered his mouth, stifling his laughter. After hanging up, I remarked to Sun Shirui, engaging with intelligent individuals can be mentally taxing, while conversing with simple-minded folk can be verbally exhausting. Sun Shirui chuckled but remained silent, while Du Lu appeared somewhat puzzled. Are you referring to Jean Lingo or to me? Indeed. You discern the multiple layers of meaning. I commend you. I replied with a laugh. Is that a compliment? Dulu asked uncertainly. It sounds rather peculiar. Dulu's fluctuating intelligence has always been a source of amusement for us. After a brief period of levity, I stood up, preparing to head home. Dulu pulled me back, insisting, stay a little longer. Perhaps after her date, Jean Linger will share an amusing story with us. It had indeed been a while since we gathered, and noticing that Sun Shui also seemed in no hurry to leave, I settled back down. No sooner had I sat down than Jean Lingo called again. So soon. I exchanged a glance with Dulu, astonished that a date could conclude in mere minutes. Seizing my moment of distraction, Dulu grabbed my phone and answered, Jean Ling, it's Dulu. Are you looking for Sanhe? Ah, you're together? I don't have much to say, just encountered a lunatic and needed to vent. Otherwise, I'd be too agitated to sleep tonight, Jean Linger replied, suppressing her fury. What happened? Did the date end so quickly? I inquired. Humph. If you had been clearer earlier, I wouldn't have gone downstairs at all. Jean Linger directed her ire towards me. I gazed innocently at Du Lu and Sun Shui, wondering if my earlier explanation had been insufficiently clear. Jean Linger, filled with indignation, recounted her encounter with an elderly gentleman who arrived in a dilapidated vehicle, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were a wealthy man. Has he never seen wealth before? It infuriates me, she exclaimed. It makes no sense. If he is so confident, there must be some reason behind it, right? What sort of wretched vehicle did he drive? I inquired curiously. I don't recognize the brand. The emblem looks like a circle with 3 slender prongs protruding from it. Jean Linger replied tersely. Sun Shui, throughout our discussion, remained aloof, leisurely sipping his cola, until the description of those 3 delicate prongs caused him to spew his drink. I wonder if Mercedes will be saddened upon hearing this? I remarked. Didn't I tell you not to harbor expectations? Jean Linger was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, she exclaimed in frustration, Wang Sanhe, why must your words be so exasperating? Ha ha ha. If I had simply prevented you from going, how could you have witnessed the world's fascinating intricacies? I sincerely hoped she could explore the vibrant world from different perspectives, without harm. That's because you didn't see what that old man looked like. Jean Linger retorted, exasperated. The mere thought of him has already painted a vivid picture for us. Jean Linger, do not be angry. Let it go. We shall never go again. Dulu quickly consoled her. Never again? For the rest of my life? I fear that upon hearing the words boyfriend, I shall feel nauseated. How can that old visage be associated with the term boyfriend? Jean Lingo's voice trembled with despair. Though it was somewhat unkind, the 3 of us could not suppress our laughter. All men are worthless, Jean Linger declared, her ire extending indiscriminately. That is a misguided notion. I gently corrected her. That old man was not someone we introduced you to. If you wish to vent, direct your ire toward the introducer. One could only argue that there are no good women, especially beautiful ones. Jean Linger was momentarily bewildered by my reasoning. Dulu gave me a thumbs up and continued. Jean Linger, if you think this way, eventually we men will also be someone's boyfriends and will inevitably be associated with those 3 words. Do you think we would find those words particularly repulsive? Sun Shui kindly interjected. Jean Linger, regarding the emblem you described, it belongs to Mercedes. Regardless of the circumstances tonight, we have at least learned a brand name, which is still a gain. Amidst our animated conversation, Jean Linger was quickly swayed. So that wretched vehicle was indeed a Mercedes? I have heard people say that driving a Mercedes while riding in a BMW is a common practice. It seems Mercedes is not so exceptional after all. Perhaps I shall consider a BMW next time. Exactly. We must not allow one unpleasant experience to deter us. There will always be something good to discover. We eagerly reassured her. Chapter 42. Fortune does not favor the unprepared. Time flies swiftly, and before long, Li Guang's visa arrived. Is there anything you would like me to bring? He inquired over the phone. After a moment's contemplation, I realized there was nothing particularly essential. However, knowing Li Guang's pragmatic nature, I understood that he would feel uneasy if he owed anyone a favor. Could you bring me a bottle of Laogan? And please remember to check it in, I specifically requested. Recalling how my previous attempt to carry it in my hand luggage had resulted in its confiscation at the boarding gate. In this day and age, domestic goods supermarkets are scarce, making Laogan quite difficult to procure. When Li Guang arrived, I greeted him at the airport and arranged accommodation conveniently close to his workplace, subsequently guiding him through the office layout. Upon seeing Li Guang, General Manager Kai patted his sturdy shoulder with satisfaction and promptly assigned someone to assist him in obtaining his work permit. Mr. Sanhe, do you have a moment to visit my office? General Manager Kai invited with a warm smile. I nodded in agreement. Sure, I would love to take a look. Kai's office was modest in size, which is understandable in the land where space is at a premium like Singapore. What perplexed me, however, was the peculiar placement of his desk, which was positioned right next to the door and facing away from it. A rarity indeed. Curiously, I inquired, "Why is your desk situated here? Is it not suitable?" Kai asked, a hint of nervousness in his tone. No, it's perfectly fine. It's just that most people wouldn't choose such an unusual arrangement. The office's entrance was located in the southeast corner, with a row of windows facing west. The desk was positioned in the east, facing west, while a bookcase occupied the northwest corner. Haha, I selected this position myself, as I merely wished to face the window. Kai explained. Perhaps it was fate. This must be a fortunate place for a fortunate person. Mr. Sanhe, thank you for introducing such an exceptional individual to us. You've helped us resolve our labor shortage issue. Moreover, my health has completely improved. You are truly my benefactor. Kai expressed his sincere gratitude. As he spoke, he retrieved a red envelope from his drawer and handed it to me, saying, "This envelope is a token of appreciation. It cannot be declined." I squinted at the envelope, noting the clarity of his aura. In truth, Mr. Kai, you are the one who has been my benefactor, having introduced me to the remarkable Master Wu and providing my classmate with such a fitting opportunity. Kai laughed heartily, then let us not stand on ceremony. I had been pondering the appropriate amount to place in the envelope, as my years of suffering from bone pain rendered any sum insufficient to convey my gratitude. The envelope was merely a symbol. I would forever remember this favor. Should you ever require assistance in the future, Mr. Sanhe, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Well then, I shall not be polite. I mused that I would soon be starting my own company, which would inevitably lead to frequent interactions with Kai. However, I soon realized my concerns were unfounded, for fate had other plans in store. The year 2008 witnessed the eruption of the subprime mortgage crisis, which precipitated a global economic downturn. The heavens do not favor. It is not merely the governmental policies that hinder, but rather the unfortunate timing. The initial aspiration of establishing a company was to assist more individuals in earning greater wealth. Amidst the pervasive global recession, this dream is challenging to realize. Merely avoiding layoffs is already a considerable achievement. One must adapt to the circumstances, aligning with the forces of nature. Although I am unable to launch a company to help others generate income, resolving my own financial issues remains within reach. I submitted several resumes on JobDB and JobStreet, and within a few days, I received 2 job offers, one for a procurement executive and another as a consultant with an agency. Transitioning to a work visa not only allows for legal employment, but also facilitates the application for a green card. Perhaps by the time I am ready to start my next business venture, I will have secured my status and will no longer need to seek a nominal director in Singapore. Regardless, the future is undoubtedly bright. Chapter 43. A student who cannot be taught by me. I applied for a procurement position, holding an SP visa like Li Guang. Though my salary is not as high as his, however, the job offers a more leisurely pace. Naga, upon learning of my employment, suggested we celebrate. Shall we go swimming? He inquired. I can swim a little, I replied confidently. I can't swim. Would you teach me? He asked. Absolutely. My first job was as a teacher. And I believe there is no student I cannot teach, provided you follow my instructions, I assured him. Where shall we swim? I reside at my brother's place. He has purchased an apartment in Hala Park, which boasts an outdoor swimming pool. We can swim and barbecue simultaneously, Naga said, fluttering his long eyelashes with a soft, sweet tone. What a splendid idea. During my time in Singapore, I have yet to indulge in the leisure of swimming. Now that I have obtained my work visa, it is time to embark on a new chapter in life, starting with some well-deserved relaxation. At the outdoor pool in Hala Park, we stood in the shallow end, where the water barely reached our chests. Naga, I have a brilliant method that will enable you to learn to swim in just 3 minutes. Do you believe me? I asked with a mischievous glint in my eye. Well, I am a rather slow learner. I've attempted to learn several times before, but have always been fearful. Perhaps I won't be able to grasp it so quickly. You won't think me foolish, will you? Naga murmured, looking down in disappointment. Not at all. Trust me, and just do as I say. First, take a deep breath and hold it. Count in your mind and see how far you can go, I instructed. He stood tall, inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and began to count. 36, he finally opened his eyes and declared. Excellent. That is more than sufficient. You have already learned half the skill, I said with a smile. Huh. He looked bewildered. Just repeat what you did. Take a deep breath and hold it. Then, relax your body, float in the water, and start counting. I will lift you before you reach 30. Does that sound good? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded resolutely, inhaled deeply, and submerged himself. When he reached around 6 or 7, he began to float. Just before he counted to 20, I pulled him up. Wiping the water from his face, he exclaimed, "Wow, I can float." Indeed, I raised an eyebrow. Now, let us try again. When you reach 10, draw your legs up to your abdomen. With your lower body submerged, you will stand upright. If you have emerged by 20, I will assist you, all right? Absolutely. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He attempted it once and successfully stood up. Well done. You can now float on your own. From there, you can paddle your arms and legs to move forward. When you tire, simply stand and rest for a while. Gradually, you will become accustomed to it. And you will be able to keep your head above water, allowing you to swim farther without needing to stand up frequently. Have you understood? Yes. My fear stemmed from the worry of sinking, but now that I realize I can float, I feel at ease. The only concern left is whether my swimming style looks graceful. He laughed joyfully. He cheerfully practiced on his own, and after observing him for a while without any issues, I ventured into the deep end for a swim. Upon my return, filled with pride, I inquired, 3 minutes, there's no student I cannot teach. What do you think? I love you, Naga replied, gazing at me with his big, watery eyes. Ha ha, I chuckled. I believe it should be I like you. No, he insisted earnestly. I love your wisdom, your confidence, your composure. You shine like an angel in my eyes. Love transcends gender, don't you think? He blinked his glistening eyes and spoke with a gentle voice, expressing such passionate sentiments. Observing his expression, I grimaced slightly and said, I do not share that belief. I am but a mundane person. Unable to transcend gender, I still prefer girls. He appeared as heartbroken as a shattered doll, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, can we still be friends? If you wish to transcend gender, I suggest enduring a short pain rather than a long one, I replied solemnly, extinguishing all his hopes. Thus, my soul friend from Sri Lanka was no more. Chapter 44. The authentic Singaporean breakfast. The new job is quite straightforward. It merely involves liaising with suppliers, verifying invoices, and tallying delivery receipts. The company even has a break room that offers coffee and pastries. Compared to my previous days of boiling everything, this is a stark contrast. Work concludes punctually, granting me ample evening hours to delve into the books left by my master. One evening, as I was engrossed in reading, a knock echoed at my bedroom door. Upon opening it, I was met by Wei Gu and an unfamiliar gentleman. Wei Gu? I was taken aback. This marked the first time he had come to my room since I moved in. We seldom visited each other's quarters. Sanhe, this is the landlord, Wei Gu introduced. The landlord? I was even more surprised. Was this the legendary landlord come to see me? Both Wei Gu and the landlord chuckled. I am Chen Wenjia, the landlord introduced himself. Mr. Kai spoke of you, and I have a matter I would like to discuss. I felt a phone call lacked sincerity, so I decided to meet you in person. Greetings, Mr. Chen. It truly is said that like attracts like. Mr. Kai is a considerate individual, and this Mr. Chen speaks with elegance and grace. From the moment the door swung open, I scrutinized Mr. Chen's appearance. His eyebrows were delicate, subtly defined, and elegantly straight. He seemed blessed with fortune, imbued with inspiration and good luck. Many believe that thick brows and large eyes signify good fortune. However, if one's eyebrows are excessively thick, dark, long, and coarse, it may indicate a cold disposition akin to reverse growth and a propensity for impulsive temper. Clear and delicate eyebrows often belong to the intellectually inclined. Those with robust brows are frequently of a martial nature, characterized by boldness and a tendency for rash actions, often lacking in spiritual depth. These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant. Do you have a moment now? Would it be convenient to step out and find a place to converse? He inquired, suggesting the conversation might involve some sensitive matters not suited for this location. I nodded and followed him downstairs. My task is complete, so I shall not intrude on your conversation any longer, Wei Gu remarked with a smile. Thank you for your efforts, Wei, Mr. Chen acknowledged. Once Wei Gu retreated to his room, it was just Mr. Chen and me heading out together. We located in nearby CAF. The villa district was relatively quiet, making it a suitable setting. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Chen revealed his purpose. I am here regarding my daughter. She is 16 but cannot go outside. She becomes nauseous at the mere thought of leaving the house. Doctors have been unable to diagnose her condition, and I wonder if it could be related to Feng Shui. Would you be willing to assist? Having perused over half of the books my master provided, I hold a firm belief in the accuracy of his teachings. However, I am eager to validate these principles through practical experience. Given this opportunity, I am more than willing to explore the matter further. Glancing at the time, I noted it was getting late. Tomorrow is the weekend. Would it be possible to arrange a meeting then? I suggested, as I typically work during the weekdays. Well, Mr. Chen hesitated. I have an appointment with a psychologist tomorrow morning. We are uncertain whether this is a mental issue or a Feng Shui concern. Excuse me, sir? Would you mind? Alternatively, we could arrange to meet the day after tomorrow. It is quite understandable to become desperate in times of illness. I am indifferent. As long as the psychologist does not mind, that is sufficient. Mr. Chen visibly exhaled in relief. He had visited previously and had a casual conversation. Tomorrow would merely entail completing a set of psychological tests, and it is permissible for someone to be present. We happily confirmed the time for our meeting the following day. Early the next morning, as I descended the stairs, Mr. Chen was already waiting at the door. Let me first take you to experience an authentic Singaporean breakfast. After we dine, we shall proceed, Mr. Chen stated. Certainly. Having been in Singapore for a while, I have yet to discover what a genuine Singaporean breakfast entails. My culinary expectations are modest, and I possess little knowledge of Singaporean cuisine. Mr. Chen led me to Yakuan, where he ordered 2 sets of meals for us. The table was adorned with 4 slices of bread, 2 cups of coffee, and 4 eggs. The eggs were immersed in hot water, briefly soaked before being retrieved, resulting in a soft-boiled delicacy that is best enjoyed with soy sauce, as he explained while demonstrating. I imitated his actions, pondering whether raw eggs might have an unpleasant taste. After adding soy sauce and mixing, I was pleasantly surprised by the flavor, finding it superior to thoroughly cooked eggs. The toasted bread was delightful, consisting of plain white bread spread with jam, crisp, sweet, and fragrant. Yakuan's coffee is quite authentic, Mr. Chen remarked. As for coffee, I must confess that I do not possess an appreciation for it. To me, all coffee tastes rather similar, differing only in the presence or absence of sugar. Haha, Mr. Sanhe is truly a man of practicality. Mr. Chen chuckled heartily. I mused internally that even a lack of coffee appreciation could still reflect well on one's character. Chapter 45. The unbearable affliction of being housebound. After having breakfast, I made my way to Mr. Chen's residence. By the time we arrived, the examination had already commenced in the living room. There, I observed a woman of striking elegance and poise, a cautious, bespectacled gentleman, and a quietly enduring young girl. Mr. Chen and I discreetly settled into our seats, just as the gentleman inquired of the girl, "Can you hear sounds that others cannot?" "No," the girl replied coldly. "Can you see things that others cannot?" The girl hesitated, appearing increasingly exasperated, before finally grinding out 2 words through clenched teeth. "No." "Can you?" The gentleman persisted. "Can you leave my house?" The girl erupted, standing abruptly and interrupting whatever the gentleman was about to say. She exited the living room with a frosty demeanor. The male instructor glanced at Mr. Chen, offering an awkward smile as he remarked, "As it stands, there seem to be no significant psychological issues, merely a touch of irritability. Thank you for your efforts." Mr. Chen graciously bid farewell to his guests. I stood quietly in the living room, surveying the surroundings. To the right upon entry was a sofa. The eastern wall displayed a television alongside a pot of lucky bamboo, while the northern wall showcased calligraphy and paintings, all appearing rather unremarkable. "Sir, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I am Gula's mother," the woman introduced herself. I nodded, realizing the girl was named Gula. Turning around, I noticed Mr. Chen returning and glanced between Mrs. Chen and Mr. Chen, inquiring, "Would it be possible to take a look around?" "Of course," Mr. Chen replied, leading the way. I exchanged a nod with Mrs. Chen and followed Mr. Chen as he guided me on a circuitous route outside. The property was a standalone villa, with the main entrance facing south, leading to a lawn and parking area. The kitchen lay at the rear, and the surroundings were dotted with similar villas on level terrain, standard and devoid of any glaring issues. The bedroom was on the 2nd floor. I hesitated, pondering the appropriateness of entering. Mr. Chen asked, "Would you like to see my bedroom first?" I nodded and ascended the stairs, finding nothing amiss upon a brief glance. Mr. Chen gently knocked on the adjoining room's door. "Gula? Come in," she replied succinctly, her tone leaving no room for additional words. There was no overwhelming display of rage to be heard. I stood at the doorway, peering into a dimly lit room with drawn curtains. I turned to Mr. Chen and asked, "May I speak with Gula privately?" Mr. Chen looked at Gula, whose expression remained impassive, She neither consented nor refused. You may converse. I will prepare some fruit downstairs and bring it up, he said as he departed. I entered without closing the door, found a chair, and seated myself near the entrance. What shall we discuss? Gula asked frostily. I can see things that others cannot, I replied slowly. With a soft chuckle, Gula remarked. Then you should try that set of questions again. Perhaps completing them would earn you a trip to the loony bin. That is precisely why I shall refrain from doing so, I replied with a smile. Gula faintly curled the corner of her lips, choosing to remain silent. May I open the curtains? I inquired. I dislike excessive brightness. Could you perhaps draw them just a little? I tentatively asked. With a rustle, the curtains were pulled back halfway. Yet, her demeanor remained icy, not a word escaping her lips. Your parents are quite worried about you and asked me to come see if I could be of any assistance, I stated frankly. What could you possibly do? She retorted. Consult spirits. She let out a faint scoff. And did you see anything? No, I replied. At least you are honest, she remarked with a scoff. So, can you leave now? May I stay a little longer? She shot me a silent, exasperated glance before turning away to her desk, engrossing herself in a book. Chapter 46. Everyone is a neurotic. This Gula, apart from exhibiting a slight deficiency in vitality, appeared to have no significant issues. Why do you refrain from going outside? I inquired directly. She remained motionless, her back turned to me, and after a prolonged silence, she responded with a mere 2 words, nauseating. Why is it nauseating? She seemed to possess no substantial physical ailment, and my curiosity was genuinely piqued. After a lengthy pause, she turned to face me, locking her gaze with mine. She stared intently, as if grappling with the decision to speak. I waited in silence, uncertain whether she sought to rescue herself or to share her thoughts. Ultimately, she posed a question. When you venture out, particularly in crowded places such as public transportation, shopping malls, or restaurants, have you ever contemplated from whose mouth the air you inhale originates? What? I was taken aback. What a peculiar question. She frowned, her expression intricate, and remarked, the mere thought that the air I breathe might have been expelled from the mouth of some slovenly, rotund man nearby makes me want to retch. You are indeed a fascinating individual. I couldn't help but marvel. I had never pondered such a profound inquiry. As I delved deeper into the thought, I found it increasingly vivid, and I too began to feel a wave of nausea wash over me. Gula must have noticed the expression of discomfort on my face, for she erupted into gleeful laughter. Observing her mischievous delight, I queried, if suffering is shared between 2 individuals, does it not diminish by half? Ha, don't you think that's quite revolting? Is it my flaw for not wanting to go outside? She proclaimed with a sense of vindication, as if she had found a kindred spirit. I frowned, contemplating her words. Your revelation has only led me to think even more. The air might not have been expelled from above, but rather from below, and somehow it found its way into your mouth. TSK. Upon hearing this, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She struggled to suppress her nausea, swallowing hard a couple of times before ultimately dashing to the restroom, retching uncontrollably. Ha. Now it was my turn to laugh. I silently thanked my luck for sitting near the door, maintaining a safe distance from her. Otherwise, she might have been unable to converse with me at all and would have rushed off to vomit. As she expelled her discomfort, I, devoid of compassion, chuckled heartlessly. Mr. Chun, holding a plate of fruit, stood at the stairway, caught in a dilemma as he heard the unusual sounds emanating from within. I waved at him with a smile from the doorway, and after a moment's hesitation, he retreated. Gula continued to purge until she returned, deflated like a punctured balloon. Slumping weakly back at her desk, she cast a mournful glance in my direction, perhaps lacking even the strength to tell me to leave. I chuckled. I was merely jesting. How could you take it so seriously? She shot me an exasperated glare. You're not ill. You simply overthink matters. At most, it could be deemed a psychological affliction. You're the one who is unwell? Gula retorted, pouting defiantly. You truly are an intriguing character. You've seen right through me. I concurred. She paused, pondering whether my statement was meant sincerely or sarcastically. I straightened my posture and earnestly explained. In truth, every individual, to varying degrees, harbors a touch of mental illness, with symptoms that differ slightly. There are conditions such as depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, and delusional disorder, among others. These ailments share a common characteristic. The mind operates beyond one's control. As the saying goes, one tends to overthink. Many people lightly suggest that one should simply refrain from excessive contemplation. However, no one can truly govern their own mind. It is not as simple as wishing thoughts away. A mere 3 minutes of quiet meditation reveals that the mind is far from being under one's control. As a plethora of thoughts incessantly arises, more than one can typically comprehend, the brain, initially intended as a tool for problem-solving, eludes our command. Thus, it can be said that everyone, whether mildly or severely, grapples with some form of mental challenge. Giggling, Gula joyfully remarked, "What you say resonates well. It sounds quite reasonable. It appears that I am not the outlier, after all." Chapter 47. The Art of Purification and Mental Cultivation. Surely, just because everyone is unwell, you do not intend to forego treatment? I inquired, as if you possess the ability to heal. After a brief pause, her eyes widened in astonishment. And leaning forward with curiosity, she asked, "Can you truly cure me?" Although framed as a question, her every pore exuded skepticism. Why not give it a try? I chuckled, assuring her that I would maintain a respectful distance to avoid causing her discomfort. She curled her lip, likely recalling the moment when nausea had rendered her legs weak. "Shall we begin with a 10-minute trial?" I suggested. "What shall we do?" "Just take a stroll around the house," I replied. She squinted, tilted her head, and raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before provocatively declaring, "All right, I shall trust you for 10 minutes. Her gaze unmistakably conveyed a warning, should this prove ineffective. "You shall face dire consequences." I smiled and proceeded towards the door. This tenacious young woman was far more honest in her physical state than in her words. While she adamantly denied any illness, it was evident that she yearned to feel like a normal person. As we descended the stairs, I queried, "Aside from finding the air repugnant, do you experience any other symptoms?" "I cannot dine with others," she replied. "And the reason for that?" I humbly sought clarification. I dared not presume to understand the thought process of a genius like her. When dining together, others' chopsticks transfer their saliva to the food. When they then pick up dishes from the plate, their saliva contaminates the meal. Do you not find it utterly revolting to consume food tainted with another's spittle? As she spoke, she appeared to be on the verge of retching once more. All right, I comprehend," I interjected, recognizing the disgust that accompanied eating food smeared with someone else's saliva. Ignorance may be bliss, but witnessing the mingling of saliva with food and still managing to eat it is beyond the ordinary. I hesitated to pursue this topic further, fearing it might truly provoke her nausea. "So, aside from your obsession with cleanliness, do you have any other symptoms?" I probed. "Well, you are correct in that regard." She nodded, her lips curling slightly downward. "In truth, I simply have a heightened affinity for cleanliness compared to others." Indeed, I echoed in agreement. "You are absolutely right." In the living room on the first floor, Mr. and Mrs. Chen noticed our descent and promptly rose, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed at me. "We are going for a brief walk to test the efficacy," I explained. They nodded eagerly. "Shall we prepare the car?" "No need. We shall merely stroll at the entrance and return shortly." Upon reaching the front door, Gula tilted her head and asked, "How do you intend to treat me?" I trailed several paces behind her, maintaining a respectful distance, fearful that should I draw too close, her nausea might resurface. "But you are not even ill." "I do not intend to treat you," I replied. Amused by my retort, she halted in her tracks. "You are not a charlatan, are you?" When she stopped, I quickly followed suit, wary of encroaching upon her personal space. "Let us merely take a stroll and see what happens. Who knows, you might feel better." "And what exactly have you done that would cure me?" She placed her hands on her hips and questioned me, declaring that even if things improved, it would be of no concern to me. I shrugged, responding that it was of little consequence, for I was not seeking any payment from her. If she could simply step outside normally, I would certainly have my own explanation ready. It merely depended on whether her father would believe it. I lifted my chin defiantly. "What a scoundrel!" She huffed in annoyance, turning away and striding ahead, seemingly conceding defeat. As we strolled, I advised her to focus her attention on the colors or shapes that appeared in succession before her: red, yellow, gray, or perhaps triangles, squares, pentagons. Polygons, selecting any one would suffice. Gula turned back, casting a glance that seemed to urge me to discover this for myself, then silently continued forward. I followed at a distance, quietly engaging in this simple yet profound practice of mental rejuvenation. One need only concentrate on the material world, much like an infant, whose eyes sparkle with curiosity at everything they behold. Indeed, the happiest beings in the world are infants. With every touch and nibble, they erupt into fits of laughter, resembling little angels. That unadulterated joy radiates a healing light. Even if one were to catch a falling pie from the sky or win the lottery, such pure laughter would remain unmatched. Attention is akin to the soul. When we say someone is lost in thought, drifting far away, we refer to their attention being elsewhere. Attention signifies vitality. Those brimming with life exhibit greater focus, while those whose vitality wanes find their attention dissipating as well. Furthermore, attention is also a form of wealth. If your focus is drawn to exquisite clothing, your finances will inevitably follow suit, falling prey to those alluring garments. Should your attention gravitate towards delectable food, your resources will likewise be consumed by culinary delights. All businesses, whether employing hypnotic advertising techniques or enlisting celebrity endorsements, are fundamentally striving to capture greater attention. Where attention flows, wealth and vitality flourish. Enterprises capable of consistently attracting attention are imbued with dynamism and life. Chapter 48. Attention is vitality. Tao. Human beings are no different. When we direct our attention inward, we feel a surge of strength. Conversely, when we fixate on trivial videos, we experience a sense of emptiness and fatigue. Focusing on tangible objects grounds us in reality, while dwelling on ephemeral thoughts can plunge us into a nightmare. Gula, alas, has succumbed to such a living nightmare. She speaks the truth, yet one cannot exist in a vacuum. The question itself is the answer. The less we connect with the world, the more we ought to reach out. Bathed in sunlight, experiencing the authenticity of this world evokes an indescribable realization. Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend. It is akin to the necessity of inhaling the fragrance of gardenias. No amount of eloquent description can convey its sweet, pure essence, tinged with a hint of stubbornness. Gula walked ahead, her pace growing more tranquil, until she paused by a small garden at the corner, seemingly captivated by the beauty surrounding her. I quietly trailed behind, mirroring her movements, walking when she walked, stopping when she stopped. After an hour of this gentle rhythm, we finally arrived at the threshold of home. "How do you feel?" I inquired. "The world is truly beautiful," she exclaimed, her laughter radiant as the beauty of the world itself. "Indeed, your insight is remarkable," I praised her. "Right? I perceive myself as a little fairy, a genius filled with spirit," she replied. "Yes, genius and madness often reside on a thin line. A foolish person would hardly contemplate the origin of their own breath." "You." Gula glared at me, puffing in mock indignation. "You are the disruptor of this lovely ambience." It appeared she had lost her desire to retch at that moment. "How is it?" Mr. Chen and his wife stood up in unison, asking, "Little fairy, care to offer your critique?" I smiled at Gula. "Average," she replied, casting a sidelong glance at me. "Ah, if you say it's ineffective, I shall cease." I shook my head. "This is the extent of my skill. If it proves futile, I am out of options." "Little one, do you think I cannot handle you?" "Ah, no effect?" Mrs. Chen asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. Gula pouted reluctantly. "Well, it's passable." "Really? Has it improved somewhat?" Mr. Chen's enthusiasm was palpable. "Somewhat competent," she conceded, albeit begrudgingly, but not by much. I chuckled, realizing that receiving affirmation from the genius little fairy was no easy feat in truth. "You already possess the means to resolve it. Regular practice will suffice. If necessary, I could accompany you for a couple more days to reinforce it." "Just a stroll and you wish to conclude?" "Such convenience is not to be had. I must wait until this princess is entirely well," Gula declared, her words lacking sincerity. "Entirely well? Do I possess the power to heal you?" I inquired with a laugh. "You? Humph. Regardless of your abilities, you must come." Gula stubbornly retreated to her bedroom. I reminded her to keep the curtains in the bedroom open, allowing for ample ventilation, and to frequently gaze outside at the scenery, as it would be beneficial for her. I spoke to her retreating figure. Without uttering a word, she shut the door behind her. "She has been rather indulged by me." "Mr. Sanhe, I hope you can be understanding," Mr. Chen politely interjected. "It's nothing. She is merely a child. What is there to contest with a child?" Mrs. Chen, visibly anxious, inquired, "Mr. Sanhe, may I ask what the reason regarding Gula is? Is it due to the unfavorable feng shui of my home that you were about to leave just now?" Chapter 49. Utter nonsense. No, I hastily replied. "There is nothing significantly amiss with the feng shui of your home. But what about Gula? She is simply too clever, much like she describes herself. A genius little fairy." The thought of her playful demeanor while speaking brings a smile to my face. Is being intelligent such a flaw? Mrs. Chen was perplexed. Mr. Chen elaborated. "Gula is indeed quite intelligent, possessing a whimsical nature since childhood. However, in recent years, she has gradually become somewhat subdued. Nevertheless, her academic performance remains commendable." She possesses an extraordinary ability to retain information effortlessly. Gula's mind is particularly agile, often engaged in deep contemplation. These thoughts are intangible, representing the yin aspect. When there is an excess of yin, the yang diminishes. I meticulously explain the concept of yin and yang. Everything in the universe requires a harmonious balance between these two forces. Furthermore, she has a tendency to draw the curtains and isolate herself indoors, thereby diminishing the influx of yang energy, creating a vicious cycle. So, what actions must we undertake? Mrs. Chen inquired, perhaps recalling my recent admonition to Gula. Is merely drawing the curtains wide sufficient? What more can we do? For instance, could you recommend some amulets or Feng Shui items that can enhance one's yang energy? As long as the outcome is favorable, we are willing to make the effort. Parents, in their boundless love for their children, would gladly offer their very hearts and the best that the world has to offer. It's not that serious, I chuckled. There is no need to purchase anything she is not possessed. If she truly wishes to improve, a gentle nudge will suffice. Mr. Chun and his wife looked at me with expressions of utter bewilderment. I patiently elucidated. Have you ever heard of the Huangdi Neijing? I have heard of an impressive ancient text, though I have yet to peruse it. Indeed, in the Huangdi Neijing, there is a profound saying, if a disease is not permitted to be treated, it will inevitably remain untreated. Thus, any effort to cure it will be in vain. This implies that the afflicted individual must possess a desire for survival. Only then can the ailment be addressed. In fact, modern medicine also emphasizes this principle when dealing with severe illnesses, highlighting the importance of the patient's will to live. Gula possesses a fervent wish to recover, and that longing is sufficient. Her sole dilemma lies in her tendency to overthink. The antithesis of overthinking is not merely to think less. This notion, while seemingly accurate, is fundamentally impractical. The true counter to overthinking is to minimize cognitive effort. Observing the expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Chun, I realize that elucidating this concept is no simple task. The ideas of minimizing cognitive effort and refraining from excessive contemplation bear semblance, both striving towards the same outcome, yet differing in their focal points. This reflects the yin and yang philosophy inherent in the natural order. To refrain from overthinking places the emphasis on oneself, attempting to control one's thoughts, yet in reality, such control is elusive. For control is an act of thought. To endeavor to use the mind to govern oneself against using the mind is indeed absurd. Conversely, minimizing cognitive effort shifts the focus outward, outside the realm of the mind. The heart stands as a counterpart. We often speak of the heart and mind, referring to the heart spirit. When the heart spirit is at peace, the mind is less engaged. The realm of the heart spirit is far superior to that of the mind. The individuals who best harness their heart spirit are infants. A newborn, within a year, learns to speak, a skill that represents a completely new language for them. One can still learn to walk, eat, and dress oneself, among other things, without any foundational logical reasoning. It is indeed challenging for an adult to assimilate a comparable amount of knowledge within a single year, particularly throughout this entire learning process. A baby is joyful, curious, and actively engaged in absorbing information, rather than being passive, burdened by pressure, and relying solely on willpower to strive. Therefore, a crucial criterion for assessing an individual's mental health is their emotional positivity and love for learning. Indeed, Mr. Chen clapped his hands, exclaiming that he had never contemplated how a newborn could joyfully acquire so much knowledge. After hearing the gentleman speak, I felt my entire perspective broaden. What an exceptionally talented individual he is. No, I am merely a messenger, relaying the wisdom of our ancestors, I replied with a smile. Mr. Chen remarked that Singaporeans are often referred to as banana people, with a yellow exterior but a white interior. We tend to align more closely with Western modes of thought, and may struggle to comprehend the Chinese philosophy of yin and yang. Nevertheless, it does not impede me. Hearing your insights is worth more than a decade of study. Mr. Chen's command of the Chinese language is commendable. I sincerely expressed my admiration, noting not only his fluency but also his use of idioms, which is quite rare for Singaporeans. Gula is clever. Follow my lead, Mr. Chen joked. Chapter 50. We are not of the same species. Speaking of Gula, I continued to elucidate. Thoughts are intangible, representing the yin, while tangible objects signify the yang. The eyes serve as the windows to the soul. By opening this window of the heart, allowing the light of the sun to enter, one can cleanse the mind of excessive gloom. Gula has, in fact, already grasped this concept. She simply needs to practice more. I could accompany her for a few more days, transforming this behavior into a habit. That would indeed trouble Mr. Sanhe a bit, Mr. Chen said politely. We amicably scheduled a time for the following day, specifically in the morning. The day after that would be Monday, arranged for after my work. Gula is truly a perceptive individual, and her transformation is remarkably evident. When we met the next day, she proactively initiated the conversation. Master, could you elaborate on yin and yang for me? Her address carried a hint of playful mockery. Observing that I did not mind her childlike demeanor, Mr. and Mrs. Chen remained silent, sitting attentively. Yin broadly refers to the downward, somber, static, and invisible aspects, while yang encompasses the upward, lively, manifest, and warm elements. Engaging in physical activity also embodies yang. Hence, when someone is feeling down, running, hiking, or basking in the sun can be revitalizing. These actions replenish yang. Overthinking leads to yin. Contemplating and then acting embodies movement, which correlates with yang. Once one begins to act, they infuse their actions with yang, generating vitality. It is no wonder that at times I feel a sense of powerlessness. It stems from excessive contemplation and insufficient action. Gula nodded, signaling her understanding. At all times, a balance of yin and yang is essential. If one reads without sharing knowledge, they risk becoming a mere bookworm. If money only accumulates without circulation, one becomes a piggy bank, ultimately destined for others. I noticed the Chin family nodding frequently, and soon they were laughing in unison, suggesting they comprehended the message. On the third day, as Gula and I were preparing to leave, Mrs. Chen cautiously inquired, "May I join you for a walk?" Mr. Chen looked at me with eager anticipation. Of course, I replied. Gula seemed quite normal now, no longer reclusive, so the presence of others posed no issue. The Chen couple was elated as they followed behind us. I intentionally lagged a few steps to walk alongside them, while Gula led the way. She skipped ahead, engaging in playful exchanges with flowers, greeting trees, and casting flirtatious glances at the blue sky and white clouds. She existed entirely in a state of joyous abandon, utterly unconcerned with the perceptions of others. She appears somewhat eccentric, Mrs. Chen remarked incredulously. Is she not excessively lively? Perhaps it was the stark contrast to Gula's previous aloof demeanor that left her feeling disoriented. Many people converse with kittens and puppies. Gula merely chooses flowers and plants as her companions, which is hardly a significant issue. I responded. Yes, mother, ever since I embraced my mental illness, I feel more spirited. Gula turned her head, laughing heartily, playfully startling Mrs. Chen. I believe young girls should embody such vivacity and cheerfulness. In her childhood, Gula was blissfully carefree, embodying a happiness beyond measure. Mr. Chen remarked, deeply moved. Mrs. Chen, overwhelmed with joy, discreetly wiped the corners of her eyes. Gula, brimming with exuberance, turned to me and inquired, "What you taught me, is it the simplified version of the cleansing and nurturing technique?" Indeed, I nodded, perplexed by her question. Then, is there a complete version? Yes, there exists a term known as purity of the six senses. The six senses refer to the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The cleansing and nurturing technique addresses these six aspects. What I taught you pertains to the clarity of vision, I explained candidly. I want to learn it all. Gula declared with unwavering determination. You are already quite proficient. The complete version, which includes the heart method, is somewhat intricate and requires mentorship. It is not necessary for you. No, I insist. Mentorship is trivial. I would marry you if need be. Cough, cough, cough. I was suddenly choked by my own saliva, coughing uncontrollably, my face aflame with embarrassment. Gula, do not be foolish. Mr. Chen admonished sternly. Gula remained silent, fixated on me, insisting on my response. You are a celestial being, and I am but an ordinary person. We are not of the same kind. I racked my brain for an excuse. Chapter 51. The blossoming peach blossoms. It's nothing. I don't mind you. Gula expressed with a demeanor of selflessness. My mind was in a whirlwind, sparks flying, nearly overheating. Gula, show some respect. Mr. Chen admonished once more. Who is being disrespectful? I am already 16. A 2-year romance is perfectly suitable for marriage. I struggled to find an appropriate retort, and upon hearing this, my brain completely malfunctioned. 2 years later? 18? Perfect for marriage. Observing my dazed expression, Gula kindly elaborated. The law states that one can marry at 18. Is that really stipulated by law? I had previously only familiarized myself with Singapore's corporate law, and was entirely oblivious to the marriage laws, unsure if she was deceiving me. Indeed, Sanhe, don't you think the timing is just right? Gula gazed at me with hopeful eyes, devoid of any guilt. Could it be that in Singapore, One can truly marry at 18? No, wait. What does the age of marriage in Singapore have to do with me? I nearly fell into a trap. Gula. Mr. Chen's face darkened as he witnessed my speechlessness. Just days prior, I had resolved a male peach blossom issue. And now another underage one had emerged. What sort of fortune was this? I silently vowed, upon returning home, I would delve into Master Bala's notes to see if there were any methods to sever these peach blossoms. At that moment, Mrs. Chen's phone rang. Sister. She addressed gently. What? We're on our way. Her expression shifted instantly, and in a flurry, she hung up the phone, explaining to Mr. Chen. IN's pregnancy seems unstable. We should go check on her. You all go ahead. I'll take my leave first. I seized the opportunity to escape from the underage predicament. Mr. Sanhe. Mr. Chen called after me. Mr. Chen hesitated for a moment before asking, would you mind accompanying us? In is our sister's daughter. Her previous checkups were fine, and suddenly, she reports instability in her pregnancy. We're uncertain if it's due to non-medical reasons. Mrs. Chen, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at me. I truly had no pressing matters. However, I glanced at her, and she appeared genuinely anxious, evidently worried for her sister, completely shedding her previous mischievous demeanor. Very well, I acquiesced. It would be beneficial to gain some practical experience. Mr. Chen drove, and shortly thereafter, we arrived at IN's residence. She lay on the bed, surrounded by a circle of people. Fearing overcrowding, some stood in the living room, all bearing expressions of concern. Mrs. Chen found a quiet spot to introduce her sister to me. Mr. Sanhe, this is my sister, Judy. She then introduced me to her sister. Sister, this is Mr. Sanhe. Gula is the one he helped adjust. Judy greeted me courteously and then took Gula's hand, saying, Gula, you indeed look different from a few days ago. Today, you resemble a little angel. Auntie, I'm a little fairy, Gula corrected her. Indeed, she is a little fairy, not merely a little angel. Judy replied with affectionate indulgence. Turning her gaze towards me, Judy earnestly implored, might you be so kind as to assist me in understanding the situation concerning my daughter? As I entered, I had already gleaned a general understanding and was contemplating a delicate way to articulate my thoughts. Chapter 52. The heartache of biting one's finger, art. Her situation is rather intricate. I paused, for it is not merely one or two reasons that have led to this, but a multitude of factors intricately intertwined. It would be best if we could arrange a quiet time to converse, allowing me to speak with her directly first. That's not difficult. Judy gently called out to the man, Aaron. A slightly plump young man approached, his hands hanging at his sides, fingers subtly rubbing against each other as if attempting to alleviate his complex emotions. This is my daughter's husband, Aaron, Judy introduced, and this is Mr. Sanhe, who has been referred by my aunt to help us understand Ein's situation. She continued, however, we require a tranquil environment. Please take everyone to the living room for some tea. Aaron nodded kindly to us before attending to the guests. Mr. Chen and Gula followed closely, making their way to the living room. Mrs. Chen remained behind, joining me and Judy. Mr. Sanhe, please. Judy gestured ahead, leading us towards Ein's room. The room was simple yet inviting, exuding an aura of harmony. Ein was fair-skinned, with a round face and smooth, clean skin. Her features were robust, and she bore distinct auspicious lines, indicative of a person blessed with fortune. These auspicious lines, located beneath her eyes and around the area known as the metropolis, suggest that she often engages in virtuous deeds, embodying spirituality and blessings. While I observed her, Judy and Mrs. Chen explained the purpose of my visit. Hello, Mr. Sanhe. She greeted with a smile, her gaze calm. My previous examinations have gone well, and today is merely a routine checkup. However, the hospital indicated that the situation is somewhat complex and advised me to seek a re-examination at the central hospital. I have yet to go, and personally, I feel no abnormalities. She spoke candidly, not withholding any information, allowing me no opportunity to gauge my accuracy in assessment. She eschewed any cleverness and instead demonstrated a transparent character and grand perspective, which I silently admired. Have you encountered any situations during your pregnancy that might affect the fetus? To your knowledge? I inquired. Judy leaned forward anxiously, seemingly unsettled, perhaps struggling to comprehend why I posed such a question. Mrs. Chen gently patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. I tilted her head, contemplating seriously. Once, while I was cooking, the stove was at the height of my abdomen. A fleeting thought crossed my mind. High temperatures are detrimental to the fetus in early pregnancy, she recounted. However, upon reflection, every pregnant woman cooks. And I rarely do so myself, thus, it shouldn't have any impact. Does that count? I nodded. That fleeting thought was an instinctive response from the heart, while the subsequent analysis was a product of the mind's reasoning. The heart's dimension transcends that of the mind. Is it truly unacceptable for a pregnant woman to cook occasionally? Judy seemed unable to accept such an assertion. I politely acknowledged her concern. Confucius had a disciple named Zhengzi. Once, while he was gathering firewood in the mountains, his mother wished for him to return home early due to an urgent matter. In those days, there were no telephones. So she, thinking of the bond between mother and son, endured the pain and bit her own finger. Zhengzi, while outside, was suddenly seized by a sharp pang of anxiety, fearing that something had befallen his mother at home, prompting him to rush back immediately. This is the renowned tale of the heart-wrenching gnawing of the fingers. In a fleeting moment, Zhengzi experienced a surge of trepidation, illustrating the profound connection of the heart. This narrative is not merely a caution against biting one's fingers to spare family members from anguish. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the intricacies of this logic, which seemed somewhat challenging to elucidate. Mr. Sanhe, my sister tends to be a bit overly anxious, and I kindly request your understanding. Please, continue. Mrs. Chen, adept at gauging the situation, hastily intervened to smooth things over. Well, whether one comprehends it or not may depend on individual fortune. I then turned to Ian and inquired, are there any other matters to discuss? Chapter 53. The Grateful Baby. Ian pondered for a moment. I have a particularly close friend whom I always assist wholeheartedly, regardless of the circumstances. Even if it requires me to spend my own money, it matters not. However, last month she traveled to Taiwan, and I asked her to bring back 2 bags of snacks for me. Not only did she charge me for the snacks, but she also added on travel expenses. When I help her, I never expect any reimbursement for my expenditures. Yet, not only does she demand payment, but she seeks to profit from me as well. Although it is not a significant amount, this incident has left me somewhat disheartened. I have heard that a pregnant woman's mood can affect the fetus. Indeed, I nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that recognizing the problem is paramount. Had you kept a meticulous account with her beforehand, perhaps you would not feel dismayed by this incident from Taiwan. Yes, but if one is so calculating, can they still be considered a friend? She questioned, perplexed. I responded with a smile. For instance, if you have a friend who owns a restaurant and you dine there, would you consider it a true friendship if he does not charge you at all? Or would you find it more amicable if he offered you a discount, thus earning a little less while still acknowledging your friendship? If he does not charge me, it might seem as though I am intentionally taking advantage of him, which would make it awkward for me to return in the future. A discount, however, allows me to save a little while he still profits. This feels more like genuine friendship. She candidly articulated. I gently nodded, refraining from interjecting to avoid disrupting her line of thought. I understand now. She suddenly raised her voice, realizing that if I had also profited from my friend in the past, even by a small margin, and offered a discount, she would not perceive me as an ungrateful friend. Consequently, I would not harbor resentment towards her for not wholeheartedly assisting me in the future, since I had also benefited from her. Enlightened by this realization, she beamed radiantly. Your ability to grasp these concepts is truly remarkable. I sincerely commended her. Noticing her keen capacity for understanding, I gradually began to discuss deeper truths. The baby you carry is a grateful child. He is the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. It would be prudent for you to follow medical advice and have a checkup at the central hospital before making any decisions. Whom do you mean a grateful baby? The reincarnation of a bodhisattva is not a good thing? Ian hesitated. The interplay of yin and yang is the essence of the Tao. Fortune and misfortune are interwoven. And life and death are inseparable. There is no absolute good or bad. A grateful child. The gratitude arises because he has once received your kindness, and in this life, he has come to shield you from calamity. The reincarnation of a bodhisattva. The term bodhisattva does not refer to a single individual, but rather to a category of people who sacrifice their precious lives to awaken the masses. This is the cause, while the rest is the effect. Whether it pertains to cooking, unhappiness, home feng shui, or hospital examinations, these are all effects. Many mistakenly perceive these as causes, believing that unhappiness or feng shui factors affect the fetus. In truth, this is a slight misplacement of priorities. Judy gazed at me, bewildered, and said, I do not quite understand. Let me illustrate with an example. Is there anyone in your household with heart issues? Father's heart is in poor condition. He was previously diagnosed with heart failure. Before anyone else could speak, Ain took the initiative to respond. Have you noticed any improvement recently? Yes, indeed. She replied with a bright smile. 2 years ago, my father felt unwell and went to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with heart failure. At that time, the hospital did not have effective solutions, and he could only return home to recuperate. Last month, he experienced discomfort again and struggled to breathe, so we had no choice but to revisit the hospital. To our surprise, this time they had a miraculous medication for combating heart failure. After receiving 2 injections, he is feeling much better now. I nodded, falling silent. Some things are difficult to articulate. Understanding them is often sufficient. If one does not comprehend, no amount of explanation will suffice. Judy still wore a furrowed brow, gazing at me in confusion. Ain's eyes flickered with a brief glimmer before dimming once more. Her expression a mixture of emotions as she looked at me. Are you implying, because of the baby? I gently arched an eyebrow. Please have a checkup at the designated hospital first. Based on your findings, we can discuss how to proceed. Chapter 54, A Thin Red Envelope, Indeed. Ain is a person of remarkable nonchalance, exhibiting no hesitation as she readily acquiesced. As we departed, Mr. Chen first took Mrs. Chun and Gula home before escorting me. Prior to my exit from the vehicle, he solemnly handed me a red envelope, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Sanhe, thank you for returning to me a radiant and joyful daughter. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope it meets your approval. As long as they genuinely benefit, I am more than willing to accept such a gesture. The balance of give and take embodies the essence of yin and yang. However, this envelope was somewhat unexpected. It was remarkably thin, almost resembling an empty envelope. Yet, regardless of its contents, every envelope represents the sentiments of the giver, and I believe in accepting them with an open heart. I smiled as I received it. Mr. Chen explained, inside is a check, reflecting the total amount we spent on the master we engaged for Gula. The previous funds did not yield the desired outcome, and thus this check cannot adequately convey our gratitude. Gula is the hope of our entire family. Her recovery is invaluable to us. We do not presume to quantify your assistance with monetary value. This favor is etched in my heart. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help. He looked at me with sincerity, his expression resolute, as he was not merely engaging in pleasantries. I felt no need to feign politeness. Some relationships are meant to endure. Very well. I gladly accept, I replied. Upon hearing my unhesitating agreement, Mr. Chen seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a joyful smile illuminating his face. Perhaps he had been concerned that Gula's previous antics might have created a rift between us, and now he felt reassured. The following day, Mr. Kai invited me. Mr. Sanhe, I am meeting with a Zen master tonight. Would you care to join me? I see you have a keen interest in metaphysics, Mr. Kai said, raising an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That sounds wonderful, Mr. Kai. I responded with a smile. Being unfamiliar with this place, I rely entirely on your guidance. It is a rare opportunity to engage with esteemed monks and sages from different dimensions. It is my honor to convey my thoughts to your heart, Mr. Kai replied with a hearty laugh. I joined in the laughter, for Mr. Kai's conversational charm is akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Tonight, allow me to treat you to authentic Singaporean cuisine before we meet the Zen master, he proposed. Whatever you say, I respectfully replied. Once in the car, Mr. Kai clarified, just to be clear, tonight's meal will not be a grand feast. It will merely be a typical Singaporean dining experience. I know a quaint little restaurant that serves absolutely authentic fare. It is essential to rely on the locals to discover genuine culinary gems. The breakfast Mr. Chen took me to was delightful, I remarked. By the way, I must thank you for introducing me to your clients. Today, you choose the venue, and I shall treat you. Sounds perfect. He readily accepted. Mr. Kai has a knack for uplifting spirits through the most casual of conversations. In the ebb and flow of interaction, the acts of giving and receiving embody a profound virtue. He assisted me in expanding my clientele, and in return, I invited him to share a meal. This reciprocal exchange facilitated a harmonious flow of energy, resulting in mutual delight. As for the cost, it no longer concerned me. A meal is but a trivial matter, and I find myself no longer financially constrained. Before long, we arrived at our destination, a quaint little eatery. He led me to a street-side Malaysian restaurant and ordered each of us a bowl of laksa. In contrast to the vibrant colors and intricate flavors of Chinese cuisine, Malaysian dishes seem to favor a more singular palette, predominantly showcasing shades of yellow with deep golden hues mingling with lighter tones, creating a unique aesthetic. The sight evoked a smile from me. My noodles appeared white, while the laksa before me was a rich yellow. Mr. Kai jested, Do not underestimate this bowl. Laksa ranks among the world's culinary treasures, renowned for its flavor. Moreover, this establishment is a venerable institution steeped in tradition. Then allow me to savor it with due seriousness, I replied with a chuckle. The broth of the laksa exuded a distinctive freshness, subtle yet intricately satisfying, with layers of flavor that enveloped the senses. As I savored each spoonful, it felt as if every pore of my being was immersed in a blissful state of contentment. The human experience of sensory pleasure is universally shared, and indeed, the allure of this delicacy is well-founded. Such exquisite fare must find its way to China, so my parents too may partake in this delight. I mused as I relished each bite. Little did I know that, later on, laksa would enter the Chinese market at an accessible price, a story for another time. As we enjoyed our meal, Mr. Kai enlightened me about the Zen master we were to meet that evening. This master, reputed to be a reincarnation of a living Buddha, is known for his compassion and is affectionately referred to as Master Wuyo. He has dedicated decades to offering free wellness classes and guiding meditation sessions for the public. His voice carries a unique energy that has restored health to many, possessing a mysterious ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Mr. Kai spoke of him with great admiration. Such extraordinary capabilities combined with a compassionate heart truly reflect a high state of being, I remarked. It is easy to perform acts of kindness occasionally, yet sustaining such efforts over decades is a rare virtue. The prowess of Master Wuyo extends beyond mere charity. Mr. Kai continued in a hushed tone, revealing that during his interactions, the master neither indulges in pretense nor crafts an image. He speaks in a grounded, unpretentious manner. Oh, I found myself increasingly intrigued as Mr. Kai elaborated. Those who lack in certain areas often feel compelled to showcase them. The ostentatiously wealthy are frequently the most financially burdened, and those who project profundity may lack true depth. A person who is unconcerned with appearances and eschews the need for facade must possess a formidable inner strength. Mr. Kai continued, Master Wuyo has established charitable meditation halls across many regions of the world. His travels leave him with little time to visit Singapore. How fortunate I am, I exclaimed. I had the privilege of viewing a video of the master during a global online conference. Today marks my first encounter with Master Wuyo in person. Mr. Kai rubbed his hands together, unable to conceal his excitement. Chapter 55. The Essence of Cultivation, Tao. Though the delicacy of laksa is delightful, the allure of the Zen master surpasses it. I eagerly urged Mr. Kai to set off, fearing any delay would hinder our meeting with the master. Before departing, I hastily finished the soup in my bowl. Upon our arrival at the Zen Hall on Shalonggang Road, now relocated, the venue was already bustling with people. Yet Master Wuyo had not yet arrived. The volunteers organized us into a seated arrangement with remarkable efficiency, while attendees engaged in hushed conversations, sharing various miraculous experiences related to the master. We sat quietly, absorbing these incomprehensible phenomena, our hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Before long, a gentle call echoed from the entrance. The master has arrived. Although the voice was subdued, it conveyed an unmistakable excitement and joy. A middle-aged man, modestly dressed and wearing a warm smile, entered slowly, greeting everyone with kindness, as if a wave of warmth had washed over our hearts. His presence illuminated the entire gathering, filling the air with compassion and delight. As the host took the stage, he began with a familiar tone, addressing the assembly. Good evening, everyone. I shall refrain from lengthy introductions. Mr. Kai slightly turned his head, softly clarifying for me. This gentleman is the head of the Zen Hall. The head continued. Tonight's gathering is primarily a reunion of our senior students. We did not publicly announce the Master's visit to Singapore, as we lacked the means to accommodate such a large crowd. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in knowing laughter. However, a few whispers had inadvertently leaked the news, and everyone was eager to meet the master, leading to this rare gathering. Thunderous applause filled the hall, resonating endlessly, each clap echoing the participants' excitement and anticipation. After a brief speech, the head ceded the stage to Master Wuyo. I shall say no more. Let us reserve this time for the master. A voice from the crowd could not contain itself, cheering loudly, only to quickly realize the impropriety of such exuberance, hastily covering their mouth, prompting a wave of good-natured laughter. Amidst the laughter, Master Wuyo began to speak, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. It has been a long time. How is everyone? A resounding chorus of replies filled the air, imbued with admiration and gratitude for the master. The strength of their voices indicated true well-being. Master Wuyo chuckled in response, and the laughter grew even more joyous. I shall invigorate you further. Master Wuyo's voice resonated like a mighty bell. A collective shout accompanied by applause reverberated throughout the hall. The applause surged with boundless energy, akin to a tide that threatened to lift the roof. The man before me clapped especially fervently, as if pouring all his strength into each strike, nearly rising from his seat. In the midst of this fervor, Master Wuyo began to play the accompanying drum, and a soaring melody gradually filled the space. I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the timeless song. I felt as though I had entered a realm of light, surrounded by pure lotus flowers. These lotus blossoms radiated a spiritual brilliance, both solemn and sacred. I was profoundly moved by this extraordinary beauty, tears cascading down my cheeks. Long after Master Wuyo's chanting had concluded, we remained enveloped in this enchanting Zen atmosphere. The master gently prompted us, urging us to slowly open our eyes. Reluctantly, I blinked open my eyes to behold Master Wuyo gazing at us with a warm smile, reminiscent of the sun's gentle rays. I turned to my side and noticed Mr. Kai tenderly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. I chuckled softly, hastily rubbing my own face. Master Wuyo inquired softly, "How do you feel?" The previous fervor and excitement had dissipated. The gathering now seemed to be cleansed by some mysterious force, as if each soul had undergone a sacred baptism, filled with boundless tranquility and bliss. In unison, we pressed our palms together and bowed deeply, murmuring our heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Though our voices were soft, they brimmed with sincerity and respect. Master Wuyo regarded us with a smile, his profound eyes radiating endless compassion and wisdom. He gently waved his hand, indicating that we need not be overly formal. Seeing everyone benefit brings me the greatest joy. Many believe that practice consists solely of meditation and chanting. In truth, the essence of practice is quite simple. It lies in our everyday actions. Master Wuyo elucidated profound truths with such simplicity, making them accessible and comprehensible. We listened intently to the master's words, as if feeling a warm current flowing within our hearts. Each of Master Wuyo's utterances nourished our souls like refreshing dew, deepening our understanding of practice. The atmosphere in the hall was steeped in a sacred and solemn ambience, with each individual seemingly lost in this exquisite feeling. This moment of peace and bliss is not an end, but rather a new beginning on our journey of cultivation. Chapter 56. The principles of chanting mantras. Cultivation does not imply a passive retreat from the world, nor does it necessitate the absence of work or financial pursuits. On the contrary, a true practitioner at home must first engage earnestly in their work. One must sustain life before one can contemplate the path of cultivation. It is imperative to honor and care for one's parents and nurture one's children. A stable family environment constitutes the foundation for spiritual practice amidst worldly affairs. If one cannot adequately care for their parents and children, what value does their practice hold? Even charitable endeavors require financial support. A practitioner should neither covet wealth nor shy away from it. After all, even the act of striking a wooden fish requires expenditure, does it not? Master Wuyo engages in light-hearted conversation with everyone, discussing everyday life without any pretense of cultivating a lofty persona, nor does he disdain money as if it were refuse. Life is a symphony of pots, bowls, and utensils. This is our true temple of practice. If one can harmoniously play this melody, that is commendable. If harmony proves elusive, even a divorce can be seen as a new opportunity to choose a partner, a form of gain in itself. There are no insurmountable obstacles in life. Each day is a good day. Every occurrence is a blessing. Master Wuyo maintains a radiant, childlike smile as he speaks eloquently. Before me sat a young woman adorned in a light green gauze dress, who suddenly began to weep softly. A slightly older sister beside her rummaged through her bag and offered her a tissue. I raised an inquisitive eyebrow at Mr. Kai, who shrugged, indicating he was equally unaware of the situation. I suppressed my confusion and continued to listen to the master's discourse. He transitioned from the practice of worldly cultivation to the subject of physical health. Many participants in morning exercises or meditation retreats have experienced healing, Master Wuyo noted. Indeed, many in the audience responded with spontaneous smiles. Some aspects of this I cannot fully explain. It is simply what my master taught. Countless individuals have benefited from this approach. Moreover, certain elements have been deciphered by scientists, such as the effects of chanting scriptures, invoking deities, and reciting mantras. Scientific research has confirmed that sound possesses distinct forms. During my recent visit to Canada, a student from America shared with me images of sound. Different sounds exhibit different shapes. Those interested may explore this intriguing phenomenon further. Sound not only manifests in forms but also wields power. For instance, ultrasound technology has given rise to surgical instruments capable of fragmenting stones and ablating tumors, illustrating that sound can directly influence human organs. The practice of chanting scriptures, invoking Buddhist names, and reciting mantras frequently employs three fundamental phonemes of the universe and life: Om, Ah, and Hum. The master elucidated further. Om, Sanskrit, resonates within the head, harmonizing yin and yang, invigorating the spirit. Sanskrit, resonates within the mouth, stimulating the internal organs and clearing the body's pathways. Hum, Sanskrit, resonates in the heart, can dissolve blockages in the meridians, enhance metabolism, inspire new vitality, and promote longevity. A murmur of enlightenment swept through the audience. When chanting scriptures or mantras, striving for phonetic accuracy enhances the effect. However, it is the intention that holds greater significance. The master added, other unresolved mysteries, such as karma and reincarnation, remain. With the advancement of science, I believe that one day, these mysteries will no longer remain enigmatic. After discussing various methods of scriptural study and their merits, the Zen master transitioned to the knowledge of Buddhist medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine and Taoist medicine emphasize the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In contrast, Buddhist medicine focuses on the four great elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. I later discovered that ancient Greece also espoused the theory of four elements: earth, air, water, and fire. Among these, air bears a resemblance to wind, akin to the wood element in the five-element system. The Heavenly E-Notes records that the Sun hexagram of the I Ching symbolizes wood and also represents wind, as the wind is the movement of wood. Chapter 57. The healing power of Buddhist medicine through fasting. Buddhist physicians categorize ailments into two distinct types: those arising from the imbalance of the four elements and those resulting from karmic repercussions. The four elements refer to solidity, moisture, warmth, and movement, also known as cold dampness, dryness, and wind disorders, akin to what traditional Chinese medicine identifies as dysfunction of the five internal organs. It is the belief of Buddhist medicine that the majority of illnesses stem from overeating. Master Xuanzang recorded in the records of the Western regions during the Great Tang Dynasty that for those afflicted by illness, abstaining from food for 7 days often leads to recovery. When combined with emetic methods, the results are even more pronounced, effectively eliminating internal stagnation. It is particularly crucial to refrain from consuming solid food immediately after fasting. Rather, one should begin with rice porridge for a few days. In cases of karmic illness, the two most efficacious remedies are repentance and generosity. Generosity can be further divided into three categories: material giving, the sharing of wisdom, and the impartation of fearlessness. Material giving is relatively straightforward: simply refrain from greed. Sharing wisdom involves disseminating understanding. Impartation of fearlessness aims to alleviate anxiety, instilling confidence and hope in others. Among these three forms of generosity, the greatest merit lies in the sharing of wisdom, as it conveys the fundamental truths that lead to liberation from suffering and the attainment of joy. Let us remain grounded, focusing on the present moment rather than becoming preoccupied with the supernatural. A Zen master humorously remarked that when someone inquired whether being assaulted was a consequence of past life debts, it was likely that one had provoked the other in the present life, thus experiencing the immediate repercussions of their actions. The audience erupted in laughter at the master's wit. The Analect states that the sage does not speak of the extraordinary or the supernatural. The Zen master's grounded approach deepened my understanding of Master Kai's words. Indeed, he is a profoundly relatable teacher. Those with great compassion do not need to indulge in mysticism. Time flew by swiftly, and as our desire for more lingered, the host took the stage. He jested, acknowledging how unwelcomed his presence might seem at that moment, eliciting uproarious laughter from the audience. The Zen master's speeches, both humorous and profound, left everyone yearning for more. However, considering the master's long journey to Singapore, we felt a reluctance to conclude the gathering, yet we also wished to spare him further fatigue. The audience responded with enthusiasm, affirming this sentiment. Amidst warm applause, the evening's gathering drew to a close. After the Zen master departed, attendees graciously rose one by one to exit. A woman in front quietly asked another, previously seen in tears and wearing a green gauze dress, what had transpired. The woman in the green dress smiled sheepishly, saying, "Forgive me for causing you concern. I recently divorced, as he claimed to have found true love. During this period, I have been engulfed in guilt, struggling to comprehend why. After years of sincere practice, I could not even preserve my marriage. I perceived myself as a failure in both marriage and spiritual pursuit, unable to escape my self-denial. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with newfound clarity. Hearing the master say that divorce can be a blessing felt like a ray of light illuminating my heart. I suddenly felt liberated from the prison within. In my excitement, I lost control of my emotions. She spoke with a gentle laugh, her hand covering her mouth in bashfulness, radiating vibrant energy. As we moved with the crowd, I couldn't help but inquire with a hint of curiosity once we were in the car, "Mr. Kai, did you shed a tear when the master was singing?" "Indeed, I did. I cannot explain why, but the tears just came," Mr. Kai replied, seemingly still immersed in a profound emotion. "And you?" Two grown men were earnestly discussing the reasons for their tears at that moment. I chuckled softly. I saw countless transparent lotus flowers drifting around me, glowing with a sacred light, so breathtakingly beautiful that my tears could not be contained. Mr. Kai shook his head in confusion. I too felt perplexed, as if the mystery eluded my understanding. Was it truly the power of sound? The traditional character for medicine combines the radical for grass with the character for music. The Book of Music, revered by Confucianism alongside the Book of Poetry, the Book of History, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals, has unfortunately been lost to time, reducing the canon from the 6 classics to the 4 books and 5 classics. Could it be that the master's voice possesses a unique frequency beneficial to the human body? Can music truly heal? Mr. Kai asked incredulously. Indeed, there are numerous historical accounts of music therapy. Even today, many practitioners utilize music to harmonize their bodies, I explained to Mr. Kai. No wonder, he mused. I used to wonder why the elegant gentleman in period dramas seemed so knowledgeable about music theory. There is so much depth to it. Sound can heal, but it can also cause harm. In Feng Shui, there exists a type of negative energy known as sound sha. As the name suggests, it refers to the detrimental energy produced by sound, which can adversely affect one's health and fortune. For instance, infrasound, with a vibration frequency similar to that of human organs, can easily induce resonance, disrupting the normal functions of the body and causing dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and even impacting one's mental state, leading to irrational decisions and actions. When selecting a residence, one should consider not only the physical layout, but also the acoustic environment. Just as we were eagerly delving into our discussion, Mr. Kai's phone rang. "Lao Kai, hurry back. We need to take the child to the hospital." An anxious voice came through the phone. Chapter 58, The Sty Both Mr. Kai and I were startled. I cast a puzzled glance at him as he urgently inquired over the phone, "What is wrong with the child?" He continued, "For some reason, her eyes are uncomfortable, red and inflamed, as if she has developed a sty." "All right, I will return immediately," he replied, his anxiety palpable as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Speaking of styes, there exists a commonly known folk remedy. However, perceptions vary from person to person, especially in a place like Singapore, which leans towards Western practices. I was uncertain of Mr. Kai and his wife's stance on such remedies. Yet, given our rare rapport, I hesitated only briefly before suggesting, "Mr. Kai, if it is indeed a sty, you might consider tying a red thread around the base of the middle finger, securing it gently, but not too tightly. Typically, one night is sufficient for noticeable improvement. Whether you choose to adopt this remedy is a matter of personal belief." "Thank you. I will return to assess the situation," Mr. Kai replied cautiously. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Mr. Kai wasted no time. He exited the car and hurried inside. Early the next morning, I heard his voice from downstairs, "Mr. Sanhe." My heart skipped a beat, and I rushed down to inquire, "What is it?" "My daughter woke up this morning with her eyes already better," he exclaimed, beaming with joy. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had ultimately decided to try the remedy I suggested the previous night. That is excellent news. I genuinely felt happy for him. A child is a parent's most cherished treasure, and any affliction is intolerable. "You have my gratitude, and it seems my debt to you continues to grow," Mr. Kai said, rubbing his hands together, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. I waved my hand dismissively, "Not at all. I am already grateful that you provided me with timely feedback on the outcome. After all, I am still young and do not need to pose as a master before you. You have afforded me the opportunity to gain practical experience, and I should thank you for that. Moreover, you introduced me to Mr. Chun and that remarkable Zen master. In truth, I am the one benefiting from your goodwill." Mr. Kai laughed heartily. "Engaging with someone as open-minded and unpretentious as you is truly refreshing. Henceforth, I shall consider you my brother, and we shall maintain a close friendship." His words stirred a warm feeling within me. True friendships are rare and precious. From now on, you may simply call me Sanhe. Addressing me with 4 syllables feels somewhat cumbersome, I suggested. Certainly, Brother Sanhe. Mr. Kai replied with a hearty laugh. His smile radiated a spirited energy, a delightful contrast to his usual refined demeanor, yet it conveyed sincerity and joy. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Mr. Chun. I answered, and Mr. Kai nodded to indicate that I should attend to my matters. I returned his nod and made my way towards the entrance. Ayin has completed her prenatal checkup and would like you to come over to take a look. Are you free today? Mr. Chun wasted no time in getting to the point. A weight settled in my heart. Yes, I will head over right away, I replied. The significance of the matter compelled me to arrange my visit promptly. I shall come to fetch you now. I hung up the phone, tidied up my room, and awaited at the doorstep. The sunlight enveloped me, penetrating my soul and dispelling the lingering gloom. Within a few minutes, Mr. Chin's car arrived at the entrance. Throughout the journey, Mr. Chin appeared somewhat somber, and I surmised that the circumstances were not particularly promising. Upon reaching Ain's residence, the atmosphere was grave among everyone present. In contrast, Ain herself maintained a relatively relaxed demeanor. Mr. Sanhe, she greeted with a subtle smile. I nodded to each individual in acknowledgement. The doctor stated, "The child's development is not progressing well. There is no certainty of viability." Although Ain appeared somewhat more composed than the others, articulating this outcome proved to be a challenge. So, what are your plans? I understood that some discussions are arduous, yet to address the issue at hand, clarity is essential. Ain's husband, Aaron, took the cue. From the perspective of optimal health, it would be more prudent not to proceed with this pregnancy. We are still young. We can prioritize our well-being and consider having children in the future. While his reasoning was rational, one could not escape the inner turmoil and reluctance that accompanied such a decision. Chapter 59. The suspended needle pattern. Ain's father let out a deep sigh. His myriad concerns distilled into a single, weighty admonition: health is of paramount importance. The anguish etched on his face intensified the pronounced lines between his brows. Known as the suspended needle pattern, this pattern signifies a resolute character, indicative of an overactive liver. Within the realm of the I Ching, the Jun hexagram corresponds to the liver and symbolizes the eldest son. Thus, the suspended needle pattern is also referred to as the sword that beheads the son, suggesting misfortune for the firstborn, often resulting in a troubled destiny for the eldest child. The liver, associated with the wood element, governs anger, with wind representing the movement of wood, rendering individuals susceptible to wind-related ailments such as strokes, gout, rheumatism, vitiligo, depression, madness, dizziness, and tremors. Those bearing the characteristic pattern often possess a stubborn disposition, prone to contentiousness, and overt manifestation of excessive wood energy. Such an imbalance frequently results in a life fraught with challenges, leading to significant setbacks in both personal and professional realms. Many mistakenly believe that the suspended needle pattern alone influences their fortunes, thinking that a simple cosmetic procedure could erase the lines, akin to putting a bandage over a gaping wound. The art of face reading, akin to the diagnostic practices of traditional Chinese medicine, observes the complexion to assess underlying health issues. For instance, a sallow complexion may indicate disharmony in the spleen and stomach, as yellow corresponds to the earth element, which governs these organs. Can a mere layer of foundation and blush truly rectify such internal imbalances? The authentic remedy lies in physical exercise, fostering the body's innate capacity for self-repair until the suspended needle pattern naturally fades or vanishes. This is the fundamental solution. Ayin, I honor your every decision, Judy said gently, gazing at her daughter. My thoughts were abruptly drawn back by her words. The child is young and naive at your age. Can't you discern the gravity of this matter? Ayin's father exclaimed angrily, voicing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, his ire was palpable, and I contemplated the possibility of discussing emotional therapy with him, which could not only enhance health, but also significantly adjust one's fortune. Judy appeared accustomed to his outbursts. Remaining unfazed, she calmly turned to her daughter and asked, Ayin, how have you decided? It seemed they had yet to reach a consensus on this matter, which was undeniably a difficult decision. After all, he is a life, Ayin replied, unhurriedly. Every life deserves respect. We cannot control the duration of life. It is his fate, as well as ours. I wish to let nature take its course and honor his inherent life path. Nonsense. With such poor health, do you understand the suffering the child must endure? Can you bear to witness the child's distress? If the child is to live in agony, are you certain he wishes to enter this world? Ayin's father was engulfed in fury. Did not the hospital also state that all indicators are merely for reference? Poor indicators may still yield a healthy baby, while perfect metrics do not guarantee health. These indicators are not infallible, Ian attempted to argue. This reminded me of my early encounters with the old Taoist, who remarked, strictly speaking, medicine is not a science, for its outcomes are not definitive. Indeed, there are exceptions. Ian's father softened his tone, acknowledging the situation but questioning the wisdom of risking it all for a mere possibility. After all, it concerns a lifetime, not just the child's. But theirs as well. Yes, it is a matter of a lifetime, he continued. Therefore, I wish for him to make his own decision regarding his own future, rather than me stripping him of his right to exist. Ian, possessing a profound sense of agency, paused before asserting, he is alive now. The family fell into silence, captivated by Ian's resolute gaze, rendering further conversation unnecessary. My dear, no matter what decision you arrive at, we shall support you wholeheartedly, Aaron declared, urging her not to burden herself excessively. Should the outcome be less than favorable, do not place undue pressure upon yourself. We will face it together. Time passed in quiet contemplation, and it appeared that this was indeed the final decision. Mr. Sanhe, I have resolved to keep this child, Ian declared, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Regardless of the outcome, it would be his fate. What more can we do to assist him in thriving? Chapter 60. The Sutra of Ktagarbha Bodhisattva and the Transformation of Destiny. I nodded gently, my gaze sweeping slowly across the gathered assembly, reaffirming that this was indeed a collective consensus. As I surveyed the room, silence enveloped us. Given our shared understanding, let us engage in discourse from the perspectives of Buddhism, medicine, and Taoism. This matter bears significant weight, and I prudently brought along my master Estiani notes. I signaled to Ian to first purify her hands and calm her mind, then respectfully drew a divination slip. Upon opening my master's notes, I discovered the corresponding verse, clearing away the unjust. A cow returns in the next life. The Bodhisattva repays kindness as one meditates on the other shore. At this moment, I found it challenging to articulate my feelings. Was it awe, emotion, reluctance, or admiration? What does this mean? Someone whispered. There lies a profound narrative behind it. I began to recount. In a past life, a man surnamed Zhou was wrongfully condemned to death due to the schemes of others, which also implicated his family. Fortuitously, just before his execution, he encountered an upright and incorruptible official, Lord Liu. Despite immense pressure from various quarters, he upheld justice and ultimately exonerated the Zhou family, restoring their honor. In gratitude for Lord Liu's life-saving intervention, the Zhou man prayed to the heavens, wishing to be reborn as a cow for 3 years, to shield Lord Liu in his current life from calamities as an act of gratitude. Shortly after his reincarnation, a significant upheaval occurred. The cow sacrificed itself to save another, fulfilling its mission. After repaying its debt of gratitude, the cow attained enlightenment and ascended to the celestial realm. This tale serves to awaken the conscience of humanity, igniting a revival of life. As I finished the story, a hush fell over the gathering. After a prolonged silence, Ian lifted her gaze and asked, "Is this the story of the gratitude baby?" His birth coincides with the year of the ox. In the grand design of fate, coincidences abound. Everything is interlinked. All phenomena are transient, yet the law of cause and effect remains steadfast. I elucidated, cause and effect are mutually reinforcing, each serving as the other's foundation. While we cannot alter the causes of the past, we can influence future outcomes by adjusting our present actions. I paused for a moment, allowing everyone time to absorb and reflect. Buddhism, medicine, and Taoism have endured for millennia, undoubtedly for a reason. We can make adjustments through these 3 avenues. Firstly, it is essential to pay heed to fundamental health practices, such as taking a midday nap. The hours of the rat, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and the hours of the goat, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., are critical times to rest and rejuvenate. Aaron nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Ian before turning to me, somewhat bashfully admitting, "In Singapore, the days are exceedingly hot, and our nightlife is vibrant. It is customary not to sleep until midnight or later. We shall make a concerted effort to adjust this moving forward." I continued, "The power of scriptures and mantras is beyond imagination. They can eliminate karmic obstructions, accumulate virtuous deeds, and awaken wisdom. For expectant mothers, reciting scriptures can bring tranquility and peace of mind, greatly benefiting both mother and child. As long as it is for the sake of the baby, we are willing to undertake any endeavor." Ian gazed at me with unwavering determination. Our previous encounters had merely consisted of visiting temples to offer prayers, and our understanding of scriptures and mantras was rather limited. Uncertain of which text to recite, I suggested that they chant the Sutra of Itagarbha Bodhisattva daily, dedicating the merits accrued from their recitations to the child and to all sentient beings across the 10 directions. Additionally, I recommended the chanting of names of the Buddhas, such as Itagarbha, Avalokitesvara, and Shakyamuni, as a splendid starting point for beginners. Without hesitation, Ayan agreed. Reciting scriptures may appear simple, yet transforming one's habitual tendencies and overcoming laziness and karmic obstacles is no trivial task. I felt it necessary to prepare them for the journey ahead. The power of Buddhist texts is immeasurable, but initial recitations might prove challenging due to unfamiliarity, requiring immense resolve to persevere. No problem. As long as it benefits the baby, I will surely persist. Ayan replied with conviction. The Sutra of Itagarbha Bodhisattva is a scripture rich with profound meanings, embodying the compassion of the Buddhas and their protective care for all beings. It chronicles the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, as well as the means to transform one's destiny. For those who become adept at recitation, it typically takes over an hour. At the outset, considerably more time may be necessary. No issue. Ayan responded resolutely. Nothing is insurmountable for those with determination. Witnessing their steadfast resolve, I felt a surge of hope and optimism for the future of this child. Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall join you in daily recitations and prayers for the baby until his safe arrival, I solemnly vowed. Chapter 61. Thoughts Influence Gene Expression. Mr. Chen likely did not anticipate my actions, as he spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. Mr. Sanhe, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my entire family. The oppressive atmosphere that initially enveloped us was significantly alleviated by our collective resolve. In that moment, I began to comprehend why the venerable master at Shanghai Airport had accepted me as his disciple, inspired by my sincerity. The heart is the root of all things. Judy, curious, inquired, how can reciting scriptures benefit the baby? I pondered for a moment. Seeking a more comprehensible angle to elucidate, let us momentarily set aside the esoteric notions of alleviating karmic burdens and accumulating merit. From a scientific perspective, biologists have confirmed that human thoughts can indeed influence gene expression. Erin remained silent, akin to an invisible presence. Judy and her husband displayed solemn expressions, seemingly struggling to grasp the concept. Mr. Chen and I were quite familiar with this emerging scientific theory. Mr. Chen remarked, I once read an article about an experiment conducted at a university in America pertaining to quantum mechanics. When two particles at opposite ends of the Earth become entangled, they forge a remarkable connection, influencing one another instantaneously, surpassing the speed of light. I nodded in agreement, adding, during our studies, we also learned that particles continuously disintegrate, ultimately becoming quarks. Quarks are both particles in light, influenced by the observer. When all matter eventually disintegrates into quarks and transforms into light. Is that not what we refer to as emptiness of all phenomena? As Ayn spoke, she wore a light-hearted smile, showcasing her wonderfully optimistic demeanor. In contrast, Ayn's father maintained a tense expression, evidently struggling to comprehend the discussion. Yet, if understanding eluded him, so be it. I casually remarked, sometimes. One need not become overly entangled in the reasons, for human wisdom is rather rudimentary in comparison to the vast cosmos. Ayn, perplexed, questioned him. Science has delved so deeply. Is that still considered rudimentary? I surveyed the group and posed a question. For those who have never inhaled the fragrance of gardenias, can you vividly describe the scent to them? The group exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time. Sweet, intense, similar to cloves? It seemed insufficiently precise. After repeated internal attempts, they gradually shook their heads in unison. Indeed, if we struggle to accurately describe the scent of a single flower, how can we presume to fully elucidate the mysteries of the universe? The group contemplated this for a moment before breaking into relieved smiles. Ayn's father's expression softened considerably. Often, human anger arises from an inflated sense of self-importance, believing oneself to be right while others are wrong. When we humbly recognize our insignificance in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, what is there left to contest? Do not inquire about the future. Simply focus on persevering through the storms. Set your goals and take action, I advised. The group nodded thoughtfully. I continued, Buddhism speaks of the 10 realms, encompassing sentient beings, which is a broader perspective. Now, let us discuss the adjustments on a more personal level. Absolutely. They responded eagerly. Ian gazed at me with clear and resolute eyes, inquiring about the importance of taking a midday nap, reciting scriptures, and chanting Buddhist mantras. She asked what actions could be taken on a smaller scale. Regarding the feng shui of the home, there are several areas that would benefit from adjustment. All things resonate with one another. The nature of one's destiny corresponds to specific fortunes, which in turn align with appropriate feng shui. Some individuals invest their entire life savings into a home, yet upon entering, one may immediately sense discomfort in various aspects. You might wonder why they would choose such a property. The answer lies in the notion of compatibility. What aligns with them may not align with you. Consequently, during adjustments, some may feel a peculiar sense of unease, finding the new arrangement less visually appealing than before, and thus resist change. This reflects the unique paths each individual chooses in life. Fate is predetermined, yet the outcomes are a matter of personal choice. Fate is akin to the initial hand dealt in a game of poker. The stakes of winning or losing remain uncertain, dependent on who plays and how they play. Perhaps there exists a pitfall within one's fate, serving as the opening hand, yet the range of possible outcomes remains vast. Chapter 62. The Essence of Happiness, Tao. Some individuals choose to navigate life with closed eyes, meandering through existence with a sense of resignation. Others may find themselves in despair, weeping by the edge of a pit, feeling eternally trapped in their circumstances. Yet, one could opt for a different path, taking the time to cultivate patience and resilience. There exists the choice to embrace the ebb and flow of life, accumulating virtue and kindness, thereby preemptively filling the pit. No one is destined for an untroubled journey, regardless of how fortunate they may seem. The interplay of yin and yang constitutes the Tao. Where there is prosperity, adversity is inevitably present. The root of true happiness lies in overcoming challenges and enhancing one's mastery over their environment. A small child, wobbling to stand, finds joy in the simplest of achievements. With each tentative step, they may plop down, only to rise again with delight, reveling in the chase of play. The essence of happiness is ultimately transforming into a better version of oneself. From the inability to walk to the ability to walk, from silence to eloquence, from clumsiness to grace and dance, from ignorance to literacy, from poverty to prosperity, from solitude to companionship, and from mediocrity to excellence. The essence of life's joy is derived from these transformations. However, there are numerous moments in life when choices seem to elude us. As observed by Ian's father with a somber expression, many situations that appear devoid of choice are, in fact, imbued with countless options. For instance, as you approach a client meeting, a child dashing with a cup of coffee collides with you, spilling its contents all over you. Was this your choice? Did you truly have a choice in this matter? I inquired, and everyone was momentarily taken aback, staring at me intently. How could there be a choice after being doused in coffee? Mr. Chen was the first to realize that he could either choose to meet the client and soil the tire or reschedule for another time. I nodded and smiled, saying, indeed, that is also a choice. Many individuals instinctively shift blame onto external factors, lamenting the shortcomings of others, be it him, her, or it, never acknowledging their own role. They see themselves as victims, lamenting their misfortunes. Once one begins to cast blame outward, they relinquish control over their own life's narrative. In other words, aside from presenting oneself in unkempt attire to meet clients or rescheduling appointments, are there not myriad other options available? Mr. Chen inquired. Why was I collided with by this child carrying coffee? The answer lies in my own choices. I opted to traverse this path at this particular speed and time. Had any one of these conditions been altered, the incident would not have occurred. In essence, it was I, either consciously or subconsciously, who selected this outcome. While altering our unconscious decisions may prove challenging, we still possess the ability to make deliberate choices. For instance, one might choose to carry a spare outfit to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Opting not to bring an extra garment due to perceived inconvenience is also a choice of one's own making. When doused in coffee, I can choose to react with frustration or to maintain my composure. In facing unexpected events, the ability to meet clients without being affected might elicit greater admiration from them. If I remain unaffected by the situation, yet the client is not so fortunate, the dynamics shift considerably. He could not accept such an unexpected situation, ultimately resulting in the failure of the collaboration. For clients of this nature, even a loss may not necessarily be a bad thing. President Chen and Ian nodded in realization, while others furrowed their brows in contemplation. I quietly allowed everyone some time to reflect. Amidst the silence, a light-hearted joke came to my mind. It is said that when men and women are together, their playful interactions do not always signify love. However, when they sit in serene silence, merely listening to each other's breathing, that feeling of happiness undoubtedly signifies true love. The power of silence. Chapter 63. The Emperor's bed is just over 1 meter wide. After a brief pause, I redirected the conversation. We had previously discussed broader matters. Now, let us delve into the intricacies of Feng Shui. Following the earlier exposition, everyone seemed to have gleaned some insights and sat up attentively, eager to listen. The first easily amendable aspect within the home is the large dressing mirror in the bedroom. I suggested covering it with opaque curtains, only to be drawn back when needed. Ian, puzzled, inquired why such a common fixture could be detrimental. I clarified that mirrors themselves are neither inherently good nor bad. All things possess yin and yang. Mirrors embody both beneficial and adverse qualities. I endeavored to elucidate that the mirror's reflective nature resembles sharp blades, which may evoke psychological associations with bloodshed. Noticing their mixed understanding, I further explained that the mirror's strong reflection can disrupt qi, often referred to as dissipating evil. In Feng Shui, mirrors are frequently employed to counteract reflective malevolence, sharp angles, and other detrimental energies, while simultaneously gathering qi. However, whether dispelling or gathering qi, it is inadvisable for mirrors to face individuals, particularly those with fragile health. Some schools of thought outright reject the notion of dispelling evil, arguing that excess, like deficiency, is detrimental and that it is wiser to simply avoid such pitfalls. As everyone absorbed this information, nodding in comprehension, I proceeded to the next point. Any swords or fierce tiger images within the home should be stored away. Those are peachwood swords, meant to ward off evil, Judy interjected. Indeed, the rationale mirrors that of the mirror's protective qualities. They are unsuitable for those of weak constitution. I replied. Seeing no further questions, I advanced to the next topic. From a Feng Shui perspective, if there are expansive floor-to-ceiling windows devoid of shade from trees, their unimpeded exposure can lead to an excess of yang energy and a deficiency of yin, resulting in imbalance and potential harm. Yin symbolizes femininity. If yin is excessively weak, it may adversely affect women. Although large windows allow ample light, moderation is essential. Too much of anything can be detrimental. Additionally, this can negatively impact wealth, as money should not be flaunted. In life, those who boast of their riches often find their finances strained. Despite earning well, they may still feel a perpetual lack. Another concern is an overly spacious bathroom. Bathrooms represent impure energy and should not be excessively large, especially if located within the bedroom. The bedroom itself should not be overly expansive either. Ian's father furrowed his brow, questioning why a bedroom should not be more spacious, while a smaller bathroom is more understandable. I recognized that if I did not clarify this point, they would find it hard to accept. Are you familiar with the Forbidden City? I asked. Yes, it's the Emperor's residence, Ian replied. I smiled and affirmed. Indeed, within that vast palace, the Emperor's bedroom is surprisingly small, with a bed measuring just over 1 meter wide. Why is that? A larger room can overwhelm its occupants. Many people prefer grand houses, particularly expansive bedrooms, even those with attached bathrooms. This misunderstanding of Feng Shui leads to unfavorable outcomes. Seeing their bewildered expressions, I illustrated my point with an analogy. If presented with 2 rooms, one the size of a stadium and the other merely accommodating a bed, which would you choose for sleep? It seems the smaller one feels more comforting. A room too large lacks a sense of security, Judy remarked. The others nodded in gentle agreement. Indeed, individuals possess an aura. At times, we refer to authority figures as imposing, or describe them as having a commanding presence. This description pertains to their aura. In the realm of Feng Shui, if a dwelling's aura significantly surpasses that of its inhabitants, it may engender feelings of insecurity. Conversely, if the dwelling's aura is considerably weaker, it may instill a sense of oppression, prompting individuals to yearn for escape. Aaron offered a faint smile, a rarity for him, which drew the collective gaze of those present. With a hint of mirth at the corners of his mouth, he elucidated, "My friend DeFay resides in a modestly sized home. Yet he has an insatiable desire to venture outside daily." The mother and daughter duo, Ayin and her mother, joined in gentle laughter. Ayin explained to me. DeFay is the least superstitious person regarding Feng Shui. It is amusing to see him chased around by its principles. I chuckled softly, neither affirming nor denying, and continued. In truth, there is another area of the home that requires adjustment. Ayin's residence is located at the forefront of this residential area. directly adjacent to a row of shops. However, the foundations of these shops are elevated, towering above a yin's home, and they primarily operate as restaurants. Chapter 64. Memories can be inherited. Art. In the realm of Feng Shui, it is often said that the south should be lower than the north. In ancient times, living conditions were poor. Northern mountains served as barriers against the biting northern winds, while the southern expanse brought refreshing breezes in summer. Residing in a place that remains warm in winter and cool in summer minimizes the chances of suffering from extreme temperatures, thus promoting better health. However, in Yin's household, the situation is quite the opposite, with the south elevated and the north lower. Given the modern advancements of well-sealed windows and air conditioning, is it still relevant to adhere to the principle of south low, north high? Yin's father sincerely wished to delve into this discussion. Before I could speak, Mr. Chen explained that a scientific experiment conducted at Emory University in the United States demonstrated that memories of fear can be inherited across several generations. In their study, mice were conditioned to fear the scent of cherry blossoms, and it was discovered that their offspring also exhibited this inherited trait, extending across 7 to 8 generations, and even up to a dozen. Could it be that we are similarly affected by ancestral inheritance? This is merely a fragment of the explanation. I admire Mr. Chen's rigorous scientific perspective, yet I believe there are also aspects related to spiritual cultivation. Upon reaching a certain level of practice, one's perceptual abilities transform. For those uninitiated in such practices, understanding may not come easily. Thus, I refrain from elaborating further, merely sharing the necessary foundational knowledge. In the context of the Bhagavad, the south is represented by the Li trigram, corresponding to the element of fire. According to Feng Shui principles, the south is best suited to be flat and open or to have water. Conversely, Yin's home is elevated and houses a restaurant, which also embodies the essence of fire, resulting in an excess of Li fire. Fire symbolizes the heart, emotions, and inflammation. If one resides in an environment where fire is excessively dominant, it can adversely affect the heart, lead to conflicts, and increase susceptibility to inflammation. The Li trigram also represents the head, and a home with an abundance of fire could correlate with ailments related to the head, particularly the eyes, ears, and teeth. For instance, individuals with eye issues may also experience ear or dental inflammation. Within the same building, each person's bazi and fate differ, as do the events corresponding to their respective fortunes. Yet, none can escape the implications associated with the fire element represented by Li. While the manifestations may vary, the essence remains that of overwhelming fire. In response to the specific characteristics of Yin's family, I devised a remedy to mitigate the Li fire and suggested relocating their bedroom to a smaller room, assigning them a favorable Feng Shui position. Unbeknownst to us, much of the day had slipped away. Just as we were concluding our tasks, a tall, boisterous figure dashed into the room. "Aaron, what have you been busy with lately? It's been ages since you've come out to play." The tall individual jovially clapped Aaron on the shoulder, greeting everyone in turn. Noticing the arrival of a guest, I felt my arrangements were complete and prepared to take my leave. The tall man, looking at me with familiarity, inquired of the others, "Have you got guests at your home? Who is this?" Although Aaron had not intended to introduce me, he had no choice but to respond, "This is our invited master, Mr. Sanhe." He then turned to me with an apologetic expression, adding, "This is my friend, Defei." He concluded with a remark that could be translated as, "He means well, but his manner is rather blunt." I smiled faintly. It had little to do with me. I glanced at Mr. Chen, preparing to take my leave. Defei, with his forthright demeanor, boldly interjected, albeit politely, lowering his voice to ask Aaron, "Is he a charlatan?" Though his tone was subdued and devoid of any deliberate provocation, everyone present heard him clearly. Those two simple words caused the faces of the family to shift dramatically, and the atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. Each individual found themselves hesitant to speak up, mindful of their guest status, especially since Defei had moderated his volume. I chuckled, acknowledging his candid nature. Defei had just arrived. If I were to depart now while he remained, he might unwittingly articulate some negative sentiments, potentially unsettling the group. I needed to assert myself first. Chapter 65, The Wood Element of the 5 Elements. I turned to Defei and remarked, "Indeed, the study of E is profound and extensive. Many who claim to uphold its principles engage in deceit, with the false far outnumbering the true. Yet, at its core, E is merely a summation of natural laws." Defei blinked his innocent, crystalline eyes, which seemed to articulate his thoughts clearly. "How can you prove that you are not a fraud? For instance, you suffer from cervical discomfort, gastrointestinal issues, and familial strife. I paused for a moment before adding, particularly concerning your mother. My words stirred a hornet's nest. He instantly bristled, stepping forward with eyes ablaze. Aaron was taken aback and hurriedly grasped his arm, pulling him back. "Defay, what are you planning to do?" Others tensed, standing ready to respond at a moment's notice. Defay appeared to be a naive youth, capable of reckless disregard when provoked. He remained silent, fixedly staring at me. I smiled and informed Yin's parents that I would take my leave. Not so fast. Before anyone else could speak, Defay interjected. Aaron continued to restrain him. He finally recognized that his reaction was inappropriate, relaxing slightly as he looked at me, explaining to everyone, "I meant no offense. I simply wish to understand why. I cannot leave without clarity." The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, yet they collectively exhaled in relief and gradually took their seats. My intention was to challenge him. So I patiently elucidated. Our appearance is a reflection of our inner selves. The visage one bears is invariably aligned with corresponding character traits, emotions, physical condition, and personal experiences. Defay had a narrow, elongated face, a slender physique, and long limbs. He dressed stylishly, with shoulders back and an upright posture, embodying the quintessential wood element among the 5 elements. In the East, wood is represented by the heavenly stems, Jia and Yi, corresponding to the eastern direction. All things are divided into yin and yang. Wood individuals can be categorized as either yang wood or yin wood. Jia represents yang wood, benevolent, upright, patient, and responsible. Yi signifies yin wood, unconstrained, resolute in the face of adversity, assertive in speech, and resistant to debate. Wood governs the liver and gallbladder when it is in excess. It can lead to an overactive liver, resulting in a propensity for conflict. An overabundance of wood can bring about numerous hardships throughout one's life, often leading to significant setbacks in both personal and professional realms, as previously discussed in Chapter 59. An excess of yang can lead to familial strife. Yang represents the father, while yin symbolizes the mother. Thus, yin-wood individuals are particularly susceptible to influences regarding their mothers. His mother has passed away, Aaron quietly explained, attempting to justify Defay's overreaction. I nodded and continued. Wood overcomes earth, which governs the spleen and stomach, hence the digestive issues. Indeed, when dining out with friends, they seem unaffected, yet I often experience discomfort. Defay confirmed. Aaron silently nodded in agreement. Additionally, Wood represents the neck. Thus, those with an assertive disposition often suffer from neck discomfort. Yes, I experience cervical pain and stiffness in my shoulders and neck. Defay responded in a somewhat brusque tone, validating my deductions. He attempted a smile, perhaps unaccustomed to appearing subservient, yet his expression was awkwardly forced. Upon observing his acceptance of the situation, I kindly took the liberty to impart some advice. Individuals with a wood constitution are prone to neuroticism, which may manifest in insomnia and other sleep disturbances. I, too, have experienced this. His tone became increasingly gentle, yet I found it difficult to drift into slumber. Particularly at night, despite my overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded me. After some contemplation, he inquired, though I still struggled to embrace the notion of fortune-telling. Since you have accurately perceived my predicament, might there be a remedy? The term fortune-telling elicited a chuckle from me. When I first encountered my master, I too had presumed he was a fortune-teller. He remarked, the term fortune-telling is somewhat crude. You may choose to understand it in that manner for now. I have since gained a deeper comprehension of my master's intent. Are you not a fortune-teller? Defay, who had previously shown a reluctant acceptance of the concept, now appeared thoroughly perplexed by my words. I replied with a smile, it matters not. You may temporarily interpret it in that way. I was not attempting to create suspense. The resolution was not arduous. It is a matter of extracting the positive from the negative, so to speak. In other words, one should strive to express the positive aspects of the wood element. How does one extract the positive from the negative? The wood element embodies benevolence. One must harbor good intentions. The fire element represents propriety. One should exhibit politeness and observe etiquette. When faced with dilemmas, one should reason and exhibit discernment. The wood element nurtures the fire element, thus alleviating its own excess. To ensure he retained this information, I distilled it down to 2 essential concepts, benevolence and propriety. He pondered this carefully, then looked up at me and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall remember." With that, he eagerly dashed out with Aaron, only to return shortly thereafter. He presented me with a red envelope, offering it with both hands and stating, "Although I cannot logically comprehend how you discern my situation, I find your insights to be quite reasonable. I also understand that omens do not go unfulfilled. Please accept this token. I hesitated to accept it, teasing him instead. Are you certain you haven't encountered a fraud? Absolutely. Your words have resonated within me, and I shall endeavor to amend my shortcomings. This envelope is my heartfelt gesture, he replied, looking earnestly into my eyes. Recognizing his sincerity and that he was not merely engaging in hollow formalities for the sake of appearances, I accepted the envelope without reservation. I had unwittingly influenced another rebellious spirit, and I felt a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Upon returning home, I began my daily practice of diligently reciting the Tra of the Earth Store Bodhisattva, which need not be elaborated upon. Suddenly, Dulu called me. Sanhe, where are you? Let us dine together. His tone conveyed an unspoken complexity, and indeed, it had been quite some time since we last met. Who else will be there? I inquired. Oh, just the two of us. Everyone else is preoccupied with their romantic pursuits. Since starting my job, I had seldom returned to campus. But curiosity piqued my interest, and I resolved to meet him after work. Did you hear? Sister Feng has been experiencing some misfortunes, Dulu exclaimed, his expression one of exaggerated surprise. What happened? I had anticipated hearing delightful tales of romance, yet it was she who was the subject of conversation. I had nearly forgotten her existence. She experienced an ectopic pregnancy and subsequently had a miscarriage. Her boyfriend fears she may be unable to conceive and is reluctant to marry her. He pondered for a moment before adding, I have heard that ectopic pregnancies may recur. As for childbirth, I must admit I am rather uninformed. And then what? I inquired. Well, she is still in her confinement period. But her boyfriend has made it clear that they will consider marriage only after she has given birth. Dulu sighed, a touch of melancholy in his tone. I couldn't discern whether his sigh was for her or someone else. What about Sunshirue? I shifted the conversation. Dulu's eyes brightened at once. He was startled by his recent visit to the hospital and broke up with that American shortly thereafter. Now he is involved with Weiwei. Weiwei? The Weiwei from your class. The one who seems a bit eccentric? My curiosity was piqued. Yes, indeed. Although she may not appear to fit the mold, she is undeniably a wealthy heiress. Sunshirue is quite impressive, Dulu remarked enviously. And what about you? I asked with a smile. Me? I am still juggling part-time jobs as before, he replied, his gaze drifting uncertainly. Really? I merely asked casually, yet it seems there is more to the story. I raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, intrigued. Who is it? Do I know them? Who else could it be? He said, his eyes cast down shyly. Who could it possibly be? Is it someone I am acquainted with? Suddenly, a name flashed through my mind. Is it Xiaobaozi? I ventured cautiously. Ah, he, a grown man, twisted his body, his shyness almost palpable. Impressive. You two have become an item so quickly, I teased. They are both rather uncomplicated individuals, and they seem quite well matched. Perhaps it is merely a matter of mutual loneliness. He mused, lifting his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 66. The mantra of Brahmin Dulu remained pensive when I received a call from Li Guang. Sanhe, where are you? He inquired. I chuckled softly. Is today a day for reunion? It has been quite a while since I last connected with Li Guang. I relayed my address to him, and soon enough, he arrived. What would you like to drink? I asked. He paused for a moment before responding, when in Rome. Do as the Romans do. Let us have some Job's tears water. I introduced him to Dulu, saying, this is my classmate from Singapore, Dulu. Then I pointed to Li Guang and said to Dulu, this is my university classmate, Li Guang, a genius who has not completed the 9 years of compulsory education. Li Guang offered a wry smile and replied, please, no need to mock me. Dulu, bewildered, questioned, isn't 9 years of compulsory education mandatory? How could someone not finish it and still attend university? What sort of circumstance is this? I squinted at Li Guang and smirked. He skipped grades. Dulu's eyes widened in realization. Such occurrences were beyond his comprehension, especially after having lost sight of education post-graduation. A prodigious youth, he exclaimed, gazing at Li Guang in admiration. Li Guang, filled with nostalgia, remarked, ah, those were times when we would occasionally gather during our university days. Although we were short on funds, we could still afford a pint of beer. Now, we can't even spare for that. It's as if we are regressing. Indeed. The cost of a single beer here could buy a whole bundle back home. We might as well wait until we return to enjoy it. Dulu chimed in. Consequently, what began as Dulu's solitary melancholy transformed into a shared sentiment. The exuberance of youth has faded, and in the face of time, it has ultimately morphed into a mere sigh. Sanhe, I am grateful that we are old classmates, he expressed sincerely. Thank you for introducing me to such a wonderful job. President Kai is truly kind-hearted. Indeed, President Kai is quite commendable. Li Guang continued. During this time, I have encountered many individuals who came to work from China. They spent 30 to 40,000 through intermediaries. Many of their salaries are misleading. The actual earnings are less than half of mine. After a moment of reflection, he handed me a red envelope, noticeably thick. I won't be polite. This is my salary for 2 months. Please don't think it's too little. How could I consider it insufficient? I replied, knowing his monthly salary surpassed mine. Yet, the reality of leaving one's homeland is never easy. The weight of that envelope felt burdensome. Compared to those who were deceived, I was fortunate to have a higher salary. Even if I were to pay their agency fees, I would still come out ahead. As the conversation went on, he returned to his playful demeanor, throwing an arm around my shoulder. But after all these years of camaraderie, I must take a little advantage. He playfully slapped the envelope into my hand, declaring that's it. There's no more. Dula chimed in with jest, teasing that I was about to strike it rich. Reflecting on the matter of Ian's friend in Taiwan, I decided to let go of my concerns. At times, it is essential for friends to maintain a balance of tension and relaxation. The forthcoming days are rather tranquil, filled predominantly with recitation and work. After a while, Ian approached me regarding the Samadhi Master and the K. Itagarbha Bodhisattva's fundamental vows. I found the punctuation in my version to be somewhat awkward. Do you have any recommended editions that you could share with me? Ancient texts were all handwritten, lacking clear punctuation, and the pronunciations of old differ from contemporary ones, resulting in various interpretations across editions. I, too, engage in daily readings, drawing from a multitude of ancient and modern versions. I have compiled a rendition of the K. Itagarbha Sutra tailored to modern reading habits, complete with annotated pinyin. I shall send you a copy for your perusal. Reflecting on sounds have shapes, I added, in the text. I have also annotated the mantras with their Sanskrit pronunciations, bringing them closer to their standard phonetics. That sounds splendid, she exclaimed, brimming with joy. She further shared, though my pace in recitation is still slow, my body feels remarkably light. The endeavor is pursued without attachment to outcomes. It is a subtly profound sensation. With the inclusion of Sanskrit, the effort becomes exponentially more effective, does it not? Ian possesses a profound wisdom, focusing less on thoughts and more on actions. Cultivation is about rectifying behaviors. One must first take action to enable the possibility of correction. Chapter 67. Manifestation repeatedly each day. As I commuted to and from work while reciting my mantras, I found myself free from the worry of hunger, truly enjoying a period of ease. However, I inadvertently stumbled upon a monumental secret within the company. Long-standing employees, with over a decade of service, earned merely 1,000 more than I did. How can this be explained? The ceiling of advancement lay right before me. I toiled diligently here, and after 10 years, I was merely chasing a meager increase of 1,000 or 1,800. Our general manager, who had been a co-founder alongside the owner, had persevered in the company for over 20 years, yet his salary was only a few thousand more than mine. Initially, I had contemplated launching my own venture upon acquiring my green card. Yet now, the thought of squandering my life in such a bleak company filled me with discontent. I could no longer remain stagnant. The idea of the countless individuals deceived into moving to Singapore, with salaries that were mere illusions, echoed in my mind. Alas, I must take action. I need to do something. Should I change jobs? I recalled the offer from another agency when I applied for the SP visa as a procurement officer. I reached out to the owner of that company, Alan, in Singapore. There are 3 types of work visas: WP, SP, and EP. The WP is a standard work visa, ineligible for a green card, and can be approved in just a couple of hours. Both SP and EP visas allow for green card applications, with the EP being a higher tier and typically requiring 3 to 5 days for approval. I discussed with Alan my desire to apply for the EP. His professionalism restrained any disdain he might have felt, and he advised me gently, Sanhe, don't rush, take it step by step. The EP level is quite high. What if your application is rejected? I counted my options on my fingers. One must do their part and leave the rest to fate. I decided to apply for the EP. Alan could only shake his head in resignation as a seasoned human resources executive. He understood the challenges of securing an EP visa all too well. Yet, he could not dissuade me. 3 days later, Alan called me in a state of disbelief. Sanhe, truly, they actually approved your application. It's unbelievable. I could only respond. This underscores the importance of education. C9 is truly formidable. Alan's company boasted a relaxed corporate culture and limitless opportunities for advancement. As long as one possessed the requisite skills, all departments would collaborate seamlessly. Thus, I happily transitioned to Alan's human resources firm. However, I soon found myself in an emotional slump. My role necessitated constant interaction with business owners. A daunting task for someone like me, a science enthusiast devoted to personal growth. It was exceedingly challenging. I struggled immensely to communicate. Can you imagine? During client meetings, I largely relied on the clients to steer the conversation. If they failed to initiate a topic, I would simply sit there in silence. I was uncertain of the client's discomfort, but I was acutely aware of my own. I recalled the wise words of the old sage, emphasizing the balance of yin and yang. All things are divided into these forces. As I adapted to my new role, I pondered solutions. How might I align myself with the natural order? Neither should I compromise myself by engaging in tasks beyond my expertise, nor should I neglect the quality of my work. The dilemma between personal comfort and professional excellence poses a significant challenge for me. It seems I am forced to choose between the two, yet I yearn for both. Although I have, at times, guided others like a master, I am merely in my 20s, having recently graduated from university and residing in a foreign land. Even the master feels repressed, with no outlet for their emotions. Fortunately, the internet, a remarkable invention, has facilitated my encounter with another solitary soul. She possesses a melodramatic life story that transitions from inspiration to tragedy. 3 years my senior. She was once a successful individual in her homeland, having established a restaurant chain through her own efforts in her 20s. However, her tale takes a poignant turn. She fell deeply in love with a Chinese student in Singapore. Defying her parents' objections, she resolutely transferred her company back home and journeyed thousands of miles to pursue her love. Ultimately, she exhausted all her savings accumulated over years of entrepreneurship, only to be met with the devastating words, "We are not compatible." When we crossed paths online, her life had become riddled with problems, and she found herself too ashamed to seek assistance from her parents. That day happened to be her birthday. It is said that the quickest way to alleviate sorrow is to listen to a more sorrowful tale. Whether this theory holds true, I found my spirits inexplicably lifted after hearing her story. Though it may lack compassion, I felt a sense of kinship with her plight. Having once faced dire circumstances myself, I empathized with her situation. In silence, I sent her a red envelope as a birthday gift, covering a month's worth of living expenses. Though my resources were limited, I merely wished for her to enjoy her birthday. She inquired, "Why did you send me money?" I replied, "I have more than I know what to do with. Please help me spend it." She retorted, "Come up with a better reason." I confessed, "I'm not adept at choosing gifts for women." She accepted my rationale, saying, "I'll take that." I then wondered, "Should I thank you?" She replied with pragmatism, "To survive, I must rely on myself. I need a job." A spark of realization flashed before me. Could this be manifestation? Indeed, I owed her my gratitude. With her prior entrepreneurial experience, particularly in the restaurant industry, her skills and client relations far surpassed my own, rendering any comparison to me utterly insulting. I felt unworthy to stand alongside her. We swiftly reached a cooperative agreement. And how delightful it was, akin to joyfully inserting a key into a lock. With her support, my performance soon flourished within the industry. Simultaneously, I unearthed a remarkable application of the I Ching. With a confident mindset, I could simply await manifestation. Chapter 68. The Stickler for Perfection. As the workload intensified, an array of responsibilities surged forth. Beyond the routine tasks of meeting clients, liaising with domestic intermediary firms, receiving flights, arranging accommodations, overseeing workers' health examinations, processing permits, and setting up bank accounts, I often found myself in the role of a mediator. One day, Mr. Lee from the sofa factory called me, his voice trembling, which made me wonder if he was agitated. "Wang Air, you must come and address the workers." I felt a twinge of anxiety at his tone. The matter involved Yu Lu, a newly arrived apprentice, merely 19 years old, fresh from technical school, and seemingly harmless. I could hardly fathom what the issue could be. "Oh, it's better discussed in person when you arrive," Mr. Lee said, exasperated. "All right, I shall come at once." With no other pressing matters at hand, I hung up and made my way to the sofa factory. Upon my arrival, I found Yu Lu standing idly with a hammer, facing off against the boss, refusing to work. I glanced at him, puzzled, and turned to Mr. Lee. "What is going on?" With a heavy sigh, Mr. Lee replied, "Perhaps you should ask him directly." I shifted my gaze to Yu Lu, who was fuming as he complained, "I cannot do this job. I simply cannot." It struck me as peculiar. He had come seeking an apprenticeship, How could he claim he could not perform? I looked back at them in confusion. Mr. Li sighed again. Wang Sanhe, just consider this. I merely asked him to drive a single nail, and he refuses. He has been arguing with me all morning without accomplishing a thing. This was indeed unreasonable. Without prompting, Yu Lu indignantly recounted his grievances. This boss is utterly unscrupulous. A single nail costs so little, yet to save a few coins. He only allows me to hammer in 3 nails. Look, at least 5 nails are needed for sturdiness. How could I compromise my principles for a mere job? To think that the matter of 2 nails could escalate to a question of conscience. I could not discern the necessity of 3 or 5 nails. I was merely bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Mr. Li, visibly agitated, lamented to me, Wang Sanhe. Am I expected to write a dissertation on the subject of driving a nail? He is new, and fearing he might not hammer it straight, I permitted him only 3. I planned to inspect his work later. If satisfactory, he could add 2 more, and if not, it would be easier to remove them. If he were to drive 5 nails, and they proved inadequate, the materials would be ruined. Over such trivialities, he persists in arguing with me, driving me to distraction. I have so many tasks to complete daily. Do I have time to quibble over 2 nails? I hire a worker to assist me, not to engage in debates. At that moment, Yu Lu ceased his obstinacy. Upon hearing his boss's rationale, he smiled and said, Boss, now that you explain it this way, I understand. I thought you were a heartless person trying to cut corners. Mr. Li, shaking with frustration, retorted. Do you think I need to explain the mechanics of a simple task like this to you? As Yu Lu hastily seized a hammer and dashed away, he shouted, Boss, I'm off to work, just nailing 3 nails. Mr. Li gazed at me with a sense of helplessness, shaking his head. I, too, felt a sense of resignation. Having traveled such a distance, I had scarcely been afforded the opportunity to exchange a few words before he hurried off to labor. It would be rather inappropriate for me to retrieve a person engrossed in work. This behavior is not particularly surprising, for Yu Lu possesses a slender physique, tall limbs, and embodies the quintessential Wood personality, stiff and resistant to authority. Many adolescents exhibit such traits, rebellious and obstinate. As they mature, their physicality often shifts toward the earth or water types, gradually tempering their combative nature. Of course, some individuals remain steadfastly Wood throughout their lives. With nothing more to attend to regarding Mr. Li and Yu Lu, I decided to return home. Later, after work, I made a solitary phone call to Yu Lu to provide him with some psychological guidance, hoping to avert similar incidents in the future. Mr. Li, at his advanced age, bears the weight of the company's responsibilities on his shoulders, which is indeed a formidable task. For those with a Wood disposition, cultivating compassion, reasoning, and courtesy can lead to a shift from darkness to light. I have noticed that I seldom employ divination. Perhaps this aligns with Confucius's assertion, the adept in change does not rely on divination, the ability to transform the negative into the positive. To harness such forces for my own benefit is sufficient, rather than ponder the existence of pitfalls along life's journey. It is far more prudent to explore the mastery of techniques to navigate them. Chapter 69. Hearing but not understanding. As my performance improved, the volume of tasks I handled increased correspondingly. 2 new colleagues joined the company to assist me. To phrase it more graciously, they were here to aid me. In reality, their role was to learn to operate independently at a swift pace. One was named Wu Hao, and the other, Zhong Yu. When I first entered the industry, I had no mentor guiding me. Essentially, my role was to connect employers with workers who would arrive punctually, and conversely, to help workers find employers who paid on time. It was akin to matchmaking. Introductions were made, and if there was mutual agreement, a partnership was formed. What was there to guide? Wu Hao conducted himself quite normally, liaising with employers to verify salary and job requirements, and selecting suitable workers from China in accordance with the employer specifications. Zhong Yu, however, was a different story altogether. He posed numerous questions. Master, when I call Mr. Zhang from XX company, what should my opening line be? He inquired. Observing his bewildered expression, I surmised that even engaging in pleasantries with clients might be a challenge for him. As it happened, I was not one for pretense either. Simply inquire about which positions currently require workers, I suggested. What would Mr. Zhang typically respond, given his personality? Zhong Yu pressed further. He would either state that there are no vacancies at the moment or directly inform you of the specific job requirements. I replied. And if Mr. Zhang says there are no vacancies, how should I respond? If he provides specific job requirements, what should I then say? He continued, relentless in his questioning. I momentarily paused, considering. If Mr. Zhang indicates there are no vacancies, you might respond with A, Or perhaps B, or even C. Should he detail the job requirements, you might verify D, clarify E, or simply respond with F, I explained, with considerable patience. And if Mr. Zhang replies with A, how should I respond? If he replies with B, what then? If C, D, E, or F? Zhong Yu asked, his innocent eyes wide with curiosity. I was left speechless, gazing into his clear yet naive eyes. I felt a surge of frustration that I could scarcely contain. Suppressing my irritation, I decided that I would make the call to Mr. Zhang myself. Zhong Yu, sensing my exasperation, timidly apologized. I'm sorry, master. I did not mean to. It feels as if I am present, yet my mind is blank. I comprehend each word you say, yet when they are woven together, their meaning eludes me, he confessed. Are you suggesting that you hear, but do not understand? I asked. Yes, that is precisely the sensation. He nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. I had no intention of delving into the reasons behind his bewilderment. I chose to respect the flow of fate for others, relinquishing my desire to assist and avoiding self-indulgence in my emotions. Amidst my overwhelming busyness, a shocking revelation emerged back home: the Sanlu milk powder scandal. The Singaporean newspapers featured it on their front pages for several consecutive days. While accompanying workers for their medical examinations, I chanced upon Bai Zhigao, who was on his way to work. Do not inquire how we met. Singapore is simply that small. It had been a while since we last saw each other, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, I learned that he too had abandoned his studies. He was holding a student visa while working illegally, for otherwise he would face starvation. He remained as exuberant as ever. Sanhe. Do you know why the Sanlu incident has dominated the front pages of Singaporean newspapers for so many consecutive days? Aside from discussing our recent circumstances, the most engaging topic was likely current affairs. Well, it has significant repercussions, perhaps, I replied. You naive fool. You have no sense of political awareness. His voice rose with excitement. This is capitalism seizing the opportunity to tarnish socialism. Indeed, I lacked such enlightenment. My focus was solely on performing my duties well, ensuring that the workers toiled diligently and that employers disbursed wages punctually to their laborers. That was sufficient for me. I felt I was honoring both clients and myself. I could not concern myself with the malevolent actions of capitalism. At that moment, I received a call from Mr. Yu, the owner of a Sichuan restaurant. Mr. Wang. You should take the worker Zhou Yin back today. I cannot employ her. I fear she might frighten me to death. Chapter 70. I might die tomorrow. Zhou Yin? She had just arrived in Singapore the previous day, the flight I had taken. I arranged her accommodation, a health check, showed her around, and taught her how to navigate the subway. Everything went smoothly. Yet, her demeanor was somewhat ethereal. I had just sent her to the company in the morning. She should not have begun any work yet. So how could she suddenly be incapacitated? And with a threat, no less? This did not seem like something she would do. After bidding farewell to Bai Zhigao, I made my way directly to the Sichuan restaurant. Mr. Yu, is there an issue with Zhou Yin? I am not one for pleasantries and prefer to speak plainly. She mentioned that she might die tomorrow. As a businessman in the culinary industry, how could I operate my establishment with a worker who might perish at any moment? Mr. Yu complained angrily to me. Might die tomorrow? What does that even mean? Her health check yesterday was perfectly normal. He shot me a knowing glance. You ask me. Who should I ask? According to procedure, workers upon arriving in Singapore first undergo a health check before commencing work. Where is she? I inquired. Given the gravity of the situation, it was imperative to question her directly. I instructed her to return to her accommodation, fearful of the potential calamity occurring in my establishment. Mister, you shot me a disapproving look, which I chose to ignore. I called her, suggesting we speak in person to clarify matters. Mr. Yu, still apprehensive, remarked that any trouble would be my responsibility. She had seemed fine during her health check yesterday. What could possibly be wrong? I was left in a state of disbelief. Zhou Yin arrived shortly thereafter, dressed plainly, her expression devoid of desire. You told the boss you might die tomorrow? I asked. Yes, she replied honestly. Do you have any underlying health conditions? I probed, bewildered. None, she stated flatly. Then why would you utter such a morbid statement? It sounded quite unsettling. It was no wonder Mr. Yu was alarmed. I merely wished to enlighten him about the nature of this world before formally starting work, she responded, her tone calm and unhurried. The nature of the world? What do you mean? I was perplexed. All beings inevitably meet their end, whether early or late, she said, her demeanor transcending the mundane. What? I was at a loss for words. What on earth was this? I attempted to steer the conversation back on track. You are here to work in Singapore? Are you aware of that? Yes, she replied coolly. Her mental state appeared stable. My responsibility is clear. You work, and the boss pays you. I endeavored to make her understand that the arrangement was simple: work diligently, and receive your payment in due course. However, some matters needed clarification. She was insistent. Naturally, we should have established consensus regarding the work content, hours, and remuneration prior to this. These details were confirmed before traveling abroad. I have no objections, she stated. I sighed in relief. Then can you work normally? I sought her confirmation once more. If working necessitates deceit, I cannot comply, she declared firmly. Deceit? I cast a puzzled glance at Mr. Yu. What lies were we speaking of? Boss Yu wore a mocking expression, seemingly unfazed by her remarks. It appeared that they had engaged in profound discussions prior to my arrival. I redirected my gaze towards Zhou Yin. She maintained her nonchalant demeanor, asserting that death is an inevitable fate for all. I was at a loss for words. She kindly continued to elucidate. This is an unavoidable reality for everyone. Furthermore, no one can ascertain the day of their demise. Perhaps it could be tomorrow, even. I remained silent. She fixed her gaze upon my eyes and inquired, "Are you certain that you will not die tomorrow?" I was speechless. I merely stated a fact. Her eyes wandered into the distance, embodying a transcendent air, pondering which would arrive first, tomorrow or an unforeseen event. There is truth in that, I murmured softly. Boss Yu, with a mischievous grin, observed me as if he were an audience member, detached from the unfolding scene. Indeed, it bore little relevance to him, as he had yet to officially commence work. Are you a practitioner? I racked my brain, striving to find a point of connection. She rewarded me with an approving glance. It was a rare moment. She finally exhibited a semblance of a normal person's expression. Chapter 71. The Obsession of the Practitioner. So, what you imply about the possibility of dying tomorrow does not stem from any specific physical ailment, correct? I sought affirmation. She cast a compassionate glance my way, as if to convey, a decayed tree cannot be carved. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Boss Yu, I shan't take up more of your time. I wished to speak with her privately. It seemed inappropriate to discuss such matters with the employer present. Boss Yu raised an eyebrow, shrugging in a noncommittal manner. Indeed, he was a good-natured individual, rather easy to converse with. I found a quiet spot with Zhou Yin and commenced a discourse on life. You are correct. Every individual must eventually meet death. I sighed. She nodded in approval, perhaps recognizing my potential for growth. We truly do not know whether tomorrow or unforeseen events will arrive first, I mused. Her eyes sparkled, as if she had found a kindred spirit. But before we face death, should we not live earnestly? She pondered thoughtfully. I have heard that practitioners emphasize the importance of the Dharma almsgiving. Its merit surpasses that of material almsgiving, does it not? In the presence of a master, humility is essential. In that moment, she felt assured she had found a soulmate. Gripping my hand tightly in excitement, she trembled as she exclaimed, "Yes, I am engaged in Dharma almsgiving. I intend to awaken humanity." I felt a wave of confusion. Having just left by Zhigao's capitalist conspiracy theories, I now encountered a harbinger of the human soul's awakening. Fortunately, Zhou Yin was an older sister figure. Otherwise, being grasped so tightly by someone of the opposite sex would have left me quite flustered. Oh, but she is a practitioner. What distinction is there between genders? I quickly repented internally. It was my own vulgarity. I composed myself and listened attentively. Sister Zhou lamented, "In this era of decline, sentient beings are falling into depravity." I remained silent. She continued, "Look at Boss Yu, though young and seemingly astute. He does not dare confront life and death." I said nothing. Whether we wish to acknowledge it or not, each day we are marching toward death. No fault in that. I hastily interjected, interrupting her discourse on the Dharma. Sister Zhou sighed and released my hand. Seizing the moment, I proposed, "Sister Zhou, this is how I perceive it. Do tell me if I am mistaken. For Dharma almsgiving to occur, one must first have an audience, correct? If you incessantly speak of death, frightening Boss Yu, he may hesitate to employ you, and how then could you offer almsgiving?" Sister Zhou contemplated in silence. Just as she was about to respond, I preempted her. Naturally, you, being so transcendental, would not fear rejection by Boss Yu. If he were to shy away, you could always return home. Indeed, that is my thought. I shall go with the flow, she declared with conviction. However, should you return home, you would forfeit the opportunity to offer Dharma almsgiving to Boss Yu, would you not? I gently guided her reasoning. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. If you first focus on your work and refrain from rushing into almsgiving, there may be opportunities in the future. However, If you raise your expectations too high all at once, you might frighten everyone away, leaving no opportunity whatsoever. I spoke earnestly. Well, she began to waver. Moreover, if your ambitions soar too high and others fail to comprehend, it may not matter. But what if some ordinary folks perceive you as eccentric? She abruptly lifted her head, astonished, her eyes clearly conveying 5 words. How did you know? She seemed to experience a sense of kinship. I stoked the flames further. If such misunderstandings occur, wouldn't it tarnish the image of Buddhism? Sister Zhou suddenly understood. Nodding vigorously. Yes, I won't speak of the teachings just yet. I will focus on my work first. Later, when the time is right, I can share the teachings, correct? I gritted my teeth. Indeed, one must be mindful of the approach. It is better to refrain from speaking than to allow others to misconstrue the essence of Buddhism. That makes sense. Her mind appeared to be shifting. I feared she might create troubles for me in a few days, so I needed to clarify everything at once. In truth, the same message must be conveyed with care. She looked at me, puzzled. For example, when guests leave our home, we say, travel safely. Yet, we must not say, be careful not to get hit by a car. Both phrases aim to express the same sentiment of safety on the road. However, we should strive to frame our words positively. Even when the time comes for you to share the teachings, let us avoid using harsh language. What do you think? It is indeed reasonable. Ordinary beings must consider the varying depths of each person as wisdom. She suddenly awoke to this realization. I let out a long sigh of relief. Done. I happily led Zhou Yin back to Boss Yu's shop. How did you all decide? Boss Yu was the first to speak. Zhou Yin, now understanding the situation, chuckled and said, Boss, I come from a small place and am not skilled with words. Xiao Wang just criticized me, and I understand now. I'll work diligently. Boss, could you give me another chance to prove myself? She may have been misguided in her practice, but she harbors no ill intent. Such a person would not stoop to deceit. Her willingness to endure hardship is certainly commendable. I could see that Boss Yu was quite astute. He reconfirmed with her, Can you work diligently? Absolutely. I will work hard and earn well. I feel great. I can work from dawn till dusk without fatigue. Zhou Yin wore a simple smile. Boss Yu squinted at me and smiled, sending someone to have Zhou Yin start working. He looked at me and asked, You are quite impressive at such a young age. I couldn't quite get through to her after talking for so long. How did you manage? We are all practitioners. Engaging in discussions about Buddhism helps, I half-jokingly replied. Do you enjoy metaphysics? He nodded happily, saying, You know, Zhou Yin's personality truly requires a touch of the mysterious to resonate with her. Chapter 72. Digging a grave every 15 years. The path of cultivation is indeed commendable. Life necessitates a form of solace. Glancing once more towards the kitchen, Boss Yu chuckled wryly. If it involves that kind of practice, I think I shall pass. Engaging in a discourse on the authenticity of cultivation and metaphysics, we meandered through various topics. Suddenly, Boss Yu brought up, by the way, I need to adjust my ancestral tomb. I was referred to a remarkably skilled master. I'm unsure if they practice genuine mindfulness. Could you spare some time to offer your counsel? Adjusting an ancestral tomb. I was taken aback. This is no trifling matter. Typically, one only alters a tomb in the wake of significant family upheavals. However, observing Boss Yu's demeanor, I noted no apparent issues with his fortune. What could be the reason? Alas, it is all due to that unreliable master who vanished after tossing a book my way. Knowledge gleaned from paper is, after all, rather superficial. I mused inwardly. Noticing the fluctuation in my expression, Boss Yu grew anxious. What is the matter? Is there a problem? I awkwardly tugged at the corner of my mouth. It's nothing. I simply failed to comprehend why you wish to disturb the ancestral tomb. Though it felt somewhat embarrassing to voice my thoughts, I had no intention of concealing my confusion. My skills in this domain are lacking. I feared there might be some hidden complications. You startled me, he sighed in relief. The adjustment of the tomb is due to the expiration of our burial site. Expiration of a burial site? There is a validity period for a grave? Boss Yu explained. Given your brief time in Singapore, you may not be aware that the law here stipulates a burial plot's usage period is 15 years. 15 years. How remarkably brief. I exclaimed. Yes, it's rather commonplace. Our plot has reached its term. So we need to find a new location and have a Feng Shui master assess it. Doubting my understanding, I sought clarification once more. Are you suggesting that after an ancestor is buried, they are excavated every 15 years? He chuckled at my astonished expression. Well, that's somewhat accurate. What on earth? You just mentioned facial features. Enlighten me. What can be discerned? He inclined closer, intrigued. As I observed his inquisitive face, my interest was piqued, and I jested. "You are quite the lecher." He immediately straightened up, feigning seriousness. "Can you truly perceive something? Or are you jesting?" I replied, "You do appear rather respectable." With bright eyes and a radiant smile. Do not mock my limited Mandarin. Bright eyes and radiant smile is a compliment, is it not? His expression conveyed skepticism. Indeed, it describes someone as beautiful. However, in the realm of physiognomy, overly white teeth signify a romantic temperament. I racked my brain for synonyms, ultimately settling on romantic to replace the more frivolous terms. Moreover, I glanced at his hairline and added, "Your high hairline at the temples also suggests romance." See illustration. Huh. You needn't struggle so hard with your phrasing. He discerned my struggle with word choice and suggested, "Perhaps you should refrain from showing me. Instead, shall we discuss the features of others?" Indeed, this is an excellent approach. For instance, what does a person with a notably short chin signify? See illustration. They are sharp-minded yet neurotic, often prone to external criticism while lacking in self-reflection, and they may face challenges in their later years. You see, conversing this way is far more enjoyable. He took pride in his clever idea. Now, what about an individual with a long chin? One that protrudes when viewed in profile? See illustration. Such a person exudes confidence, is fervently dedicated to their work, possesses boundless energy, yet is warm on the outside and cool on the inside. As he listened, he gradually verified these notions in his mind. And what of a chin that is sunken, angled inward? Such individuals are indecisive and often indifferent to love. After a moment of contemplation, I concluded that the chin symbolizes subordinates, offspring, and fortune in later life, with a fuller chin being preferable, while a pointed and narrow one is disadvantageous. Chapter 73. Unblocking the financial pathways of the human body. What significance does the nose hold? Inquired Bosio. This topic is indeed expansive. The nose is the orifice of the lungs, connecting the brain above and the liver, gallbladder, spleen, and stomach below. Through the nose, one can assess the health of the internal organs, a practice known as nasal diagnosis. Please wait a moment, Bosio said as he hurried to the cash register to fetch paper and a pen. He sat upright, eyes gleaming with eagerness for knowledge. I could not help but smile in disbelief. Was he truly intending to take notes? He grinned, revealing his front teeth. Let us discuss this in detail. I briefly organized my thoughts. Apart from the commonly spoken aspects of facial features, palmistry, and body types, these elements are all interconnected. The nose, positioned at the center of the face, corresponds to the spine. A straight and robust nose reflects an erect spine. All vital organs are suspended from the spine, thus, the alignment and health of the spine determine the well-being of these organs. Conversely, a sunken or deviated nose indicates underlying organ issues, which may lead to discomfort in the lumbar or cervical regions. For instance, a low nasal bridge or a sunken root, the area between the eyes, may signal problems in the cervical and thoracic vertebrae, potentially compressing the heart and respiratory system. Bosio interjected, "Are there ways to improve this?" "Certainly," I replied. "If the nose tilts to the left, the spine will also lean left, causing the individual to habitually place their right leg over the left. The reverse holds true as well. A conscious effort to counterbalance the legs can be beneficial. In cases of a sunken nose, engaging in spinal exercises is advisable. By clasping one's hands behind the back and pressing the shoulder blades together, one can enhance facial features. Additionally, massage and meditation can effectively promote spinal health." He diligently noted my words. The airway lies anterior to the cervical vertebrae. Thus, issues with the cervical spine can lead to throat discomfort. A noticeable bump along the nasal bridge often results from stooping or hunching, indicating thoracic spine problems. Timely spinal exercises can rectify these fundamental issues. Observing his meticulous note-taking, I elaborated further. In terms of facial features, a bluish nasal bridge often foretells impending misfortune. Why is that? He glanced up at me curiously while writing. The nasal bridge corresponds to the liver and gallbladder reflex zones. A bluish tint signifies excessive liver heat, a volatile temper, and significant stress. Consequently, one may experience business losses, familial discord, and various ailments afflicting children. There is a saying, misfortune does not come alone. When one is in a poor state, a series of unfortunate events tends to follow. Is there a remedy? He asked. I smiled yes. One can apply pressure to the Jianjing acupoint, which serves as a reflex point for the liver and gallbladder. This can alleviate psychological stress while also improving the color of the nose. Recalling the Jianjing acupoint, I added, in psychology, Soreness and stiffness in the shoulders symbolize significant mental strain. What is the underlying principle? He inquired. I chuckled, delighted by his thirst for knowledge. Intense stress leads to rapid breathing, which in turn causes liver qi stagnation. The liver governs the tendons, I explained. He gleefully recorded my insights. The nose, centrally located in the facial structure, is aligned with the earth element. Earth generates metal, symbolizing wealth. Thus, individuals with a prominent nasal bridge tend to possess high emotional intelligence, ample oxygen supply to the brain, vibrant energy, and favorable financial prospects. He lowered his head in contemplation, then looked up at me with astonishment and inquired, does frequently practicing spine exercises, massaging the spine, and taking good care of the nose contribute to one's financial fortune? I smiled and nodded, affirming that it was indeed the case. There are individuals with commendable facial features, yet their financial prospects remain bleak, often due to issues with the spine, such as misalignment or muscular rigidity. In the realm of physical appearance, the spine itself symbolizes the pathway to financial prosperity. The boss, brimming with enthusiasm, made a prominent mark beside the phrase financial pathway and joyfully exclaimed, I've struck gold. I've learned about the body's financial channel. Chapter 74. The Feng Shui company going public. Boss Yu, beaming with delight, gazed at me and remarked, at first, I sensed you possess considerable insight into metaphysics. However, I did not anticipate your discourse would be so coherent and substantiated. It turns out you are indeed a genuine master. I chuckled. Well, not entirely so. With eager anticipation in his eyes, he inquired, are you available this Sunday? We have scheduled a relocation of graves on that day. The master I have engaged was introduced to me by someone else. I am not very familiar with him and feel uncertain. Would you be willing to accompany me and lend your discerning eye? I wonder if there are any taboos or sayings within your field. I replied, I have no objections. I am also keen to observe. As long as he does not mind, it is quite common for affluent individuals to employ more than one Feng Shui master. He expressed his satisfaction. That is splendid. He has mentioned this as well, and he has no special requests. He then provided a brief introduction. I understand that relocating graves is a significant matter, hence I am approaching it with utmost caution. The master I engaged is quite reputable. He is hired from a publicly listed Feng Shui company. A publicly listed Feng Shui company? I echoed, incredulous. Is it truly possible for a Feng Shui company to go public? Boss Yu chuckled. Indeed, it is a large corporation. I marveled. How astounding. A Feng Shui company can actually be publicly listed? Our ancestral culture lacks such entities domestically, yet it has achieved this abroad. My thoughts were a mixture of emotions, and my curiosity was piqued further. On Sunday morning, we gathered at Boss Yu's residence as per the address he provided. Upon our arrival, he introduced us to his family. To my surprise, his partner was an American woman. Their daughter, resembling her mother, had enchanting blue eyes. Both mother and daughter donned matching ethereal blue dresses, appearing like two little fairies, Big Blue Fairy and Little Blue Fairy. Boss Yu continued with the introductions. This is Jason from XX Feng Shui Company. Jason? A Feng Shui master with an English name. Although he was of Chinese descent, it felt somewhat incongruous. I nodded and greeted him while discreetly observing his features. He had a square face, a prominent nose, high cheekbones, and well-defined lips, with a healthy, weak complexion. The only shortcoming was that his eyes seemed slightly smaller than would be expected. Nonetheless, they were quite expressive, small yet eloquent, like eyes that could speak. Boss Yu then introduced me to everyone. This is my friend, Mr. Sanhe. Mr. Sanhe? Upon hearing my name, Jason suddenly squinted his eyes, his gaze intense and penetrating. Although there was no malice in his demeanor, his stare was unabashedly direct, akin to a rogue encountering an unsuspecting maiden. And I was that maiden. The corner of his mouth curled upward in a playful smirk, as if he were in mild discomfort. At that moment, I comprehended Boss Yu's eagerness for me to be present today. This Jason appeared exceedingly unreliable. Wang Sanhe. He repeated my name, bewildered. What was occurring? Was he perhaps infatuated with me? The second coming of Naga? Regret washed over me, leaving me feeling quite remorseful. I have not found the time until now to delve into Master Bala's notes, so let us first set the stage for the peach blossom exorcism. Boss Yu appeared rather awkward and, in a state of uncertainty, inquired, Do you know each other? We do not. We both replied in unison. This was indeed a moment of synchronicity. After a peculiar silence, he asked me with a smirk, Have you encountered the old Taoist? His tone suggested certainty despite being framed as a question. What? I was momentarily taken aback. He raised an eyebrow and reiterated, That mad old man. Huh. The image of that eccentric old Taoist flashed through my mind. Tentatively, I asked, Are you referring to my master? He winked at me with his twinkling eyes. I am your senior brother. His demeanor was so irreverent that I felt a sense of having been taken advantage of. This sensation was eerily familiar. I believed it was a trait cultivated by the old Taoist teaching. How do you know my name? I inquired, filled with curiosity. He gazed up at the sky, as if reminiscing. 10 years ago, when I became a disciple, my master mentioned that I had a junior brother named Wang Sanhe, who I would meet in Singapore. Thus, fate has woven our paths together. 10 years. I was merely a teenager back then. His cryptic words left me bewildered, unsure of what was true and what was not. I pulled him into a more secluded corner and whispered, "What is our master's name?" He cast me a sideways glance, as if regarding me with disbelief. I chuckled awkwardly. Well, at that time, things were hurried, and the master did not have the chance to tell me. He sighed, seemingly reluctant to engage with someone of my intellect. Finally, unable to withstand my persistent inquiries, he begrudgingly uttered, "Tian-e." Ah. I suddenly understood. No wonder the book my master gave me was titled Tian Yi's Notes. It was indeed confirmed that he was my senior brother, and I felt a surge of joy. He shot me another disdainful look, seemingly displeased. "Senior brother, I wish to learn how to capture ghosts," I whispered. The book my master had provided scarcely mentioned tombs and spirits, yet I was astonished to discover that my senior brother was well versed in such matters. I absolutely needed to learn from him. "You cannot." He bluntly extinguished my dream. "Why not?" I protested. "The foremost skill in ghost hunting is to be swift," he replied. Huh. I was utterly confused. The last time, I was chased by a ghost for over 10 miles before I escaped. Can you manage that? I hesitated. I cannot. I lack the stamina and cannot afford the embarrassment. This senior brother of mine rarely spoke seriously. With a playful grin, he glanced at me, then turned to the others and called out, "Let us go, let us go. We're pressed for time." Upon arriving at the cemetery, he adopted a more earnest demeanor. His voice resonated deeply, and his movements were steady. He surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "We must finish before noon. Let us hasten." His solemn tone naturally instilled a sense of trust. Following his directives, everyone began to excavate with a fervor. As we continued our excavation, I became aware that others had seemingly vanished, leaving only 3 of us: myself, my senior brother, and the little blue sprite. Our trio was progressing at a painfully slow pace, and dusk was rapidly approaching without our task being completed. An air of anxiety enveloped me, prompting me to stretch my neck and glance around in hopes of spotting anyone who could lend a hand. By chance, I spotted Dula. This simpleton was just the right person to enlist for our endeavor. Upon noticing me, Dula shouted, "What are you all up to?" "Digging a grave," I replied. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the revelation. "Why didn't you call me for such an exhilarating task?" he exclaimed, scampering over to join our efforts. With an additional pair of hands, our progress accelerated significantly. Just as twilight descended, we uncovered a coffin. Chapter 75. Is my grandfather about to be resurrected? Dulu was utterly exhilarated. "Are we going to open the coffin now?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, eager to get started. "Hey, hold on." I swiftly grasped his arm, urging him to wait and heed the senior brother's instructions. There may be some nuances we need to consider. The senior brother remained silent, his brow furrowed, casting me a look that clearly conveyed his thoughts. "Where did you find this fellow? He seems rather dim-witted." I forced a smile, my lips twitching awkwardly. The senior brother ignored our banter. From his bag, he retrieved numerous items, clanging and clattering, measuring and assessing for what felt like an eternity without uttering a word. Dulu, unable to contain his impatience, yawned and muttered, "If we wait any longer, I might just fall asleep." The senior brother, with a grave expression, turned to us and said, "There may be a corpse transformation." This statement struck a chord with Dulu, instantly invigorating him. He was no longer drowsy. Is it really that thrilling? His eyes widened, fixated on the coffin, his face clearly expressing 5 words. "I want to see the transformation." The little blue sprite, unable to comprehend the Chinese language, looked at Du Li's excitement, bewildered. She anxiously glanced at us, hoping someone could translate. The senior brother pondered for a moment and addressed the little blue sprite. "Your grandfather." He seemed to struggle to recall the English term for corpse transformation. I was at a loss for that word as well, and Dulu certainly had no idea. The senior brother scratched his head and continued, "Your grandfather might want to come out from inside." The little blue sprite was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she glanced at Du Li's ecstatic demeanor and suddenly realized, "Is my grandfather going to come back to life?" "Aye, senior brother." I rubbed my forehead, exclaiming internally, How are we supposed to communicate this? He has been buried for 15 years, and now he wants to resurrect? Dulu, ha 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 ha. In the eerie graveyard, his laughter sent chills down my spine. The senior brother couldn't help but frown. Dulu quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his laughter in such a somber setting. Holding his stomach, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm really unable to contain myself, my apologies." Although the little blue sprite did not understand Chinese, seeing Dulu doubled over in laughter made her even happier, confirming that this must be a momentous occasion. The senior brother shot us each a glance, as if to say, "You figure it out." That look was akin to one reserved for a fool. The little blue sprite gradually began to grasp that something was amiss, while Dulu continued to clutch his belly, laughing uncontrollably. I urgently signaled him to stop. Alas, he could not rein in his mirth. The senior brother observed him and leisurely stated, "A few days ago, I visited an auspicious site, with water in front and mountains behind." Dulu, straightening up and still smiling, asked, "Are you planning to build a villa for yourself?" "No, it's for your burial." The senior brother replied, enunciating each word deliberately. Dulu. His laughter finally ceased. In the dead of night, I was thoroughly startled. I gallantly interjected, assuring him, "Rest assured, the task of burying this matter falls upon me." He recoiled slightly, no longer daring to act foolishly. Observing my senior's serious countenance, I eagerly declared, "Senior, I too can assist in capturing the ghost." His small, expressive eyes darted to the side, casting upon me a gaze laden with profound meaning. The complexity of that look left me momentarily perplexed. He kindly elucidated, "Abandon that notion. If the ghost does not pursue you, consider yourself fortunate." Chapter 76. The blurred lines of reality. My senior was preoccupied with devising a plan, rummaging through his pockets incessantly. I, too, was not idle, scanning my surroundings. To my surprise, I stumbled upon something intriguing. "Senior," I exclaimed, "look at the inscriptions on this tombstone. Are they not excessively large, covering every inch without a single gap? And the orientation of this coffin is peculiar as well. It stands at an angle, not leaning against anything. What sort of person could arrange such a thing?" My senior replied in a low tone, "Are you certain these matters are the work of humans?" "What? You can't frighten me like that," I retorted, my hair standing on end in the chill of the night. He cautioned us, "Everyone, remain vigilant. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to flee." He produced several vajra pestles, distributing one to each of us, and added, "Hold on to these, they may save your life." Dulu received his, clutching it to his chest, and stammered, "I am not afraid, I have a strong heart." My senior then retrieved a talisman from his pocket, cautiously preparing himself before affixing it to one corner of the coffin. Suddenly, a series of unsettling cracking sounds emanated from within, as if something were poised to break free from the coffin. "Quickly retreat," he shouted. Dulu bolted backward, while I, equally terrified, hastily plunged my hands into my senior's pockets, frantically grabbing whatever I could find. Surely, he possessed items capable of warding off evil or subduing malevolence, regardless of their familiarity. I hurled everything I grasped toward the coffin. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. The night transformed into a daylit realm. I shut my eyes tightly. The little blue sprite clung to my arm, her face pressed against me. At that critical moment, I could still feel her warmth seeping through the fabric, penetrating my skin. I dared not move, maintaining my position until some time had passed. Only when I sensed that the outside had returned to a state of calm did she release her grip. I plopped down onto the ground, the vajra pestle bouncing perilously close to slipping from my pocket. After a prolonged silence, my senior's voice echoed above me, "Didn't I instruct you to run away?" "Ah, well, my legs turned to jelly, and I could hardly move. Thankfully, my hands remained strong enough to grasp. I wondered aloud, has the monster been subdued? Gradually adjusting to the brilliance of the light, I loosened my fingers and peered outside. It was still morning. Dulu was nowhere to be found. The others were transporting the wrapped coffin to a new burial site. My senior wore a black band over his eyes. His features were already quite pronounced, but with his eyes obscured, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Wuzhou. "Senior, are you all right?" I inquired cautiously. He merely raised an eyebrow and, through the black fabric, offered me a weak glance, remaining silent. I understood that his expression inquired, "Can't you see for yourself?" I responded with a nervous chuckle. Subsequent events unfolded with remarkable ease. Having selected a new abode in advance, we merely needed to partake in a ceremonial move-in. On our journey home, I inquired of my senior, "Did not the master assert that metaphysics is, in fact, scientific?" He retorted, "Am I now proclaiming it to be unscientific?" I replied, Given the circumstances, how can this be deemed scientific? What part of it lacks scientific merit? And what has happened to your eyes? They appear injured. He, with unwavering conviction, responded, why would I sustain an injury without reason? Where is the science in that? I pondered, well, you might interpret it this way. The noxious energies from decaying matter can generate nameless toxic gases, which are prone to inflict harm upon the skin, particularly the mucous membranes. I have been in close proximity recently, thus the impact is most pronounced. He articulated his point with fervor. I pressed further. How can one scientifically explain the abrupt shifts from day to night? He said, you might consider this interpretation. The noxious energies from decaying matter can produce another type of nameless toxic gas, capable of disrupting the mental system and inducing hallucinations. If you are near the downwind area, the effects are magnified. He remained steadfast in his assertions. I countered. How many misfortunes must this nameless toxic gas bear? It has only been buried for 15 years. How could toxic gases manifest so swiftly? I asked. Reluctant to accept his reasoning, he responded with a voice rich in emotion, reciting a poem. With each passing year, life withers and flourishes. Chapter 77. Mental Connection. It has been withered and flourishing for 15 years. I am aware that if I inquire further, there will undoubtedly be a third. Nameless toxic gas. Never mind, I shall refrain from asking. My senior brother inquired, do you still wish to learn about ghost catching? I replied, not anymore. It is too terrifying. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a subtle arc. It seemed as though there was a hint of pride in his demeanor. Was he deliberately placing me at a disadvantage? Has Master arrived in Singapore? I asked. No. What visa are you currently holding? I inquired. I also graduated from C9. Oh. Then I understand. It's not an ordinary work visa. With so many people in Singapore, having to dig them out every 15 years seems rather cumbersome, does it not? The crucial point is that it also poses a danger. Not necessarily, my senior brother replied. Only the wealthy can be buried in the ground. After all, the rich are but a minority. Only a select few wealthy individuals can be interred. What about the others? After cremation, they are placed in temples. In temples? How can a temple accommodate so many? In compartments, arranged from top to bottom, row upon row. Like a library? I ventured. My senior brother hesitated. It's somewhat similar. Like a library, with layers of urns? See illustration in comments. Quite a vivid image. My senior brother shifted the topic. Your destiny and fortune align with the need to engage with various schools of thought, integrating them for greater achievement. Indeed, not long ago, I fortuitously met a Qigong master and a Buddhist Zen master. Very good, you could expand your horizons even further, he remarked. Expand my horizons further? I do not quite comprehend. For example, transcend races, transcend religions. Transcend religions? Taoism, Buddhism, Christianity? I am not particularly fond of Christianity. Why is that? My senior brother tilted his head to regard me. Buddhism teaches that all beings are Buddha, promoting compassion and equality. Conversely, Christianity insists on faith in their Lord Jesus, which sounds akin to a subordinate relationship. I am not keen on entrusting my soul to outsiders, not even to God, I earnestly explained. Entrusting to outsiders? My senior brother smirked. With his distinct facial features, eyes bandaged, and that mischievous grin, I could only think of two words, a prodigy. His small eyes, though injured and wrapped, rendered him far more handsome. Though I felt this thought was somewhat unkind, it was the truth. Unaware of my current thoughts, my senior brother continued. You harbor some misconceptions about Christianity. You should take the opportunity to listen to Pastor Billy's sermons. After a moment's reflection, he added, a prominent practitioner from Thailand, often referred to as Master Candle, is currently in Singapore. You might consider visiting him. He is a renowned Luang Por. Luang Por is a transliteration of Luang Po, where Luang signifies royal or national and Por means father or elder. Together, Luang Por refers to a venerable monk. The individuals my senior brother recommends must indeed be remarkable figures. My initial impression of him gradually transformed. This senior is indeed quite reliable. After he spoke, he exchanged greetings with the referrer and provided me with the referrer's contact information. Truly a dependable senior. I realized I had yet to acquire the contact details of Lao Dao, so I inquired, Senior, what means do you primarily use to communicate with the master? He replied, with him, through mental connection. I pondered, mental connection. Perhaps my earlier reassessment was hasty. It seems that this senior oscillates intermittently between being reliable and unreliable. Fortunately, the individual he recommended turned out to be quite trustworthy. Soon, I found myself in the presence of Master Bingzhu. Chapter 78. The Art of Energy Guidance. Master Bingju, though diminutive in stature and lean in form, embodies simplicity in his attire. He resembles an ordinary grandfather from the village, devoid of imposing authority or amiable charm, existing quietly in his own space. When approached with inquiries, he would light a candle upon the surface of the water. The wax would gradually flow and solidify, forming various shapes and hues, from which he would offer insights and guidance. At other times, he engaged in mundane tasks, conversing softly, much like any villager. His hands were perpetually busy, arranging offerings of twigs and herbs, creating a scene reminiscent of a delicate ancient painting, softly narrating a story of tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs. To flow with the natural order is to transcend, he proclaimed. The more one resists, the more that which is resisted will persist. Conversely, acceptance of the transient nature of existence allows it to dissolve into nothingness. He referenced a psychological phenomenon. When one is instructed not to envision a pink elephant, it becomes increasingly difficult to avoid doing so. Actors, too, find that the more they strive to suppress laughter at a comedic moment, the more likely they are to succumb to it. Experienced directors advise, laugh heartily at the humorous moments. Fear not the laughter, let it flow freely. Once you have indulged in unrestrained laughter, it becomes less likely to erupt uncontrollably in the future. Endure the moment, accept it fully, Master Bingju said. Only through acceptance can one truly let go. Surrender allows us to become conduits of energy rather than mere consumers of it. For instance, do not attempt to impose your will upon any endeavor. He explained that relying on sheer willpower to force oneself into action leads to suppression and depletion of energy. Once that energy is exhausted, circumstances will revert to their original state. Should one attempt to lose weight through sheer will, even if success is achieved temporarily, the moment willpower wanes, one will inevitably regain the lost weight. Similarly, if one battles laziness with willpower, the moment it is depleted, laziness will resurface. To surrender and embrace is to conserve energy, especially through exaggerated acceptance. This is the essence of the art of energy guidance. When one recognizes their own laziness, there is no need to force oneself into exertion. Forcing change equates to a lack of acceptance. Resistance is merely an expenditure of energy. Acknowledge your state. I feel quite lazy. Embrace this sentiment. I truly am lazy, perhaps excessively so. Indeed, I am remarkably lazy. Acceptance, devoid of judgment, allows the power of resistance to dissipate. Feel this state once more. I still exhibit some laziness. Continue to embrace it with exaggerated acceptance. I remain lazy. I am lazy, so what? I am indeed lazy. Continue to reflect until you return to a state of tranquility, where neither laziness nor diligence exists. You simply are. Only in the absence of internal conflict can energy return to oneself. Yet, many individuals strive incessantly for progress, depleting themselves in the process, ultimately leading to states of depression, confusion, and sorrow, continuously seeking outward, yearning for redemption and liberation. Those who come to Master Bingju to seek blessings and alleviate misfortunes include both the affluent CEOs of public corporations and diligent laborers. Each individual bears their own burdens of sorrow. Here, I met Jiai, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs and a highly educated background, a Chinese national. She was weeping, her stubborn tears infused with defiance. Master, my boyfriend has cheated on me. Please, help me perform a ritual to win him back, she implored. Very well, Master Bingzu replied, his expression inscrutable and devoid of extraneous words, as he continued to arrange the sacrificial twigs in his hands. Chapter 79. Do you love him? How much will it cost? What is the price? She inquired. Master Bingzu dismissed her question, stating, the ritual can bring him back, but it only retrieves the person. He placed emphasis on the word person. That is acceptable, she insisted through gritted teeth. As long as he is here. Master Bingzu maintained his impassive demeanor, uttering no unnecessary words, his hands deftly arranging the ritualistic twigs. I have sought help before, Jiai confessed, but I was deceived. Your esteemed reputation assures me that you can certainly bring him back. Yes, Master Bingzu reiterated, but it is merely the person returning. His heart will not reside with you. I understand, Jiai retorted obstinately. What must be done? Master Bingzu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the twigs in his hands. I could not comprehend Jiai's fixation and quietly queried, why would you desire a man whose heart is not with you? I love him, Jiai replied. As long as he is by my side, that is sufficient. I frowned slightly. But he has cheated on you, has he not? He has a new girlfriend now, correct? Yes, Jiai replied bitterly, and that is precisely why I must reclaim him. We sat in silence, observing the twigs dancing in Master Bingju's hands. None of us uttering a word, devoid of any embarrassment or discomfort. After a moment of quietude, I sighed and posed a question. His choice to abandon you for another indicates that he finds greater joy with her. If you truly love him, why would you wish for his return? For him, Jai insisted. I have wept for over a year and cannot move on. I simply want him back. Everyone has that point they cannot escape from, I remarked. But why? If you love him, does it not bring you joy to see him happy? After considerable contemplation, she uncertainly asked if I wish to bring him back. Does that mean I am selfish? Does it signify that I love myself? You are beautiful, educated, and professionally accomplished. In your early 20s, you are in the prime of your life. Is it self-love to squander such a precious time on a man who does not cherish you? I countered. Finally, she ceased her insistence on reclaiming him, gradually beginning to reflect on why she had become so entrenched in her own dilemma. Is my desire to bring him back born not from love, but merely because he is exceptional? Thus, do I wish to possess him? She spoke with uncertainty, her voice lacking conviction. There are many wonderful things in this world that do not belong to us. The Forbidden City is magnificent and resplendent. Should I weep daily at home simply because it is not mine? I chuckled softly. Many matters cannot withstand scrutiny. She pondered earnestly, the only sound in the air being the gentle rustle of the twigs in Master Bingju's hands. Master Bingzu raised his gaze to me, his expression neutral, calm as water, while his hands continued their unceasing task. Although Jai had not fully comprehended the reasons behind her desire to bring him back, her resolve to continue her efforts waned over time. 6 months later, she confided in me that she had found a new boyfriend, a wealthy heir from Indonesia. She reflected on the time she had squandered, realizing how foolish it had been. Of course, that was a later revelation. There are no unforgettable exes when one has a sufficiently admirable current partner. Often, our persistence holds little significance. Much like the childhood obsession with meticulously collecting those small stickers and cards. Once one gains clarity, the attachment diminishes. Chapter 80. Heart-nourishing and kidney-supplementing energy. Master Bingju spent only a few days in Singapore before returning to Thailand. His primary purpose for this visit was to raise funds for the construction of a new temple. His approach to fundraising was remarkably serene, occurring organically as he engaged in the simple act of sorting through twigs. Of course, he would occasionally light a candle to alleviate any pressing matters. Strikingly, he made no mention of fundraising, nor did he speak of the merits it could bestow or the karmic debts it might dissolve. Those familiar with him understood that he seldom visited Singapore and would habitually inquire, why has Master Bingju come this time? The answer was always the same. For fundraising. Who is responsible for collecting the donations? And thus, the matter was settled. This was my first encounter with him, and I was unaware of his intention to fundraise. Throughout the visit, there was no promotion of this endeavor. It was only as he was departing that he extended an invitation for us to attend the temple's completion ceremony, revealing the profound power of silence. Each day, I busied myself with work, reciting scriptures, or attending gatherings with fellow practitioners. One day, Aaron called me, saying, Mr. Sanhe, Ain is in labor. She has been in the delivery room for several hours without progress. The doctor has expressed concern over the prolonged duration and the instability of the fetal heartbeat, recommending a cesarean section, but Ain wishes to pursue a natural birth. She is practicing breathing techniques. Is there anything else we can do? Breathing is the fundamental essence of human vitality. Many of us instinctively hold our breath when in pain. In truth, this holding of breath is a form of resistance, which consumes energy. A momentary struggle may be manageable, but prolonged resistance leads to muscle tension, depleting energy and hindering the flow and recovery of internal vitality. For instance, during childbirth, the Lamaze breathing technique is commonly employed to consciously counteract the subconscious urge to hold one's breath. However, breathing techniques alone cannot resolve all issues. I pondered for a moment and said, let me first teach you a heart-nourishing energy mudra. When it is convenient for her, she should maintain this posture, which will quickly protect her heart. Let her try it and see. A natural birth is undoubtedly preferable, but if the indicators remain concerning, it is essential to heed the doctor's advice, prioritizing safety and external support. The mudra is quite simple. The thumbs, middle fingers, and ring fingers of both hands should be brought together at their tips, while the other fingers are extended. This constitutes the basic version of the heart-nourishing and kidney-supplementing energy mudra. Its most potent function is detoxification, promoting liver health, nourishing the heart, supplementing the kidneys, and strengthening the spleen and stomach, making it suitable for ailments of the liver, gallbladder, kidneys, gastrointestinal tract, and urinary system. Building upon this, the index fingers should curl towards the bases of the thumbs, forming an enhanced version of the heart-nourishing mudra. This variant not only fortifies the heart and alleviates discomfort from various cardiac emergencies, but also helps establish normal blood pressure, regulates menstruation, and purifies the entire body. This mudra can be performed at any time, while walking, eating, or sleeping, and can be executed with either hand separately or both together, particularly during sleep, when the body is relaxed. Simply clasping the hands induces a self-repair process within the organs. Ayin employed this enhanced version during her labor. In fact, she also utilized a natural birth incantation at that time, but as it took too long, I have not used it since and have somewhat forgotten it. I will share it once I recall. The incantations for natural childbirth and the symbols for inducing labor are numerous. However, I wish to recount the one I utilized at that time. The following morning, Aaron informed me that as soon as the handprint was pressed, the fetal heart monitoring stabilized, and Ayin persevered until the natural delivery. From the onset of dilation to the delivery room, she endured for over 20 hours, ultimately achieving her long-desired outcome. A healthy boy, weighing 7 pounds and 7 ounces, was ready for discharge. The months of effort, infused with the intangible energies of the universe, yielded a positive result. The child bears a striking resemblance to Ayin, with a cherubic roundness. In his dark, luminous eyes resides a delightful mischief, and every smile and frown possesses an enchanting power that captivates the soul. Ayin requested that I bestow a name upon the baby. I chose Jaya, derived from the Sanskrit phrase Bu Hua Yuan Enjinyen. In Sanskrit, Jaya signifies victory, embodying strength, courage, and confidence. Chapter 81. The Constipation Charm of Zhuyu. On the second day after childbirth, Aaron called me again. Ayin is suffering from constipation due to the natural delivery. She has wounds and is afraid to exert herself. Is there any effective remedy? Why not let her try the Zhuyu technique? I suggested. Simply trace the constipation charm upon her abdomen with your finger, 7 repetitions per set. One can write multiple sets at once. The charm for alleviating constipation consists of a character for Shang above, with Shur on the left and Yu on the right. See illustration. After more than half an hour, Aaron replied, after holding it in for 2 days, she has finally managed to relieve herself. Upon discharge, Aaron's family presented me with a substantial red envelope. Not only because the child was born safely, but also for the extraordinary intelligence displayed. By the age of 100 days, Jaya was already mimicking adult speech with words like Papa, Mama, No, and Hold me. She even made amusing facial expressions that brought laughter, truly an extraordinary charm. However, I did not accept the entirety of the red envelope, only a token gesture. This was due to the understanding that this child is a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, a baby born to repay gratitude. Furthermore, it is said that deep affection does not endure, and excessive wisdom can lead to misfortune. The fortunes and calamities of individuals are finite. If one exhausts their luck now, less will remain for the future. One should not find joy in material possessions. There is little to celebrate, as all things pass. Likewise, one should not dwell in sorrow. There is little to grieve, as all things pass. It was rare for Xiao Baozi to call me. The last time she reached out, she was lamenting about being deceived. Previously, it seemed her relationship with Du Lu was progressing well. Was this call to share good news? I pondered as I answered, Xiao Baozi? Sanya, woo-woo. The same familiar pattern, beginning with her sobs. She, woo-woo. I remained silent, and she continued to weep. Xiao Baozi. I could somewhat understand your tears last time, as you did not know many others. Now, even if you're crying, shouldn't you be calling Du Lu? I was perplexed. Was it appropriate for her to cry to me? To my surprise, mentioning Du Lu made her sob even louder. Did you have a quarrel with Du Lu? I cautiously inquired. Woo-woo, no. Woo-woo, it was simply a series of sobs, devoid of any substantial information. Forget it. Go cry to him then, I said helplessly as I prepared to hang up. Don't. Woo-woo, he is ignoring me. Woo-woo, why? I queried, intrigued. Didn't he quarrel? Yet he is ignoring you? I don't know. Woo-woo, all right. I will ask Du Lu and get back to you. My head was spinning. After hanging up, I called Du Lu. What is going on with you and Xiao Baozi? I asked. Nothing much, he replied in a monotonous tone. Did you have a quarrel? No. Just like Xiao Baozi said? Yes. What is the matter then? Nothing much. Fine, Xiao Baozi is crying to me, I stated. Then comfort her. Du Lu responded with an unruffled demeanor. I feel an overwhelming urge to curse. Your relationship with her seems so ambiguous. What am I supposed to comfort? A mere trifle. Are you out of your mind? He acquiesced. What? I can't wrap my head around this. It's absurd, he said. Who's absurd? Me. His tone was rather cold. I have no doubt that Du Lu is not suffering from any serious ailment. Before a major illness manifests, there are always signs evident in one's complexion. Du Lu appears as robust as an ox. What affliction do you have? I inquired. A deficiency of common sense. What transpired? Nothing significant. I feel compelled to retrieve my large knife. This feels akin to squeezing toothpaste. After much effort, it barely yields enough to clean a single tooth. Infuriated, I abruptly hung up the phone. I have no desire to involve myself in this matter. When it comes to emotions, outsiders find it challenging to discern the truth. Yet after some contemplation, I decided to call Xiao Baozi back, wishing to clarify. You handle it yourself. I cannot inquire further. I am powerless. You suggest that perhaps. He loves me too much. Xiao Baozi's tone, tinged with sadness, also held a hint of excitement. What? I was utterly bewildered. Do these two exhibit signs of being profoundly in love? How could I not perceive it? Is there truly such an implication? My head feels exceedingly heavy. And resting my hand on my face, I asked, from where do you draw such conclusions? Chapter 82. He must be madly in love with me. He has not contacted me for quite some time, ignoring my calls and messages. Feeling a sense of urgency, I sought the counsel of Xiaobazi. However, upon reflection, I pondered that perhaps his silence stemmed from an overwhelming love for me. Love, and yet he does not respond? Why? I found myself perplexed. Xiaobazi transformed into a little detective, meticulously analyzing the situation. It is possible that he is upset. Although I remain unaware of the cause of his displeasure, that detail seems insignificant. What truly matters is that he could harbor such lingering resentment over a trivial matter, which may indeed signify his profound affection for me. My trivialities are monumental in his eyes. Ah, how brilliantly logical. If he loves you, why would he choose to ignore you? I attempted to guide her to contemplate further. The strategy of feigned indifference. Xiaobazi succinctly summarized. Du Lu, that foolish boy. Would he truly engage in such a strategy? Never mind. With my intellect, I am not suited to play such high-stakes games. I quietly ended the call. A couple of days later, Xiaobazi contacted me again. Du Lu still refuses to acknowledge me. What does this signify? I sought to steer her thoughts back to clarity. She earnestly pondered for a moment and then exclaimed with sudden realization, he has grown so arrogant from being doted upon. Xiaobazi sweetly declared. I paused, considering, and decided to call Du Lu. Xiaobazi mentioned that you were playing games of feigned indifference. I remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. He sighed. What is really going on? I inquired, still not willing to divulge. He sighed again and said, there is nothing particularly secretive. We were flirtatious for a few days, but eventually realized we were incompatible. So we parted ways. In what way were you incompatible? I believed you two were quite well matched. You both are simple, joyful individuals, devoid of malice. You are quite alike. Perhaps due to Xiaobazi's relentless questioning or my probing, he suddenly erupted, exclaiming, two fools cannot sustain a life together. After that outburst, he fell silent. Oh. It is indeed challenging for a wise person to adjudicate domestic disputes. Let them navigate their own paths. Days turned into weeks. And Xiaobazi sent me a message. Du Lu might be breaking up with me. What are your thoughts? I asked. A contradictory fellow. She chuckled sweetly. Well, I mused. Perhaps the time simply has not been sufficient. Years later, after Xiaobazi had married, she still harbored lingering questions, asking me, why did Du Lu choose to break up with me back then? I replied, I do not know. Perhaps you were simply too remarkable, and he felt inadequate. Du Lu arrived in Singapore, residing in the lavish apartment arranged by Sister Feng. He finally recognized the absurdity of the situation. Sanhe, I need to move in with you. This place is far too expensive. The previous location was chosen for proximity to school, but now that we are no longer students, it is indeed time to find a more conveniently accessible residence. Thus, we relocated to an apartment in close proximity to the Green Line subway station. It comprises 2 rooms, one shared by myself, Du Lu, and our roommate Hage, who works in mechanics. The other room is occupied by Lianjia, Qi'er, and Xingchen. Lianjia, with her cascading waves and captivating charm, is a woman of the world. Qi'er, adorned with flowing long hair, applies her makeup with precision daily. Dressing in elegant skirts and petite high heels, her movements graceful and mesmerizing. Xingchen, on the other hand, embodies the quintessential tomboy, plump and round. With a buzz cut and a robust demeanor, always clad in casual attire, her gender often indiscernible. We are all in our 20s, with Hage being the eldest among us. In his early 30s, sturdy in build and possessing a purely technical mindset, which bears a striking resemblance to my own. Upon our first meeting, Page exclaimed, "Ah, your thumb is simply exquisite." He then grasped my wrist, admiring my thumb from every angle as if it were a work of art. My immediate thought was, what an unusual approach to flattery. I managed a polite smile, and he quickly sensed my skepticism, fervently explaining, "I assure you, I am not speaking idly. I have a keen interest in physiognomy, and I always examine hands first. After years of observing countless hands, yours is the first of its kind I have encountered." Chapter 83. The most unique thumb. Upon hearing that we would be reading palms, Du Lu and the others eagerly gathered around, extending their hands. Haigu explained, "When the thumb is straightened and bends backward, it indicates a personable character. Du Lu, Lian Jie, and Chi'er all had thumbs that curved backward, particularly Chi'er's, which was the most pronounced. At first glance, one could not help but think, how pliable." Concerned that his explanation might not be sufficiently clear, Haigu added, "Such individuals can converse fluently with anyone, whether human or ghost." While the audience grasped this clarification well, the three with bent thumbs appeared somewhat awkward. It was our first meeting, and we were not yet familiar with one another. A strange tension lingered in the air. Haigu sensed this discomfort and promptly raised his own thumb, clarifying, "As for those of us whose thumbs do not bend backward, we possess an unwavering integrity. We speak plainly and do not bend to flattery." This explanation seemed to smooth over the situation. Haigu, and Xingchen all had straight thumbs. Haigu's thumb had already demonstrated its steadfastness. Xingchen, the tomboy, certainly did not seem like one who would easily yield. Haigu remarked, "Many individuals may present a facade of unyielding righteousness or cultivate an image of resilience, yet that does not necessarily reflect their true nature." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Or perhaps they are merely straight in certain aspects, fundamentally possessing high emotional intelligence and the ability to navigate social complexities." "Such as?" Xingchen inquired. Haigu glanced around, hesitated briefly, and responded, "For instance, Jin Xing. I surmised that many film stars likely had bent thumbs." Haigu, cautious of inadvertently naming anyone as idol, chose his words carefully before mentioning Jin Xing. After all, how could someone who is straightforward and blunt charm so many fans and benefactors? Xing Chun expressed skepticism. Jin Xing, being so forthright, also speaks with ghosts? Haigu refrained from further comment. Lianjie laughed. "We're just chatting casually. Why take it so seriously?" I attempted to shift the topic, asking, "What makes my thumb the most special?" Haigu perked up immediately. "If one's thumb is rigidly straight, they may be stubborn and prone to frustration, often feeling unappreciated for their efforts. However, yours, while very straight, is not rigid. The joints are well proportioned, and the complexion is gentle, embodying a proud kind of straightness." It seemed that despite Haiji's claim of low emotional intelligence, he was truly enlightening us in that moment. Those with bent thumbs were said to converse with ghosts, while those with straight thumbs were deemed unappreciated for their efforts. This single insight subtly cast a wide net over everyone, leaving only me untouched. That day, Haigu was undoubtedly more animated than ever. It was the most I had witnessed him speak in years. Of course, it was also the day he offended the most people. Though his intentions were not malicious, the impact of his words was genuinely felt, even on subsequent days. When certain truths were validated, he would proudly proclaim to me, "See, I told you she speaks in riddles." When I first met Haigu, I had not yet delved into the palmistry section of Tiani notes. Later, I made a point to examine my master's records regarding the thumb. Those with straight thumbs are direct in their speech, possess a strong sense of justice, and cannot abide deceit. They are particularly unwilling to lie for personal gain, harboring a profound moral compass that chastises them internally for any unseemly behavior. While one might commend them for their principled nature, others may perceive them as obstinate and inflexible. Conversely, individuals with curved thumbs tend to speak in a more tactful manner, adapting easily, and are amiable, often uttering words that please others, regardless of their veracity, prioritizing the happiness of those around them. This is often referred to as high emotional intelligence. Influenced by Haigu, I too developed a fascination for observing the thumbs of others. Indeed, I have rarely encountered someone akin to myself. They are either soft and curved or rigid and straight. And I have even witnessed inflexible curves. Yet, I have never encountered anyone with thumbs as robust and well-proportioned as mine, cleanly straight, and adorned with the discerning eyes of a sage on both hands. Chapter 84. India, the most intelligent race. The six of us coexist harmoniously under one roof. Chia and I share the same profession in international labor services. However, I am a novice in this field, while she, having worked in a domestic intermediary company, could no longer bear the passive position and impulsively moved to Singapore to take on direct orders. Remarkably, she did not complete her middle school education and could only utter hello and bye in English. Yet, her extroverted nature is her greatest asset. Every day, she finds joy in perusing her phone's contacts. Whenever she discovers a client she hasn't contacted recently, she promptly calls to arrange a meal together. If the first person is unavailable, she continues down the list until she secures an appointment. She strives to fill every meal slot, deriving pleasure from this pursuit. On the rare occasion when she has free time, she takes to the kitchen, preparing meals for us all. She assumes the role of the cook while we take turns washing the dishes. Sister Lian and Xingchen both work as clerical staff in an office setting. While their professional duties are quite similar, their lives after work diverge significantly. Xingchen, with a demeanor and appearance reminiscent of a boy, is carefree and boisterous. After work, she returns home to spend time with us, indulging in video games and reading. In contrast, Sister Lian is an extraordinary individual, a master of time management. She has a date every evening with different companions and often returns home inebriated, sometimes even vomiting upon her return. Eventually, perhaps due to a pang of conscience, she opted to remain out, expelling her excesses through the night until she felt completely purged before returning home in the morning. In her haste, she would change clothes and head directly to work, transforming our abode into her dressing room. She only returns briefly each morning to switch outfits. Naturally, even a time management maestro requires occasional respite. During those rare days, we might catch a glimpse of her. Fortunately, she is a principled individual, steadfastly refusing to indulge in any entanglements with colleagues. Otherwise, individuals like myself, Du Lu, and Hai Go might face total annihilation in mere moments. In the face of absolute strength, any form of resistance proves futile. During leisurely evenings, the three of us, robust men, often descend to the swimming pool. In Singapore, most apartments are equipped with open-air pools. Although the climate is perpetually summery, the number of people in the pool is generally sparse. It seems only we, the local enthusiasts, revel in splashing about. Occasionally, Chi-Er returns home early and joins Xingchen for a brief dip. At the pool, we befriended our neighbors from across the hall. The Indian brothers Amit, with his fair complexion, and Abu, with his darker skin. They too seem to be local enthusiasts who enjoy frolicking in the water. Xingchen and I take on the role of translators. Since they are both Indian, we curiously inquire why one is fair and the other is dark. Dulu is most curious. The white Indian was a nobleman. Amit wore an expression of pride, a superiority that emanated from his very essence. Noble? Are you suggesting that white Indians are wealthier than black Indians? Not necessarily, as there are indeed some affluent black Indians as well. Abu quickly countered this point. Amit, unwilling to yield, proclaimed that a penniless white Indian is more noble than a wealthy black Indian. What kind of logic is this? A few of us whispered quietly, struggling to comprehend this theory of nobility without wealth, as we are accustomed to the notion of equality. Amit proudly boasted of noble lineage. Yet, we pondered, what does one's bloodline have to do with one's ability to earn a living? However, upon observing Abu's humble demeanor, head bowed in silence, we recognized that the oppression of lineage is deeply ingrained in their beliefs. In India, many dine using their hands. Have you tried using chopsticks since arriving in Singapore? I shifted the topic. Instantly, they cast aside the matter of lineage and joyfully engaged in a discussion about chopsticks. I have not used them, but I have seen others do so. It does not seem difficult, Abu remarked. Amit nodded in agreement, stating, I have attempted to hold them. Although I have never formally dined with them, I can manage to pick up items. Shall we invite you to enjoy hot pot? She, with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, smiled. Really? They were overjoyed. Amit exclaimed, this will be our first hot pot experience. Do not celebrate too soon, Xingchen cautioned. If you cannot use chopsticks and fail to pick up your food, you shall go hungry. No problem, Amit replied confidently. After all, Indians are the smartest race in the world. What? We exchanged glances, fully understanding the unspoken implications. You Indians are the smartest? Then what does that make our great Chinese nation? The Indian brothers also discerned our skepticism. Amit quickly presented his evidence. 30 of the CEOs in the Fortune 500 are of Indian descent. Abu added, over 40 of IT elites in Silicon Valley are also of Indian origin. Amit continued to provide examples. CEOs of renowned internet companies such as Google, Twitter, and Microsoft must surely be from the most intelligent race. On our side, we remained silent, while they fervently debated. The brothers were truly determined for the sake of hot pot. Abu gave us a reassuring glance, saying we had actually wanted to eat hot pot before. But we were unsure of the customs here, so we hesitated to enter. With your guidance, we have nothing to fear. So, shall we arrange for dinner tomorrow? I sought everyone's opinion. Let us do it tonight. Amit could hardly contain his excitement, though he glanced at the time and hesitated, realizing it was already quite late. Late-night snacks, then. Abu quickly interjected, having just finished swimming. I am quite hungry now. All right, let us decide on tonight's late-night snack. Tomorrow night might not be feasible. She concluded. We hurriedly returned home to change and set off for the hot pot restaurant. Indeed, Indians are the most intelligent race. Amit and Abu, both wielding chopsticks, demonstrated remarkable skill. I harbor serious doubts that the two of them had previously practiced secretly at home for the sake of enjoying hot pot. The joyous moments seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. During this time, an odd occurrence took place. Xingchen was perpetually unwell. She would catch a cold every few days. Everyone else, of similar age, Sister Lian, who indulged in daily intoxication, and Cheer, who was often engaged in social gatherings, had never fallen ill. Conversely, Xingchen, who adhered to an early bedtime, rose with the dawn, and maintained a regimen of physical exercise, seemed to be perpetually beset by ailments. Just as one bout of illness would wane, another would inevitably follow. In truth, I used to be in excellent health, Xingchen lamented. I have only received a vaccination once throughout my life and rarely consumed cold medicine. It is only after moving into this house that I have become so prone to sickness. As she dabbed at her runny nose, a frown creased her brow. Could it be that the feng shui of this house is unfavorable? Dulu inquired with wide, innocent eyes. Chapter 85. The incompatibility of the house's fate. Haigu expressed some confusion. This situation is rather peculiar. If it pertains to feng shui, wouldn't we all be affected? Could it be that the feng shui of our 2 rooms is different? Dulu remained steadfast in her belief that it was indeed a matter of feng shui. Haigu, ever the logical thinker, countered, even if the feng shui of the 2 rooms differs, there are 3 individuals in her room. Why is it only Xingchen who is unwell? Although I could not fathom why I was the sole one afflicted. I too sensed that it was a feng shui issue. It felt rather sinister. Xingchen rubbed her nose and said, "You all should come over and help me investigate. If this continues, I will have to move. I can no longer endure it. Don't move, don't move." Sanhe is quite knowledgeable in mystical matters. They will surely assist you in resolving this issue, Dulu proclaimed enthusiastically. The 3 of us followed Xingchen into her small room. A delightful aroma enveloped us, a fragrant medley wafting through the air. The room was quite compact, with 3 beds aligned end to end. At the entrance, on the east-west axis, was Qi Er's bed. Another bed, also on the east-west axis, was by the window and belonged to Lian Jie. Xingchen's bed was positioned between the 2, oriented north-south against the wall, effectively linking the other 2 beds. Opposite was a nondescript, built-in wardrobe. In one corner stood a small table adorned with snacks, atop which rested the air conditioner. The space beneath the beds was devoid of any belongings. There was nothing else of note in the room. Outside the window, nothing seemed amiss either, both inside and out. The surroundings were remarkably simple. I glanced at Haigu, who smiled and remarked, "I dabble in palmistry, but I am utterly ignorant of feng shui. Do not look to me." I exchanged a helpless smile with Xingchen and said, "I cannot discern any cause." "Hey, you cannot just dismiss it because Xingchen is a tomboy," Dulu shouted in excitement. I refused to believe that if Qi Er were ill, you wouldn't be able to identify the issue. I felt a strong urge to reprimand this foolishness, awkwardly laughing as I nudged Dulu back toward our room. Haigu followed suit, asking me, "Do you not believe it is a feng shui issue?" "It is difficult to say. I cannot comprehend it," I replied. Look. I knew you were being deliberately evasive. Can it really not be a feng shui problem?" Dulu continued to provoke. I shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "A doctor can treat ailments. Does that mean they can cure all maladies?" Dulu pondered for a moment and conceded, "That seems reasonable. But what about Xingchen? If we do not help her resolve this, she will have to move. Who knows what kind of person might move in next?" I did not wish for Xingchen to leave. I found merit in Du Li's concerns. Xingchen was indeed a fine person, but her constant illness was troubling. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, "You all stay here. I will go take a look myself. It feels too cramped with so many people." With that, I ventured next door once more. With a glance, I observed the same scant belongings, making it impossible to uncover any reason for her affliction. Xingchen, feeling disheartened, sighed. "Perhaps it is simply that my fate does not align with this house. I should try moving elsewhere. Is the house incompatible with your fate? That sounds like superstitious nonsense. I chuckled. She responded with a bittersweet smile, saying, it may be superstition, but what can I do? You speak so casually. But if you were to endure my daily ailments, you would surely resort to superstition as well. Indeed, when faced with the inexplicable unknown, it is only natural to feel a sense of trepidation. I found myself at a loss for words to console her. One should not advise others on virtue without having experienced their suffering. I could not insist that she stubbornly remain in her current residence. Moreover, I harbored a faint intuition that should she move, it might indeed bring her relief. Yet, the reluctance to part was palpable. Everyone had adjusted well, and the uncertainty of a new tenant was daunting. Chapter 86. The wind's malevolence. After some contemplation, I suggested, Xingqian, why not try adjusting your head's position and sleep that way for a few days? Changing my sleeping position seems simple, but will it be effective? Xingqian inquired. I offered an awkward smile, lacking confidence, and replied, why not give it a shot? It won't take much effort. Let us treat a dying horse as if it were alive. A few days later, after work, Xingqian approached me. She appeared somewhat at a loss for words. San. I tried sleeping with my head positioned differently, and while my cold has improved, my foot feels somewhat off. What seems to be the issue with your foot? I asked. Hesitatingly, she responded, it seems like there's a bit of pain between my toe bones. Her explanation was vague, likely due to the short duration since the change, resulting in only minor symptoms. So, it must be due to the Feng Shui conditions. With the head position there, it is susceptible to chills, and with the feet in that alignment, they are prone to drafts. Theoretically, that spot is likely affected by the malevolent wind. However, it is not adjacent to a window, but rather facing a wall adjacent to the window. The wind from the window cannot reach that position. So where could this malevolent wind be coming from? The only possibility that corresponds to that location is the air conditioning. Yet, the air conditioner is directed towards the entrance, not directly blowing over the bed. Where else could the wind be coming from? I stepped into the small room, easily able to see the head of the bed, and began to pace, utterly perplexed. What are you searching for? Xingqian asked. The wind, I replied. The wind? She did not grasp my meaning. I explained my reasoning. I refuse to accept the feeble excuse that your compatibility with the house's energy is at fault. The most plausible explanation is that there is malevolent wind in that position. I intend to discover the source of the wind that could reach there. As if coincidentally, Xingqian began searching as well. There are only 3 potential entry points for wind in the room: the door, the window, and the air conditioning. Xingqian analyzed. Given the angle of the door and window, it seems unlikely that they could blow directly onto your bed. The air conditioner's direction also does not directly face you. Surely, it cannot be that the wall is leaking air? Indeed, the nascent thought I had just conceived suddenly seemed to tie itself in knots. Could it be that my reasoning is flawed? Xingqian queried. I hesitated to admit any error in my thought process, yet I found no evidence to support my hypothesis. As I pondered this, the room was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A power outage. Immediately after, a cacophony erupted from the kitchen. Damn it. I've been swindled by the seller. I adjusted to the darkness and informed Xingqian. It sounds like Du Lu is in some trouble. Please stay here for a moment while I check it out. No rush. We can continue our discussion when you return. I activated the flashlight on my phone and made my way towards the direction of Du Li's lamentations. As I reached the kitchen door, I had yet discerned the situation within when a series of loud clattering noises emanated from inside. Du Lu, what on earth are you doing? I called out. Hee. It's nothing, he replied sheepishly. I just got tricked by the seller. I recently purchased a microwave online, and upon testing it, to my dismay, it short-circuited. It may have tripped the circuit breaker. What on earth is happening? I inquired. In the pitch darkness, while reaching for my phone, I inadvertently knocked various kitchen utensils, including a steel basin, chopsticks, spatula, and spoon, onto the floor. I'll clean it up. You go reset the circuit breaker. With the faint light from Dula's phone, I indeed saw a scattered array of kitchenware. Fortunately, none of my ceramics were damaged. After locating the circuit breaker and restoring the power, I observed Dula's flustered demeanor and asked, do you need assistance? No, just go help Xingqian, he replied. In no time, Dula had gathered most of the items from the floor. At that moment, Xingqian called out to me from her room. Sanhua, come quickly. Hurry, Dula urged. As I approached the doorway of Xingqian's bedroom, I was surprised to find it still shrouded in darkness. Did something happen to your lights? I asked. No. We'll talk about that later. Just come in, Xingqian said anxiously. darting to the entrance and pulling me inside. She swiftly closed the door, cutting off the light from the living room. It took a while for my eyes to adjust to the dimness. I turned to Xingqian, curious, what is going on? She raised her chin and said, see for yourself. Following her gaze, I looked towards the air conditioner. What about the air conditioner? I asked, puzzled. The wind. The wind? Where? I leaned closer to the air conditioner. It was then that I finally grasped the meaning behind Xingqian's words. Chapter 87. The essence of wind sha at the air conditioning installation site. There lay a thick, encased wire leading outdoors. During my previous inspection, I had also noticed that point of connection. It was sealed with adhesive, and thus, I had long assumed it was airtight. Yet now, as darkness enveloped the room while the outside was ablaze with light, I was astonished to discover that a glimmer of illumination seeped through that very junction. Did you see that? Xingqian inquired. Yes, that's the spot, I exclaimed, elated. After grappling with this mystery for so long, I finally unearthed the reason. How did you come to this realization? I asked. Well, after the power outage, when you stepped out, I continued pondering where the wind might enter. Suddenly, I noticed the light filtering through there, Xingqian explained. Once the power returned, I turned off the lights again and confirmed that there truly was a breach. This must be fate. Otherwise, such a minuscule gap would be exceedingly difficult to detect under normal circumstances. Can such a tiny aperture have a significant impact? Xingqian inquired curiously. Indeed, wind sha is merely intensified wind caused by pressure, which can harm the human body. The wind in the open fields does not constitute wind sha, I elucidated. As the old adage states, prolonged exposure to wide apertures can lead to headaches. Such apertures create conditions that compress the wind, thus generating wind sha. Various types of disruptive winds, such as back sha, scissor sha, through-hall sha, sharp angle sha, reverse bow sha, sky-cutting sha, flying blade sha, and others, are all the result of intensified wind. I glanced up at the slender shaft of light from the air conditioner. The smaller the opening, the sharper the wind's pressure, and the more pronounced the harm. Xingqian chuckled. I used to enjoy reading about Feng Shui. However, the more intricate aspects eluded my understanding, and the overly verbose details were impossible to retain. Your explanation has helped me remember numerous types of sha. To learn Feng Shui, one cannot simply rote memorize each point. It is an impractical approach. The myriad of items scattered throughout a home are too numerous to count. With technology continuously advancing and introducing many objects not found in ancient texts, relying solely on those would be foolish. I remarked. Exactly. Xingqian resonated with enthusiasm. I once purchased a Feng Shui book that dedicated over 100 pages solely to back pain. At that moment, I thought, forget it. I want to remember any of it, and it won't be useful when it truly matters. Reading it felt like a waste of time. Since then, I have refrained from delving into Feng Shui literature. Indeed, the myriad of Feng Shui tips available online are fragmented and lack a cohesive structure. They can be entertaining, but when it comes to practical application, they fall short, which I find quite regrettable. It's a shame you're working as a labor intermediary, Xingqian lamented. You would be better suited as a teacher. You have a keen eye for talent. I laughed. I used to be a teacher, but I disliked being a mere echo. If you were to teach Feng Shui, I'm certain everyone would grasp it effortlessly, Xingqian remarked. It should be possible to clarify. Yet my speech lacks humor, and soon enough, everyone finds themselves dozing off. Xingqian chuckled softly, remarking, those crosstalk performers are not necessarily that amusing. You set your standards too high. She then suggested, have you considered offering a Feng Shui course? A brief one, where the class ends just as everyone is still eager for more. This indeed was an intriguing proposition. Could we conduct a short course? As we gazed at the flickering light streaming through the gap, we joyfully discussed the prospect of a Feng Shui class. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the lights flickered on with a loud snap. The sudden brightness startled both Xingqian and me, prompting us to shield our eyes with our hands. At the doorway, Chiara playfully exclaimed, oh dear, I must have returned at the wrong moment, right? Please, continue. With another snap, the lights extinguished, and the door closed again. The series of actions unfolded seamlessly, and before we could comprehend, darkness enveloped us once more. Feeling embarrassed, I quickly stood up to turn the lights back on. Xingqian, shield your eyes. All right, I've covered them, she replied, laughing so hard that she rolled on the bed. You should seal that gap with some adhesive soon. After switching on the lights, I hurriedly instructed her and rushed out the door. In the living room, Chiara sat with her head tilted, gazing at me with a teasing smile. As a man, it didn't bother me much, but Xingqian, regardless of her tomboyish demeanor, was still a girl, and I felt compelled to explain, We were just discussing Feng Shui. Discussing Feng Shui? A lone man and woman, in the dark? Do you think I'm uneducated? Chiara laughed heartily, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The situation was complicated. In my haste, I was at a loss for where to begin my explanation. Oh, it's a long story. It seems you two have been in there discussing Feng Shui for quite a while, Chiara remarked, a look of sudden realization dawning on her face. Xingqian is a wonderful person, and you two seem quite compatible, Chiara mused, admiring her newly painted nails while sighing dramatically. But really, we merely glanced at a tiny gap. How have we progressed to this point? It doesn't seem that significant. Dula poked his head out from the kitchen, squinting playfully. Sanhe, what were you two up to in there? Did Chiara catch you? Just as I was struggling to clarify, Dulu, the instigator, emerged, and in my frustration, I slapped his shoulder, exclaiming, "Isn't it your fault for creating this misunderstanding with all the darkness?" Dulu winced, dodging while shouting, "It's been ages. How can you still be in the dark after such a long time? You can't pin this on me. You, Sanhe, dare to act without taking responsibility. You're ungrateful, you. Truly, one can be driven to madness by foolishness." My clumsy words seemed utterly inadequate to clarify the situation. Chapter 88. The free miss. I remain uncertain whether Xingqian managed to clarify everything in the end. Regardless, she subsequently sought assistance from Haiga to procure a tube of foam adhesive, meticulously sealing the small gap repeatedly. No longer would she have to endure the embarrassment of a red nose daily. In gratitude, she extended an invitation to everyone for a dinner gathering. I provided her with ideas, while Haigu took charge of the execution. Through a series of fortunate coincidences, Dulu inadvertently helped us uncover the reason behind it all. Thus, the three of us received invitations. Perhaps it was due to her being the only woman among us, and feeling a bit shy about dining with three men. She also invited Lianjie and Chier. I had a prior engagement with a fellow townsman, a young lad. If you don't mind, I would like to bring him along, I suggested. Lianjie, unconcerned with trivialities, responded affirmatively. Sure, let us gather together properly. It's always nice to meet a new friend. Xingqian, being a carefree individual, could hardly have anticipated the considerable repercussions of her decision. My curiosity about Lianjie was piqued. I was eager to witness what her social circle was perpetually bustling about. Upon our arrival at the restaurant, we settled in first and engaged in casual conversation. Lianjie arrived fashionably late with her friend. "This is a Chong, my fellow townsman," she introduced. "These are my roommates. Please, have a seat." Lianjie didn't even bother to share our names. A Chong appeared rather slender and dark-skinned, standing slightly over 1.6 meters tall. His forehead was narrow and wrinkled, making his naturally dark complexion appear even darker in those creases. In facial analysis, the forehead is referred to as the upper court or heavenly court, symbolizing one's ancestors, elders, and youth. It also reflects intelligence and emotional quotient. A well-proportioned heavenly court is ideal. A narrow or uneven one suggests a challenging youth, lack of parental affection, low intelligence, a straightforward disposition, diminished emotional intelligence, and considerable stubbornness. A Chong's demeanor exuded introversion. He seemed timid, hesitating to take food from the dishes, only consuming what was closest to him. Observing this, Chier let out a disdainful huff, pursing her lips, openly expressing her disdain. It seemed to her that sharing a table with a Chong was an exceedingly embarrassing affair. The others, however, exhibited no particularly strong reactions, opting for a tacit silence. If our conversation had been animated, a Chong's discomfort would have been even more pronounced. Yet, with the silence, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. The meal unfolded awkwardly, shrouded in an unsettling quiet. Lianjie, indifferent, noted after a while, "I have other friends to meet for drinks tonight. It's about time for me to leave. When you head back, please ensure a Chong reaches the subway station safely." "No problem, it's on our way. You can head off without worry," Xingqian assured her. "See you, bye." Lianjie waved her hand and departed with a casual air. Throughout the evening, a Chong had not uttered a single word. As soon as Lianjie exited, Chier immediately rose. As if remaining seated for another moment would be utterly intolerable, she boldly stepped out ahead of us. The three of us, being robust men, dared not utter a word. Unable to fathom the situation of these women, we followed closely behind her. Fortunately, Xingqian was quite reliable. She attended to Ah Qiang's emotions and remarked, "Ah Qiang, shall we go as well?" "Oh, all right," Ah Qiang responded without a hint of irritation, trailing behind Xingqian. There were still a few steps to the subway station, and sensing Ah Qiang's discomfort, Xingqian made an effort to strike up a conversation. "How did you meet Sister Lian?" I subtly slowed my pace, discreetly pricking up my ears. My curiosity was piqued. Sister Lian and Ah Xiang appeared to belong to entirely different realms, and yet he was here tonight for dinner. Oh, we are from the same hometown and met at a gathering, Ah Xiang replied, engaging in the dialogue. You seem to have a good relationship with Sister Lian, Xingqian remarked, striving to maintain the conversation and avoid any awkward silences. Yes, we are in a romantic relationship, Ah Xiang answered with an air of ease. What? I couldn't help but glance back, catching a glimpse of Xingqian's equally astonished expression. Our eyes met in shock, leaving us momentarily speechless. Thankfully, Ah Xiang's reserved nature meant he was habitually looking down, oblivious to our surprise. Seizing the opportunity while he was unaware, I quickly turned back, feigning ignorance and continuing forward with nonchalance. We still had a little distance to cover before reaching the subway station. To alleviate the palpable tension, Xingqian, perhaps fearing the atmosphere would grow even more awkward, pressed on with her inquiries. You and Sister Lian seem to have very different personalities. How did you end up together? Hiring an escort costs money, so I prefer to have a girlfriend, Ah Xiang explained earnestly. I dared not look back again, my mind racing with a torrent of thoughts. An unmistakable, peculiar atmosphere enveloped us. Xingqian, no longer willing to pursue the conversation, fell silent, though we had yet to reach the subway station. It seemed preferable to endure the awkwardness than to delve into any unsettling revelations. The journey continued in silence, each of us quietly parting ways. Aside from a simple farewell, we refrained from uttering another word, lest we provoke any unforeseen dangers. Chapter 89. The wealthy also bear their burdens after bidding farewell to a Chong. We all sighed in relief. I exchanged a glance with Xingqian, and neither of us dared to speak. The grievances were numerous, yet there was no outlet for our frustrations. However, Chier, who walked ahead, could not restrain her sarcasm. Sister Lian is truly kind-hearted. She doesn't even discriminate when it comes to poverty alleviation. We, the few of us, were at a loss for words, shrinking our necks and lowering our heads. Too timid to chime in. Tonight, we collectively became deaf. We could hear nothing at all. Once Xingqian recovered from her cold, she boasted at her company, claiming to know a Feng Shui master who was both inexpensive and effective. By inexpensive, she meant merely the cost of a meal. Consequently, her colleagues and acquaintances frequently added me, seeking my insights from a metaphysical perspective. They would send me random monetary tokens based on their perceived benefits, regardless of the amount. Some found it worthwhile, others enjoyed the novelty, while some were merely curious. As a result, the number of people adding me continued to grow. One day, a girl named Xiaoxi added me. After introducing herself, she got straight to the point, asking me to help her adjust her career luck. Upon examining her fortune, I found it rather peculiar. Typically, only those experiencing career setbacks would wish to adjust their professional prospects. Yet, Xiaoxi's current fortune appeared to be thriving. Not at all dismal. However, all things exist in duality. There are no absolute good or bad outcomes. Predicting fortune is akin to weather forecasting, an exercise in deduction. One can calculate where a cloud will drift, at what speed, and when it may precipitate. Naturally, unforeseen circumstances can alter wind direction or speed, leading to a forecast of rain that may not materialize. Initially, I presumed Xiaoxi was in a similar predicament, and thus I inquired, "Haven't you received a promotion or raise recently?" Her response caught me off guard. "Master, I did indeed get promoted last month. You're quite impressive," she flattered, albeit insincerely. She then lamented, "Although I earn more now, the pressure has increased significantly. Master, please arrange a Feng Shui setup for me that allows me to earn abundantly without the accompanying stress." I was taken aback by such a request. Surely one must visit a temple to make wishes. Did she perceive me as a divine figure? Did she expect that by merely lighting incense at my feet, all her desires would be fulfilled? I pondered my response carefully and asked her, "Do you believe individuals like Jack Ma or Li Ka-shing experience less pressure compared to ordinary people like ourselves?" After a moment's reflection, she replied, "Given the size of their companies, they must have countless responsibilities. Their pressure should be even greater than ours. Indeed, they are billionaires, despite their fortunate circumstances. They too must endure stress to earn their wealth. What right do we have to complain?" I mused. She was an astute individual, quickly grasping the underlying message. Initially, she felt burdened by her own struggles, believing that earning money came with its own set of pressures. Yet upon realizing that even the most fortunate among us share similar burdens, she understood that those at the top may bear even heavier loads. Her heart, once agitated, suddenly calmed. and she cheerfully sent me a red envelope. With a beaming smile, she remarked, "Master, I feel you resemble more of a psychological counselor. Conversing with you truly lifts my spirits. You don't quite embody the essence of a fortune teller. In truth, I never considered myself a fortune teller either. However, it was a challenge to articulate that distinction, so I opted to forego the explanation. What piqued my curiosity was, what does it mean to resemble a fortune teller? Layout. She replied without hesitation. Other fortune-telling masters, regardless of their skill level, always present some artifacts, as that is how they earn their fees. Who else would compel someone to confront the stark realities of life like you do? Her tone carried a hint of playful stubbornness. I found myself both amused and perplexed. You've certainly encountered your fair share of readings, haven't you? You are quite knowledgeable. Indeed, fortune-telling is my forte, she said with a touch of pride. Yet, her demeanor quickly shifted to one of melancholy. Though those layouts may not yield useful results, they still bring a sense of joy, a feeling of hope for the future. But you refuse to assist me with any layouts. I queried. The type of layout you speak of might only provide a fleeting sense of hope at the moment of payment, but soon enough, the outcome is revealed. I assentied. Does that not lead to disappointment? True, she pondered before continuing, but after that disappointment, I can swiftly seek out the next master and purchase yet another glimmer of hope. I took a moment to contemplate her request and said, if you were insistent on seeking some form of psychological solace, I could certainly present you with a few Feng Shui items. Chapter 90. Water cannot change fate, but not drinking water can. You cannot say that. You must embellish and extol its virtues. You need to convince me that by using it, I can alter my destiny, avert disasters, encounter auspicious events, prosper in wealth, and see my wishes fulfilled. Only then will I be willing to spend extravagantly to bring it home. She instructed me earnestly. Ha ha ha. Are you compelling me to deceive you? I chuckled, thoroughly amused. She paused for a moment. Oh, it seems that's indeed the case. How foolish of me. She began to laugh as well. That's not foolishness. It is human nature to seek fortune and evade misfortune. Who wouldn't he desire to gain without toil? I reasoned with her. However, you haven't thought a step further. If there truly existed an item that could defy fate and change one's destiny merely by being placed, how exorbitantly would it be priced? Such a remarkable item would be beyond the reach of the common folk, so you might as well let go of that notion. She pouted in retort, so? You're suggesting that such powerful Feng Shui configurations do exist, right? Just like Jack Ma and Li Ka-shing. I've heard they both have their own Feng Shui masters. Her downcast demeanor struck me as inexplicably humorous. The financial magnate J.P. Morgan once remarked that millionaires do not require fortune tellers, while billionaires do, whether domestically or abroad. Many wealthy individuals engage their own Feng Shui and fortune-telling experts. I clarified, so, I never claimed Feng Shui to be ineffective, nor did I assert that fortune-telling is inaccurate. I merely stated that many people harbor the expectation that they can change their fate through fortune-telling and certain arrangements. This is a deception. Fortune-tellers indeed modify people's destinies through Feng Shui arrangements. Otherwise, why would the wealthy employ Feng Shui masters? She maintained her stance. Do you believe that the Feng Shui masters of Jack Ma and Li Ka-shing also alter destinies? I probed. Why not? She countered, as if it were a matter of course. If they possessed such abilities, why haven't they produced a plethora of billionaires, instead of just Jack Ma and Li Ka-shing? I attempted to guide her to ponder. That makes sense, she conceded, beginning to contemplate. Yet soon, she faltered. Why haven't they created a multitude of wealthy individuals? Why? I chuckled softly, because they lack that capability. Do the Feng Shui masters at the level of Jack Ma and Li Ka-shing not possess the ability to change fate? She clung to her beliefs, akin to a drowning person grasping for a straw, reluctant to accept the shattering of her illusions. And what do you think? Facts speak louder than words. However, those affluent individuals are not foolish. Why do they employ their own Feng Shui masters? She asked, unwilling to relent. Are we not back to square one? I never claimed Feng Shui to be ineffective, I replied with a smile. Seeing her utterly perplexed, I offered an analogy. If we liken life to the examination for university admission, Feng Shui and fortune-telling would be akin to language studies. If you wish to gain admission to Tsinghua University, you must know how to read. Without that knowledge, you cannot excel in mathematics and science. However, regardless of how many characters you recognize or how well your Feng Shui is arranged, there is no inherent connection to whether you can gain admission to Tsinghua. Oh, I think I'm beginning to understand. She slowly grasped the concept. Many successful individuals respect destiny and revere Feng Shui. However, It is not to say that merely adjusting one's fate through geomancy will significantly improve one's life. They all drink water. Should we then conclude that drinking water can alter one's destiny? This is a necessary but not sufficient condition, and one must not reverse the logic. I earnestly explained to her that while drinking water cannot change fate, not drinking water certainly can. I understand. One would quickly perish from thirst, right? She exclaimed, bursting into peals of laughter, simultaneously appreciating the validity of my point while sensing a hint of playful argumentation in my words. Chapter 91. The 3 yuan and 9 movements, depression and deception. She laughed for a moment and proposed a suggestion, perhaps if you rephrase it. Your expression might flow more smoothly. Your reasoning is quite clear, yet it feels somewhat convoluted. I chuckled, acknowledging her insight. My linguistic abilities are indeed lacking, which is why I opted for the sciences back then. Nonetheless, you seem to grasp my meaning. Why don't you articulate it in your own words? I would like to learn from you. Well, I can't do that. A discerning diner is not necessarily a good chef. She replied with a cheerful laugh. I once thought you were a fortune teller, but it seems that is not the case. Of course not. I always remember my master's advice, never engage in fortune telling. It is fundamentally a means of deception, whether one employs flattering words or intimidation to swindle money. In my master's eyes, fortune telling carries a derogatory connotation, as these two characters have indeed been tarnished over time. So, how do you define yourself? Xiaoxi inquired. I haven't thought too deeply about it. I only know what I do not want to become. I have yet to ascertain what I truly wish to pursue. Well, you certainly are not suited to be a fortune teller. You lack the knack for deception, Xiaoxi teased, playfully suggesting you could consider becoming a spiritual healer. A spiritual healer? You certainly have an eye for potential. Is that truly a burgeoning field? I asked. Indeed, how so? She inquired. Beginning in 2024, we will officially enter the 9th movement of the 3 yuan and 9 movements, the Lihua movement. The innate movement has already commenced since 2017. The Lihua movement embodies the characteristics of fire, which is marked by a void at its center. The heart corresponds to the element of fire. Thus, there exists a sense of emptiness within. We are witnessing an increase in individuals grappling with depression, anxiety, and various psychological issues. The void also signifies deception. Numerous fraudsters will emerge across all sectors. If one fails to safeguard their finances, psychological issues will exacerbate. Those who are impoverished are unhappy, and those who are wealthy are equally discontent. Psychological empowerment, emotional healing, and heartfelt listening are becoming increasingly imperative. However, the industry will not be devoid of charlatans. I can't deceive anyone. Is that feasible? I mused. Xiaoxi, with great poise, replied, that is simple enough. Worst case, you can collect payment afterward. Once people see results, you can charge them. Ah, what a splendid idea, I remarked casually. Xiaoxi discerned my insincerity and spoke earnestly. When you mentioned that even those with favorable destinies face financial pressures, I rationally accepted it. Yet I still felt a piece missing. I felt devoid of hope. Although I recognized that such hope is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, I still yearned for it. It's that sensation you described, an emptiness in the heart. Until you said, not drinking water will alter one's fate. But drinking it will not. Suddenly, clarity washed over me, and light entered my heart. I realized I no longer needed that false hope. One is acutely aware of their own happiness. As long as one does not deceive oneself, one possesses a clear awareness of whether healing has transpired. I wish that when darkness once again envelopes me, I could procure light from you. I hope that you may transform into a beam of light, eternally residing within its radiance. I extend my heartfelt blessings. She chuckled softly, exclaiming, you nearly moved me to tears. The heavens bear witness to the sincerity of my heart. Only those who have traversed the shadows truly comprehend the value of light, Xiaoxi remarked with a sigh. I remained silent. After indulging in her own musings, she inquired, if you have some free time, would you discuss fortune-telling with me? Fortune-telling can indeed yield precise predictions, correct? Chapter 92. The psychology of fortune-telling. While time is indeed available, the fortune-telling I engage in differs significantly from what you refer to. Rest assured, I have already found my light within, so feel free to express yourself. She accurately grasped my meaning. Can you promise me not to seek fortune-telling in the future? I inquired. Isn't fortune-telling supposed to be accurate? Why refrain from it? Are you afraid of uncovering hidden truths? Uncover hidden truths? Nonsense. The masters you encounter are 99 charlatans. There is no need to squander your time and money. Are they truly inaccurate? Xiaoxi asked. No, whether or not they are charlatans, they can still be precise. Unless they are fools, I replied. Can charlatans really be accurate? How so? Her curiosity was boundless and innocent. Because they employ psychology. Do elaborate, I am eager to hear. She urged joyfully. In the realm of fortune-telling psychology, individuals come with inquiries. Questions regarding marriage, predictions of marital discord, inquiries about careers, forecasts of professional setbacks, questions about children, predictions of their misfortunes. As long as they are not here to cause trouble, the readings will be accurate. Even those who do come to disrupt will find that if the result is inaccurate, it is due to their insincerity. Thus, fortune-telling is never truly inaccurate. That makes sense, but do people really impersonate masters for such purposes? You are not trying to deceive me, are you? Xiaoxi questioned, half convinced. It must be authentic. This practice has a lineage. There exists a specialized book on the psychology of deception, titled The Illuminating Chapters, regarded as the clandestine secret of wandering practitioners, detailing the subtle techniques of manipulation. Can it be procured? I wish to study it, she inquired. It is not a forbidden text. It can be obtained. In this era, there is no matter that cannot be resolved through the internet. Studying it will be beneficial for your understanding of fraud prevention, I recommended. Must I send you another red envelope then? The previous one was sent prematurely, she laughed. There is no need for another red envelope. I plan to write a book in the future, so just remember to give me a 5-star review. I replied without formality. Haha, no problem. Once I finish the illuminating chapters, I will return to discuss fortune-telling with you. Xiaoxi cheerfully set off to learn about fraud prevention. She seemed to have truly found her light. Those who live within the light possess an innate curiosity about all things. Although I received numerous inquiries for conversation and consultation via WeChat, my primary vocation remains international labor. Once the business gains momentum, I find myself occupied with a multitude of tasks daily. I encounter many ordinary individuals, as well as a plethora of fascinating characters. Fascinating individuals are genuinely intriguing. They can accomplish what you might never have imagined. On this particular day, a worker named Zhao Feng arrived. She was in her 40s and worked as a cleaner. It was evident that she was a sincere, modest individual, accustomed to hard work. After picking her up, conducting a health examination, and arranging accommodation, I took her to meet the boss at the company. By coincidence, Zhao Aifeng's employer also bore the surname Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Aifeng, boss Zhao appeared exceedingly pleased and kindly remarked, Aifeng, the work at our cleaning company is quite simple. We have but one requirement, to ensure our client spaces are impeccably clean. Do you have any questions? Zhao Aifeng is a person of great integrity, and she promptly assured her boss, rest assured, while I may not excel in thinking, I am certainly capable of manual labor. I guarantee that the work will be executed meticulously and without a trace of dirt. Her employer was thoroughly pleased and immediately dispatched the workers to commence their tasks. With a kind-hearted boss and diligent workers, I completed the handover with great satisfaction and proceeded to attend to other matters. Little did I expect that just as I departed, Zhao Eifu would stir up trouble. Chapter 93. The remarkable cleaner. I had barely left for half a day when I received a call from Mr. Zhao. Mr. Wang, if you have a moment, please come to my office. There are some matters regarding Zhao Aifeng that we need to discuss in person. Of course, I'll be right there. Although I was uncertain about the issue at hand, it was imperative to maintain a responsive demeanor. Upon arriving at the company, I found Zhao Aifeng standing next to Mr. Zhao's desk, her expression one of distress. What is going on, Mr. Zhao? I asked, perplexed by their interaction. Take a look at this. How are we supposed to compensate for this? Mr. Zhao exclaimed, visibly irritated, as he pointed out that Zhao Aifeng had, on her very first visit to a client, chipped a piece of paint off their solid wood table. I was taken aback. I had never encountered such audacity in a worker, especially on their first day. Zhao Aifeng, please explain what happened, I insisted, needing clarity on the situation. It's not my fault, Zhao Aifeng replied, her voice tinged with helplessness. The three of us agreed clearly that the only requirement was to keep everything clean. No one said I couldn't touch the table. I felt the frustration rise within me and raised my voice involuntarily. Why did you touch the client's table? There was a small speck in the paint at the corner of the table, she continued, her voice dwindling. I had assured the boss that everything would be spotless. I thought I had to clean that little speck. I didn't anticipate it would chip off a piece of paint. Despite her faltering words, it became evident that her intention was purely to maintain cleanliness. Mr. Zhao, you see, she didn't do it on purpose. Can we give her another chance? I interceded on her behalf. Zhao Aifeng appeared far too earnest, clearly not someone who would deliberately cause damage. Mr. Zhao hesitated, then sighed. All right. I'll take the loss this time. But Zhao Feng, you must remember, you cannot touch the client's furniture again. If it happens once more, you will be dismissed immediately. Understood, understood. Zhao Feng responded with utmost sincerity, promising, Boss, rest assured, I will never repeat the same mistake. Mr. Zhao rubbed his temples and allowed her to return to her duties. I believed I had resolved the matter splendidly. However, merely a day later, Mr. Zhao called me again. Mr. Wang, could you please come to my office and take Zhao Feng away? She has made another mistake. I was taken aback. Zhao Feng seemed far too innocent to be a troublemaker. Yet, Mr. Zhao was not a man prone to irrationality. He would not wrongly accuse a worker without cause. Mr. Zhao, are you at the office? I'll head over right away. I gathered my things and hurried to the cleaning company. Upon my arrival, I walked directly into Mr. Zhao's office. There stood Zhao Feng, head bowed, resembling a remorseful child. Mr. Zhao, with an air of resignation, explained, she has chipped the client's solid wood furniture again. I stared at Zhao Feng in disbelief, my eyes widening at the absurdity of the situation. She murmured softly, I truly did not mean to. I merely wished to perform the task well. Look at who was working, only to damage the furniture. Boss Zhao shouted angrily. What assurance did you provide last time? Did you not claim that you would not repeat the same mistake? Indeed, I have not made the same error. Zhao Feng raised her head and defended herself quietly. Boss Zhao was so furious that words escaped him. I empathized with the frustration he felt. Maintaining solid wood furniture is undeniably expensive, and matching paint colors poses considerable challenges. With a resigned sigh, I said to Zhao Feng, did we not agree last time that we should refrain from damaging the client's table? Yes, I did not damage the table, Zhao Feng muttered softly. Is there more to this? I looked at Boss Zhao with confusion. He weakly replied, yes, this time it was not the table that was damaged, but the chair. Chapter 94. The repeated mistake. I shall not err again, allow me to bear the losses. Just take the person back, Boss Zhao declared. If she remains, I fear she may lead me to ruin. Boss Zhao did not demand compensation from the workers. He merely dismissed them, which I considered rather magnanimous. However, Zhao Feng was dissatisfied. How can one be dismissed for a first offense? Boss Zhao's temper was ignited instantaneously. Is that your first mistake? Zhao Feng, resigned to her impending dismissal, decided to abandon all restraint, pleading, you stated there was but one requirement, maintaining cleanliness, which I fulfilled. Then you added another condition, forbidding damage to the client's desks, a mistake I did not repeat. Yet you never mentioned not damaging the chairs. This is merely my first offense regarding the chairs. Why can't a first-time offender be granted a chance? Even the most honest of individuals can be pushed to their limits. I must admit, Zhao Feng's argument held some merit. I glanced at Boss Zhao, who returned my gaze, his eyes clearly asking, what is your perspective? Zhao Feng looked at me with tear-filled eyes, hoping for a chance to remain. Boss Zhao, the fault lies with me for not clarifying the expectations with the workers beforehand. I turned to Zhao Feng and asked sternly, if you are permitted to continue your employment, can you assure that you will not damage any property belonging to the clients? This includes desks, chairs, cabinets, lamps, printers, washing machines, all items purchased, as well as those that may be of use or aesthetic value. Can you guarantee this? Yes, I can. I absolutely will not repeat the same mistake, Zhao Feng proclaimed loudly. Yet, I could not ascertain the reliability of her assurance. Boss Zhao, what do you think? I inquired, recognizing that the losses were his to bear and the payroll was his responsibility. Ultimately, it rested upon his judgment. Boss Zhao remained silent. I understood that Zhao Feng was indeed capable, albeit somewhat unconventional in her approach. Boss Zhao hesitated, contemplating whether he could endure the risk. Boss Zhao, consider this. The worker is diligent and possesses a commendable attitude. If she is dismissed now, the prior losses would be in vain. If she continues her employment, she may still generate value for the company, offsetting the losses. It is a pity for her, having traveled so far to work abroad, to be dismissed. Of course, should Zhao Feng err again, the company's losses would be even greater. I refrained from voicing this risk, as it was the very concern weighing on the boss's mind, whether to take that chance. Boss Zhao, although I have made mistakes in the past, it was due to a lack of communication. I did not know. Trust me, I shall not err again regarding repeated issues. I did not understand before, and I shall not falter in the future. Zhao Feng was earnestly striving for a chance to remain. Once more, Boss Zhao glanced at me. We truly believed in the sincerity of Zhao Feng's words, but that belief was confined to the limits of her understanding. I remained silent. merely offering a wry smile to Boss Zhao, implying that the matter stood as it was, with the power of decision resting in his hands. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Boss Zhao clenched his teeth and made the arduous choice. This is the final opportunity. Thank you, boss. Rest assured. I am someone who learns from experience and will certainly not repeat past mistakes. Zhao Afeng beamed with joy. Encountering someone with such a uniquely convoluted thought process left me feeling uncertain, prompting me to reconfirm, all of the client's belongings must remain intact. This applies to every single item. Is that clear? Do not worry. I have already stated that I am capable of remembering. Once you tell me, I shall retain it. Rest assured. I too wish to feel at ease, yet I remain uncertain where to place my trust. Chapter 95. The most fragile among the hot-tempered. As for Zhao Weifeng's situation, it could only be dealt with for the time being. She continued her work while I returned to the company to attend to other matters. To my surprise, as I approached the office door, I heard Zhongyu inside, erupting with fury and shouting. Sanhe, frightened, hid at the door, ready to flee at any moment. Upon seeing me, she quickly pulled me aside and whispered, "Zhongyu has lost it. I feel he has violent tendencies. He seems ready to lash out at anyone. Yet we cannot simply allow him to behave this way." I frowned. "The boss is not here. Your safety is paramount." Sanhe's face was pale with fear. "It's all right." I gently patted her arm, reassuringly. Those who are prone to losing control of their emotions often harbor deep-seated vulnerabilities and helplessness within. Despite my words, Sanhe remained terrified, clutching the pillar at the door. "Even if what you say makes sense, I refuse to walk into danger." Inside, Zhongyu indeed appeared deranged, hurling insults. It was understandable for Sanhe to be afraid. I did not force her. Instead, I entered alone. Zhongyu was berating Pei Yueyao, shouting, "You filthy whore. How dare you speak to me about anything when you sleep with old men? Should I bruise that foul mouth of yours and see if your old man dares to show his face?" Pei Yueyao trembled, shrinking in her seat. Too afraid to lift her head, Zhongyu continued his tirade. "Why are you suddenly silent? Weren't you quite talkative before?" Standing aside, I observed him ranting, sensing that he was merely venting and had no intention of resorting to physical violence. When a person's emotions teeter on the brink of collapse, they inevitably seek an outlet for release. Zhongyu's outburst swept through the room, leaving no one untouched. When he turned his ire toward me, he spat. "You're no better than the rest. You've taught me nothing worthwhile and treat me like a fool." I interrupted him. "You asked what to say to clients, and I provided guidance. Yet you keep questioning me. What if the client responds this way? What will I say? Your inquiries are like a Russian nesting doll, endless and repetitive. Tell me, if you were in my position, what would you do?" "I wish to learn." I spoke without anger, maintaining a calm demeanor while stating the facts. Instantly, he fell silent. Initially, I had no intention of withholding knowledge from him, but I soon realized it was an impossible task. Zhongyu was aware of this himself. After a moment of quiet, I inquired, "Would you prefer to discuss this here? Or should we move to the meeting room for a private conversation?" He hesitated briefly before softly replying, "Let's talk in the meeting room." As he spoke, he made his way toward the meeting room. I followed him, calling out to Pei Yueyao, "Sanhe is still at the door. Can you bring her back?" Pei Yueyao quickly glanced at Zhongyu's retreating figure before rushing toward the entrance. Upon entering the reception room, I found Zhongyu had already vented his frustrations to a considerable extent, tugging at his own hair in silence. "Have you lost your temper?" I inquired. "What's the worst that could happen? I'll just quit," he declared, expressing defiance through the most cowardly of gestures. "Do you truly believe you have better options back home?" I prodded at his vulnerabilities. "Most individuals who can choose to go abroad do so because they find themselves with limited prospects domestically, compelled to leave their homeland." As expected, he slumped into the chair like a deflated balloon, incessantly pulling at his hair. I gently patted his shoulder, for it is only the timid who erect defensive barriers when faced with an outburst. He lifted his gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and looked at me. "So, what do you suggest I do now? I feel worthless wherever I am. Am I obligated to assist you?" I queried. Chapter 96. Uremia, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, he stated calmly. "I understand. The truly free comes at the highest cost," I replied. "To receive assistance, one must be prepared to pay a price." "Indeed," I chuckled. "Take your time to ponder 2 questions. First, what is the issue you wish to resolve? Second, what price are you willing to pay? Once you have contemplated these matters, return to discuss them with me. I possess the final avenue for your escape." He lifted his gaze, confusion clouding his eyes. I don't know what else I can do. Do not rush. First, consider the cost." Zhongyu bowed his head in silence for a considerable time, before finally speaking, I understand. I will return once I have clarity on these two questions. Often, a person's collapse stems from a lack of hope. I had planted the seeds of hope within him, awaiting his emergence from the chaos. I instructed him to find a moment of solitude in the reception area, as I had a multitude of tasks awaiting my attention. Just then, Wu Hao returned from meeting with a client, and upon seeing me, he rushed over, brimming with excitement. His enthusiasm, however, seemed somewhat excessive. Did you secure another new order? I inquired. Thanks to your excellent teachings, acquiring orders is a matter of course, Wu Hao responded, his demeanor radiating confidence. Having joined the company around the same time as Zhongyu, Wu Hao was driven and was on the verge of surpassing my performance metrics. In contrast, Zhongyu's situation was difficult to articulate. Sometimes, beyond mere effort, a touch of luck is required. Clearly, luck was not on Zhongyu's side. Of course, Wu Hao was genuinely industrious, exerting tremendous effort. Even if my results lagged behind his, I had no choice but to concede. He had earned it. I shook my head to clear the clutter of thoughts and asked Wu Hao, "Why do I sense an unusual excitement in you today?" His eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "It truly is you." His expression resembled that of a cat who has spotted a mouse. "What do you mean?" I asked, puzzled by his words. Leaning closer, he whispered, "I never expected you to be a Feng Shui master." His face wore a smug grin, as if I had unwittingly revealed a secret. "Is that all? Is it worthy of such excitement?" I replied, bemused. "Where did you hear this?" "My fellow townsman mentioned it. He said his friend is your roommate and spoke of you in almost mythical terms. I initially thought you simply shared the same name. I had no idea it was truly you, master." "Rumors cease with the wise," I retorted casually. "Don't be modest. I happen to have a matter I need assistance with, and I find myself uncertain as to where to seek a master for guidance." "It seems that fortune has brought me to you," Wu Hao said, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "What assistance can I offer you?" "I do not involve myself in matters of romance," I shot back, giving him a disapproving glance. "Not that," Wu Hao replied, his expression turning serious. "My cousin, just in his 40s, has suddenly been diagnosed with uremia. His wife is also suffering from depression. And now you seek my help?" I asked. "Master, I implore you to assist me in examining the Feng Shui of his residence. For it is akin to constructing a magnificent pagoda 7 stories high, multiplied by 2. Wu Hao began to persistently press me for help. His incessant nagging became unbearable, compelling me to acquiesce. "Very well, treat me to dinner tonight, and I shall cast a glance at it for you." He learned from a colleague of Xing Chun that the customary price for such a meal was established by their circle, and I could not disrupt the prevailing rates. "No problem, master. It is settled then," Wu Hao exclaimed joyfully. After arranging the dinner, he dashed out to finalize the order with others. Shortly after, he caught wind of the rumors regarding Zhongyu's breakdown and hurried to the reception room to seek him out. Perhaps it was due to their nearly simultaneous entry into the company that fostered a unique bond between them. Wu Hao is Zhongyu's sole friend within the organization. Many have spoken disparagingly of Zhongyu in my presence, yet only Wu Hao has refrained from doing so. Chapter 97. 3 months' salary. I remain unaware of the conversation between Wu Hao and Zhongyu, nor do I comprehend Zhongyu's own thoughts. As the workday drew to a close, Zhongyu resolved to have a discussion with me. "Have you made up your mind so swiftly?" I inquired with curiosity. "Yes. I must hasten the transformation. The sooner I change, the sooner I can reclaim my life," he replied. Zhongyu's demeanor exhibited a marked transformation. He shifted from a state of despair to one brimming with a desire to thrive. Wu Hao's impressive performance is not without reason. His ability to swiftly adjust an individual's mental state in such a brief period stems not only from effort but also from innate talent. "What aspects do you wish to change?" I asked. "I find myself in a constant haze. My mind feels vacant. No matter how long I sleep, I always feel fatigued, as if enveloped by a thick fog, drifting aimlessly," he articulated, detailing his struggles. "If we delve into your privacy or childhood traumas, would you be open to that?" I sought to gauge the depth of his commitment to change. "I am willing, master," he said, his gaze resolute. "I no longer wish to live this soulless existence." "What price are you willing to pay?" I inquired further. "I will heed your guidance." I did not shy away from the matter. "Your 2 months' salary." "Not an issue," he replied. "I am prepared to offer 3 months' salary to you, master. If I can be healed, I shall forever be grateful." "You're not going to curse me for neglecting you?" I teased. He chuckled sheepishly. "That was just a moment of folly. No one owes me anything. I have no right to demand unconditional kindness from anyone." This afternoon of contemplation proved fruitful. At the very least, it fostered a sense of relinquishing greed. Zhongyu and I agreed to find time and opportunity within the next 3 months to facilitate his adjustment. Later that evening, I went to the restaurant where Wu Hao had arranged our meeting. It was not merely about the meal. Zhong Yu's words from earlier had awakened a realization within me. Unconditional giving only serves to cultivate others' greed and complaints. A small act of kindness demands reciprocation. A polite individual will like, save, comment, and share, thus engaging in a form of exchange. Is the situation with my cousin complicated? Wu Hao asked, all the while pondering matters of Feng Shui as he dined. In truth, both uremia and depression stem from the same underlying issues in Feng Shui. Uremia pertains to kidney ailments, while water governs the kidneys. Depression, an emotional concern, is also related to water, I elucidated. In essence, the water is damaged. Water is damaged? I don't quite grasp that. Wu Hao furrowed his brow in confusion. This water is not literal. It pertains to the elemental attributes of qi. The north is associated with water, I explained. Thus, in Feng Shui, the presence of water in the true north is significant. That is remarkable, master. My cousin recently changed residences. He fell ill while living in his previous house, which had a substantial pit to the north that would flood like a small pond during continuous rains. He had heard negative remarks about it and subsequently decided to sell. To his astonishment, shortly after the sale, the large pit was filled in by the developers, who constructed a shopping mall. Wu Hao provided an honest account, only to realize that his newly purchased home still fell victim to the unfavorable northern water configuration. In simpler terms, it was due to the presence of water directly to the north. However, in terms of intricate adjustments, he pondered whether there were other elements that might also disrupt the harmony, necessitating a comprehensive evaluation. Would it be possible to take photographs or videos for assessment? Wu Hao inquired. A little, perhaps, came the reply. Images cannot accurately convey direction. They can only offer a rough overview. This includes the outdoor environment, as a road can be likened to water. Even if there is no water to the north, the presence of a road equates to having water. All factors must be taken into consideration. Wu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 98. Is fate determined by heaven or by humanity? Master, do you truly wish to refrain from accompanying me back to my hometown? Wu Hao inquired tentatively. You're not foolish, I replied with a smile. You are aware of the multitude of tasks I face daily. How could I possibly abandon everything to rescue your cousin? There are countless individuals in dire need of salvation in this world. I am not so benevolent as to forsake my workers and employers for a stranger. Seeing Wu Hao poised to speak again, I swiftly interrupted his thoughts. Let us not even entertain the notion of miraculous feats. Whether I can save him is still debatable. I am not a deity. But master, aside from you, there truly is no one else capable of saving him. The hospital has exhausted all options. Wu Hao's voice trembled with urgency, nearly breaking into tears. My cousin is profoundly unfortunate. He is the sole son of my aunt. Should anything happen to him, my aunt would surely be devastated. He has a child who is just starting preschool. My sister-in-law is in a fragile state of mind. Without a miracle, this family will be shattered. Indeed, their plight is heartrending, and I feel a deep sympathy for them. Yet what can I possibly do? I recalled Jaya from Ah Yin's family. Each individual possesses their own life trajectory. I pondered whether Ah Yin would be able to face the impending separation with grace. My heart stirred with emotion, yet I steeled myself, stating, there are far too many unfortunate souls in this world. Can I truly save them all? Furthermore, whether salvation is possible remains uncertain. Wu Hao grasped my hand, pleading earnestly, Master, I implore you, save my cousin. Rest assured, we shall not impose any pressure upon you. Let us do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, shall we? Even if there exists but a sliver of hope, we refuse to surrender. Observing his desperate demeanor, I found myself wavering. Ultimately, I relented. While I cannot abandon everything to rush over, I shall at most inquire among other extraordinary individuals to see if any master is willing to undertake this journey. Thank you. Thank you. The individuals you recommend are surely of genuine caliber. I trust them completely. Wu Hao was elated, nearly bouncing with joy. Seizing the moment, he enthusiastically dialed his cousin while I watched. Brother, I know a remarkable Feng Shui master, not a charlatan. Since medicine has proven futile, why not explore alternative avenues? Not just for yourself, but for the sake of the child. Brother, I will cover the expenses. You need not worry. Why not give it a shot without the burden of cost? As Wu Hao's fervor escalated, the other party abruptly hung up, denying him further discourse. He turned to me, his face flushed with embarrassment. Master, my cousin has not been exposed to metaphysics. Please allow me a moment. Unwilling to concede, he called back, but the line remained silent. He persisted, dialing repeatedly, only to be met with rejection each time. His expressions grew increasingly awkward, yet he remained resolute. I leisurely sipped my tea, observing his tenacity. At last, the call connected. Sister-in-law, this is Wu Hao. It appeared he had opted for a roundabout approach. When his cousin proved unresponsive, he sought out his sister-in-law instead. Sister-in-law, I know a remarkable. Oh, you're with my brother. You have just heard it. We must not give up until the very last moment. My brother is still so young. He is not a fraud, sister-in-law. This master is genuinely benevolent and requires no payment. He truly is not a swindler. I am not foolish. I possess discernment. Sister-in-law, the child is still so small. Think of the child and give it a try. After more than half an hour, the call was once again disconnected. Wu Hao, filled with disappointment, set down his phone, his eyes reddened, bearing an expression of utter dejection, so consumed by despair that he forgot all sense of embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Wu Hao proved to be quite a loyal individual, showing great concern for his cousin and sister-in-law's predicament. I offered him some consolation. Each person has their own fate. It is not necessarily true that altering the Feng Shui will bring salvation. If the efforts yield no results, it may lead to misunderstandings and exacerbate the situation. One should take a broader view. Fate unfolds as it should, without the need for forceful imposition. Why not give it a try? Is money more valuable than life? He murmured to himself. Their caution is indeed justified. There are far too many con artists in this world. We must respect the destinies of others, I remarked. In truth, the prevalence of deception stems from human greed. To refrain from deceit, exaggeration, or falsehood is to struggle against insatiable human desires. A well-known adage in the business world states, speaking the truth to those who wish to hear it yields only modest sustenance, whereas telling lies to those who crave falsehood can lead to great fortune. Most people do not appreciate the truth. They would rather be deceived than confront an empty facade. This world is filled with both genuine and false individuals. The choice of whom to believe ultimately shapes one's life. This is an individual choice, and it is a predetermined fate, the destiny one selects for oneself. Wu Hao's sincere heart, in the end, could not save his cousin. Chapter 99. The therapy of motion sickness through symbolism. Although it is said that sages are indifferent, treating the common people as mere fodder, I am not a sage. I cannot regard human life as insignificant. The passing of my cousin Wu Hao has indeed stirred something within me. However, I do not grieve as deeply as Wu Hao, for there exists a distinction between kinship and distance. My greater concern lies with Jaya, a delightful soul imbued with a clear sense of purpose. I even find myself dreaming of him, his bright, glistening eyes sparkling with joy as he gazes at me, an endless vitality flowing through his gaze. His smile seems to possess an enchanting power, capable of dispelling all gloom from the world, evoking a desire to preserve that beauty eternally. Jaya gently assures me that he will not truly depart. He shall merely return to the realm of light, awaiting us until we fulfill our missions, at which point we shall reunite. Each word and action resonates with such authenticity that I cannot help but believe he will be waiting for us at the edge of the light. Yet, I shall not share this with Ain. I prefer she enjoy each day of fate alongside Jaya, unburdened by worries. As the new year approaches, none of us have returned to our homeland. This marks our first spring festival in Singapore. A place is only a home when it is accompanied by family. Here, we find no true home, and we are uncertain of our destination. Shall we celebrate New Year's Eve at Sentosa? Chi Air proposed. What a splendid idea. It sounds incredibly fun. Du Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm. The rest of us had no alternative plans, thus it was settled. We would usher in the new year at Sentosa. On the evening of New Year's Eve, we set off towards Sentosa via the subway. The journey proved quite tumultuous, as Xingchen suffered from severe motion sickness. While many experience car sickness, it is a rarity to encounter someone afflicted by subway nausea. Xingchen is an exception. After enduring 2 stops, we paused for a brief respite, only to repeat the cycle. After several breaks, Xingchen could no longer bear it. I think I should head back. I cannot continue with you all. It's becoming unbearable. Haiga glanced at the subway map and replied, we're almost there. If you go back now, you'll have to endure even more stops. Why not stay with us? No, Xingchen insisted. If I go back in, I will definitely vomit on the train. I cannot board again. The subway continued to arrive and depart, but Xingchen resolutely refused to get back on. It's not too far now. Shall we take a taxi instead? It might be quicker, I suggested. All right, let's take a taxi. Everyone agreed unanimously. We exited the subway station and wandered about in search of a taxi stand. However, hailing a cab did not go smoothly. No sooner had we entered the vehicle than Xingchen felt the urge to stop and vomit. In that brief distance, Xingchen retched several times. To say he vomited would be an understatement. It was more akin to a violent expulsion. The contents erupted from both his nose and mouth, splattering over a meter away. After considerable effort, we finally arrived at Sentosa. Xingchen still appeared pale and disoriented, stumbling as he walked. At that moment, I recalled an element within the Bagua symbolic therapy pertaining to motion sickness. 070, 070. Xingchen, try to silently recite 070 for a while. It might bring you some relief, I suggested. She now appeared listless, merely nodding gently as she silently settled onto the beach. The rest of us, initially intent on swimming, had changed into our swimsuits and approached the water's edge, only to be informed that the lifeguards had finished their shifts for the evening, and we were prohibited from entering the sea. If we couldn't swim, so be it. The cool breeze wafted around us as our group, clad in swimsuits, rolled about on the beach on this New Year's Eve, finding it rather novel. Let us play a game of digging sand, Dulu suggested. How do we play that? Haigu, being from the south, was perplexed. Dulu excitedly elaborated. We simply create a small sand mound and insert a stick into it. Each person takes turns scooping some sand from the mound to their side, and whoever knocks over the stick loses. Since it's New Year's, the loser must perform a little act. Sounds great. We used to play this all the time. I haven't played in about 20 years. Let us enjoy it together. Xingchen chimed in. Are you feeling better now? Chi-Er inquired, glancing sideways. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Xingchen replied vivaciously as she began to shape the sand mound. Now, where can we find a small stick? Chapter 100, The Art of Bagua and Numbers. Here I go. Dulu exclaimed as he dashed towards the green belt, snapping off a branch with a satisfying crack. He stripped it of its leaves and stuck it into the sand pile, inquiring, who will go first? You can go ahead. I would like to see how you all play, Haigu replied. Haigu took the upper hand, while Dulu took the lower. All right. With everyone forming a circle, Dulu commenced the game. Each participant carefully nudged a small amount of sand, striving to distance themselves from the little wooden stick. When it was my turn, an idea struck me. In my childhood, we always aimed to disturb as little as possible, playing in circles. What if I were to dig deeper? I applied considerable force, and soon the sand was nearly excavated, leaving only a small amount to support the central stick. As soon as Dulu took his turn, the stick fell with a resounding thud. Oops, my mistake. Today is New Year's, and I'll be the first to perform for everyone, he chuckled, delightfully sharing a joke. Then a new round began. Time and again, whenever I made a move, Dulu would reach out, and the stick would tumble down. Everyone grasped the reason behind it. Except for Dulu, who wondered aloud, why is my luck so poor today? Never mind, I'll perform another act for everyone. Dulu had prepared an entire evening of entertainment for us, until he finally ran out of tricks. All right, enough of this. My luck is abysmal, I'm done playing. This year's spring festival has been monopolized by me, and it's no longer amusing. Laughter erupted, tears streaming down our faces. Haigu chimed in. I think this game proposed by Dulu is simply marvelous. It's the most enjoyable game I have ever played. Dulu mumbled to himself. May the heavens bless me. Let all my misfortunes be exhausted today. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new year, and may I henceforth be accompanied solely by good fortune. Blessings upon blessings. We all laughed so hard we collapsed onto the ground, shedding a year's worth of stress and emotions. In that moment, we fully absorbed the warmth of the soft white sand and the gentle breeze. It is only in nature that one can truly unwind and relax. After some time, we reclined on the beach, engaging in light conversation. Xingchen inquired, Sanhe, that 070 you taught me, I've been reciting it quietly, and I genuinely feel much better. Is this truly effective, or merely a psychological effect? I replied with a smile, if it's a psychological effect, doesn't that count as being effective? Xingchen countered. That's different. Concepts like the 5 elements and Bagua sound more sophisticated and substantiated. I chuckled and said, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. It's not about advertisements but about efficacy. As long as it proves to be effective, the underlying principles are inconsequential. Experimental results outweigh logical analysis. Scientists confirm that the stars and galaxies observable by humanity account for only about 5 of the total mass of the universe, while the remaining 95 comprises dark matter and dark energy. To hope to explain the world using only the known 5 is rather narrow-minded. Is it easy or difficult to learn the 5 elements in Bagua? Xingchen probably felt it most acutely, as she was the most curious. I explained roughly that yin and yang are the essence of the I Ching. To comprehend yin and yang is to unravel most of life's dilemmas. Seeing that everyone was attentively listening, I continued. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Observation can be categorized into yin and yang. Vibrant hues belong to yang, while dull tones signify yin. Listening reveals that a strong, resonant voice is associated with yang, whereas a faint and intermittent sound corresponds to yin. Palpation indicates that a floating, large, and smooth pulse is indicative of yang, while a deep, slow, and wiry pulse represents yin. Thus, while it may seem complex, distinguishing between yin and yang simplifies the process. An excess of yin energy can lead to poor health and fortune. Chapter 101. Lumbar Pain, Technique. Xingqian remarked, individuals who speak without vigor often exhibit poor health, and those with a dull complexion are undeniably unwell. Your interpretation simplifies the matter. Yet traditional Chinese medicine encompasses complexities beyond this. Naturally, the subject can be further delineated. The surface of the human body is external and associated with yang, while the unseen internal parts belong to yin. In terms of internal organs, the 5 viscera are considered repositories and are yin in nature, whereas the 6 bowels facilitate passage and are yang. Among the 5 viscera, there exists a further division of yin and yang. The heart and lungs are yang, while the liver, spleen, and kidneys are yin. Each organ has its yin and yang distinctions. For instance, the heart comprises both heart yin and heart yang, while the kidneys encompass kidney yin and kidney yang. Regardless of the complexity of the human structure, it can all be encapsulated through the lens of yin and yang. The Huangdi Neijing. Suwen states that a proficient diagnostician observes color and palpates the pulse, beginning with the differentiation of yin and yang. In essence, yin and yang serve as the overarching principles of dialectical reasoning. Dula muttered, no wonder I once heard my mother speak of kidney yin deficiency and kidney yang deficiency. Now I comprehend the distinctions. This notion resonates with the binary system in computing, where combinations of zeros and ones represent all phenomena. Xingqian listened intently. The binary system, discovered by mathematician Leibniz, is believed to be the language of the universe, aligning harmoniously with the yin-yang philosophy found in the I Ching, as Haigu elucidated. Indeed, I added, thus, while the concepts of yin, yang, and the 5 elements may seem straightforward at first glance, they encapsulate the essence of all existence. Yet, they are also profoundly intricate, as these symbols signify the entirety of the universe. Is there any basis for the method of symbolic number therapy? What purpose does reciting a number serve? Chier inquired, perplexed. I clarified, symbolic numbers are, in fact, a transformation of the 8 trigrams. Each of the 8 trigrams corresponds to distinct numbers, which in turn represent the trigrams themselves. I have heard of individuals who can predict fortunes by merely observing a phone number. Is this not based on the same principle? Xingqian asked. The principle is similar. It involves translating numbers into trigrams, albeit with considerable flexibility. Different numeric systems correspond to various 5 elements, and even within the same system, there can be discrepancies, I explained. Why do different systems yield different results, and why do variations exist within the same system? Dulu inquired, somewhat bewildered. I provided an example. For instance, when utilizing Qimen Duanjia to analyze a phone number, the last 2 digits represent water, while the 3rd and 4th last digits indicate the positions of the door and star, with both corresponding to different attributes of yin fire. The 5th last digit represents the divine position. The number 9 signifies both metal and earth. Thus, the same digit, 9, conveys different meanings depending on its position, altering its 5-element attributes. I endeavor to simplify my explanation. This is beyond comprehension, Dula complained. I cannot grasp it either. Chier conceded in defeat. What foundation does symbolic number therapy rest upon? Xingqian's curiosity remained unsated. In symbolic number therapy, the numbers correspond to trigrams that embody varying energies and information. By silently reciting or inscribing specific combinations of numbers, one can summon the corresponding energies, thereby influencing the human aura and physiological functions. It resembles a combination lock. Only the correct numerical sequence can unlock the door to health. How can one discern which numbers are suitable for them? Chier queried, intrigued. This assessment requires consideration of individual constitution, medical condition, and astrological factors. Generally, one may either delve into self-study or seek guidance from a professional in numerological therapy, I replied. It feels quite enchanting. Besides the previously mentioned remedy for motion sickness using 070, what number should one use for back pain? Starry inquired. I responded, 1,650 or 6,050-70. Whichever one feels more comfortable to recite is the one to use. I also reminded everyone, back pain can be categorized. There is genuine back pain, and there is false back pain, which should be addressed accordingly. How can back pain be classified as true or false? Pain is undoubtedly real. Dulu objected. I provided a brief explanation. Back pain may stem from an actual injury to the back, which is genuine pain. Alternatively, it could arise from kidney deficiency, which is not an issue with the back itself, thus it is considered false pain, actually a problem with the kidney. How can one distinguish between them? Are we required to pulse diagnose once again? Dulu asked. Not at all. One can discover this through experimentation, I chuckled. Back pain resulting from kidney deficiency is typically caused by dampness and cold. Soaking one's feet in a basin until a slight perspiration occurs generally alleviates the pain. Within a maximum of 3 days, one would find results. This is quite simple. I shall call my mother to try it tomorrow. Starry exclaimed. Chi, in contemplation, asked, what about issues? For that, one can use 7,260-500 or simply recite 003. Try whichever feels more comfortable to you. I replied. Chapter 102. Remedies for Toothache, Tao Technique. Why do you emphasize using whichever feels comfortable? Haigo inquired, puzzled. In truth, the method of numerical therapy is centered around the principles of the Bagua, grounded in traditional Chinese medicine. Authentic traditional medicine is tailored to each individual. Many prescriptions mention a small quantity of a particular ingredient. This raises the question, why is it not a fixed measurement? The answer lies in the differing constitutions of patients, the varying severity of their conditions, and their weight differences. The dosage for a patient weighing 90 pounds and one weighing 200 pounds cannot be identical. That would lack rigor. A small quantity implies a flexible approach, adjusted according to actual circumstances. Thus, it is said that medicine and divination share a common source, both being adaptable and variable. Ideally, numerical prescriptions should also be personalized. A universal numerical system assumes that there are no issues with the other 5 elements. But are there, in fact, any underlying problems? The body serves as the finest testing instrument. If a certain chant feels uncomfortable, it may indicate a deeper imbalance within the 5 elements, misaligned with the chosen numbers. Practice is the only standard by which truth is tested. Respect for facts yields results. So that's how it is, Haiga remarked. If it's personalized, then I feel that understanding both the principles of change and the theories of medicine is essential for accurately addressing ailments. Indeed, we share a similar mindset. Our analytical thinking tends to be more meticulous. I concurred with Haiga. I am not particularly inclined towards studying and lack the intellect for it. I simply want to inquire, are there specific numbers for weight loss? Chier asked bluntly. 010820, I replied. What if I only wish to lose weight from my abdomen, not other areas? Chier continued. He, Dulu chuckled foolishly. You don't want to lose weight from other areas? Chier playfully swatted Dulu and asked, are there such numbers? You might try 108200640, I suggested. Really? That's wonderful, Dulu exclaimed. Are there numbers for treating coughs? Coughs come in various forms. A simple numerical remedy to try is 820, which strengthens the spleen, boosts energy, resolves phlegm, and benefits the lungs, I explained. What about other types of coughs? If there's no phlegm? Dulu probed further, eager for clarity. If, the moment I heard the word if, my mind began to swirl. I recalled Zhongyu. If the client says this, how should I respond? If the client says that, what should I say? If, why have you fallen silent? Dulu complained. Chier pressed, just say it. I retorted, you seem unwilling to speak now, don't you? That if likely leads to many more ifs. If I answer now, you won't remember it later. Let's refrain from if discussions today. When specific questions arise, we can analyze them in detail. I am not keen on confronting the endless chain of ifs. You prioritize romance over friendship. Dulu turned away, feigning indifference. Engaging in a debate with someone as navi as Dulu would only diminish my own intelligence. I opted for passive resistance and chose not to respond to him. I possess a pot of lucky bamboo, yet for reasons unknown, it appears frail and delicate, lacking the opulence one would expect. Does numerology have any effects on plants, akin to its influence on humans? Inquired Xingchen with a hint of anticipation. You might try 640-070 was the suggestion, followed by a careful note. Is there a remedy for toothache? Asked Hage. If employing numerological therapy for tooth pain, one might experiment with 010-820-60. Additionally, Applying pressure to the He-Gu acupoint yields favorable results. However, I am uncertain whether my acupoint application is inaccurate or if my pressure is insufficient. When others apply it, the relief is palpable, yet my self-administered attempts yield less effectiveness. I speak candidly about my experiences. Do you resort to numerological therapy when your self-treatment proves ineffective? Page questioned. Not quite. I have suffered from dental discomfort since childhood and have tried various remedies. Upon arriving in Singapore, I experienced a flare-up, and one day, the pain became so intense that it felt as if my face might cramp. At that moment, I was midway and sought a convenience store to purchase a bottle of honey. After completing the transaction, I eagerly opened the cap and poured it into my mouth. The store owner, with an expression of bewilderment, hesitated and gently remarked, "This is not a beverage. It is not meant for direct consumption." The packaging was all in English, leading him to presume I was unfamiliar with it. As I was already savoring the honey, I found it difficult to explain that it was for alleviating pain. Applying honey to the affected area indeed provided swift relief. What if honey is unavailable? Are there other alternatives? Page inquired. Certainly, there was a night when I experienced toothache at an inconvenient hour, and unable to procure honey, I found a small river. I submerged my feet in the water, and within moments, the pain subsided. I explained. Why is that? Page asked, puzzled. Often, toothaches stem from excess heat in the body. Excess heat, as the term suggests, indicates an elevation of internal fire. There exists a phrase, anger causing one's hair to stand on end. When one is enraged, the energy tends to rise. People frequently remark about headaches induced by anger, yet seldom do they mention toe pain caused by it. Whether in Buddhism, Taoism, or among spiritual practitioners, there is an emphasis on grounding energy in the lower dantian. Energy equates to fire. Many of us possess a constitution characterized by a cold lower body and an overheated upper body, where the energy that should descend instead ascends, causing an imbalance. The proper alignment of energy and water is harmonious with the natural order. When water rises and fire descends, it exemplifies the union of water and fire. Conversely, if fire ascends while water descends, it creates a state of disunity. The nature of fire is to rise, while water's essence is to moisten and descend. If fire remains at the top, it will continue to ascend. If water remains below, it will continue to descend, resulting in two divergent paths that lack communication, vitality, and connection. This reflects the 12th hexagram of the I Ching, Pi, where heaven is above and earth is below. Heaven represents yang, ascending, while earth signifies yin, descending. When heaven and earth do not interact, it results in Pi, pronounced with a third tone. Conversely, with the earth above and the heavens below, the hexagram of earth and heaven, Tai, emerges, signifying auspiciousness. From adversity springs fortune. Wading in the small river serves to utilize the flowing water to alleviate the fiery discomfort, thus relieving the toothache. This concept is rather intriguing. Haiga listened with keen interest. Chewing on Sichuan pepper, biting into ginger, gnawing at aloe vera, and swishing with salt water all yield beneficial effects. Whatever is at hand should be employed. One must discover the method that suits oneself best, I patiently elucidated. Dula, with a pout of discontent, muttered. Haiga merely inquired about your toothache, yet you ramble on endlessly. Is this not a case of wanting to cover up your priorities? Fearing others might perceive your preference for romance over friendship? Both Haigu and Xingchen erupted into laughter, recognizing that Du Lu's complaints stemmed from his lack of understanding. When I provide scant explanation, it is deemed a preference for romance. When I elaborate, it is seen as a desperate cover-up. Du Li's thought process truly leaves one at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he fits the role of the jester quite aptly. Amidst laughter and joviality, we sent New Year greetings to family and friends, and before long, the clock struck midnight. Let us return, the new year has arrived, I suggested. Indeed, everyone chorused in agreement. Shall we part ways and take 2 taxis? I proposed. No. Xingchen immediately objected with fervor. The subway had ceased operations, and we were left with no choice but to hail a cab. Dulu assumed Xingchen was concerned about the fare. My car sickness has only just subsided. I refused to endure another ride. Xingchen's every fiber seemed to express her refusal. There is indeed an effective remedy for motion sickness. Before arriving, I had not anticipated the severity of your condition, I remarked. The navel, or Shinkei point, connects to 12 meridians and has a close connection to the spleen and stomach. Prior to departure, applying ginger slices to the navel with adhesive can effectively alleviate symptoms of motion sickness. Is that true? Xingchen asked, half skeptical. But we have no ginger here, do we? Did you bring some? I did not, I replied with a smile, but there are alternative methods, such as using a heavy object to press on the Shinkei point. Simply find a backpack, fill it with sand, and apply it to your navel. Xingchen furrowed her brow, seemingly contemplating the idea. At that moment, Dula interjected, out of the kindness of my heart. I shall offer my bag for you to fill with sand. Xingchen shot him a glare and, gritting her teeth, said, I apologize. But my motion sickness today has been unbearable. I do not wish to take further risks. I prefer to walk back. Walk back? Dula raised his voice. Do you even know where we are right now? Chapter 103. Day and night the stars clenched their teeth, reluctant to relent. Chi said, since there is no urgency, let us walk back. With that, she took the lead, pulling Xingchen along. As they walked, the rest of us, being gentlemen, had little to protest and exchanged glances before leisurely following behind. Our stroll continued until 4 in the morning when we finally reached home. We slept soundly until noon, when Dulu roused me from slumber. What is the matter? I haven't had enough sleep, I groaned, having just risen for a bathroom break, only to discover it was nearly lunchtime. Dulu, still bleary-eyed, remarked, Isn't sleep important, or is it food? Why are you confused about priorities? Today is the first day of the new year. Let us invite Sun Shirue to join us for lunch, Dulu suggested. This was indeed a splendid idea. When we first arrived in Singapore, the three of us would venture out together daily. Now, during the new year, it was time for a reunion. Isn't Sun Shirue with Weiwei now? What are their plans for today? I inquired. I just messaged him, but he hasn't replied yet. Since it's already this late, let us head over to their place, Dulu responded. That made sense. Their area had a plethora of Chinese restaurants, making it more fitting for us to seek them out. We got up, washed our faces, and headed out. Upon arriving at the base of Sun Chirue's building, Dula still had not received a response. Why isn't he replying? Dula wondered aloud. Regardless, we're here now, let us go check on him. I reasoned. Fair enough, let us go. Dulu eagerly ascended the stairs. As we reached the door, Dulu intended to knock, but I held him back. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Aren't we here to have lunch with Sun Shirue? Perhaps we should have lunch, just the two of us, and visit him later in the evening, I replied while tugging him down the stairs. He stubbornly resisted, exclaiming, why not? We're already at his doorstep. He may not be available. Let us head out first. I insisted. Suddenly, Dulu's eyes sparkled with realization. Not available? Did you figure that out? His blind admiration for my intuitive abilities was evident. I rolled my eyes at him. What do you mean figured out? Didn't you hear? Hear what? Dulu asked, bewildered. Someone is singing. I hinted subtly. What? Who is singing? He still did not grasp the implication. I glanced at Sun Chirue's door, raised an eyebrow, then looked back at Dulu. Oh, I hear it now. That is impressive. Dulu's face flushed with excitement. I was uncertain whether he was complimenting my hearing or praising Sun Chirue's vocal talent. Not wanting him to elaborate further, I quickly pulled him outside. Reluctantly, Dulu followed me down the stairs, his mouth incessantly chattering. I thought you calculated that. It turns out you just heard it. Not wishing to delve into that topic, I asked, where shall we dine? Immediately, Dulu's attention shifted. We enjoyed a satisfying meal of Chinese cuisine and strolled nearby, but throughout the afternoon, there was still no response from Sun Chirue. As evening approached, we decided to visit Sun Chirue at his residence, assuming he had rested well. Upon reaching the entrance, Dulu eagerly prepared to knock on the door. But I swiftly restrained him once more. Listening intently, I discerned sounds from within and said to Dulu, let us return home for dinner. I am uncertain how Hai Gu and Xing Chun have arranged their meal. Dulu, bewildered, inquired, didn't we come to find Sun Chirue today? He hasn't responded to my messages. Could something have happened? He insisted on proceeding to knock. Despite my vigorous attempts to pull him away, his sturdy frame proved unyielding. I felt a sense of embarrassment. If he was determined to knock, he could do so once I had distanced myself. As I began to step back, Dulu remained rooted in place, unable to comprehend my intentions. It seemed imperative to provide him with a rationale he could accept, even if we sought Sun Chirue. We ought to consider whether it was a convenient time for him. Dulu, with his inquisitive eyes gleaming, asked, is it inconvenient again? Did you deduce this? Or overhear it? What do you mean deduce? Have you lost your hearing? Can't you listen for yourself? I replied, somewhat exasperated. After a brief silence, he remarked, there is no singing. Ah, his hearing was as lacking as his intellect, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Listen closely. It's as if he is lamenting, I said. Feeling defeated, his plump form leaned against the door, motionless. At that moment, the door across from us opened, revealing a middle-aged Malaysian couple. We exchanged awkward smiles, while Dula remained affixed to the door. Covering my face, I averted my gaze from Dulu's foolishness and decided to descend the stairs alone. As I walked away, Dula hurriedly trailed behind me, gleefully whispering, "I truly heard something, Sanhe. Your ears are quite perceptive." To me, it sounded as though he was insulting someone, and I chose to ignore him. After a few paces, Dulu suddenly halted, expressing concern. "Sunshirue has been working day and night. Can his body withstand it? Perhaps we should call him, encourage him to step out for a moment. I worry." Previously, when Sunshirue imparted his skills, Dulu had not grasped them, and it appeared he still did not. Yet, he had firmly retained the knowledge from our health education classes, recalling the importance of not overexerting oneself. I glanced at him in silence and continued my descent. Dula hurried to catch up, querying, "Sanhe, aren't you worried about Sunshirue? We came together. If something were to happen to him, how could you bear it? And what about Wei Wei? She is our classmate as well." Listening to him, I thought, what absurdities he spoke during this festive season. In that brief statement, he mentioned several people. I chose not to engage and quicken my pace. Dula jogged after me, suddenly his eyes alight with realization. "Sanhe, you're not worried about Sunshirue at all, are you? Did you foresee that he is fine?" Feeling weary, I refrained from speaking. We walked in silence towards our abode, though it was I who maintained the silence throughout. Dulu articulated my perspective. Indeed, he posed and answered his own questions throughout, the central theme being whether I had indeed calculated for Sunshirue. Chapter 104. Is Confucius the founder of the 5 elements? Calculating. This foolish fellow has fallen into the pit of fortune-telling. Upon returning home, my foremost concern was not what to have for dinner, but rather how to silence this imbecile. Otherwise, peace would be elusive. I turned to Du Lu and inquired, "Have you heard of Confucius?" Du Lu, still immersed in thoughts about whether he had divined for Sunshirue, was momentarily taken aback. The land of Confucius and Mencius, the nation of propriety. Isn't that what the television says about our Shandong? He looked at me with innocent eyes, puzzled as to why I had suddenly brought up Confucius. I explained. Confucius said, "The adept in change does not engage in divination." Do you comprehend? The adept in change does not engage in divination? Dula repeated, pondering. Are those who excel in the book of changes not supposed to divine? Indeed, I nodded, observing him. What does divination have to do with Confucius? Dulu protested. Just because Confucius himself does not divine, does that mean he prohibits others from doing so? His voice grew louder, summoning Haigu, Xingchen, and Chier. Yes. Without Lianjie, the master of time management, who has been exceedingly busy and is not home for the new year. Chier asked, what is Dula shouting about? What does divination have to do with Confucius? I was equally perplexed. Dula gazed at me in confusion. Xingchen interjected. The Book of Changes is the foremost of the 5 classics in Confucianism. Sensing that some might still be unaware, she added, Confucius is the founder of the Confucian school. The 4 books and 5 classics? Chier inquired, confused, which are the 4 books and which are the 5 classics? Given that Chier previously mentioned she did not graduate from middle school, I found it somewhat credible. Xingchen elucidated. The 4 books are the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, the Analects, and Mencius. Chier smiled brightly. Oh, the Analects. I have heard of that. Xingchen continued. The 5 classics are the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Among them, the Book of Changes is the foremost. Does Confucianism also study the Book of Changes? Dulu appeared somewhat bewildered. I looked at Dulu and asked, do you know who authored the versions of the Book of Changes that we commonly see in Xinhua bookstore? Who wrote the Book of Changes? Dulu raised his eyes to me. Isn't it Fuxi? Haigu interjected. Fuxi merely established the 8 trigrams. He had symbols but no text. Written language likely emerged around 5,000 years ago. While Fuxi's era predates that, at which time there was no writing. Haigu seemed uncertain. Was it the Book of Changes written by King Wen of Zhou? The Book of Changes is referred to as Zhou Yi because it is the Book of Changes authored by King Wen, abbreviated as Zhou Yi, right? Indeed, I nodded. Du Lu, with his impatient demeanor, interrupted my thoughts. So what does fortune-telling have to do with Confucius? I glanced at him and explained to everyone. Haigu is correct. King Wen of Zhou extrapolated from the 8 trigrams, forming the 64 hexagrams, thus rendering the Book of Changes a complete system. However, that Book of Changes differs considerably from the one we study today. It likely contains around 5,000 characters. And what of the current Book of Changes? Haigu inquired. In the Xinhua bookstore, a common version of the I Ching contains approximately a certain number of characters. Is there such a discrepancy? Haigu exclaimed. I explained. What we refer to as the I Ching is divided into two sections, the text and the commentary. The text consists of the parts authored by King Wen of Shou and his son, the Duke of Shou, encompassing hexagrams, hexagram names, hexagram statements, and line statements. The commentary serves as an interpretation of the text, comprising 10 sections known as the 10 Wings. This portion was completed by Confucius and his disciples. The Duke of Zhou is King Wen's son? I thought he was his father or perhaps his grandfather, Qi remarked with a smile. Her perspective was distinctly different. Are most of the contents we see in the I Ching actually written by Confucius and his followers? So, does that make Confucius the ancestral master of fortune-tellers? Dulu expressed disbelief, chuckling bitterly. In the world of fortune-telling, monks do not speak falsely. You've only just become a monk. Dulu retorted. Hey, I'm merely using a metaphor, just a metaphor, you understand, Dulu replied with a sheepish grin. Not only Dulu, but Haigu and Xingchen also appeared equally incredulous. In contrast, Qi displayed an air of indifference, her face clearly conveying, I know nothing. I'm not surprised by anything I hear. I merely listen casually. However, it cannot be said that Confucius is the ancestral master of fortune-tellers, I clarified. Prior to Confucius, the I Ching's hexagrams already possessed predictive functions. It was simply that the theory of the 5 elements had not yet been proposed. Was there no theory of the 5 elements before Confucius? Did Confucius originate the theory of mutual generation and overcoming among the 5 elements? Haigu inquired, astonished. The earliest discovery of the theory of the 5 elements appears in the Book of Documents. I informed him. The Book of Documents? That sounds somewhat familiar. Dulu scratched his head in confusion. Was it mentioned somewhere just now? Qi pondered, unable to recall. Haigu and Xingchen erupted in laughter. Xingchen raised his hand. I mentioned it earlier. It's one of the 4 books and 5 classics. Oh, right. Dulu exclaimed upon being reminded. It's one of the classics. That book was written by Confucius, correct? Strictly speaking, the Book of Documents was compiled and arranged by Confucius. But the theory of the 5 elements may not have originated with him. It could be older, though evidence is lacking. I reflected before adding, currently. The academic consensus is that the theory of mutual generation and overcoming among the 5 elements originated during the spring and autumn period or the warring states. Nowadays, who does predictive work without discussing the 5 elements? Haigu remarked. So, in that case, Confucius is indeed the ancestral master. He laughed. No wonder whether to consult the oracle or not is determined by Confucius. Dula said reluctantly. Those skilled in the I Ching do not rely on divination. It does not mean one cannot consult it, but rather that one need not seek the divine for every matter, understanding the principles of yin and yang. One does not need to ask the gods, as one also comprehends cause and effect, I stated, looking at Dulo. If one relies on divination for every decision, it would be tantamount to relinquishing the possibilities of one's life, descending into the realm of fatalism. Dulu stubbornly retorted. You wouldn't be using this as an excuse because you are not proficient in the I Ching, would you? Chapter 105. Mastery of the Book of Changes is a deception. Ah, you caught me. I chuckled with delight, for I truly am not well versed in it. My understanding barely scratches the surface. Don't be like that. Dulu exclaimed anxiously. You are my pillar of support. You cannot lack expertise. If you are not proficient, what shall I do? The long silent Xingchen murmured softly, I cannot fathom why, but I have always felt that Taoism also reveres the Book of Changes. Why is that? She fell into contemplation, and after a moment, suddenly clapped her hands together, exclaiming joyfully, I have figured it out. The garments and talismans of Taoist masters often feature the Bagua diagrams. Moreover, fortune-telling belongs to Taoism, does it not? Does Confucianism engage in fortune-telling? Well, I pondered before responding. The Book of Changes is the fountainhead of Chinese culture. Both Confucianism and Taoism draw from it, akin to 2 branches stemming from the same trunk. Besides Confucianism and Taoism, the Book of Changes also encompasses various schools such as Moism, legalism, militarism, and yin-yang philosophy. To elucidate my point, I must elaborate on the 5 arts of Taoism: mountain, medicine, destiny, physiognomy, and divination. Mountain art refers to the cultivation of immortality achieved through alchemical practices, martial arts, talismans, and other means, harnessing the energies of the universe to transcend the mundane and attain enlightenment. Mastering alchemy, unblocking meridians, and deciphering talismans. None of these are trivial tasks. Medical art encompasses prescriptions, acupuncture, massage, spiritual healing, and more. Who dares claim to be a master of medicine? Destiny art, whether through Ziwei Doshu or Bazi, relies on celestial movements. A mere transgression of the Tai Sui involves zodiac signs and the influence of Jupiter, entangling a web of relationships such as punishment, conflict, disruption, and harm. Furthermore, one must consider additional variables such as year, month, day, and hour, along with the interactions of various celestial bodies. Physiognomy includes celestial, terrestrial, and human aspects. Celestial physiognomy pertains to astrology, while terrestrial physiognomy concerns Feng Shui. Human physiognomy is even more intricate, encompassing facial, palm, body, vocal, motion, and bone features. Focusing solely on Feng Shui, there are currently hundreds of schools. Even a prodigy, if they could master one school in a year, would require centuries of study from birth to completion. This also does not account for the theoretical conflicts between different schools. One might insist that placing a cactus wards off evil, while another could argue that spiky objects inherently bring misfortune. How does one reconcile these differences to attain mastery? Moreover, divination art includes Taoist Shu, Jimin Dunjia, De Lu Ren, Xiaolu Ren, Lu Yao, Meihuai Shu, auspicious timing, character analysis, name theory, and countless others. There is a saying within the metaphysical community: in Jimin, there is no truth; in Lu Ren, there is no falsehood. Even if you are willing to learn, you must first discern authenticity from deception. At this juncture, my stomach grumbled. I had spoken at length merely to extricate Du Lu from the quagmire of fortune-telling. I squinted at Du Lu and inquired, "This is merely the Taoist perspective. Let us not even broach the subject of other schools of the Book of Changes. If someone claims to be proficient in the Book of Changes, would you not consider them a charlatan? In novels about immortality, even the authors dare not concoct such outrageous claims. Who, apart from a fraud, would assert such mastery?" Du Lu is on the verge of tears. "All I desire is to have a wise master by my side, someone who can decipher the complexities of life. I have no interest in your analysis of this bloody, harsh reality. I simply wish to find a master to guide me, so that I may navigate life smoothly." His words reminded me of Xiaoxi, the girl who sought to establish a profitable yet stress-free Feng Shui arrangement. Xiaoxi ultimately found her way. Can Du Lu do the same? If he cannot, then only a fraud could satiate his insatiable greed for unearned wealth. Currently, we are in the 9th cycle, which is inherently disruptive to one's peace of mind. The year 2022 saw the rare alignment of 7 stars, and the cumulative effects will reverberate through the years to come. If he were to fall victim to some absurd scheme and lose everything, merely surviving would become a luxury. It takes immense courage to confront such a reality. The consequences are unimaginable. By the way, a gentle reminder: the next chapter may be somewhat challenging. This is merely for your understanding, and there is no need to memorize it. If there are parts that are unclear, feel free to check the comments for clarification. Chapter 106. Does Confucianism predict fate? Once again, I silently reminded myself: respect the destinies of others, relinquish the urge to assist, and avoid self-indulgence. Du Lu is reluctant to confront the truth. If I were to forcefully oppose him, it would only yield counterproductive results. I had spoken my piece. I had done my best, and now it was time to leave the rest to fate. Having just mentioned medical practices, Xing Chun inquired with curiosity, "What does spiritual healing entail?" Haigu also appeared eager for knowledge. Spiritual healing refers to incantations, talismans, mental therapies, and emotional treatments. Aren't talismans associated with mountain arts? Xing Chun asked. She was indeed diligent in her studies, having noticed this detail. I replied with a smile, "Talismans are categorized into yin and yang. Mountain arts primarily employ yang talismans, focusing on incantations, while spiritual healing is chiefly concerned with adjusting ailments, leaning towards the yin, with an emphasis on talismans, such as the blessing technique." I see. Xing Chun nodded in understanding, her face radiating satisfaction. Then, she recalled another matter. We just discussed Taoism, but what about Confucianism? Does Confucianism not predict fate? Is fortune-telling solely a Taoist practice? Upon hearing the term fortune-telling, Du Li's eyes sparkled with interest. I gently shook my head in resignation. Just because Confucianism does not advocate for fortune-telling does not imply it lacks the ability to do so. Can Confucianism predict fate? Is there any basis for this? Xing Chun asked enthusiastically. The Book of Documents not only discusses the 5 elements. First, water. Second, fire. Third, wood. Fourth, metal. Fifth, earth. It also elaborates on the characteristics of these elements. Water moistens downward, fire blazes upward, wood bends and straightens, metal transforms and innovates, and earth nurtures agriculture. Moreover, it describes the flavors associated with the 5 elements. The moisture of water yields saltiness, the blaze of fire produces bitterness, the bending and straightening of wood creates sourness. The transformation of metal results in pungency, and agriculture brings forth sweetness. I spoke at length, only to be interrupted by Chi, who, bored, stretched, and stood up, saying, "Such intricate concepts are beyond my grasp. I shall prepare dinner instead." Engrossed in my discourse, I had forgotten about my hunger, and her remark only intensified it. Dulu realized that our discussion on fortune-telling was entirely different from what he had in mind, thus losing interest and promptly joining Chi in the kitchen, exclaiming, "I will help." Xingchen cheerfully flattered Chi. "Thank you for your hard work, sister. I shall tidy up afterward." Seeing this, Haigu and I quickly chimed in. "We will also assist with the cleanup shortly." Chi, satisfied, replied, "You may continue your conversation. I will call you when dinner is ready." With that, she gracefully entered the kitchen alongside Dulu. I returned to my thoughts. Where were we? The Book of Documents. Haigu and Xingchen chimed in unison. Truly commendable students. Yes, the Book of Documents. I faced these eager learners and spoke with enthusiasm. The Book of Documents also discusses the river diagram. Heaven generates 1 water, and earth completes 6. Earth generates 2 fire, and heaven completes 7. Heaven generates 3 wood, and earth completes 8. Heaven generates 4 metal, and earth completes 9. Heaven generates 5 earth, and earth completes 10. This means that the heavenly number 1 and the earthly number 6 both belong to water. Heavenly 1 represents the primal essence of water in the 5 elements, while earthly 6 embodies its complete manifestation. In ancient China, numerical principles were employed to elucidate the cosmic laws governing the genesis and transformation of the universe. This mathematical perspective allows for a profound exploration of the celestial and terrestrial realms. The Shizhuan, Chapter 9, echoes similar themes. Heavenly 1, Earthly 2, Heavenly 3, Earthly 4. Heavenly 5, Earthly 6, Heavenly 7, Earthly 8, Heavenly 9, Earthly 10. The celestial numbers total 5, and the earthly numbers also sum to 5, resulting in a harmonious interplay. The celestial count reaches 25, while the earthly count amounts to 30, culminating in a total of 55 for both realms. This is the foundation for transformation and the actions of spirits. The Great Transformation comprises 50, with 5, utilized 49, divided into 2 to symbolize duality. 1 is assigned to represent 3, while 4 illustrates the 4 seasons. The return to the odd signifies the intercalary month, with 5 years yielding a second intercalation. Hence the additional odd is noted. Confucius remarked, "Those who comprehend the path of change understand the workings of the divine." What does this signify? It indeed challenges the intellect, leaving one perplexed, queried the starry-eyed individual. Brother Hai quietly pondered the implications. Heavenly 1 generates water, earthly 6 fulfills it. I elucidated, relating it to the river chart, akin to the Shizi delineation of heavenly 1 and earthly 2, signifying the division of numbers into yin and yang. Refer to the commentary for visual aid. Odd numbers represent yang, the heavens. Even numbers signify yin, the earth. Thus, the celestial numbers are 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 for the earthly realm. Each realm contains 5 numbers. The sum of the celestial numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 equals 25, while the sum of the earthly numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 equals 30. Together, they total 55. The subsequent passage discusses the method of yarrow stock divination, requiring a total of 18 operations. Even with a few thousand words, I would struggle to elucidate it. Perhaps a practical demonstration would suffice for clarity. The crux lies in Confucius's assertion: those who grasp the principles of change comprehend the actions of the divine. This encapsulates the essence of prophecy. Observing that they required time to digest this information, I excused myself to fetch a few glasses of water and arranged 50 toothpicks on the table. While sipping my water, I demonstrated the Great Transformation, utilizing 49. They appeared quite astute, quickly grasping the concept and joyfully engaging with it. "Dinner's ready. Wash your hands," came the melodic call from Cheer in the kitchen. We all rose in unison, washed our hands, and busied ourselves in the kitchen, assisting with the dishes. Chio, embodying both charm and domestic grace, revealed a multifaceted character. I had witnessed her ruthless and unscrupulous side in professional settings. Her complexity ensured her rapid rise to prominence. Yet her relentless ambition also foreshadowed a heart-wrenching conclusion. As we dined and conversed, Dulu expressed some discontent. "Sanha, can you commit to studying diligently in the future and become a formidable master?" Dulu remained steadfast in his yearning for shortcuts. I inquired with a smile. Are you familiar with the renowned Taoists from history? Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng. Dulu quickly responded. Ah, you know quite a few. To my surprise, it seemed this naive individual was genuinely invested in the mystical arts. Brother Hai and the starry-eyed one genuinely praised him, given Du Li's usual performance. This was indeed an impressive answer beyond his typical grasp. However, there are many Taoists whom you recognize but have not mentioned. I remarked. Hee. Du Lu chuckled foolishly. You overestimate me. How could I possibly remember so many ancient figures? Li Bai. I asserted. Du Lu. Huh? Wang Shiji. Du Lu. Huh? He Zhizhang. Du Lu. Huh? Xingqian inquired. Who was that person, the one likened to a pair of scissors in the spring breeze of February? I nodded. Xingqian. Alas, I have forgotten so much. It turns out they were also Taoists. I replied, there are far more than that. Xingqian. Oh? Haige, who else? Qi pray tell. Let us see if I've heard of them. I articulated with emphasis. Su Shi, Zhuge Liang, Fan Li, Zhang Liang, Wei Zheng, Lu Bowen, Hua Tuo, Sun Simiao, Zhang Zhongjing, Li Shizhen, Wu Daozi. Du Lu, are they all Taoists? Sanhe, monks do not engage in. I shot him a glance, and he chuckled, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. Qi while delicately picking her food, remarked with charm. Being with you cultured individuals truly broadens my horizons. I have heard of several among these names. Xingqian laughed. That signifies our sister Qi is also a person of culture. Yet Du Lu appeared somewhat reluctant. How could they possibly be Taoists? They seem too unlike. I earnestly explained to Du Lu. The Tao represents a principle. A natural law of health, a law of healing, a law of understanding others, and a law of utilizing nature in the geographical environment. Taoists, too, are human. They need to eat, work, and support their loved ones and children. They are akin to ordinary people, simply possessing mastery over an additional language, the language of nature. Du Lu scratched his head, striving to comprehend my words. The Tao is a broadly prevalent principle applicable to all facets of life. Our understanding of these concepts is not in pursuit of becoming masters or seeking shortcuts, but rather to better comprehend the world and safeguard ourselves, I concluded. Everyone nodded in agreement, save for Du Lu. After dinner, we engaged in further discussions on related topics. This New Year's Day seemed particularly special. In the evening, as everyone prepared to rest, Du Lu suddenly leaned in mysteriously and whispered to me, Sanhe, there's actually a question I have wanted to ask you. I looked at him curiously. What question? Du Lu lowered his voice. Do you think those historical Taoists became famous because they possessed extensive Taoist skills? Was I speaking to this cow in vain for an entire evening? I suppressed my irritation and replied, that was merely an example. Do you understand what an example is? Not all Taoists are renowned. Many practitioners are indifferent to fame and fortune. I thought of my master, the celestial Taoist. I wonder where he is spending the new year and if anyone is keeping him company. A flicker of disappointment crossed Du Li's eyes. A disillusionment with the notion that immortals and magic could fulfill his desires. The next morning, Du Lu began to cough incessantly. It is uncertain whether it was due to not waiting for Sun Chirui yesterday, causing him to catch a chill, or if it was because he realized he could not attain both fame and fortune through his mystical arts, leading to his agitation. Have you tried the method of numerology therapy? I inquired. I attempted. Ahem. After silently reciting it a couple of times, my mind wandered, rendering it ineffective. Ahem. Du Lu seems to be suffering from quite a severe cough this time. Haige, what shall we do if the numerical therapy proves ineffective? Are there any alternative remedies? Chapter 107. Several remedies for cough, I remarked. Indeed, there are numerous methods. Garlic water sweetened with rock sugar can alleviate coughing. And ginger-infused oil with scrambled eggs is also effective. Let me check the kitchen for ingredients. If none are available, I shall return to draw a talisman for him. As I spoke, I rose and made my way to the kitchen. With Chier, an enthusiastic cook, present, the kitchen was well stocked with scallions, ginger, garlic, and eggs. Though rock sugar was absent, I substituted with white sugar and prepared garlic water sweetened with sugar. The process was quite simple. Crush 7 or 8 cloves of garlic. Add water, bring it to a boil, and then incorporate the sugar. By the time I finished, Du Lu was coughing intensely, his face flushed and voice hoarse. I quickly cooled the concoction and handed it to him. Noticing the severity of his condition, I also massaged the area between his thumb and index finger. Ouch. Ouch. That hurts. Du Lu exclaimed, pulling his hand back while using his other hand to swat at me. Haige, observing closely, imitated my actions. Pressing on his own hand with a puzzled expression. Does it hurt when you press here on the palm? Dula appeared to be exaggerating his discomfort, persistently recoiling. I explained. It shouldn't normally hurt. However, when heart and lung functions are weak, there can be tender points. We need to work through them. Curious. Haigu extended his hand towards Dula, saying, let me try pressing it. As there was little difficulty in massaging that area, I stepped aside to allow him. The moment he began, Dula leapt up, wailing even louder. Haigu, are you trying to crush my hand? Your grip is fiercer than Sana's. Startled by Dula's outcry. Haigu froze. I barely used any force. Xie and Xingchen rushed over, asking, what is happening? Haigu wore an innocent expression as he returned Dula's hand to me. I explained to Xie and Xingchen, Dula has a cough, and massaging the area between the thumb and index finger can help alleviate it. Turning to Haigu, I added with a smile, you saw how Dula was shouting. I hardly exerted any pressure. The force must be gradually increased based on the individual's tolerance. Haigu nodded. Pressing a hand seems simple, yet it has its nuances. While massaging Dula's hand, I also took the opportunity to examine his palmistry. I rarely had the chance to hold someone's hand in such a manner. Recently, I had perused many notes from my master, and I now sought more practical validation. Whether it pertained to men or women. Are you reading palms? Xie was the first to notice. Indeed, I replied, lifting my head with a smile. Just taking a casual glance. What do you see in his palm? Teach me. Dula's spirits lifted, and his cough seemed to have momentarily subsided. Whether it was the effect of the garlic water or the massage that distracted him, I could not tell. To prevent him from recalling his cough, I casually remarked, all right. Let us discuss palmistry. Wonderful. I adore our conversations, Xingchen chimed in, as he and Xie settled into comfortable spots. As we had discussed previously, palmistry encompasses various forms, one of which is indeed palm reading. Palmistry is indeed a nuanced discipline, primarily categorized into 3 schools, Indian, Western, and Chinese. Each tradition examines different aspects, such as the shape of the hand, the lines on the palm, and the fingers. The Indian school, being the earliest, encompasses several systems, the general palmistry system, the thumb palmistry system, and the astronomical palmistry system. Thumb palmistry? Wasn't it what Haigu used to demonstrate when you first arrived? Xie directed her gaze towards me and Haigu. Haigu nodded silently in affirmation. What does astronomical palmistry entail? Xingchen inquired. I responded. Astronomical palmistry intertwines palmistry with astrology, allowing for the deduction of one's destiny chart. The Western school primarily inherits this astronomical aspect from the Indian tradition. Dulu exclaimed. That is truly remarkable. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he had evidently forgotten his earlier cough, fully engrossed in my forthcoming explanation. Indeed, Indian palmistry holds significant merit and has found its way into Chinese practices as well. In China, palmistry later merged with the Luo Shu, drawing the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams on the palm, which can reveal insights into one's home Feng Shui layout. I remarked, however, in practical life, we place greater emphasis on the application of palmistry concerning health. Xing Chun, puzzled, asked, is it scientifically valid to predict health through palmistry? I patiently elucidated. The fingers are intricately linked to the internal organs, hence various reflex zones for the organs are distributed across the hand. Many ailments can be detected through palmistry even before they manifest. Dulu, filled with eagerness, urged, I want to learn. Please, begin your lecture. Chapter 108. Observing the indescribable aspects of masculinity through fingers, I gazed at Duli's fervent demeanor, smiling quietly without revealing my thoughts. Discussing palmistry is no simple task. It cannot be encapsulated in just a few sentences. However, divination, Feng Shui, and traditional Chinese medicine all stem from the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Once one comprehends these concepts, everything else becomes clear. Such brilliance, such brilliance. Dulu was so excited he could hardly sit still. Fortunately, I was able to subdue him with a mere glance. Otherwise, his expression hinted at a desire to leap up and kiss me. To achieve a comprehensive understanding, one must first grasp the foundations of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. We shall delve into that later. For now, let us examine some common scenarios and validate our observations while engaging in conversation, I suggested. Absolutely. Dulu responded with the utmost enthusiasm. I surmised that at this moment, regardless of what I said, Dulu would be an eager audience. If I were to launch directly into the intricacies of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, he would soon lose interest. I needed to entice his curiosity with a bit of playful banter first. I laid Duli's hand flat for everyone to see, pointing out the index and ring fingers. If the index finger is long, it indicates a weaker athletic aptitude, yet a comparatively stronger capacity for language and memory. The longer the index finger, the greater the ambition, suggesting a career-oriented individual. Conversely, if the ring finger is long, this person tends to experience less anxiety and depression, possesses strong spatial thinking, and exhibits high bodily coordination. If both the index and ring fingers are of equal length, the individual is typically honest and upright. Ah. No wonder I always stumbled in gym class and was frequently reprimanded by the teacher. It turns out my index finger is excessively long. Chier recalled her school days with a huff. Xingqian teased, after all these years, you finally uncovered the mystery. It's like solving a case. Yet, I would rather endure the ire of a gym teacher than not achieve success like you. Chier. Among us, Chier is the most ambitious. Her slender fingers are elegant and smooth, exuding a soft and delicate charm. The length of her index finger is nearly equal to that of her middle finger, reflecting her confidence. Even though she did not complete her middle school education and hails from a rural background, it does not diminish her assertive and bold nature. Dula looked at his own hand with great interest, gleefully exclaiming, "So, my constant laughter is due to the length of my ring finger. How delightful, how delightful." He examined his fingers repeatedly, growing fonder with each glance. Brother Hai also possesses a long ring finger. As we validated our findings, the discussion grew lively. Brother Hai glanced at me several times, as if he had something to say but could not bring himself to articulate it. I was puzzled by his hesitation and tilted my head toward him. "Brother Hai, is something troubling you?" He looked at Chier and Xingqian, fidgeting for an extended moment, yet he still failed to utter a word. Xingqian was the first to catch on. "Brother Hai, we're just engaging in a discussion here. Feel free to speak your mind. No need to treat me as a woman. This is an academic discussion." Dulu chuckled. "You are indeed a tomboy." Xingqian shrugged nonchalantly. Brother Hai continued to gaze at me, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. I was intrigued by his reluctance. What could he possibly want to say? Ultimately, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Perhaps I should just ask you in private later." I sighed, feeling as though my emotional investment had been wasted. Chier was displeased. "What are you rambling about? Who are you discriminating against?" No, Haiga hurriedly explained. "I merely recalled a report I read previously concerning men. I can discuss it privately with Sanhe." "About men? Isn't that even better?" Chier leaned forward, slowly inching closer to Haigo, squinting her eyes as she fixed her gaze on him, asking, "Are you afraid we women might learn something from it?" Haigo found himself pressed against the wall with nowhere to retreat, as Chier continued to encroach upon his space. Dulu, excited, was animatedly cheering them on. As Haiga felt cornered, he attempted to push Chiao away but was unsure where to place his hands, leaving them pinned against the wall. In a plea for space, he exclaimed, I'll tell you. Just give me a little room." Chier, with a mischievous smile, relented and gradually backed away. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Haigo, avoiding Chier's gaze, turned to me and said, "Sanhe, it is said that the longer a man's ring finger is compared to his index finger, the more pronounced his masculine traits are, both internally and externally. Do you think there is any truth to this?" Chier teased him deliberately. "What about internally?" "You mean, under the clothes, not the inner self." Haiga, being a straightforward person, found himself at a loss for words in the presence of someone like Chier. Chier elongated her tone, raising an eyebrow. Choosing not to continue her teasing, she rested her chin in contemplation. I remarked, there might be some truth to it. A longer ring finger often correlates with better physical coordination, an optimistic personality, and strong spatial reasoning, making one appear more masculine, at least outwardly. Chier smirked, nodding in agreement, adding, "Yes, internally as well." Haigo, Xingqian, wow Dulu, you, as a woman, how would you know about a man's inner self? Dulu seemed to assume Chier was speaking nonsense. This topic was not suitable for further discussion. I interjected. Let's talk about the thumb next." "Sure, anything is fine." Dulu instantly transformed into an enthusiastic supporter, completely oblivious to his earlier remarks. The rest of us, except for Dulu, secretly sighed in relief, dissipating the subtle awkwardness that had lingered. The instigator remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 109. Psychology's 100 does not equal 100, art. At that moment, Xingqian's phone rang. Without any hesitation, she boldly answered it in front of us. "Sister." "Really? That's wonderful." No. "All right then. Got it. We're studying, let's talk later." She hung up shortly after, hurriedly standing up and rushing towards their bedroom, while while instructing us. Wait for me for a minute. We exchanged puzzled glances, hearing her rummaging through things in the other room. Soon, she returned with a red envelope in hand, which she handed to me. Why the sudden gift? I was utterly bewildered. Is this a New Year's gift? I joked. Then you should call her Andy. She chimed in. Xingqian's cheeks flushed slightly. What New Year's gift? It's from the New Year's Eve at Sentosa. You mentioned that soaking your feet is good for your back, so I told my mom. She didn't believe me, but my sister did. And she started soaking her feet right away. She said after one soak, her back felt better. However, she wasn't sure if it was just a coincidence. So she waited another day. Yesterday, she felt no pain at all, and just now she specifically called to have me give you this red envelope. I declined. We're just chatting together. It's not like your sister asked me for help, so I can't accept this. Others echoed my sentiment. Exactly, we're all playing together. If you give him a red envelope, won't we all have to give one too? Xingqian grew a bit anxious and pressed it back into my hands. I was going to say no too, but my sister believes she benefited and should therefore give something in return. It's a matter of cause and effect. My sister understands these things better than I do. This red envelope is from her, not me. All right, let's start discussing the thumbs up. Speaking of cause and effect, it does hold some validity. While I was still contemplating how to refuse, everyone suddenly rallied to persuade me. Dula said, it's from her sister, not from her. Just accept her sister's goodwill. Haigo added, exactly, don't make things difficult for Xingqian. If you keep hesitating, they'll start saying we women are too chatty. Chier chimed in, why be foolish and refuse money? Come on, let us get to the thumbs up. I found myself at a loss for words against their collective insistence. Reluctantly, I accepted it. I confirmed with Xingqian, I've accepted it, now it's mine. Soaking feet is only effective for back pain caused by kidney deficiency. If others try it, and it doesn't work for them, I want to take it back. Xingqian laughed, rest assured, as long as my sister found it useful. That's what matters. Besides, having learned so much from you, if even one thing proves effective, this small amount of money is merely tuition, it's not a loss. Dulu, confused, looked at me and asked, but you didn't want it just now. If they regret it later, you can just return it. Which is like not giving anything at all. Why emphasize not returning? Xingqian quickly interjected, Dulu, don't say such things. What do you mean by regretting? Dula chuckled foolishly, I'm just hypothesizing. I'm curious why Sanhe is stressing this point. Stars seemed to fear my embarrassment, wishing to say something further. I smiled and interrupted her, saying, Dulu, have you ever heard that some wealthy individuals, after facing bankruptcy, choose to end their lives by jumping from buildings? Oh, I have heard of it. But what does that have to do with receiving red envelopes? Dula looked at me with a naive expression. When a person arrives in this world, they come with empty hands. If they acquire wealth and then lose it, it is akin to returning to their original state. Why would one choose to jump? Dula was taken aback, scratching her head in confusion. Indeed, if the money is gone, isn't it the same as before? Why would one be so despondent as to leap? The others also lowered their heads, pondering the matter. I remarked, this reflects the aversion to loss psychology. The human thought process is often deceptive. If you gain 100 yuan, your happiness may be fleeting, but if you lose 100 yuan, it can linger in your mind for a long time. The psychological sensations of gain and loss are fundamentally different. That makes sense, Dulu acknowledged. If I win 100 yuan, I might think, oh, it's just 100. But if I lose 100 yuan, I would lament, oh dear, how unfortunate to have lost it. Indeed, in psychology, 100 does not equate to 100. Therefore, I hope that what others offer me is sincerely intended, I stated. I am very sincere. Xingqian replied with a smile. Everyone shared a knowing laugh. However, at that moment, a twinge of melancholy arose within me. Regarding possessions, people are often reluctant to accept the outcome of gain and loss, unwilling to revert to a state of having nothing. But what about with people? I thought of the adorable little angel, Jaya, even knowing that his eventual departure would be due to fulfilling his mission. Could we truly find peace in our hearts when that time comes? Yet, the attachments we hold now have already solidified into a palpable obsession. Brother Hai seemed contemplative, remarking, isn't this a bug in human psychology? Where there is a flaw, there is the possibility of exploitation. I set aside that thread of melancholy and replied, indeed. Merchants have mastered this art to perfection. Do tell, Dulu leaned in eagerly. For instance, consider the 0 yuan trial. Once you try a product, a sense of possession arises. It feels like it belongs to you, and you become reluctant to return it. If it's not too disappointing, there is a high probability you will keep it. I continued, Moreover, many people enter romantic relationships, even if they are not entirely suitable. They are often unwilling to part ways. There exists a latent psychological notion. This person belongs to me, and even if I do not wish to keep them, I do not want to let them go to someone else. Exactly. What I have used is mine. Chier replied with a fierce determination. Dulu, bewildered, asked, "Are you referring to products? Or men?" Everyone shared a tacit laugh, with no one responding to her. I went on. The merchant's discount policies also illustrate this. You may only need to purchase 100 yuan worth of items, yet with a promotion of 200 minus 30. You feel compelled to buy more to avoid feeling cheated. Most people would rather spend an additional 70 yuan. Haha, that's me. The stars joyfully took their places. Feeling that with a coupon and used, they had not lost much at all. However, they ended up being ensnared for 70. Indeed, many individuals would rather spend more than accept the notion of suffering a loss. Con artists relished this very tactic. I remarked, "Let me illustrate." Dulu was eager to listen, yet reluctant to contemplate. Those who fall victim to scams, during their initial encounters when the deceiver offers various excuses for not refunding, may harbor doubts internally, yet they refuse to acknowledge their loss. They repeatedly convince themselves, "I will not be deceived, I will not be deceived," and continue to transfer funds until they can no longer afford to do so, ultimately forced to confront reality. I sighed. Scammers are indeed masters of psychology, Chier noted. True, I initially wished to reply, "You are as well," but it seemed too confrontational, so I refrained from saying it. How did we end up discussing scammers? Dulu queried, scratching his head, having just mentioned wanting to talk about thumbs. I mused that it was his question that led us here. Nevertheless, I doubted he would remember. I chuckled. All right, let us commence our discussion on thumbs. The thumb, as previously mentioned by Haigu, symbolizes a forthright and resolute character. While a curved thumb indicates a more amiable disposition, I wouldn't dwell on that further. Let us converse about the length of the thumb, I suggested. Everyone eagerly extended their hands. The thumb is the stoutest and most robust of the 5 fingers, signifying one's fortune and blessings throughout life. I elaborated. Dula grinned foolishly. Oh, so the thumb is so significant. No wonder Haigu was so enamored when he first saw your thumb. I continued. The thumb represents our ancestors and elders. Those with elongated thumbs are deeply blessed by their forebears, favored by their elders, enjoy prosperous careers, possess sharp intellects, strong learning abilities, and are diligent and proactive in their endeavors. See comments in the image. Chier raised her own thumb, stating, "My thumb, though not particularly long, is still quite perfect." Isn't it? My family, the rural, values daughters over sons. From a young age, whenever there was something delicious at home, it was always prioritized for me, with leftovers going to my brother. Chier's thumb may not be exceptionally long, yet in comparison to her delicate little hand, it could be considered somewhat lengthy. The only flaw was its exaggerated curvature, lacking in principle. However, I refrained from voicing this in front of everyone. A straight thumb signifies a rigid character due to limited adaptability and a steadfast adherence to principles. Conversely, an excessively curved thumb denotes just the opposite. Each individual's understanding can only extend as far as their comprehension allows. There is no need for me to confront anyone directly. What constitutes a long thumb? Asked Xingqian. Haigu explained, there is no fixed measurement. It is relative to the other fingers. Generally, when the 5 fingers are aligned, if the thumb's tip surpasses the midpoint of the 3rd joint of the index finger, it is considered long. Otherwise, it is deemed short. Chapter 110. Wealth and Flesh. Chiera looked at me and said, "Aside from other points, I find your assessment quite accurate. Though the notion of having a strong learning capability seems somewhat misplaced, I have yet to graduate from middle school. Have you not, within these few short months in Singapore, acquired the means to purchase a property here?" I inquired. "Well, my fortune is decent," she replied with a satisfied smile. "Without a degree or a background. To establish yourself in Singapore in such a brief time necessitates an extraordinary capacity for learning to swiftly adapt to a new environment. Consider Li Ka-shing. He only completed primary school. Who would dare claim his learning ability is lacking?" Your explanation seems to resonate with me, Chiera replied, beaming as she repeatedly admired her thumb. In truth, there is another aspect I have not mentioned. A long thumb is often associated with significant achievements, yet it may also invite considerable challenges. Reflecting on the tumultuous experiences Chiera would later encounter fills me with trepidation. The delicate hearts of ordinary individuals truly struggle to endure such trials. Fortunately, her broad brow allows her to weather those storms. There is a saying in physiognomy, A wide brow brings great happiness. Individuals with expansive foreheads possess generous hearts. Is this generosity a virtue? On the positive side, it leads to less anger and a longer life. Optimists do not hold grudges. However, on the negative side, in matters of affection, a generous heart can accommodate many comings and goings, making it difficult to ascertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Had her heart been less expansive, she might not have persevered through those years. Conversely, had she exercised a modicum of caution, she might have avoided those predicaments. Fortune and misfortune are inextricably intertwined, a balance of yin and yang. Returning to the subject of thumbs, Xingqian's thumb appears quite admirable, rounded, and robust. Hage's is also commendable, albeit Du Li's is somewhat diminutive and possesses a dull yellow hue. To avoid Du Lu requesting my critique of his thumb, I hasten to elaborate. A pointed thumb indicates quick wit and rapid response. Conversely, a thick and rounded thumb suggests rigidity, sluggish reactions, and a propensity for anger, making it ill-suited for leadership. An outwardly splayed thumb signifies an extroverted personality, while a thumb closely aligned with the index finger indicates insufficient renal energy and timidness. See commentary in the image. There remains much more to discuss. Yet I briefly touched upon the thumb before continuing. When the first phalanx of the fingers is notably short and rigid, it can indicate issues related to the heart and brain, such as strokes, headaches, and cardiac diseases. Conversely, slender and curved fingers may lead to nervous exhaustion, headaches, and insomnia. We, however, do not exhibit either of these conditions. Yet Xingqian mentioned, my father's finger joints are particularly short, resembling iron balls connected together, and he has poor heart health. Chier added, my mother suffers from nervous exhaustion and insomnia, often accompanied by headaches. Her fingers are thin and crooked. Indeed, many aspects correlate with one another. Let us now delve into the reasons behind this. We will begin with the concepts of yin and yang, followed by the 5 elements. All things are divided into yin and yang, and palmistry is no exception. Hardness represents yang, while bones embody yang. Softness signifies yin, and flesh embodies yin. Those whose hands are bony typically possess thick knuckles and joints, characterized more by bone than flesh, which traditionally signifies misfortune. My mother seems to embody this type. Chio inquired, and I nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the notions of fortune and misfortune are not fixed. The traditional interpretation of misfortune primarily pertains to financial leakage, where flesh symbolizes wealth. Less flesh equates to diminished wealth. Chia remarked, then shouldn't I refrain from losing weight? I chuckled, explaining that the amount of flesh is relative to one's bone structure. It suffices not to be bony, and one must also consider the balance of yin and yang. If one becomes excessively thin to the point of revealing bones, it would be prudent to gain a little weight to enhance financial fortune, as it does not correlate directly with body weight. Chia laughed, you make an interesting point. Over the past few months, I've been sending my mother more money, and she indeed appears rounder. Initially, I thought it was simply her good mood that caused her to gain weight. Now, it seems plausible that it could be due to an increase in wealth. Dulu seemed skeptical. Is it really that mystical? Chia playfully suggested, why not send your mother a little more and see what happens? I responded, Dulu, that's not feasible. I know your mother. Although she isn't overweight, she definitely doesn't have bony hands. If she were to gain weight, it might indicate a metabolic issue rather than any connection to wealth. Everyone erupted in laughter. Xingqian asked, so, bony hands. Fortune and misfortune are not absolute. Does that imply there is a positive aspect as well? Certainly, I affirmed, individuals with bony hands possess strong yang energy. Yang represents rigidity, often resulting in a less adaptable personality, yet such individuals tend to be vibrant, keen observers, and enjoy social interactions. Xingqian, with her logical mindset, pondered and asked, if bone symbolizes yang and flesh represents yin, and since flesh is associated with wealth, can it be posited that wealth is yin? It can indeed be interpreted in such a manner, I replied. Wealth is a positive entity, associated with yang. How could it be characterized as yin? Xingqian seemed perplexed. I reiterated, yang signifies upward, outward, brightness, and activity. Yin embodies downward, inward, darkness, and tranquility. Oh, I see. Wealth remains concealed, correct? It is hidden, thus it is yin. Xingqian elucidated. Precisely. Hence, when individuals say that incurring financial loss can avert disaster, or when they voluntarily donate, it is an attempt to exchange yin for yang, releasing some yin to elevate yang. I further explained that when your sister requested a red envelope from you, she was referring to this very principle of exchanging yin for yang. So, the more one donates, the better their fortune becomes? Dula fell back into a conundrum. I laughed helplessly. Those with a heavy yin disposition may indeed experience financial loss as a means to avert calamity. If someone is so impoverished that they are left with nothing but bones, exhibiting pure yang, what need is there to exchange yin for yang? Balance is paramount. If one is overly yang and naturally possesses little yin, it is unwise to further deplete it. Rather, one should actively seek to reclaim some to maintain equilibrium. Haiga nodded. This notion is well articulated. The principle of yin and yang necessitates a dialectical approach to problem solving. At this point, Dulu appeared bewildered. So is it yin or yang? Is there no definitive answer? I clarified. Yin and yang are relative, dynamic concepts, not static. For instance, the heart, which lies concealed within the body, embodies yin. The internal organs, in comparison to the 6 bowels, are also categorized as yin. However, in comparison to the kidneys, it is indeed the yang. I do not comprehend. I do not comprehend. How can it fluctuate so erratically? Dulu appeared utterly bewildered. I pondered for a moment and replied with a smile. When compared to Haigu, you are shorter, yet when compared to Chier, you are taller. So how is it that you can seem both tall and short at different times? Dulu looked up at me and said, my height has not changed. Indeed. You remain as you are. It all depends on who you are compared to, does it not? The heart operates in a similar manner. Yin and yang are not mere labels. They are akin to rice and wheat. Once affixed, they do not alter. I patiently explained to him, yin and yang represent a relationship. Dulu furrowed his brow. Your explanation makes it seem as if I understand just a little bit. Well then, if you grasp the concept of yin and yang, let us delve into the 5 elements, I jested. Dulu appeared overwhelmed, his mind seemingly on the verge of freezing up. As expected, he was the first to object. No, this will not do. Dulu interjected, I have only just begun to grasp a semblance of understanding. Please do not further complicate matters. Xingchen pouted. But I have not yet heard enough. Dulu, wearing a friendly smile, replied, next time, the monk may escape, but the 3 harmonies will not evade. Worry not, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 111, Changing Destiny? A matter of moments, embodying the essence of a leader, decisively declared. Let us venture out to purchase some ingredients, prepare lunch, and resume our discussion thereafter. Despite her delicate and fragile appearance, her commanding presence left no room for dissent. I chuckled and agreed. So it is settled. Let us take a stroll through the supermarket. After all, we have been indoors all morning. A breath of fresh air will invigorate our spirits. Absolutely. A change of scenery is just what we need, Dulu exclaimed enthusiastically as we made our way outside. As we walked, basking in the warmth of the sun's embrace, Xingchen inquired, Sanhe, do you believe that one can truly alter their fate? Haiga shook his head. It is quite challenging. His extensive study of palmistry had led him to a deeper reverence for the art, as the more he verified, the more precise his findings became. Dulu, with a dismissive pout, remarked, of course it can be changed. It merely depends on whether one encounters a formidable master. I pondered silently. While a powerful master may be elusive, those eager to take shortcuts often attract cunning deceivers. I chose not to shatter Dulu's illusions and instead smiled at Xingchen, asking, what are your thoughts on the matter? Xingchen replied, it is said that fate is predetermined by the heavens, and I too find it difficult to believe in change. Yet, I secretly hope for a path that could offer transformation, as it would render life more hopeful. Casting a sidelong glance at Dulu, I asserted firmly, destiny can indeed be altered, and the effects can be immediate. Is that true? Is it really true? Dulu exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth. Pray tell, how can it be changed? You sly Sanhe, I knew you were withholding something. I posed a simple question. If a person destined to live to 100 years were to venture out daily wielding a knife, would they not face execution prematurely? If someone who is fated to never encounter prison were to rob a bank, would they not be apprehended? I continued, is it possible to change what is destined? Dulu's expression soured. This was not the shortcut he had envisioned. Chi-Er laughed heartily, noting that those who are arrogant seldom trust in the heavens. Xingchen, bemused, remarked, who desires such a change in fate? Haigu offered a thought-provoking insight. Even changing for the worse constitutes a change. As long as change is possible, there remains hope. I smiled. Indeed, if one can change for the worse, why not for the better? Can it truly be changed for the better? Dula tilted his head, casting a skeptical glance my way, already doubting the merit of my words. Certainly, I raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze defiantly. Though it may prove somewhat challenging, the question lies not in whether it can be done, but in whether one is willing to do so. With a cautious tone, Dulu inquired, how can one change for the better? I am confident in stating that if one can descend, they can certainly ascend. Allow me to illustrate, I replied. For someone capable of securing admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, would it not be easy for them to fail and miss out? Easy indeed. Dulu looked at me, bewildered by my logic. I pressed on. Can someone who is destined to fail truly aspire to be admitted to such institutions? Dulu seemed to bear the weight of immense pressure, struggling to articulate a coherent response as he grappled with the implications. Star smiled and said, it is indeed possible, but exceedingly difficult. So, what you desire is to change your fate, or do you wish to reap rewards without effort? I inquired with a smile. Silence enveloped the group. I understood that, while they comprehended it rationally, emotionally they were reluctant to accept the truth. I continued, to change one's destiny requires effort and brings rewards. The magnitude of one's effort correlates to the extent of the rewards. It is a balance of yin and yang, and what of obtaining without labor? To expect a lifetime of immense wealth with little more than a trivial offering? This is the essence of the Tao. An imbalance of yin and yang contravenes the heavenly way. Hai nodded in agreement, while Chi'er and Xingqian appeared contemplative. Du Lu, however, remained unwilling to confront reality, muttering, then why are there so many people selling Feng Shui ornaments? Feng Shui ornaments? I chuckled at Du Li's navet. If such trinkets could truly bring fortune, then the government's poverty alleviation initiatives could simply distribute them, one crystal for each person to alter their fate. Huh. Xingqian couldn't contain her laughter either and encouraged Du Lu, saying, that makes sense. Let us not indulge in fanciful dreams. Let us focus on diligent, grounded efforts. Observing Du Li's dejected demeanor, I remarked, according to fate, the number of children a person has is predetermined. Yet, during the era of family planning, the destinies of potentially billions were altered. Changing one's fate is arduous, but not impossible. The extent of one's resolve determines the magnitude of one's achievements. Do not seek excuses for your own cowardice. Fate does not wish to bear that burden. Dulu walked in silence, seemingly absorbing my words. A breakthrough in consciousness is far more significant than merely acquiring additional esoteric knowledge. Only by dismantling fatalistic thinking can one hope to unlock a new realm of existence. After a moment of quiet reflection, Dulu calmly turned to me and asked, do Feng Shui ornaments have no effect whatsoever? This time, I could not hold back my laughter. I replied, I cannot definitively say they are useful, nor can I declare them useless. What do you mean? He furrowed his brow in confusion. I explained, if I assert they are beneficial, you might be tempted to purchase them, yet what you buy may indeed prove ineffective. My words were somewhat convoluted, causing him to mutter and repeat my statement, pondering seriously whether they are truly useful or not. Haha. Isn't this the yin and yang you just spoke of at home? Is it ultimately yin or yang? It is a dialectical relationship, not a fixed one. I laughed. Dulu's bewildered expression was quite amusing. He still gazed at me with those naive eyes, stubbornly seeking clarity. All right, to put it simply, they are useful. However, not in the way you might understand. You can liken Feng Shui ornaments to a down jacket. Are they useful? Yes. Can they change your fate? Essentially, no. Should you purchase them? It depends, I explained. Dulu immediately followed with, depends on what? I interjected, first, we must ascertain whether it is indeed a genuine down jacket. What if it is merely filled with air? Next, we must consider whether you truly need it. Even if it is indeed a genuine down jacket, residing in Singapore, where the climate is perpetually summery, renders the purchase unnecessary. I admire Chong Hage, who raised his thumb in approval. His summary was remarkably astute, displaying clear logic and coherent reasoning. Dulu nodded vigorously, and judging by his expression, he must have genuinely comprehended the message this time. One can only hope that he does not forget all of this in a few days. Chapter 112. The Beheading Marriage After a Visit to the Supermarket. We returned home to prepare dinner. As per our usual arrangement, Chiara took on the cooking responsibilities while the rest of us handled the cleaning, a clear division of labor. Once we finished our meal and tidied up, we gathered around the dining table, taking our seats in turn. Xingqian had even prepared a pen and notebook. Gazing at me with eyes full of wonder, Sanhe, are you about to discuss the 5 elements? I nodded, affirming, yes. It's essential for daily use to comprehend the principles of yin and yang. However, to grasp the fundamentals of numerical arts, one must master the 5 elements in the 8 trigrams. Is it difficult? Can it be learned? Dulu inquired, his head drooping, embodying a mix of eagerness to learn and reluctance to exert mental effort. I couldn't help but chuckle. Before delving into the 5 elements in 8 trigrams, Let us first discuss our learning methods. Do you find this knowledge difficult to acquire? Dulu remained silent, devoid of ambition. Xingchen chimed in. It seems quite challenging. I used to enjoy reading about it, but I couldn't retain the information, and eventually, I had to give up. Xingchen had mentioned this before. A book filled with hundreds of pages of information can easily be forgotten after a single read, making it nearly impossible to memorize. She playfully bit her pen and remarked, "However, I still vividly remember the principles of Feng Shui you explained last time. If I encounter it in real life again, I'm sure I'll be able to identify the issue." Xier teased, "Oh, so you two have been having secret lessons." Both Xingchen and I recalled the last time Xier caught us, and a slight blush crept onto our faces. Ignoring Xier's jest, I quickly redirected the conversation, thus. Learning methods are of paramount importance. Could you provide an example that would be easy for me to remember? Dula still seemed uncertain. In such cases, boosting his confidence is essential. After a moment of contemplation, I extended my left hand, illustrating the palm technique for everyone to see. All right, let us begin with an example. In the realm of marriage, there exists a term known as beheading marriage, which further divides into major and minor 5 marriages. They followed my lead, drawing the palm technique on their hands, listening intently as I spoke. I retrieved my phone and found the details on major and minor 5 marriages, reading them aloud. Major 5 marriage verse. Since ancient times, the white horse fears the green ox. When the sheep and rat unite, they part ways. The snake and tiger's union is akin to a blade's misalignment. When the rabbit meets the dragon king, tears are shed. The golden rooster and jade dog are hard to evade. The pig and monkey never reach a conclusion. Minor 5 marriage verse. The rat and rabbit shall not wed. When the tiger and monkey meet, they part ways. The golden rooster does not join the horse herd. The river pig dares not leap the dragon gate. The dog of Su does not ascend to sea. When the ox and sheep meet, tears flow abundantly. Dulu sighed. All I heard was something about shedding tears. I can't remember anything else. I burst into laughter. Indeed, that's perfectly normal. I can't remember either, which is why I read from my phone. Not being able to memorize is fine. Being able to apply it is what truly matters. Dula looked at me in confusion. If I can't memorize it, how can I apply it? Let us first discuss the major 5 marriages. Observe the corresponding relationships of these zodiac signs. Horse and ox, sheep and rat, tiger and snake, rabbit and dragon, pig and monkey, rooster and dog. See the illustration for reference. Do you see the pattern? I asked. Xingchen was the first to respond. They are symmetrical along the horizontal line. Ah, yes, correct. Dulu also began to grasp the concept. Dulu comprehended the matter, which implied that everyone else understood as well. I remarked, in truth, it matters not whether it is a matter of sharp blades or tears exchanged. As long as the zodiac signs correspond in an upright manner, the outcome is unfavorable. Understanding this is sufficient. Would you not agree? The relationship of zodiac signs aligning vertically is termed mutual harm. Starry furrowed her brow, somewhat perplexed. This is indeed easy to remember. One can recall it after a single recitation. However, what about those who are already married? I responded with approval. Precisely. This brings us to the crux of the matter. The specifics of an unfavorable union need not be elaborately detailed. We simply need to grasp how to alleviate such circumstances to foster improvement. Dulu expressed confusion. Why must ancient scholars be so convoluted with their lengthy maxims? I explained. Before the widespread implementation of 9 years of compulsory education, many individuals were illiterate. Thus, catchy rhymes were utilized for ease of memorization and dissemination. Everyone nodded in understanding. I continued with solemnity. There is yet another reason. Our purposes in learning diverge. Diverge in purpose? Is not the aim of this knowledge solely for divination? Dulu inquired. Chapter 113, The Halo Effect in Psychology. I empathized with Dulu. When I first encountered my master, I harbored similar thoughts. It was only later that I realized that the term fortune-telling is rather rudimentary. I slowed my speech and elucidated. Some individuals study prediction merely to provide fortune-telling services. They must not only recount various past experiences with exceptional precision, but also memorize catchy phrases like head-cutting marriage to conveniently fabricate reasons for you to part with your money. In contrast, our pursuit of prediction aims to illuminate the path to the future. It is about discerning potential pitfalls and devising proactive strategies. We must bridge gaps where necessary and take detours when required, with a focus on practical application. The elaborate catchphrases are inconsequential, whether one can recite them or not. Dulu, perplexed, inquired, wouldn't those who offer intricate details and solutions be more formidable? I responded, To achieve accuracy requires immense effort and calculation. What speed will you descend into a pit of a certain depth? Will your face meet the ground first, or will it be your posterior? The force and angle must correspond to the depth of the pit. Will you break 3 ribs, or merely sprain an ankle? Additionally, one must memorize a plethora of superficial embellishments to appear erudite. Yet, the pragmatic approach centers on, the pit is perilous. How can one evade it? What are the various methods, and what are their respective costs? Avoidance is not merely a 2-word solution. Gain invariably entails loss. Dula hesitated. That seems reasonable. A person well-versed in physics is unlikely to simultaneously excel as a beauty influencer. After all, human energy is finite. I understand the rationale. Yet I still perceive that those who calculate finally possess greater skills and resolution. I chuckled. This is also a psychological bug known as the halo effect, which refers to the subjective perception of a single aspect overshadowing the whole. For instance, when someone is impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, others may, by default, assume that their professional capabilities are equally impressive. This bug compels many to become entangled in superficial appearances, especially those who seek to exploit this psychological quirk for monetary gain, appearing particularly glamorous. However, this is merely an illusion. In reality, ability and external appearance are not directly proportional. Many distinguished scientists are quite disheveled. Those who can eloquently describe a dish to make it mouth-watering are often not skilled chefs. Truly exceptional chefs might simply say, add oil, pour in soy sauce, and monitor the heat. Can one articulate well yet lack practical skills? Or possess skills yet struggle to articulate? Dulu tilted his head, gazing at me. I nodded and smiled. Precisely. People are often deceived by merely listening to what is said, neglecting to observe what is done. Generally, individuals can only excel in one domain. Those who can speak well often cannot execute well. Thus, many astrologers may provide accurate predictions, yet their own lives may be less than ordinary. Either they are genuine hermits, devoid of desires, or they specialize in prediction but lack the ability to resolve issues. The likelihood of encountering a hermit. Unless one is the protagonist of a fantasy tale, it would be wise not to gamble on it. Is it not possible for one to be proficient in all areas? Dulu remained unconvinced. I rubbed my forehead thoughtfully. Confucius once remarked that those who are eloquent and charming in speech rarely possess true kindness in their hearts. Dulu blinked his innocent, wide eyes at me, gazing vacantly. Haigo bluntly added, it's a matter of facade versus substance. One can only choose one. I couldn't help but give him a nod of approval. His summary was remarkably astute. Many practitioners of self-cultivation tend to disregard superficial matters, such as attire and flattery. Instead, they place greater importance on inner qualities. If one is overly greedy, desiring both outward appearances and inner depth, the heart becomes burdened. In our study of the I Ching, we can set aside the gaudy and ostentatious elements, focusing instead on comprehending the principles, which is far more practical. I see now. Dula smiled, finally grasping the concept. At this moment, I also remembered the zodiac sign related to the 5th marriage. And we continued discussing the nuances of the 5th marriage. Chapter 114. Quick memorization of the 9 palaces and 5 elements. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Observing the clarity in Dulu's gaze, I surmised that he had truly grasped the concept. I extended my hand, demonstrating the palm technique, and said, let us not rush the matter of the little 5 marriage. First, we shall examine the distribution of the 5 elements associated with the zodiac signs. I marked the cardinal directions, south above and north below, east to the left and west to the right. The rationale for the directional arrangement is elaborated in Chapter 2. Thus I shall refrain from reiterating it. I then distinguished the colors according to the 5 elements. Refer to the accompanying illustration. Spring represents wood, situated in the east, corresponding to the color green, azure dragon. Summer embodies fire, located in the south, represented by red. Autumn signifies metal, positioned in the west, denoted by white, white tiger. Winter symbolizes water, found in the north, associated with black. The last month of each season represents earth, characterized by yellow. Is it possible to remember the 5 elements of the 12 zodiac signs? I inquired. Absolutely, came the enthusiastic response. Starry-eyed, she smiled. Recalling the arduous memorization of the zodiac elements. Rat is water, ox is earth, tiger is wood. I struggled for quite some time. Yet this visual representation is so clear and straightforward. How convenient. I turned to Dulu, knowing that his understanding would signify collective comprehension. He chuckled. I can remember it too. Beginning with spring, They're green, red, white, black, with yellow in between. Indeed, he had retained the information. If you're able to remember, then we are ready to advance. We shall begin incorporating the 8 trigrams. Dulu approached with renewed enthusiasm. Very well, anything is preferable to being listless. I remarked. Spring is wood, green in the east, summer is fire, red in the south, autumn is metal, white in the west, winter is water, black in the north. This remains constant. Now, let us integrate these 5 elements into the 9 palaces. Refer to the accompanying illustration. I sketched a colorful 9-palace grid. And then we introduced the Luo Shu and the later Heaven 8 trigrams into the 9 palaces. For ease of memorization, the dots of the He 2 were replaced with corresponding numbers, while the later Heaven 8 trigrams were inscribed with words only. Refer to the accompanying illustration. I reconfirmed. Let us set aside the palm technique for now. Can you recall the colors assigned to each section of the 9 palaces? In the east, there are 2 greens representing wood. In the west, 2 whites representing metal. In the south, 1 red representing the fire. In the north, 1 black representing water. The remaining 3 yellow sections represent earth. Dula nodded affirmatively. The colors are easy to remember, but the numbers and trigrams are quite challenging. Fear not. We shall take it step by step. Once you have memorized the colors, we shall gradually simplify the process and begin memorizing the numbers. I presented the same information in a different visual format. Refer to the accompanying illustration. The numerical patterns of the 9 palaces are astonishing, full of variations and profound mysteries. Firstly, the sum of the horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines is consistently 15. Secondly, the sum of any 2 digits from any 2 rows or columns equals 165. For instance, 43, 38, 84, 95, 51, 19, 165. Thirdly, this pattern extends, allowing for the addition of 3-digit, 4-digit, 5-digit, 100-digit, and 1000-digit numbers, maintaining the same principle. Fourthly, it is not limited to addition. The sum of the squares of the digits in the top and bottom rows is equal, as is the sum of the squares in the left and right columns. For example, 42, 32, 82, 22, 72, 62. This pattern, incrementing into 2-digit, 3-digit, 4-digit, 5-digit, 100-digit, and 1000-digit numbers, as well as the summation of squares, holds true. Furthermore, there are numerous other examples, such as the phenomenon where multiplying by 9 yields a result that, when taken modulo 10, rotates by 180 degrees. The calculation of determinants results in the total of 360 degrees, and so forth. These algorithms are seldom employed in daily life, hence I shall refrain from elaboration. For the curious, detailed formulas can be explored in the comments. I pointed to the magic square and remarked, the most commonly utilized aspect is the correlation of the digits with the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. There exists a mnemonic for the positions of the numbers: 9 atop, 1 below, 3 to the left, 7 to the right, 4 and 2 as shoulders, 6 and 8 as legs. Observing the bewildered expression on Du Li's face, I couldn't help but chuckle. He seemed to embody a benchmark for comprehension. I elucidated. 9 resembles a hat perched atop, while 1 symbolizes shoes at the bottom. 3 is positioned to the left, 7 to the right. 4 and 2 represent the shoulders, and 6 and 8 denote the legs. Thus, the magic square resembles a standing figure. Dulu grimaced, lamenting, I still can't remember. All right. Let us simplify it further. After a moment of contemplation, I sketched another diagram. Due south, due north, due east, and due west represent the 4 cardinal positions. Within these positions, all numbers are odd. The largest, 9, is at the top, while the smallest, 1, is at the bottom. 3, 5, and 7 are arranged horizontally from left to right. Yes, 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 Dulu eagerly nodded. I've memorized these 5 numbers. I smiled and continued, excellent. Now for the 4 even numbers. The smaller evens, 4 and 2, are positioned at the top as shoulders, while the larger evens, 6 and 8, are at the bottom as legs. Is this clear? Refer to the diagram in the comments. Dula clapped joyfully, exclaiming, this is great. This is wonderful. The 4 even numbers are placed in the corners. The largest and smallest odd numbers are positioned along the vertical center line, while 3, 5, and 7 occupy the horizontal center line. This truly makes it easy to remember. Du Li's understanding signified that everyone else would comprehend as well. Just as I was about to proceed, I caught sight of Xingchen, who was gazing intently at the magic square, furrowing his brow. Chapter 115. The inconvenience of symbolic therapy. What is the matter? I inquired, tapping the diagram on the table, gazing at Xingchen. She raised an eyebrow and pointed at the chart, asking, "Did you just say that this is the Luoshu and the post-heaven Bagua?" "Yes. Do you have any objections?" I replied with a smile. Xingchen regarded me thoughtfully. "Why is it the post-heaven Bagua? Why not first discuss the pre-heaven Bagua?" "Ah, so there is indeed an objection." No wonder Dula comprehended it while Xingchen appeared perplexed. So, this is the crux of the matter. Dula could hardly fathom such profound inquiries. It was commendable enough that he could remember the diagram. I elucidated. "I am a pragmatic individual. My aspiration is for you to first grasp the application before delving into the origins. It is akin to using a mobile phone. If I were to first teach you about electronic components, Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, and satellite signal transmission theories, you would likely find it tedious and abandon the endeavor before long. However, if I begin by teaching you how to use the phone, how to dial a number and communicate with someone thousands of miles away, it becomes a simple, rewarding experience. Engaging hands-on is both enjoyable and offers practical convenience. Should curiosity arise, you may always revisit the underlying principles. If not, it suffices that you can utilize it and enhance our lives with its convenience. Is this arrangement satisfactory? If not, feel free to express your concerns. We can deliberate together." Only then did Xingchen relax her brow, smiling in understanding. "I see. Is this not what the Tao Te Ching speaks of? The returning is the movement of the Tao. The weak are the utility of the Tao?" I laughed heartily. "If you insist on framing it that way, with some effort, you might indeed make it fit. Go ahead." "We are all ears," Xingchen teased. I gestured thoughtfully. "The reason we commence with the post-heaven Bagua is simply that you are at a disadvantage. Starting from the beginning might overwhelm you. Were you not at a disadvantage, I would have you memorize foundational concepts, such as the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the interactions of the 5 elements, the combinations of the heavenly stems, the hidden branches, the tripartite and hexapital relationships among the earthly branches, and various other intricate terminologies." Stop, stop. Dula interjected, massaging his temples. "Oh dear, just hearing all these names gives me a headache. Just tell me, what happens if I can't memorize these obscure terms?" With a chuckle, I replied, "If you cannot memorize them, nothing dire will occur. Only once they are memorized can one ascertain whether one is qualified to study the. Why must one memorize them first to determine this?" Dulu asked, wide-eyed. "Studying the requires a certain discernment," I explained. "Without learning, how can one ascertain their own understanding? Without memorization, how can one truly acquire knowledge? Carrying burdens requires only diligence. This step does not demand innate talent. Must we not complete the memorization before advancing to the next stage of learning?" I chuckled. "Why does this seem like a deception? How is this convoluted?" Dula scratched his head, unable to discern where the problem lay. I smiled quietly, observing him in contemplation. Xingchen inquired, "What is the relationship between the later heaven Bagua and the earlier heaven Bagua?" I regained my composure and remarked, "In our practical applications, we predominantly utilize the acquired Bagua. For instance, the 4 pillars of destiny, Qi Duanjia, and Feng Shui, all primarily rely on the acquired Bagua. The innate serves as the foundation, while the acquired serves as the application." Dulu abandoned contemplation and candidly inquired, "What does it mean that the innate serves as the foundation, while the acquired serves as the application?" The term essence refers to the unchanging foundation, embodying the principles of the heavenly way, while function signifies the principles of application, representing the human way. For humanity, the prenatal phase of our existence is defined as the period spent in our mother's womb, prior to our separation from her. This is what we commonly refer to as virtual age, which encompasses the additional year beyond our actual age, corresponding to the embryonic development period. In the realm of destiny calculations, we utilize virtual age, as it accounts for the time of gestation. Consequently, each individual is composed of both innate and acquired attributes. During the innate phase, factors such as gender, parents, siblings, and oneself are predetermined and beyond choice. The developmental stage following birth marks our acquired phase, wherein we gain the autonomy to select our spiritual ideals, partners, offspring, and work environment. Our study of the I Ching is not for the purpose of resigning to fate, but rather to instigate change and to better align ourselves with the natural flow of circumstances. Thus, the emphasis is placed on the acquired aspect. The numerical values are primarily derived from the innate trigrams, while applications are centered on the acquired trigrams. The numerical values of the innate trigrams are employed in conjunction with the symbolic representations of the acquired trigrams. I seek to clarify, what are the numerical values of the innate trigrams? Dulu inquired. I gestured towards the 9 palace Bagua diagram on the table. Each hexagram corresponds to a specific number. For instance, in this postnatal bagua within the 9 palace diagram, each hexagram is associated with a number beside it. Similarly, the prenatal bagua also has corresponding numbers linked to its characters. Do identical hexagrams correspond to different numbers? The stars inquired. I nodded. The directional positions of the 8 trigrams for the day after tomorrow are based on the commentary on the trigrams from the Book of Changes. The Emperor emerges from Shin, aligns with Sun, encounters Li, is employed by Kuan, expresses through Dui, engages in battle with Qian, labors with Kan, and rests upon Jin from Jin to Jin. A complete clockwise rotation. The primordial positions of the 8 trigrams are determined by the commentary on the trigrams. Heaven and earth are positioned, mountains and marshes communicate. Thunder and wind interact, while water and fire do not clash. Subsequently, scholars interpreted this saying and illustrated it into the diagram of the primordial 8 trigrams. Referred to the accompanying illustration, the primordial 8 trigrams are said to have been created by Feng Shui, yet the earliest verifiable reference appears in the writings of Confucius's 10 Wings. It was not until the Song dynasty that Xiaoyong disseminated the diagram of the primordial 8 trigrams. Some scholars assert that Xiaoyong not only established the Meihua Yishu, but also created the Xiantian Bagua diagram based on the 10 Wings. Dula scoffed, saying, I grit my teeth and can still endure for a little while longer. I chuckled softly, sensing that if I continued, he might indeed withdraw from the discussion. So I decided to employ a more straightforward approach. I illustrated the Xiantian Bagua diagram for everyone, demonstrating with visual aids. Each element corresponded perfectly, heaven and earth positioned. The mountain and marsh harmonized, thunder and wind intermingled, and water and fire refrained from clashing. Starting from Qian, representing heaven, we assigned it the number 1. Then rotated clockwise half a turn to arrive at 2, 3, and 4, before continuing from the top with 5, 6, 7, and 8. The Xiangshu Bagua therapy derives from the numbers of this Xiantian Bagua, while the Ho Tian Bagua derives its symbols from it. I explained further. Chi'er interjected, indeed. The Xiangshu therapy you mentioned before involves changing the number to recite when one feels discomfort. But what exactly does discomfort refer to? I replied with a smile. I had not elaborated sufficiently. This discomfort pertains to the head, heart, and stomach, 3 areas linked to our inner subconscious. You say the heart and brain connect to the subconscious, which seems somewhat reasonable. But why include the stomach? Haigu inquired. The simplest approach to this question is merely to memorize the 3 words, head, heart, and stomach. However, since Haigu rarely posed questions, it appeared that he was genuinely intrigued by this matter. Chapter 116. Where does the pain reside? To address Haiji's inquiry, we must delve into the realm of biology. This approach offers Dulu a moment to rest her mind. I turn to everyone and pose the question, when we speak of anxiety or heartache, where exactly do we feel the pain? In the chest. Dula answered without hesitation. Is the chest referring to the heart or the stomach? I inquired. The group paused momentarily. It seems to be the stomach? Xing Chen hesitantly replied. Immediately. She opened her phone to search for the answer and read aloud. The chest refers to the area near the heart, which is the location of the stomach. After finishing, she looked at me and asked, what connection does heartache have with the stomach? I smiled and replied, the connection is quite significant. The stomach not only relates to the heartache of emotions, but also to the physical heart itself. Frequent stomach pains warrant early examination, as they could indicate heart disease. Why is that? Dulu inquired. I explained. It's simply a fact. Individuals suffering from stomach issues often find themselves referred to cardiology after visiting a gastroenterologist. Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Both the stomach and heart are tangible entities, and their connection is somewhat comprehensible. But what relation does the stomach have with the emotional heartache? I chuckled. If we continue this discussion, we might stray into the realm of the I Ching and its trigrams. I shall strive to keep the conversation on track. Should I wander too far, please remind me it's a collaborative effort. Conscious thought is governed by the brain systems, while subconscious activities are managed by the solar plexus, located at the back of the stomach. The parasympathetic nerves of the stomach are the vagus nerves, which link the conscious and subconscious mind. As part of the brain-spinal cord system, these nerves extend from the brain. The vagus nerve nucleus resides at the base of the 4th ventricle, into the thoracic cavity, interfacing with the sympathetic nerves. When the solar plexus is wounded, due to feelings of inferiority, suppression, wounded self-esteem, social avoidance, excessive tension, or an inability to plan practical life, gastrointestinal issues such as ulcers or perforations may arise. If energy within the solar plexus is obstructed through self-suppression, social rejection, Stubbornness in one's beliefs or an inability to communicate smoothly, digestive problems or gastroesophageal reflux can easily occur. Have you ever noticed the images of Buddhas or Jesus? Some portrayals feature a halo. Where does this light typically emanate from? The head? Dula suggested. Indeed, I added. It may also originate from the area of the stomach, specifically above the navel, indicating the position of the solar plexus. Is that truly the case? How does this relate to Buddha and Jesus? Dula murmured in disbelief. I quoted, "This sun is a profoundly authentic sun. This energy is equally genuine." Dulu, with a smirk, asked, "Aren't you discussing science? How can you make such statements?" I chuckled. "This is not my assertion. It is a statement by Charles Haanel, the author of the Master Key System." Prohibited literature? You actually read banned books. In Dooley's eyes flickered an unusual gleam, which he desperately tried to suppress. Observing his demeanor, I remarked, "The book banned in Silicon Valley is one that ignites one's inner drive. It is said that those who have read it experience a transformation akin to divine intervention, which is precisely why it has been prohibited." Notable figures such as Bill Gates and the father of success literature, Napoleon Hill, are among its readers. In essence, is banned in Silicon Valley the progenitor of success literature? Xingchen chuckled. After a moment's contemplation, I nodded. Indeed, it seemed to hold such a venerable status. Xingchen then inquired, "How can one remedy damage or blockages in the solar plexus?" This was an excellent question, yet one that eluded simple answers. Even a lengthy discourse of 3,000 to 5,000 words would scarcely suffice. I explained, "The book banned in Silicon Valley addresses this very issue. The sun is the genuine sun, and energy is authentic energy. Can you fathom the implications of wielding an energy as immense as that of the sun?" Dula grumbled in complaint. "With such an extraordinary book at hand, why didn't you recommend it to us sooner?" With a playful smile, I teased, "Do you even read books anymore?" Dulu, momentarily caught off guard, retorted defiantly, "A book that offers divine assistance is certainly worth a read." I chuckled, "Very well, I shall send you a digital copy. Let us see if you can truly engage with it." Everyone eagerly retrieved their phones, anxious to behold this remarkable tome. As Dula received the file, he asked, "Does your master, the Taoist, also provide digital versions?" A wave of frustration washed over me as I nearly lost my words. Who said it was my master who provided it? I frequently attend peer exchange meetings. Is it not possible to make a few good friends? The mention of my master inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within me. Unlike my senior brother, I lacked such abilities and could not connect through thought. Since arriving in Singapore, it felt as though my master had vanished from my world. Were it not for the 3 books my master bestowed upon me, I might question whether I ever truly had a master. In the depths of my heart, I felt a profound yearning, an unvoiced sentiment. Chapter 117. The Pre-Celestial Bagua. After finishing the e-book, Xingchen tucked away her phone and remarked, "We'll find time to revisit the forbidden books of Silicon Valley. For now, let us conclude the discussion on the Pre-Celestial Bagua. Remember the numerical positions. The arrangement of the trigrams is rather tricky." "The trigram positions are indeed difficult to memorize," I replied with a smile. "How can they be easy to remember? They appear utterly chaotic," Dula lamented. "Memory can be cultivated through methods," I stated, as I inscribed a sequence of letters on paper. "Ade de Upquio. Can you transcribe this after a single glance?" They each stared intently at it several times, yet none attempted to write it down. Dula sighed. "We are not superbrains. How could we possibly remember?" I chuckled. "The inability to recall stems from a lack of logic. It feels disordered. What if I provide you with a logical framework? Would you give it another try?" They all turned their gazes towards me. I pointed at the row of letters with my pen and read aloud. "Love day up to explore. Can you write it down?" "Absolutely." Xingchen responded with conviction, while the others nodded in agreement. I continued. "This is the method of logical memory, or, in other words, we require a rationale. Once we comprehend the reasoning behind the arrangement of these letters, we shall commit them to memory. Let us seek a plausible explanation for the positioning of the Bagua." Dula giggled. "All right, provide us with a reason to ponder." Relieved by Duli's enthusiasm, I knew she would find it engaging. I took out a sheet of paper and drew 1 long line and 2 short lines, saying, "The long line represents the yang line, while the 2 short ones signify yin lines." Dulu inquired, "Why? Why must we ask why? I know this." Chier interjected eagerly. She extended her petite hand, gracefully pointing at the lines while explaining to Dulu, "Because the yang line represents men, it is long. The yin line represents women. It has an opening." Cough, cough, cough. Brother Hai accidentally choked on his own saliva, turning beet red. Xingchen stifled her laughter, shaking with mirth. Dulu covered her face with the back of her hand, attempting to cool off, evidently deterred from further inquiries into the why. Suppressing my amusement, I continued drawing the bagua, stating, "Indeed, yang represents male, while yin represents female. Therefore, the Qian trigram consists of 3 pure yang lines, symbolizing an elder man or father. The Kuan trigram, with 3 pure yin lines, signifies an elder woman or mother. The remaining 6 trigrams contain both yin and yang lines. The unique line within each represents gender. For instance, the Jin, Kan, and Jin trigrams each possess 1 yang line, indicating a male. When drawing the trigrams, one starts from the bottom and works upwards. The lowest stroke is the first line. The first line, being yang, corresponds to Jun, representing the eldest son. The middle yang line, Kan, symbolizes the second son, while Jin represents the youngest son. Dula scrutinized the drawing and asked, "Isn't Jin the eldest son?" Its first line is yang. Duli's recollection lasted mere seconds. Xingchen clarified, "You must draw from the bottom up. The lowest line is indeed the first." "Oh, right. Dula nodded vigorously. I remarked, "Sun, Li, and Dui are the 3 daughters, the eldest, the second, and the youngest." Dulu nodded in satisfaction, seemingly having committed this to memory. I continued, explaining that the 8 trigrams represent a family unit, parents, accompanied by 3 sons and 3 daughters. How should we arrange them? It begins with the pre-heavenly 8 trigrams, establishing the positions of heaven and earth. With these 2 locations set, we then consider the due east and due west, represented by Li and Kan, symbolizing the middle daughter and middle son, respectively, corresponding to water and fire. This leaves us with 4 corners. In the upper corners, the father is flanked by his 2 daughters, the eldest and the youngest, with the eldest to the left. In the lower corners, the mother is accompanied by her 2 sons, the eldest and the youngest, with the eldest to her left. Can you remember it this way? Chapter 118, The Positive Application of the Halo Effect Indeed. Everyone exclaimed in unison, their spirits buoyant. Now, let us first discuss the innate 8 trigrams, and then proceed to the acquired 8 trigrams. The acquired 8 trigrams represent the parents safeguarding their beloved daughter, retreating to the right side, at position 627. Refer to the accompanying illustration. The center serves as the domain of the second brother and sister, at positions 1 and 9. The eldest brother and sister-in-law, along with the younger brother, occupy the left side, known as the Azure Dragon position, at 348. I see, I remarked, with the eldest brother and sister-in-law on the left, the second brother and sister-in-law in the center, and the parents on the right. The younger siblings are left to entertain themselves. Dula mused aloud. That interpretation works. I replied, thus, have you all noted the corresponding numbers, the elements, and the relational dynamics of the innate and acquired 8 trigrams? Absolutely, Dula responded, beaming with satisfaction. I drew a line on the 9 palace diagram, dividing it into upper and lower sections. What can you discern from this line? Refer to the accompanying illustration. Everyone craned their necks to observe, pondering its implications. It resembles the Taiji diagram, Xingchen suggested. Ah, precisely, Dula concurred, while Haigu and Chi'er nodded in agreement. Now, which side represents yin and which side represents yang? I inquired. The group contemplated this for a moment longer. The upper half is yang, and the lower half is yin, isn't it? Is there any need for further deliberation? Dula questioned. Haigu shook his head, stating, in this illustration, the upper half embodies yin while the lower half signifies yang. Xingchen, still perplexed, probed, but why? Haigu explained, those on the line are women, representing yin, while those below are men, symbolizing yang. Both Xingchen and Dulu exclaimed in realization. Dulu then asked, but why? This inquiry bears no practical relevance, only theoretical significance. Are you still listening? I inquired. Then forget it. If it's not useful, I shan't listen, Dulu declared. Shaking his head, Xingchen remarked, the principles are still valuable. Let us hear them. Chi'er stood and said, it seems, it's nearly time for our meal. Haigu remained silent. Xingchen, momentarily taken aback, remarked, well, perhaps we should skip listening. I chuckled. The innate 8 trigrams depict the formation of the universe, while the acquired 8 trigrams elucidate the principles of life. The foundation of life arises from the union of yin and yang, akin to the concept of the earth and heaven in harmony, wherein the interplay of yin and yang gives rise to all things. I briefly summarized. Preparing to conclude our session, I cast a questioning glance at everyone, asking, shall we dine? Chi'er smiled in various charming ways, then settled back down, saying, there's no need to rush. I responded, then shall we continue? I have yet to discuss the marriage of Xiao Wu. Qi, with a playful tone, declared, no, it's too taxing on the mind. Then, what is the intention here? The logic of this behavior seemed lacking. Bewildering to a straightforward thinker, Xingchen flipped through her notes, suggesting, how about we delve into some aspects of psychology instead? It's less mentally demanding. We had previously discussed the halo effect, and the group seemed entangled in the aesthetics of facade. Can we not employ the halo effect in a positive manner? Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at Qier, who raised an eyebrow and pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied, yet she refrained from voicing her objections. As I observed her subtly, I remarked, every matter possesses its duality. The halo effect is no exception. It all depends on how one chooses to utilize it. For instance, consider an individual with a mediocre academic background yet possesses exceptional proficiency in Spanish, communicating with clients as fluently as a native speaker. Others will unconsciously elevate their perception of him, overlooking his educational shortcomings. When one shines brightly enough, people will inevitably disregard their flaws. Take me for example. Would you criticize my culinary skills? Dulu exclaimed, of course not. Whether one can cook or not is inconsequential. I responded, no. If I lacked any remarkable attributes and also could not cook, it would be inevitable for someone to say, are you foolish? You can't even prepare a meal. Chapter 119. A moment to assess fortune. Haiga nodded slightly in agreement. Du Lu, in an instant, perceived a glimmer of hope. This is akin to my own situation. Though my alma mater has vanished, as long as I diligently master a particular skill, others will shift their focus to my strengths, no longer fixating on my academic credentials. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if the clouds had parted, revealing the direction for his life's endeavors. Indeed, Qier straightened her chest, asserting, do not underestimate my lack of formal education. When you learned individuals encounter me, do you not address me as sister? Indeed, Sister Qier, Xingchen replied, shaking her arm with a smile. Dula grinned widely and echoed, Sister Qier, though Qier's petite frame appeared delicate and fragile. It housed the indomitable spirit of a true leader. I inquired with a playful tone, may I solicit your insights, Sister Qier? You seemed somewhat dissatisfied moments ago. Could you elucidate? Despite my parched throat from speaking extensively without a drop of water offered, I felt compelled to meet any request to the best of my ability. The feasibility of fulfilling them hinged on my capabilities, yet my attitude remained unwavering. Upon hearing this, Dulu and Xingchen sprang to their feet, eager to fetch water. Haiga, being the eldest among us, observed the unfolding scene without pretense. He joined me in looking towards Qier, both of us wearing expressions of bewilderment. After Du Lu and Xingchen had each handed us a glass of water, they hastily returned to their seats, awaiting Sister Qier's remarks. In a soft and gentle voice, Qier replied, I wouldn't call it making demands. I haven't even paid my tuition, so what could I possibly request? No. My desire for survival is strong. We are all here to share a meal with you. I jested, aware that mealtime was approaching. Even with my limited emotional intelligence, I could grasp this simple matter. Qier, playing with her delicate fingers, sighed. You speak of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle, finding little use for it myself. Dulu earnestly encouraged her. Sister Qier, do not fret. With my level of understanding, I can grasp it. If you listen a few more times, you will surely comprehend. I placed my hand on Duli's arm, smiling as I said, the way you phrase it is rather unpalatable. Whatever Sister Qier says is undoubtedly correct. How could you dare to contradict the divine? Are we not having dinner? Dulu paused, quickly realizing his faux pas and understanding the implications. Sister, I misspoke. This isn't a matter of needing to listen more. It's entirely the fault of Sanhe for his poor explanations. Is that truly what I meant? Haigo and Xingchen erupted in laughter. Qier, in a cheerful mood, asked, is there a super simple method to gauge one's fortune? Something that doesn't involve the complexities of the 5 elements? Isn't the concept of the 5 elements rather straightforward? After all, one can count them on a single hand. I mused. Yet, at that very moment, mealtime was fast approaching. Even if one could count with a single hand, it would still be overly complicated. I smiled enthusiastically and said, as long as Sister Qier desires it, it must be obtained. Dula looked at me in confusion and asked, if there is a simpler way, why go through such a lengthy explanation? Ignoring his comment, I turned to Qier and explained, Yin and Yang are the simplest concepts. They embody the essence of the I Ching. Mastering Yin and Yang means grasping the core technique. How do we master it? Dulu interrupted again. But I turned my head away, continuing to disregard him. It was his fault for speaking up. It was my own inadequacy in explaining. Chiir looked at me with her delicate charm and said, "Please explain. If I can understand, we shall add more dishes for dinner." "Understood," I replied with enthusiasm, Sister Chiir. "Rest assured, you will definitely comprehend. I will speak slowly, and you may interrupt me at any moment if something is unclear. The 5 elements are too intricate. So let us focus solely on the 2 characters of yin and yang. Yang represents warmth, ascension, positivity, fluidity, abundance, and good fortune. Yin, on the other hand, is cold, descending, negative, arduous, impoverished, and indicative of poor luck. At this point, Chiyo had remained silent. Noting the absence of a response, I felt compelled to inquire, "Sister Chiir, can you distinguish between yin and yang with this correspondence? Is my explanation satisfactory?" Chiyo smiled and replied, "Up to this point, I can understand." I clapped my hands and said, "Then we've accomplished it. We have completed our discussion. Good and bad fortune merely reflect the duality of yin and yang. Individuals with good fortune are wealthy, warm-hearted, and optimistic, while those with poor fortune are impoverished, cold, and pessimistic. When meeting clients or superiors, extend your hand and feel the warmth. In that very moment, you will discern the outcome. If the other party's hand is icy, it indicates recent misfortunes. If they paint an overly rosy picture, remain on guard. Upon concluding such meetings, it is imperative to remember to shake hands once more." I stated solemnly. "Why is that?" Chiir asked, now serious, leaning in to listen intently. My response was earnest, to account for the possibility that the first handshake was cold due to the snowy weather outside, resulting in a chill upon entering. Chiyo playfully tapped the table and laughed, producing a sound reminiscent of a goose. "Is it truly that simple? Can it be accurate?" Starry, somewhat skeptical, questioned. I reflected. The profound truth is often the simplest. It is merely yin and yang. This sentiment was echoed at the beginning of this book. Observing Starry's uncertainty, I felt compelled to exert further effort for the sake of our dinner plans. The way is, in essence, a summation of natural laws. Let us summarize. 2 shops, one bustling with activity, the other desolate. Which establishment enjoys better fortune? Certainly, the one with more patrons. Dula replied. I elaborated seriously, this is not merely a matter of counting customers. It is about the tangible effects of warmth and cold. For instance, consider 2 shops, each with 10 patrons browsing. One experiences higher temperatures, while the other is notably cooler. Which establishment will boast a higher conversion rate? I paused for a moment to allow everyone a moment of contemplation before continuing. When a person feels cold, their pores constrict and muscles tense, leading them to instinctively hug their arms tightly. In such circumstances, the likelihood of extending a hand to retrieve money for payment diminishes significantly. Observing the scene of a sales event, one notices that the host employs various techniques to invigorate the atmosphere. Without such stimulation, even a room full of people remains devoid of any desire to engage in transactions. As I noticed the audience deep in thought, I took a brief intermission to sip some water. After soothing my throat, I remarked, if one were to experience the same air conditioning temperature, entering a cold and lifeless venue would feel markedly different from stepping into a venue charged with enthusiasm. The audience nodded in subtle agreement. Starry pondered, if the ambience of the venue is indeed lively and invigorating, then the individuals present would generate additional warmth, wouldn't they? The room temperature would certainly rise. I concurred, affirming, indeed, everything possesses a spirit, resonating and interconnected. Chiir, with a satisfied smile, declared, we must add more dishes tonight. I added, this pertains solely to financial fortune. When considering health, the implications could be even more severe. Chiir paused, then quickly amended, tonight, we must add 2 dishes. And they must be substantial ones. Chapter 120. Early signs of cancer. Shall we dine first, or shall we finish our discussion? Xingchen inquired, directing her gaze towards Chiir. Chiir turned her eyes toward me, and I smiled, suggesting, let us conclude our conversation first. Otherwise, we may not relish our meal. Chiir teased. Are you concerned we might dwell on it? Not at all. I merely fear that if we engage in conversation while eating, you might lose your appetite, leading to a waste of this splendid feast, I replied. Is it truly that dramatic? Pray, do share, Dulu urged. I commenced by discussing body temperature. It is common for modern individuals to experience a cold body. The optimal body temperature ranges between 36.5 and 37.2 degrees Celsius. However, many people today exhibit temperatures below 36.5 degrees. Within the normal range, the higher the temperature, the stronger the immune system. A cold body is susceptible to various negative energies. Most cancer patients tend to have lower body temperatures. Thus, a low body temperature may signify the onset of cancer. I elaborated. Cancer? How terrifying. Dulu exclaimed, clearly resistant. I refuse to discuss this topic. Even when I occasionally encounter it on my phone, it makes me uneasy. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. He exaggeratedly waved his hands in opposition. Grasping his arm and locking eyes with him, I stated, fear stems from the unknown. Do you know which internal organ is the least likely to be invaded by cancer cells? I emphasized the words least likely. Dulu gradually quieted, gazing at me, his mind rebooting and beginning to ponder. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, utterly clueless. The heart, I declared. Why? He quietly inquired, his voice brimming with curiosity. Though the heart constitutes merely 0.5 of body weight, it generates 11 of the body's heat, I continued. The second organ less prone to infection is the spleen, which possesses hematopoietic functions and maintains a higher temperature. Can we thus infer that appropriately elevating body temperature can effectively prevent cancer? Xingchen reasoned. Indeed, I nodded, at a normal temperature of 37.1 degrees. Immunity is over 5 times that at 36 degrees. Why is that? Dulu asked cautiously. The myriad of questions, Haigu explained. When body temperature is elevated, blood flow accelerates, allowing immune cells to circulate more swiftly, thereby enhancing their ability to identify, suppress, or eradicate pathogens, ultimately boosting immunity. Having a preventive measure is reassuring. Dulu sighed with relief. After regaining his composure, he queried, what methods exist to elevate body temperature? His inquiry reflected genuine concern, seeking to gather more health-preserving knowledge. I chuckled, exasperated. There are not too many ways to elevate body temperature. However, it is paramount to avoid damaging yang energy. For instance, refrain from consuming cold items on an empty stomach in the morning, avoid washing your hair at night, and steer clear of cold treats. Basking in the sun, soaking one's feet, exercising, indulging in a sauna, and sipping on ginger tea with brown sugar can all elevate body temperature. There are also some less commonly used yet remarkably effective methods, such as fasting, avoiding water toxins, and various physical therapies. Chiara chuckled softly, remarking on their rarity. Aside from fasting, she had not heard of the others. Let us begin with fasting, I suggested, striving to articulate my thoughts succinctly to avoid delaying our grand feast. Chiara responded with a playful smile, you are in charge. I quickened my pace, briefly introducing fasting, also known as Baigu, which can rejuvenate the human immune system. The Luanheng states, to achieve longevity, one must maintain a clear intestine. To attain immortality, one must have no residue within. However, fasting should not be enforced through severe hunger. There are numerous methods to undertake it. One may proceed gradually, opt for breathwork, or connect with higher dimensional energies. The most crucial phase of fasting is the refeeding process, which determines its efficacy. If you are interested in fasting, I possess several relevant books that you can peruse for a preliminary understanding. For a first-time experience, it is advisable to participate in a collective fasting session, ideally at a place with established traditions, such as a Taoist temple, monastery, or meditation center. These can be found both domestically and internationally. Currently, many fasting training programs on the market require participants to drink water. Such options should be avoided as they lack credibility and are misguided. Speaking of the necessity of water brings us to the concept of water toxicity. While Western medicine recommends ample water intake daily, traditional Chinese medicine introduced the notion of water toxicity thousands of years ago. Excessive water consumption can lead to arrhythmia and renal insufficiency. One should not indulge in excessive hydration, as overconsumption becomes toxic. Now, let us eat. That was rather succinct, wasn't it? I feel much remains unsaid. Xingchen remarked hesitantly. I chuckled. Whether it is simple or not is subjective. I have at least a dozen books solely on fasting. Any topic can be elaborated upon to fill an entire volume. Tonight, we have additional dishes. Let us dine first. We can discuss anything that comes to mind while we eat. Wrapping up, Chiara interjected, the meal isn't prepared yet. There's no rush. I shall go cook. And once it's ready, I'll call you. Xingchen, with a playful embrace around Chiara's arm, cooed, love you, sister Mua. Chiara lightly tapped Xingchen and swayed toward the kitchen. The remaining few of us lingered in our seats, my mind already preoccupied with dinner, devoid of any inclination to discuss further. I turned to Xingchen and inquired, what would you like to talk about? Xingchen glanced at Hage and then at Dula, proposing, how about a wedding for Xiaowu? Chapter 121. The causes of cancer. Dulu timidly raised his hand and inquired, If we increase our body temperature, can we avoid cancer? Observing his pitiful expression evoked a chuckle from me. It's not quite that simple. However, I began, elaborating on that would require several thousand words. I turned to Xing Chun and Hai Ge, suggesting, how about we briefly address Du Lu's question before discussing Xiao Wu's marriage? Xing Chun nodded in agreement. Hai Ge remarked, I have no objections. I'll listen to whatever you say. I continued, all right, let us discuss cancer. It is not the case that low body temperature directly causes illness. Body temperature is merely an indicator, a reflection of one's state of health. It's akin to, well, let me think of an appropriate analogy. After a moment's contemplation, I offered. Here's a somewhat flawed example. Suppose I see your Chinese exam score is only 10. I might conclude that you are unfit to become the president. Yet, this does not imply that if you merely change that score to full marks, you would be qualified for the presidency. The score merely reflects one's abilities. Altering the score without improving capabilities serves no purpose. Thus, body temperature is comparable to that score. Dulu appeared dazed, as if his brain was on the verge of crashing. Hai Ge jokingly remarked, if merely raising body temperature could prevent cancer, wouldn't cancer patients just need to jump into a pot of boiling water to be cured? Dulu pouted, unable to muster a smile. Xing Chun gently tapped the table before him and concluded, there is no need to dwell on body temperature. When our bodies are well-nurtured and healthy, our body temperature will naturally rise. Indeed, I concurred, snapping my fingers. Body temperature is a result. It is not a simplistic cause. The fundamental issue lies in the imbalance of yin and yang within the body. The interplay of yin and yang embodies the Tao. The Tao is the essence. Perhaps I should have omitted this last remark, as Dulu appeared even more perplexed upon hearing the term Tao. I chuckled, all right. Let us approach this from a chemical perspective. The acidity or alkalinity, or pH level, impacts the activity of immune cells. Acidification of bodily fluids, commonly referred to as an acidic constitution, leads to a decrease in oxygen levels. When the oxygen content in bodily tissues drops below the normal threshold of 65, those hypoxic cells may become cancerous. Cancer cells can thrive in low oxygen environments. Does your master's book also discuss pH levels and hypoxia? Dulu queried, seemingly puzzled. Why did he keep invoking my master's name? It was as if he were intent on bringing it up every chance he got. I sighed, rubbing my face in exasperation. To clarify once more, I possess not only Tiani notes, but also over 10,000 other volumes. I continued. The theory of hypoxia was proposed by Professor Guborg, a German physician who received the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his experiments in this area. Xing Chun laughed, fortunately. She isn't here. She probably wouldn't appreciate the professor's theories. I chuckled and said, when she returns, we shall discuss matters of a more relatable nature. Dulu inquired, where are your thousands of books? I glanced around my room, where only a mere 100 or so tomes lay scattered. Not even a suitcase is filled, he remarked. I pondered. Dulu's perspective is always rather unique. Should I respond to this query, or remain silent? To answer would require effort, yet to refrain would demand contemplation. It was a constant balancing act. Ultimately, I decided to expend a few words, for the answer was straightforward, on my phone. Did I not just send you a book? Are they all of the metaphysical genre? He pressed further. I anticipated that this was not a question that could be succinctly resolved. Chapter 122. Inside, of course not, he replied. There is metaphysics, psychology, medicine, economics, cognitive thinking, self-improvement, motivation, and workplace networking. He then inquired, have you read them all? I responded, not entirely. I only perused the sections that piqued my interest. Oh, he acknowledged, refraining from further questioning. Fortunately, he remained silent, allowing me to continue. According to Dr. Boger's theory, cellular hypoxia can induce carcinogenesis. So we should strive to avoid oxygen deficiency. For instance, the process of digesting food consumes oxygen. Appropriate fasting can alleviate the stress of oxygen scarcity. There is an old saying, to ensure a child's peace, one must endure a measure of hunger and cold. This applies not only to children but also to adults. This is also one reason why fasting can stimulate our innate immunity. Our ancestors, while not studying oxygen levels, nonetheless contributed to the magnificent development of Chinese wisdom. How do you suppose our forebears discovered these principles without conducting experiments? Dulu inquired with curiosity. Throughout human history, there are countless phenomena that remain unexplained, Xing Chun lamented. I chuckled. The pyramids may be challenging to elucidate, but the wisdom of China can be explained, albeit with some difficulty. Xing Chun, intrigued, prompted, please, elaborate. I replied. Buddhism and Taoism share many similarities. Both revere the I Ching and advocate for the accumulation of virtue and benevolence. Their fundamental philosophies are akin, discussing causality in the interplay of yin and yang, and they seek similar outcomes. Buddhism speaks of the eternal, while Taoism aspires to immortality. Their methods of cultivation are also comparable, encompassing meditation and breath observation. In terms of supernatural abilities, there are parallels. Buddhism speaks of the heavenly eye, wisdom eye, and law eye, while Taoism refers to eye communication and heart communication. Du Lu, ever the gossip, asked, which tradition possesses greater supernatural powers, Buddhism or Taoism? I smiled. Both traditions do not pursue supernatural abilities. Then how do they possess such powers? He countered. Well, I pondered before continuing. Their attitude towards supernatural abilities is one of non-rejection, non-proactivity, and non-commitment. Is that so? Du Lu queried. I replied, supernatural abilities are merely byproducts of cultivation. The purpose of cultivation is to seek the great way. Those who fixate on cultivating supernatural powers are deemed to be following a sideline path. Du Lu was about to respond, but I quickly interjected. Hold on. What were we discussing? How did we stray into sideline paths? Right. I remembered. Introspection. Over 1,000 years ago, Buddhism produced a text called the Entering the Womb Sutra, which meticulously details the stages of fetal development every 7 days, aligning with modern medical ultrasound findings. In Taoist medicine, this extraordinary ability is termed insight. I paused for a moment, glancing at Du Lu. We seem to have wandered too far. You've led me astray. Du Lu chuckled. No worries, I'll guide you back. You mentioned 3 parts hunger and cold. How can cold be beneficial? Were we not discussing the merits of warmth? I replied. Is this guiding me back? It seems more like leading me into a ditch. Du Lu's inquiries are perpetually peculiar, leaving me utterly speechless. For instance, when I find myself atop a mountain, he prompts me to describe the surrounding scenery. I mention the abundance of trees and grass. The next time we encounter a roadside greenbelt, he inquires, were you not standing here last time? I respond in the negative. He retorts, indeed, you were. I maintain my stance, yet he counters, did you not mention trees? Did you not mention grass? Is this not a tree? Is this not grass? He employs my own words to undermine the essence of my expression. I am left bereft of words. Chapter 123. Fasting and drinking raw water? Xingqian explained to Du Lu, as I mentioned earlier, temperature is merely a superficial aspect. Do not fixate on this term. Du Lu, in his navet, nodded earnestly. I understand. We shouldn't increase temperature for the sake of raising it. We ought to fundamentally enhance our constitution, and with a better constitution, body temperature will naturally rise. I comprehend. Indeed, indeed. Xingqian nodded. So, what was the meaning of your earlier question? Du Lu struggled to articulate. What I meant was, you said we shouldn't merely elevate temperature, correct? However, wouldn't it be beneficial to simultaneously raise it a bit by wearing more layers? Why advocate for a moderate state of hunger and cold? Xingqian also appeared reluctant to continue the conversation and smiled at me. I rubbed my face and replied, firstly, the notion of a moderate state of hunger and cold does not imply that cold is inherently good. Rather, it suggests that a certain degree of cold is beneficial. Much like fasting, which occasionally stimulates the immune system, it should be moderate, but not to the point of starvation, right? Regardless of the merits of fasting. The principles of nutrition remain indispensable. Yin and yang are not in conflict. The external chill serves to trigger the body to release more internal heat. A bit of hunger, a touch of cold. This moderate approach is advantageous for the immune system. Among the various methods to elevate body temperature, such as exercising, soaking feet, or drinking ginger tea, wearing additional clothing is conspicuously absent. Why not? Du Lu transformed into a contrarian. So, what is the purpose of wearing more clothes? I inquired. To casually raise the temperature. He responded. Wearing more clothing is merely to keep warm? Temperature is akin to a score. It is a superficial measure. How is it different from just scribbling an extra 0 on an exam paper to change a score from 10 to 100? My explanation grew somewhat urgent. He pondered for a moment. Are you suggesting that wearing more clothes to elevate body temperature is a deceptive practice? No, I said earnestly. To suggest such is an insult to the spirits. Even they are not as foolish as you. Du Lu laughed heartily. Then I shall heed your words. You take the lead. I steadied my emotions and continued. Wearing additional clothing also affects the skin's ability to breathe. Du Lu couldn't hold back. Are you certain it's the skin that breathes? Not the nose. I turned my body slightly, gazing towards the kitchen, pondering. Why isn't Chi or S meal ready yet? I am quite hungry. Xingqian took out her phone and searched, then read aloud. The skin's respiratory capacity is relatively small. Its oxygen absorption is 1/160th that of the lungs. Oh, I see. Dulu adopted a studious demeanor. I gradually turned back and added. Besides the skin's capacity to absorb oxygen, drinking water and consuming food also contribute. Dula seemed eager to speak again, glanced at me, and then held back. Understanding his unasked question, I directly elucidated. Water contains oxygen content, as does food. Taoist health practices advocate for chewing each bite of food 36 times to ensure ample interaction between saliva and the food. I recalled another point of caution regarding fasting and casually remarked, during the boiling process, the solubility of oxygen in water diminishes. Some fasting training programs, remarkably, assert that one should consume raw water during fasting to enhance oxygen content. Alas, thus, I once again advise everyone that if one wishes to fast, seek a reputable place with a legitimate lineage of practice, rather than enrolling in those commercial fasting classes. Xingqian cautiously inquired, I have heard that cool boiled water cannot sustain fish. Could it be due to its low oxygen content? I responded, I am not particularly knowledgeable about fish keeping. However, those fasting classes advocate for drinking raw water based on this very premise. Cool boiled water does not support fish. Hence they deduce it does not support life. This line of reasoning leaves me both amused and perplexed. Their logic relies not on experimental data, but on conjecture. To begin with, the oxygen content in water is influenced by temperature. The low oxygen content of boiling water does not imply that cool boiled water possesses the same deficiency. On the contrary, it may actually contain a slightly higher level of oxygen. Refer to the accompanying commentary. Therefore, our ancestors advised that water should be boiled before consumption, not solely for the purpose of disinfection. This practice embodies profound wisdom. Xingqian diligently inscribed notes on paper, seemingly capturing my words. I further clarified, while I have never kept fish, I have witnessed experiments testing the oxygen content in cool boiled water. When using cool boiled water to sustain fish, no anomalies are observed within a few days. Xingqian looked up at me, deep in thought, concerned that she might misconstrue my point. I clarified, I am uncertain about the veracity of the claim that cool boiled water cannot sustain fish. The mineral content differs between cool boiled and raw water. I'm not sure whether fish require these minerals. Xingqian paused for a moment and laughed. I do not keep fish. I am merely exploring the topic of oxygen content. I chuckled in response. That is good. Do not let this mislead you. You are indeed meticulous. Xingqian remarked. Certainly. To be even more precise, freshly cooled boiled water has a lower dissolved oxygen level compared to that which has been left to cool for an extended period. Dissolution requires time, I stated. Xingqian laughed again. You need not be so meticulous. You are being overly precise. Chapter 124. Is it better to consume acidic or alkaline foods? I remarked. Isn't this merely idle chatter? Let us refrain from such distractions. The meal will soon be ready. We must seize the moment and discuss more substantive matters. Does consuming a greater quantity of alkaline foods enhance the body's alkalinity? Xingqian inquired. There exists such a notion online, yet from a medical standpoint, it is rather implausible. The acidity or alkalinity of food does not equate to the pH level of bodily fluids. The latter is influenced by metabolic processes. Even individuals who exclusively consume alkaline foods will still produce acidic substances as a result of metabolism. This is not merely a matter of dietary supplementation. Would changing a sheep's feed from grass to milk genuinely increase its milk production? Xingqian could not help but chuckle. I initially thought there was some merit to this. Now, I am nearly persuaded by your argument. This is just the beginning. I continued. This theory harbors a paradox. The organ with the lowest pH value in bodily fluids is the stomach. The primary component of gastric juice is dilute hydrochloric acid, which is classified as strongly acidic. If one were to consume copious amounts of alkaline foods, would this not neutralize gastric acid and potentially harm the stomach? Well, you have a point. The claim that eating alkaline foods can enhance one's constitution does circulate online. Your analysis has made me realize that you might indeed be correct. Xingqian appeared enlightened. I laughed, saying, how can this merely be a feeling? It is undoubtedly an objective fact. The practice of consuming vinegar for health benefits is widely accepted not only in China, but throughout Southeast Asian countries as well. In Japan, the creation of vinegar beans is exceedingly popular. Thailand's renowned spicy and sour soup, tom yum, possesses a rather imposing name in China, Dong Ing Gong Tang. Quite a formidable name, is it not? Thailand's Dong Ing Gong Tang? Given the proximity of Singapore to Malaysia and Thailand, why have I never heard of this soup? Xingchen queried. Singapore does indeed embrace it, albeit under the name Dong Yin Tang, I responded. Indeed, Dong Yin Tang is a delightful concoction, both sour and spicy. Dula remarked. Is the crux of Du Li's comment simply that it is delicious? At that moment, Chier called out, dinner time. With that command, we hurriedly washed our hands and brought out the dishes, soon filling the table with an abundance of food. Du Lu, gazing at the spread before us, rubbed his hands in delight, saying, Sister Chier has truly outdone herself with the dishes. Haiga chuckled lightly. These past few days, I have been fortunate to partake in your good fortune. Thank you for your hard work, dear sister. Xingchen swiftly arranged chopsticks and served rice for everyone. Once we were all seated, Chier remarked, I overheard your lively discussion earlier. How did you come to mention Dong Yintang? Not at all. Du Lu, while chewing, explained, we were debating whether it is better to consume alkaline or acidic foods. This is indeed an engaging topic. Chier responded. I have also heard that consuming alkaline foods is beneficial for one's health. However, some assert that vinegar is health-promoting as well. Isn't that contradictory? Du Lu, puzzled, asked. Sister Chier, you are aware of pH levels? How is it that you know about acidic and alkaline foods? With a sharp glare, Chier retorted. I may not have had much formal education, but I am certainly not a fool. Both alkali and vinegar are readily available in the kitchen. Du Lu, as if awakening from a dream, burst into laughter and exclaimed, Yes, yes. Just look at my state of mind. Ha ha ha. Ignoring Du Li's interruption, Chier pressed on. So, is it contradictory or not? Xingchen explained, gastric juice is inherently highly acidic. Consuming an excessive amount of alkaline foods can neutralize stomach acid, potentially harming the stomach. Simply relying on alkaline foods will not transform one's constitution to an alkaline state. Consuming acidic foods, such as a modest amount of vinegar, can actually be beneficial for health. After Xingchen finished explaining, he turned to me and inquired, what specific advantages does vinegar offer? I responded, vinegar boasts several significant benefits. It lowers blood pressure, prevents arteriosclerosis, possesses antibacterial properties, hydrates the skin, alleviates fatigue, and aids digestion. After a moment's reflection, I added, the classification of these foods as acidic or alkaline is determined by their pH values. Foods with an acidic pH are termed acidic, while those with an alkaline pH are referred to as alkaline. Xingchen looked at me quizzically and asked, whose categorization of acidity and alkalinity is not based on pH values? Why emphasize that? I chuckled helplessly. There are far too many sensationalists online, even among mainstream voices, and I fear you might be misled. Haiga leisurely remarked. No matter how sensational they may be, they cannot simply label acidic foods as alkaline, can they? I sighed. Fruits like grapes, lemons, apricots, plums, and apples are all misidentified as alkaline foods by some. They stared at me with expressions of disbelief. I continued with a smile. Even vinegar is sometimes referred to as an alkaline food. Of course, there are those who share my perspective, hence the existence of two conflicting claims. Haiga seemed a bit displeased, questioning how vinegar could possibly be categorized as an alkaline food. For those with a binary way of thinking, such baseless sensationalism is quite distasteful. Yet, this is what garners attention. The more outrageous the claim, the more it captures the public's eye. The more people criticize, the greater the traffic. Where can one even reason with such absurdity? In this era, falsehoods thrive. Acceptance is the only option left. What else can be done? We cannot allow ourselves to become agitated. I explained to Haigo, they insist that alkaline foods are inherently good. Thus, they concoct a contradictory theory. Even if the pH is less than 7, as long as it is deemed beneficial for health, it must be classified as an alkaline food. What does it matter what they call it? In any case, it does not alter our conclusion. Consuming vinegar occasionally is good for health. Chapter 125. Flat warts. Treatment. Can we drink it directly? Chier inquired, as she savored a piece of rib. That is permissible, I replied. Pickled vegetables stimulate the appetite, while bone broth aids in calcium absorption. Occasionally, one might indulge in a concoction of vinegar drink. A vinegar drink? How is that prepared? Chier asked. I chuckled. It is rather complicated, and I am not adept at it either. Simply add warm water and stir. That suffices as a drink. Chier responded. At least add a bit of honey, won't you? I acquiesced. Honey is acceptable, though it is preferable to refrain from adding sugar. I stealthily glanced at Dula, anxious that he might inquire as to why. Fortunately, he was preoccupied with showcasing his meal, his mouth too full to interject. I continued. Choosing fruit vinegar is also an option. Fruit vinegar is rich in potassium and can help prevent hypertension. The vinegar-egg mixture is another commendable beverage. Wait, is the vinegar-egg mixture simply vinegar and egg? Chiara interrupted, her speech somewhat muffled by the rice in her mouth. The method of consumption differs. Yet the effects are quite similar, I answered. If you say so, I shall believe you, Chiara replied, swallowing her food. I was taken aback. Had she not believed me previously? She continued, I have tried vinegar eggs before. They were indeed quite good. At last, Dula's mouth was free. And he asked, licking his lips, are vinegar eggs truly delicious? She had shook her head. They are exceedingly unpalatable. I have never encountered anything so distasteful. Did you not just say they were quite good? Dula questioned. The effects are commendable, but the taste is dreadful, Chiara reiterated, emphasizing super unbelievably awful. It was hard to fathom just how unpleasant they must be to evoke such disdain from her. If they are so horrid, why did you consume them in the first place? Xingchen queried, puzzled. Chiara extended her delicate hand, sighing, at the time, I had developed flat warts. Initially, one appeared on the back of my thumb, and I paid it no mind. Before long, more began to sprout, even on my nose. My mother sought out this folk remedy involving vinegar eggs. Dula asked, what exactly are flat warts? Chiara explained, flat warts are a type of wart, sometimes referred to as blemishes. Oh, so flat warts are those small, flat blemishes? Was that remedy effective? Xingchen inquired. How long did it take for you to recover? Chiara pondered for a moment. I did not keep track of the time. I only remembered how horrid they tasted. My entire focus was on how to swallow it. It was so revolting that it made me feel nauseous. I could not consume the recommended amount. I merely forced a few bites down until, ultimately, I could not finish it. By the time I thought to check on the outcome, those little warts had vanished, and I had no idea when they fell off. Was the effect that swift? Xingchen exclaimed, surprised. I cannot say. It was so distasteful that I could not finish it even after half a month. When I discovered they were gone, only one egg remained, Chiara remarked. What is the preparation method for the vinegar egg remedy? Xingchen asked. 10 eggs were placed in a ceramic jar, filled to the brim with rice vinegar, and sealed to steep for 7 days before being boiled. I distinctly remember that at the time, we lacked an appropriately sized ceramic jar, so my mother used an oriental red teapot to seal and steep them. The ingredients were rather simple. Why do you describe it as so unpalatable? Starshine asked with a chuckle. Chiara, with a mournful expression, trembled slightly. As if reliving the taste, you cannot imagine, the first 1 or 2 were barely tolerable. As I progressed, the longer they steeped, the more repulsive they became. The eggshells had disintegrated, leaving only a soft membrane. Even after boiling, they lacked the desired springiness. The taste was indescribable, so bitter it made one unable to open their mouth. And sour to boot. Chiara, a person of formidable inner strength, rarely displayed such a perplexed expression. I remarked. This could be seen as a balance of yin and yang, an unpalatable sacrifice for the sake of radiant, smooth skin. Starshine gazed at Chiara and said, You emphasize how dreadful it is. Have you ever considered alternative methods? Chiara replied helplessly. I went to the hospital, and the doctor said surgery was necessary to remove it. I also need injections to boost my immunity and prevent its recurrence. Within a year or 2, I must undergo repeated examinations to avoid the emergence of new growths. To be prudent, it is advisable to excise a portion for pathological analysis. You must undergo pathological analysis for a wart. Dula exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Chiara explained, yes, it's classified as a type of tumor. A pathological analysis is needed to confirm it is benign for peace of mind. Dula, usually so talkative, was rendered speechless by her words. Chiara, indignantly, added, otherwise, do you think I would be the type to endure such a thing? She transformed back into her assertive self. She inquired of me, how is the vinegar egg liquid made? Is it truly unpleasant? Well, there are many recorded remedies concerning vinegar eggs. Whether it is palatable depends on the individual. It should not be as difficult to swallow as you described. The process for vinegar egg liquid is similar, except it is consumed raw, mixed with warm water and honey. Additionally, topical application enhances its effects, I replied. What benefits does it offer? Beauty enhancement, freckle reduction, weight loss, blood pressure and lipid reduction, cognitive enhancement, boosting metabolism, and strengthening immunity, I answered. Dula chuckled and asked, is it possible that the more unpalatable it is, the better the results? I could not definitively say, perhaps. Another method for vinegar eggs involves boiling them, removing the shells, sealing them in vinegar, and consuming them after 24 hours. This method also helps eliminate flat warts. 2 at a time, results can be seen in 3 weeks. This remedy, with a shorter steeping time, should be less disagreeable, though it requires a larger quantity. Chier, despite not finishing her 10 eggs, found improvement. It sounds like the vinegar egg liquid is more palatable, especially since it includes honey, Dula remarked. Starshine shook his head. Not necessarily. After all, it is raw. I suggested with a smile, why don't you both try it? 1 batch raw, 1 cooked, tasting both? After all, it promises beauty enhancement and cognitive benefits, so there's nothing to lose. Starshine chuckled softly. Dulu scratched his head, deep in thought. Hai Gu, leisurely savoring his meal, casually inquired, earlier it was mentioned that consuming alkaline foods cannot improve an acidic constitution. So how can one enhance an acidic constitution? Ah, indeed. This is a crucial point. Dulu abandoned his contemplation and concurred. Chapter 126. Improving acidic constitution to enhance one's acidic constitution. One may approach it from 2 perspectives, reducing production and increasing excretion. The acidic substances within the body primarily arise from the metabolism of sugars, fats, proteins, and alcohol. Reducing production entails minimizing the intake of such foods, such as limiting sugary drinks and meat consumption. Increasing excretion involves accelerating metabolism. Firstly, one can enhance metabolic efficiency, retiring early aids in the repair of bodily organs. Secondly, one can amplify the volume of metabolism, primarily through 2 means. Adequate water intake facilitates excretion through urine, while appropriate exercise encourages elimination through perspiration. Xingchen jested. Is it not a matter of increasing income and reducing expenditure? I nodded. Essentially, yes. Focusing on both intake and output is indeed memorable, Xingchen remarked. I pondered for a moment and chuckled. Remembering is futile. Action is what truly matters. Xingchen playfully wrinkled her nose and said, Got it. I might not manage early nights, but I'll strive to exercise to expel the acids. Dulu contemplated for a moment and posed a new question. What is fasting? Where to begin? The flow of air creates wind. When it flows within the body, we refer to it as qi. Human existence relies on both wind and water, as well as qi and blood. Qi and blood represent the internal wind and water of the human body. The concept of wind and water is significant, encompassing both internal and external aspects, and could warrant extensive discourse. Perhaps we shall revisit this topic during your fasting. Dula laughed. That might be premature. With so many delightful dishes, how could I bear to fast? Laughter and chatter filled the air as we savored our meal, time slipping away swiftly. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, leaving me somewhat unsettled. Glancing at the time, I remarked, It's getting late. Tomorrow, we must return to work. Let us ensure we have ample time to tidy up and rest early. The Spring Festival in Singapore is not as grand as in our homeland, with merely 2 days of holiday. Xingchen nodded. Indeed, I was going to inquire about Xiao Wu's wedding. However, there is no rush. We can discuss it later. Hai Gu concurred. Yes, we've had quite enough conversation these past 2 days. Let us retire early tonight. Everyone agreed without dissent. After dinner, we cleared the table and retreated to our respective rooms. I reclined on my bed, pondering the source of my unease while replying to messages on my phone. Suddenly, I noticed a message from my middle school classmate, Fan. Sanhe, how is Xiang faring? What has happened to Xiang? Yet, during this festive season, I felt reluctant to inquire further. I did not respond to Fan's message. Setting my phone aside, the discomfort within me intensified. I resolved to sit up and picked up my master's Tiani notes. It seemed this had unwittingly become a habit, casually flipping through its pages. However, the peculiar sensation in my heart rendered me unable to absorb a single word. I reflect on the content I have previously encountered, pondering how to calm the unrest within my heart. At this moment, I find myself with no recourse but to quietly acknowledge its presence. I neither reject nor anticipate. I simply observe it with tranquility, sensing its magnitude, its form, and its transformations. While I remain absorbed in this contemplation, the phone suddenly rings. I glance at the caller ID. It's Ain. Having exchanged greetings on New Year's Eve, her call now suggests urgency. Jaya? A tightness grips my heart as I hurriedly answer the phone. Mr. Sanhe, I apologize for calling you so late. Ain's voice reveals her anxiety. Jaya has a fever, and I wanted to ask if you might have any remedies, considering he is so young and I fear he may not withstand the medication. Chapter 127. The art of incantation for reducing fever. Jaya is running a fever. I share an inexplicable and profound connection with this little angel that seems to transcend lifetimes. Any news regarding her sends my heart racing. In my mind, I swiftly rummaged through various remedies for fever reduction. Either they appeared cumbersome and impractical, or their effects seemed slow, causing the child unnecessary suffering. After a series of self-doubts, I finally conceived a satisfactory method, one that is not only simple but also effective and swift. I instructed Ain, when the child is asleep at night, take a piece of red thread from the sewing kit and draw it from the child's head to their feet. Once it reaches that length, cut it. Thread a needle with one end of the red thread. Then, take a bowl filled with water and place it on the stove. Bring the threaded end of the red line to rest in the bowl, while the other end remains outside. Ain repeated my instructions to confirm her understanding, expressed her gratitude, and hurried off to implement the remedy. The discomfort I felt in my heart eased slightly. The following morning, Ain joyfully called me with the news that the child's fever had subsided. With the child safe, Ain felt at ease to engage in conversation. Mr. Sanhe, why is this method of reducing fever so peculiar? How can placing a red thread in water alleviate a fever? How to explain this? I pondered for a moment and replied, this can be considered a form of the art of incantation. Beyond the symbols I previously mentioned, it also encompasses spells and rituals utilizing external objects. The art of incantation is a branch of Chinese medical psychology, a form of mental healing. Mental healing? Ain seemed puzzled. After a moment, she asked, does it require magical manipulation? Magical manipulation? I chuckled. We are not cultivating immortality here. This is legitimate medicine. Taoist medicine. The Huangdi Neijing states. In ancient times, healing involved the transformation of essence and energy, which could be achieved through incantation. It is grounded in reason, evidence, and tradition. Just because it yields positive results does not negate its scientific nature. Is it really scientific? Ain inquired, a bit bewildered. Have you forgotten about quantum mechanics? I laughed. Ain sheepishly admitted, I've heard of that theory, about entanglement between particles, but I'm unsure of its scientific validity. I recall the saying, when in doubt, consult quantum mechanics. It implies that quantum mechanics is merely a topic of interest, right? I chuckled. Are you really going to believe such jesting remarks found online? Einstein was one of the founding figures of quantum mechanics. Do you consider it scientific? Oh, Ain murmured. I didn't realize quantum mechanics has such a long history. I thought it was a newly proposed theory. I continued to elucidate. The concept of mental healing was recognized by our ancestors thousands of years ago. Moreover, it is not exclusive to our culture. Various other ethnicities around the globe possess similar healing practices. For instance, the renowned psychiatrist Elizabeth Targ conducted numerous strictly confidential controlled treatment experiments in 1999, demonstrating the reliability of intention therapy. In 2002, Mingyur Rinpoche was identified as the happiest person in the world during a monitoring session at a university in the United States due to his unique brainwaves intentions. Furthermore, I am convinced that science has progressed to a point where the power of intention will soon be measurable by researchers. Mr. Sanhe, how do you possess such knowledge of peculiar experiments? I chuckled and replied, as Einstein once said, curiosity is the best teacher. It has been proven that the Hawaiian healing method discussed in Zero Limits gained immense popularity globally at the time. Before long, Professor Sun from Harbin Institute of Technology successfully monitored the power of intention and applied it in everyday life. The ability to control drones through intention rapidly gained traction. However, that is a discussion for another time. At this moment, the focus is on the delightful little angel, Jaya. I subtly reminded Ain that Jaya has come with a mission to repay kindness and encouraged her to spend more time with her. Ain solemnly replied, I understand. A sense of reluctance filled my heart, yet I could only do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. It is better to worry less and bestow more blessings. Chapter 128. Onomastics. The call from Ain came rather early. As I hung up, Haiga had just finished making his bed. With a spark of curiosity, he inquired, is distant healing primarily reliant on one's thoughts? As I tidied my own bedding, I responded, indeed. A thought can conjure heaven or hell. The other points you mentioned resonate with me quite well, but this statement strikes me as excessively idealistic, Haiga remarked, having completed his own preparations. He leaned against the table, awaiting my dissent. In a fleeting moment, others had once scorned us, but life continues to flourish, and this moment is indeed a paradise. Reflecting on the scorn received months later can still induce a tremor of anger, a pang of regret for not performing adequately at that time. This, I would say, epitomizes a hellish experience. Heaven and hell are not distant realms. They exist right here and now. Now that I too was ready, I glanced at Haigu and asked, "Does this perspective render it idealistic?" With a subtle smile, he pondered my words in silence. Together, we departed for the subway station. I mused aloud. Whether it is idealistic or not is merely a conceptual distinction. The entirety of psychology is founded upon this principle. For instance, in the realm of art psychology, one can interpret emotional states, subconscious thoughts, and even fortunes through a single painting. Is that idealistic? He chuckled, pondering whether interpreting fortunes through profile pictures and usernames could also be considered a reading of the subconscious. Indeed, I affirmed. It encompasses both superficial self-suggestion and deeper aspects of the five elements energy field. While the concept of the five elements may seem abstract, self-suggestion is quite comprehensible. A dark, chaotic, and disheveled avatar, could one not deduce that this person's fortune is likely unfavorable? Unfavorable? Heike tilted his head, seeking clarity. I nodded in agreement. I see now. He stated, this falls under psychological suggestion. But how does one interpret the five elements energy field? With a smile, I explained, the five elements encompass those fundamental concepts. Regardless of context, be it Feng Shui, physiognomy, the 8 characters, palmistry, or onomastics, they are universally applicable. One need not delve into the 5 elements of onomastics in isolation. It cannot be succinctly summarized in a few phrases. Rather, with a solid foundation, understanding will naturally extend across disciplines. Heike queried, is the principle applicable to names as well? For example, if a nickname contains characters associated with disaster or misfortune, could that indicate a troubled fortune? With an approving smile, I replied, Haigu, you are indeed astute. You draw connections with remarkable insight. When selecting a name, the foremost task is to avoid negative meanings. Furthermore, if one can also consider the structure of the characters, that would be even better. How does one achieve this balance of structure? For instance, the characters Chao and Rin. Let's avoid using those, I advised. The character is understandable. It symbolizes a knife at the heart, Haigu acknowledged. But what of? How could surpassing be detrimental? This exemplifies the need to balance character meaning and form. The character denotes excellence and superiority, yet when dissected, it reveals to walk, knife, and mouth, elements that can lead to vulnerability. Such a name could not only bring harm to oneself, but also affect one's family. Before long, we arrived at the subway station. Unsatisfied with our conversation, he mused, perhaps I should transfer to your company. That way, we could converse more during our commute. I raised an eyebrow. Sure, I can assist you in applying for a visa. Are you certain you wish to meet clients? Without a word, Heike decisively turned his back, waved his hand, and departed. As the new year commenced, our cooperative companies in China were still basking in the joyous spirit of the holiday. We too found ourselves rather leisurely, as few ventured abroad during this period. Those who were eager had arrived before the year's end, while others typically would not appear until after the 8th day of the new year. It is rare to find oneself with some free time at the year's end. Whenever I had a moment to spare, I would accompany the fellow practitioners I had previously met. My greatest delight was in visiting various extraordinary individuals. This past year has been filled with a multitude of events, some cherished, others less so, some comprehensible, while others remained a mystery. Chapter 128. The Celestial Revival Pill. There are aspects I can comprehend. For instance, numerous colleagues have approached me, urging me to change jobs. The circle is rather confined, and Singapore's regulations are stringent. The performance of each labor company and information about its staff are publicly available on government websites, ensuring transparency. It is understandable that businessmen pursue profit. However, there are elements I find perplexing. Many peculiar individuals seem intent on seizing me as their disciple. In both professional and personal realms, whether they are peers or oddities, everyone appears to be vying for my attention. At times, I feel somewhat like Tang Sung, though the ones trying to capture me are not demons, but rather elderly gentlemen. Occasionally, there are formidable women as well. Why do I refer to them as peculiar individuals rather than practitioners? It is because I find it challenging to define who they truly are. For instance, there is a certain individual. Why do I call him a certain individual? It is because I am uncertain how to address him. Our first encounter was rather serendipitous. He approached me while I was walking, insisting on reading my fortune. Intrigued by his skills, I paused. He introduced himself as Mr. Zhou, and thus I called him Master Zhou. His insights were rather impressive, and I hold respect for capable individuals. This marked the beginning of our acquaintance. However, upon encountering him in various settings, I discovered that different people referred to him by different names. At one moment, he was Mr. Chen, at another, Mr. Li. What is your actual surname? I inquired. Joe, he asserted with conviction. But why do some call you Master Chen, while others call you Master Li? They? How can they compare to you? I barely know them. There is no need for them to know my true identity. Only what I tell you is genuine. Am I truly so unique? I pondered. To introduce oneself with different names to various individuals, while managing to keep track of them all, is indeed a remarkable skill. I asked, what if they happen to know each other and expose you? For someone like me, who tends to think in black and white, the prospect of having one's lies unveiled in front of others is an uncomfortable notion. That cannot happen, he replied confidently, asserting that acknowledging one truth in public while soothing the others privately suffices. Having been exposed publicly, how can one still offer private reassurances? This lies beyond my understanding. Wouldn't he be subjected to harsh criticism? I would privately inform him that a certain individual is rather vain, and in front of everyone, I merely sought to placate her. Who am I? What is she? My true name is only worthy of your knowledge. He gazed at me with an incredibly sincere expression, so genuine that it was difficult to refuse. It felt as though doubting his words would betray his heartfelt sincerity, stirring a sense of compassion within me. I timidly asked, did you not just use the same line with me? He burst into laughter, slapping my shoulder in amusement. How could you be like them? They are mere pawns in my game. You are my chosen disciple. In his presence, I felt utterly naive, unable to discern which of his words were true and which were false. I am not well acquainted with your circle. Is this truly the prevailing trend? I innocently inquired. Are you referring to the matter of taking on disciples? Is it that many wish to be your apprentice? He burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, call me master, and I shall reveal it to you. I merely smirked, choosing not to divulge, for I was hardly eager to hear it. What exactly do you do? I asked with curiosity. He appeared to possess not only the ability to calculate but also a semblance of medical knowledge. Yet, his manner of speaking bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a multi-level marketer. At any given moment, his tone was imbued with an overwhelming zeal. Naturally, I did not harbor much hope for his honesty. My inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. Me? I possess an abundance of skills. To put it succinctly, there is nothing I cannot do, he declared with fervor. You seem like someone who sells medicine. I jested. He dramatically slapped his thigh, exclaiming, that is precisely why I have taken a liking to you as my disciple. Your talent is evident. Right on point. Do you truly sell medicine? What does it treat? I found it difficult to discern the truth in his words. It cures all ailments, he asserted confidently. I responded, to claim it can treat everything is akin to saying it can do nothing at all. Is it a health supplement? I probed tentatively. Close. But your terminology is somewhat pedestrian, he retorted, tugging at the corner of his mouth. What would be the more sophisticated term? I inquired with humility. The elixir of rejuvenation from the celestial realm, he replied earnestly, word for word. Such fanciful nonsense. Where could such a thing possibly exist? I nearly concluded that he was speaking untruths and resolved to shift the conversation. Just as I prepared to change the subject, he unexpectedly produced a bottle of medicine, which indeed bore the label of the celestial elixir of rejuvenation. Could he truly be a seller of medicine? What does it treat? I asked while examining the bottle from every angle. It restores the 5 organs, expands the meridians, purifies the marrow, nourishes the soul, and prolongs life, he proclaimed emphatically. Chapter 129. The enlightened deceiver truly a cure-all, isn't it? I jested, addressing the 5 viscera, the meridians, the soul, every aspect covered. He grinned widely, brimming with pride. Indeed, I had already categorized him as a thorough charlatan. Yet, I harbored a peculiar curiosity. How could pure flower balls find a market? I scoffed. Who could possibly believe in flower balls? With unwavering confidence, he replied, minor ailments won't lead to death. If one survives, improvement is inevitable, which proves my elixir's efficacy. As for serious illnesses, those abandoned by hospitals seek merely a glimmer of hope here. Who would hold me accountable for unmet hopes? What if someone were to pin the blame on you? I pressed. He shook his head emphatically. That cannot happen. With pure flour crafted fresh, devoid of preservatives or colorings, it's healthier than what you consume elsewhere. You could try to sue me, but you would lose. Flour cannot be the source of any problem. Did he just divulge his commercial secrets so openly? How refreshingly candid. You truly are benevolent, selling fresh products. I mused, puzzled by his unreserved sharing of such vital trade secrets. Doesn't your conscience ache from deceiving so brazenly? I inquired. He shot me an incredulous glance. What do you know? I sell hope. Hope is priceless. I charge a modest fee for boundless hope. This is charity. Charity. Spending limited funds to purchase infinite hope? Those deceived have actually profited? I realized I could not best him in argument. Expressing myself has always been my weakness. As someone who needs customers to initiate discussions, how could I possibly compete with a professional swindler? I simply could not fathom why this cunning master sought me as a disciple when I lacked the mental agility necessary for such a craft. Surely, someone so skilled would prefer to pass on his secrets to a more astute pupil? I lack the talent for this, and your skills are of no use to me. I said, even if I were to fall on hard times, I would never sink to the level of a deceiver. He nodded solemnly. That's true. You have a stubborn mind. I hardly require your candid critique, I retorted. He chuckled again. You've always had good fortune. You won't fall too far. A compliment, albeit veiled. Is it truly appropriate to impart such a unique skill to me, given my ineptitude? He perceived my confusion and laughed heartily. You're simply not ready yet. In due time, you'll understand. As a person with a promising future who sought no underhanded means, why would I need to grasp the tricks of a master deceiver? Ultimately, I did not accept him as my teacher. However, he frequently appeared before me by what seemed like chance encounters. I suspected he might be following me, though I had no proof. He harbored no ill intentions, diligently embodying the role of a mentor, occasionally offering insights into my understanding and application of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Primarily, I aim to unveil various fraudulent tactics, akin to the revelation of magic tricks. Time has demonstrated that I have no practical use for his impressive skills. It is not due to my exceptional circumstances, but rather that his techniques require a mind as sharp as a hawk and a personality as adaptable as a chameleon. I find myself incapable of mastering them. I simply lack that innate ability. I have often pondered what his true motive could be in expending time and effort to teach me something beyond my grasp. It was only upon embarking on my journey as an author that I began to comprehend what he meant by the right time. He seeks to leverage my experiences to expose the methods of deception. He is, in essence, an enlightened trickster. There exists a demand for deception if he refrains from deceiving. Others will undoubtedly take advantage. He meticulously designs his schemes to be devoid of risk, making the act of deception abundantly clear, with the underlying premise being one of willing participation. Those who are perceptive can naturally evade the traps that lie in wait. All who fall victim to deception do so because they harbor a sense of false hope. Of course, some may choose to disbelieve upon witnessing this, and that is inconsequential. We do our part and leave the rest to fate. This encapsulates each individual's choice and destiny. While it is one thing to speak of such matters, it is quite another to put them into practice. As the saying goes, one may acquire extensive knowledge yet still struggle to navigate this life. Understanding may reside in the intellect, yet the body may not grasp it as profoundly. Even though I intellectually comprehend the tactics of deception, I still found myself ensnared in a pitfall, leading to a deeper realization. Falling victim to deception is invariably rooted in harboring a sense of false hope. This is a reflection for another time. Chapter 130. The Art of Understanding People, Part 1. Although the title Master Zhou may be a fabrication, he wisely remarked, when the false becomes true, the true may also be false. What significance does a name truly hold? Indeed, let us henceforth refer to him as Master Zhou. He elucidated that to truly resonate with others, one must first comprehend the essence of their character. Before one speaks, it is imperative to possess a clear understanding. Oh, this is a subject I am well versed in. The art of recognizing people lies in physiognomy. Even before they utter a word, one can discern their temperament and fortune. I began to showcase my knowledge of palmistry and facial analysis, yet he gazed at me with resignation and shook his head, declaring, elementary. Why is it deemed elementary? I retorted, feeling quite practical in my insights and eager to share them. In the presence of this grand deceiver, I felt utterly diminished. Was he attempting to manipulate me? A surge of indignation welled within me. I crossed my arms, tilting my head defiantly, and challenged him. If my observations are elementary, then enlighten me with something more sophisticated. He disregarded my provocation and spoke with eloquence. Mencius stated, among all that resides within a person, none is superior to the gaze. The eyes cannot conceal malevolence. When one's heart is righteous, their gaze will reflect it. Leonardo da Vinci once proclaimed, the eyes are the windows to the soul. The Lotus Sutra also articulates that the aspirations reflected in a foot-long face are encapsulated within a mere inch of the eyes. When reading faces, one must first observe the eyes. He asserted. Was he truly juxtaposing Mencius, Da Vinci, and the Lotus Sutra? This evoked a peculiar sensation within me. Akin to a multiple-choice question, please identify the odd one out. The answer, ABC. I shook off my wandering thoughts and pondered earnestly. The Tiani Notes also compiles the physiognomic teachings of Zheng Gufan. In Ice Mirror, there is a passage that states, to discern right from wrong, one must first observe stillness and motion. In stillness, one appears as serene as a pearl, in motion, as lively as a spirited breeze. In stillness, they are oblivious to their surroundings. In motion, they strike true like an arrow to its target. This embodies a clear and forthright gaze. Ice Mirror further describes dissonance in one's gaze as, in stillness, it flickers like fireflies on a summer night. In motion, it flows like water, elusive and capricious. Such is the guise of hypocrisy and deceit. I gazed into Master Zhou's sincere eyes, a wave of confusion washing over me. His eyes, dark and bright, radiated innocence and clarity. To question him felt like an affront to my own conscience. He smiled gently and said, "Do not doubt my compassion and kindness." Is this truly the case? I found myself in a state of bewilderment. Am I merely reflecting my own inherent flaws? It seemed he merely indulged the fantasies of those who are unrealistic. He had not committed any malevolent acts. If he were to withhold satisfaction from them, other deceivers would surely arise to fulfill their desires. Without deceivers, those individuals would eternally remain unfulfilled, even if it is merely an illusion. They have at least experienced fleeting moments of hope. What I ought to do is to counsel people to comprehend the interplay of yin and yang, to understand the principles of nature, and to refrain from indulging in daydreams. It is imperative to mitigate unrealistic fantasies from their very roots, rather than merely observe as they struggle in the quagmire of unfulfilled desires, while simultaneously criticizing Lao Zhou's compassionate efforts to guide them. Have I become ensnared in a trance? Am I truly inclined to defend Lao Zhou? He seems to perceive the turmoil within me, smiling and dismissing my thoughts, continuing with, facial and vocal appearances can be deceiving. Such superficial observations are only applicable to those with little social experience, akin to a blank slate. Individuals with some experience will invariably wear a facade. The art of observation cannot be confined to the visible aspects. I find myself at a loss for words. Must the art of observation extend to that which is invisible? Chapter 131. The Art of Understanding People, Part 2. Indeed, he affirmed, to truly perceive an individual, it is paramount to observe their spirit, which may also be referred to as observing their aura. This is exceedingly difficult to feign. I found myself perplexed. Old Zhou, what exactly is your philosophical alignment? You seem to embody Confucian, Buddhist, and now there is a hint of Taoism? He subtly shook his head. You are being narrow-minded. The Shuawen Jiezi states, Tao is the path that people tread. In Oracle Bone Script, the character for Tao resembles an intersection, with a large eye depicted at its center, signifying the importance of observing the road carefully. To earnestly reflect on the path of life and to align oneself with the heavenly way, what does it matter which school of thought one follows? His articulate discourse, replete with references, left me thoroughly convinced. Indeed, I had been narrow-minded. He seemed unfazed by my thoughts, earnestly explaining Confucius' three-step approach to understanding people. Observe their actions, consider their origins, and discern their contentment. Step 1. Observe their actions. This involves scrutinizing the words and deeds of others, a rather straightforward endeavor. Most individuals remain fixated at this initial stage, and some fail even to grasp it fully. Merely being swayed by a few sweet words, they become easily deceived, oblivious to the actions of others. We must not only listen to what they say but also observe what they do. Old Zhou solemnly remarked. A person who professes love daily yet refrains from spending a single penny on you, do they truly love you? Conversely, a person who incessantly vocalizes their affection merely to entice you into financial expenditure, do they genuinely love you? Old Zhou posed a profound inquiry. I mused. This little old man seems quite astute when it comes to matters of the heart. Has he articulated both sides of the argument? I inquired. He disregarded my question and continued with utmost seriousness. Step 2. Consider their origins. This entails examining their motives. For instance, when Confucius discovered Yan Hui pilfering rice, he was displeased, but later learned that Yan Hui had taken the rice because it had become dusty and would have been wasted otherwise. Confucius reflected, what is seen is not always the truth. Old Zhou emphasized, we must not only consider what they have done, but also discern why they did it. The same action, driven by different motives, conveys entirely different meanings. Step 3. Discern their contentment. This involves assessing what brings the individual joy. Are they content with poverty, striving for progress, indulging in pleasure, accepting reality, adhering to filial piety? Some, however, find no solace anywhere, feeling discontented regardless of their pursuits. By understanding their inclinations, one can gauge their character. Old Joe summarized. I conceded that his method of understanding people was indeed more sophisticated than my simplistic observations. Yet, the fact that he peddled elixirs for immortality left me with a lingering sense of skepticism. Ultimately, my downfall stemmed from an excess of misplaced optimism, leading me to neglect the significance of discerning their contentment. This also reflected my insufficient reverence for Old Joe. I believed in his wisdom, yet failed to hold his words in the esteem they deserved. Old Joe briefly pointed out to me, those who do not display their emotions outwardly, unless trained professionally, can be assisted in judging microexpressions. Microexpressions? Is that the one used by the FBI in the United States? I inquired. He retorted with firmness. What does it matter which country it is from? This is a normal physiological response of the human body. For instance, when anxious, the nasal passages constrict, leading to an instinctive holding of breath. When surprised, one tends to open their mouth. A person without guile often bites their lips or sticks out their tongue while listening to others speak, and so forth. I reflected on myself. During conversations, I frequently yearn to express my opinions, yet my tongue falters, leaving me at a loss for words. In such moments, I unconsciously and imperceptibly nibble on my lips. Did you notice me secretly biting my lips, which led you to believe I am open-hearted? I asked Old Joe. He cast me an exceedingly exasperated glance. Not only did I receive it, but I also comprehended. Your foolishness extends far beyond this. I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. The content regarding microexpressions has little direct relevance to Feng Shui. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further in this book. Should anyone be interested, you may join the fan group to obtain this information for your own perusal. The fan group can be found beneath my avatar, labeled with the words fan group. Old Joe, why are you so insistent on taking me as your disciple? I am curious as to why he is so determined to teach someone as foolish as I. There are many others who also wish to claim me. Is there some hidden significance? I long to uncover a hint of it. Old Joe, annoyed by my questioning, replied, in the Analects, it is stated, a gentleman wishes to be reserved in speech but prompt in action. I was left speechless, yet I surprisingly grasped the essence of his message. Without his translation, I understood that Confucius's words imply, a person who is somewhat slow of speech and dull-witted does not boast, and is more reliable in action. This was a literary way of calling me foolish. It is infuriating. Unable to counter him, I could only endure this silent humiliation. However, upon reflection, it seemed he spoke the truth. He did not distort facts or fabricate lies to malign me. Perhaps I was not truly at a disadvantage? Before long, I found myself justifying Old Joe's statements. Chapter 132. Keeping distance from the enigmatic. I have never been acquainted with Lao Zhou's circle. Among his friends and family, I have only met one individual, his fellow disciple. Naturally, I did not inquire about their master, nor did I question this fellow disciple about his origins. I was unwilling to allow him to continue to belittle me, labeling me as narrow-minded. He merely introduced the individual as his fellow disciple. Was he an elder brother or a younger brother? I remained uncertain. The person appeared quite youthful, seemingly a junior, yet Lao Zhou displayed an overwhelming reverence towards him. In their exchanges, it became evident that this individual possessed a level of mastery that far exceeded Lao Zhou's. Lao Zhou wore a humble smile, while the other displayed an air of indifference. This individual, who appeared to be an elder brother, radiated an aura that was profoundly dominating. Although there are many areas where I fall short compared to Lao Zhou, in this moment, I was acutely aware that, no matter how formidable Lao Zhou might become in his lifetime, he would always be overshadowed by this figure. Even though I was oblivious to the exact capabilities of this person, I felt an unwavering certainty regarding the outcome. Why did I refrain from clarifying whether this person was an elder or younger brother? Simply put, I lacked the courage. If Lao Zhou dared not overstep, how could I? I was even more timid than he. At the first glance of this person, I was taken aback. In my heart, I silently vowed to keep my distance from him for the rest of my life. He was not merely youthful in appearance, he seemed ageless. Judging by his looks, he appeared to be in his 20s, yet his aura suggested a mastery that spanned millennia. His features were impeccably sculpted, both exquisite and gentle. My vocabulary falters in capturing his beauty. I can only say that I have never encountered anyone, be they rising stars domestically or internationally, who could rival him. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, embodying both righteousness and mischief. His captivating, doe-like eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance. When he cast a fleeting glance in my direction, my heart fluttered, leaving me unsettled. I quickly averted my gaze, too frightened to meet his eyes again. I finally understood why. In period dramas, one cannot gaze upon the emperor. It transcends mere etiquette. It is genuinely terrifying. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed his smile seemed to deepen slightly. His movements were both graceful and resilient, his demeanor remarkably serene, suggesting he was a seasoned martial artist. Yet, instead of exuding a masculine energy, he possessed a soft allure that was enchanting without being effeminate. It was simply otherworldly. Dear ones, you may be aware that I rarely utilize lengthy passages to describe an individual, as my words often fall short of eloquence. However, at this moment, regardless of my limitations, I wish to endeavor to sketch a shadow of his essence for you to behold. When encountering such an enigmatic figure, the wisest course is to maintain a safe distance and never succumb to curiosity. Lao Zhou's intention in introducing me to this extraordinary being was likely to showcase his treasure. To this ever-pressing senior brother, I took great delight in boasting about my satisfactory apprentice, even if I refrained from addressing him as master. It did not hinder his sense of self-importance. I could keenly perceive the air of arrogance radiating from Lao Zhou. Meanwhile, I held my breath, striving to diminish my presence. At that moment, I was entirely unconcerned about whether my demeanor might embarrass Lao Zhou. I dared not look, scarcely breathed, let alone utter a sound. Silently, I concealed myself in the periphery, becoming almost invisible. Lao Zhou, ever perceptive, immediately sensed my discomfort. He graciously played along, treating me as if I were non-existent. Engrossed in conversation with his fellow brother, that prodigy, too, was astute. He refrained from posing any questions to me, allowing me to maintain my facade of invisibility. Occasionally, however, he would cast a glance my way, his gaze almost tangible. Even a fleeting scan from him would envelop me in an overwhelming pressure. I concentrated all my energy on resisting this weight, attempting to steady my racing heart, completely oblivious to the topic of their discussion. This was the singular instance I felt such inexplicable oppression, both tense and novel, fearful yet anticipatory. A line from Li Qingzhao's poetry echoed in my mind. How could one possibly describe such a state? Finally, when that prodigy departed, I gradually regained my normal breathing. Why did he leave first? Because I was too paralyzed to move. I scarcely dared to exhale, let alone shift. Upon noticing I had returned to normalcy, Lao Zhou approached with a wide grin, cheerfully inquiring, "How about my fellow brother?" It was then that I suddenly comprehended why he referred to him as fellow brother rather than senior or junior. Calling him junior was beyond Lao Zhou's courage, while senior was beneath his pride. Thus, he settled on fellow brother. Thankfully, I had refrained from asking about it earlier. Otherwise, I would have truly embarrassed myself. I exhaled deeply and replied to Lao Zhou, "He is indeed quite remarkable." I chose not to mention the prodigy's attributes further. In terms of appearance, he was undeniably impeccable. Lao Zhou appeared somewhat anxious. "You haven't taken a liking to my fellow brother and decided to acknowledge him as your master, have you?" Observing Lao Zhou's cautious demeanor, I couldn't help but chuckle. How utterly suppressed he had become. The usually proud Lao Zhou, reduced to a state of insecurity in the presence of this so-called fellow brother. "I still wish to live a few more years," I responded. Upon hearing this, he finally relaxed, reverting to his usual self. After a moment, Lao Zhou tentatively asked, "Do you think my fellow brother is exceptional?" Perhaps he still feared that I might be captivated by his senior. "He is indeed quite extraordinary," I answered candidly. Lao Zhou sighed in a state of melancholy. "He truly is formidable. Over the years, I have never encountered anyone who could rival him, not even my master." I inwardly mused, "Truly, he is a marvel." After expressing his sentiments, he turned back to me and inquired, "Why was your behavior so peculiar just now?" "Huh? Peculiar? I have no conception of how a normal person should react upon encountering such an extraordinary being." "I thought you would appreciate him," remarked old Zhou. "Appreciate? He nearly frightened me to death." I patted my chest. "You were scared?" Old Zhou's eyes sparkled. Yes, your reaction just now certainly indicated fear. Everyone else who sees him becomes overly excited. Why do you not share that sentiment? I like him too. Who wouldn't admire such a striking figure?" I candidly dissected my psychological state to old Zhou. Hence, I dared not gaze upon him too long. I sensed that if I stole another glance, I might succumb to his allure. "That is unlikely," old Zhou asserted confidently. "He has no shortage of women to pursue. He certainly wouldn't be interested in you." I shot him a glare, as if I were eager for his attention. Old Zhou responded with astonishment. "For someone so exceptional, how many would yearn for him? Do you truly not desire him?" I cautiously countered. "Are you particularly eager?" He did not provide a direct answer, merely casting me a sidelong glance and saying, "Do not be so presumptuous." What does his demeanor suggest? Is he interested or not? If he is indeed interested, does that imply he transcends gender boundaries? Should that be the case, then I must be on my guard. I find myself in quite a predicament, needing to be wary of both women and men. Chapter 133. The Nourishment of Soul and Spirit. Old Joe inquired in detail about my experience of fear and trepidation. I earnestly recounted my feelings at that moment. He pondered thoughtfully while tapping on the table, explaining to me, the mind and spirit are also divided into yin and yang. The soul is dynamic, representing yang, while the spirit is static, representing yin. There is an old saying about losing one's soul, or that one's soul has been enticed away. Precisely because the soul is inherently restless. My fellow disciples possess the ability to unknowingly attract the souls of others, which is why they become so enthralled by them. I never expected that you could perceive this at first glance and manage to evade it. You truly are a prodigy. His tone was imbued with profound incredulity. In his eyes, someone seemingly rigid and unyielding, could actually sense the turbulence of soul and spirit. However, I genuinely had no comprehension of this phenomenon. I asked him, is the soul not a singular entity, but rather two distinct elements? He nodded affirmatively. What you described as the rippling of the mind and spirit is the perception of the soul being disturbed. Many individuals have their souls drawn away without even realizing it. The Huangdi Neijing states, the liver houses the soul, while the lungs house the spirit. The soul governs the mind and wisdom, while the spirit oversees bodily functions, including respiration, heartbeat, digestion, metabolism, reproduction, thermoregulation, and alertness. When the soul is injured, a person becomes sluggish and lifeless. When the spirit is injured, the functioning of bodily organs falters. We must nurture both the soul and the spirit. The spirit represents bodily functions and material needs, eating delectable food, dressing attractively, seeking a beautiful partner. These are all ways to nourish our spirit, not unlike the instincts of animals. Old Joe's remarks evoke thoughts of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At the foundational level, the primary requirements are of a material nature, such as the desire for good food, fine clothing, and restful sleep. He continued to elucidate, once one is satiated, there arises a spiritual need, an essence of the soul. Whether it pertains to the soul or the spirit, both must be fulfilled. A lack of clothing and food leaves the spirit deprived, which can be fatal. Even if one lives in affluence, an unfulfilled soul can also prove fatal. I contemplated the myriad celebrities who have faced turmoil, addiction, and depression. Perhaps this stems from a void in their souls, a deficiency in nourishment. I also reflected upon that enchanting figure, realizing why those fleeting stars could not rival his beauty. His allure possesses a serene grace that resonates deeply. This, I surmised, signifies a state where both the soul and spirit are well nourished. You seem quite knowledgeable about spirits and souls, I queried old Joe. There is nothing I do not know, he replied, reverting to his proud demeanor. How can one ascertain the health of one's soul and spirit? I asked. He responded, the soul and spirit can be further divided into 3 souls and 7 spirits. Each type of damage manifests differently. In simple terms, a healthy soul and spirit mean being alert when awake and aware even in sleep. Awake in body and mind. Even in slumber? I echoed his words, asserting that while one is awake, clarity follows naturally. However, when asleep, one cannot remain alert. What do you mean by that? Old Joe inquired. Is it true that there are few who, while awake, wander in a daze, lacking inspiration and coherence? I admitted he had a point. Instantly, the image of Zhongyu surfaced in my mind, who, though awake, often appeared befuddled. Then how can one be lucid in sleep? I asked. He elucidated. The spirit governs respiration, heartbeat, metabolism, and so forth. When one sleeps, the spirit continues its work. Those with a strong spirit can, before sleep, instruct themselves to awaken at a specific hour the following day, sans alarm clock, and thus rise on time. This is what it means to be aware even in sleep. I found this notion rather intriguing. I thought I might experiment with my own corporeal alarm clock that night. Another query emerged in my mind. How does one rectify a damaged soul? Old Joe chuckled. Call me master, and I shall reveal it to you. Humph. As if I were so eager for his counsel. Old Joe was engaging in psychological games, withholding information to keep me in suspense. Humph. He further cautioned me against tending to that young chap, lest I harm myself. Strangely, I knew he referred to Zhongyu. My hesitance in devising a solution for him stemmed from my own reservations, hence the 3-month timeline I had set. Though I was uncertain of the source of my unease, an inexplicable anxiety lingered within me. Old Joe likely did not know Zhongyu, and could not possibly be aware of our 3-month pact. Perhaps he merely perceived the presence of a troublesome character. In the subsequent days, old Shou subtly probed me. Sanhe, my senior brother holds you in high regard. Shall we not meet? Sanhe, do not concern yourself with my feelings. Even if you consider my senior brother a master, it matters not to me. As long as you are content, I am agreeable. Sanhe, it is entirely natural to admire someone as exceptional as my senior brother. There is no need to shy away. Regardless of old Joe's various pretexts to introduce me to his senior brother, I remained steadfastly unmoved. I held no curiosity about this enigmatic figure. My priority was self-preservation. After numerous attempts to sway me, old Joe finally conceded that I genuinely wished to avoid contact with his senior brother, and he ceased his efforts. I wondered if my indifference to his formidable senior brother had touched him, or if my resolute stance revealed to him that I was not as naive as he presumed. In any case, old Joe began to treat me with unparalleled kindness. Not that others were unkind, but no one possessed the capabilities of old Joe, whether materially or spiritually. He held an undeniable advantage. Old Joe possesses an extraordinary ability to discern my innermost thoughts, often anticipating my desires before I even articulate them. It is only after witnessing his meticulous arrangements that I experience the epiphany. Ah, yes, this is precisely what I yearn for. His insight into the human psyche is unparalleled. Fortunately, after extensive observation, I have ascertained that old Joe harbors no intentions that transcend the boundaries of gender, allowing me to rest easy. I have always held the belief that all matters are governed by the duality of yin and yang, and human interactions are no exception. There exists a reciprocity, a give and take, that maintains the equilibrium of these forces. However, I remain uncertain about what old Joe derives from our relationship. What I do know is that I have gained immeasurably from him. He has nourished my spirit while fortifying my essence. At times, I wish to reciprocate in certain aspects. Yet his strength feels so formidable that I find myself powerless to assist him. Perhaps my greatest contribution is to graciously accept his kindness and serve as a sanctuary for his soul. Chapter 134. The support of a mentor with the presence of old Joe. My life has become quite fulfilling. During quieter moments at work, he often takes me to various events to broaden my horizons. There is a Master Qingyo nearby, and today there are 2 Feng Shui training sessions. Would you like to attend? Old Joe inquired. Absolutely, I exclaimed, eagerly following him out the door. Upon our arrival, the lecture had already commenced. The instructor on stage acknowledged old Joe and me with a nod. I surmised that this was indeed Master Qingyo, who seemed quite familiar with old Joe. He gestured for us to take our seats and continued with his discourse. An old adage states, with a protector behind and a supporter in front. Having a solid backing is beneficial, yet one must not rigidly adhere to formulas. If a house faces east while the mountains are to the west, how can one expect to find support? Mountains in the west signify the presence of petty individuals, suggesting an unfavorable situation. Therefore, we must consider the actual circumstances to determine if it is auspicious, rather than making generalized assumptions. In Feng Shui theory, there are 4 orientations that are advantageous for mountain views. The first is due east. In the I Ching, the east corresponds to the Zhen hexagram. A mountain visible from the east symbolizes the presence of benefactors, indicating a wealth of support. There is a popular saying, to rise again from the east, which underscores the importance of having benefactors to aid in our resurgence. Thus, a mountain in the east brings fortune. Moreover, the Zhen hexagram represents the liver and gallbladder, suggesting that a grand mountain in the east also symbolizes courage and entrepreneurial spirit, enhancing the likelihood of success. The second favorable orientation for mountain views is the southwest. In the I Ching, the southwest corresponds to the Kuan hexagram, which represents the earth, encompassing all things. A mountain in the southwest signifies a robust earthly energy. And the Kuan hexagram symbolizes motherhood, indicating a nurturing and prosperous household. The third orientation that favors mountain views is due north. This is well known among those with a basic understanding of Feng Shui, as the north represents the Xuanwu direction, which certainly requires the presence of a mountain. Traditional homes are typically situated facing south with a mountain behind and water in front, symbolizing safety and health. Finally, the southeast is recognized as the position of the primordial Wenchang, where a mountainous grandeur is undoubtedly advantageous for educational pursuits. To summarize, if one seeks a location with favorable Feng Shui, the 4 orientations that benefit from mountain views are due east, southwest, due north, and southeast. As the morning session came to a close, the instructor asked if anyone had any unclear points. The audience nodded in agreement, praising Master Qingyo for his detailed and lucid explanations. I remained silent, smiling. Noticing my reticence, Master Qingyo turned to me and asked, "Young friend, What did you think of my lecture? He appeared eager for my approval. The audience turned their attention to me. I smiled and replied, quite good. However, Master Qingyo found my compliment lacking in specificity and pressed, please elaborate on what was good. The name Master Qingyo is indeed fitting. The ox symbolizes diligence and stubbornness. I earnestly praised him, stating, Master Qingyo's teachings are practical and flexibly applied. In ancient times, houses were predominantly oriented with their backs to the north and facing south. The concept of having support from behind in ancient discourse does not merely refer to the modern understanding of having a mountain at one's back. Rather, it primarily signifies the presence of a mountain to the north, which is considered auspicious. In contrast, contemporary homes exhibit a variety of orientations. Master Qingyo did not rigidly adhere to classical texts or blindly follow ancient scriptures. Instead, he took into account the practical realities of the present, adapting his teachings to suit the circumstances, thus demonstrating a more scientific approach. It was for this reason that Master Qingyo, somewhat satisfied, concluded the session. Once everyone had dispersed, he turned to me with a serious expression and inquired, young friend, your praise seems rather insincere. Do you have any objections to what I have shared? Despite my earnest attempt to commend him profusely, it failed to placate him. I glanced at Old Shou, who had brought me here. I was uncertain how to navigate the conversation. Old Shou, perceptive as ever, discerned that my forthcoming comments might not be flattering. He smiled at Master Qingyo, saying, my disciple is rather inarticulate. If you seek discomfort, I won't stand in your way. With renewed vigor, Master Qingyo fixed his gaze upon me, challenging. Then please articulate your thoughts clearly. I am eager to learn from you. He appeared quite grounded and confident in his teachings, unwilling to tolerate my half-hearted praise. I glanced once more at Old Shou, who remained quiet, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Since they were untroubled by the prospect of losing face, I decided to speak candidly. The content is indeed commendable and precise. However, it tends to render simple matters overly complex. If I were unfamiliar with the topic, your explanation would only serve as superficial entertainment. It is rather verbose, and with my limited intellect, I would certainly struggle to retain any of it. A charlatan in Feng Shui might revel in the confusion he sows, appearing profound while masking his own inadequacy. Yet, Master Qingyo is a genuine instructor of Feng Shui. For a teacher sincerely wishing to disseminate traditional cultural wisdom, it is a grave misstep if students are unable to grasp the material. His expression darkened, betraying a hint of embarrassment. Old Shou, ever the provocateur, seized the moment to deliver another blow. My disciple graduated from C9, surpassing the combined academic achievements of us two old fellows. If he cannot comprehend, then perhaps your instruction lacks clarity. Master Qingyo, embodying a humble demeanor, clearly struggled against Old Shou's verbal prowess. Nonetheless, I admired his composure as he managed to suppress his irritation and, striving for a calm tone, asked, if you were to teach, how would you convey the material? I sincerely replied, the 9-grid system indicates that the first 4 positions favor the presence of mountains. He paused for a moment, then quickly lowered his stance and humbly remarked, indeed, young friend, you are truly impressive. I'm in awe. The cultural legacy of our ancestors must rely on the youth like you. What is your current profession? With your acumen, you ought to be the one lecturing on Feng Shui. I responded honestly, I am not capable of such. You are far too humble. Your eloquence surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Your absence from the lectern is a significant loss for us all. His tone was imbued with sincerity. I earnestly explained to Master Qingyo, if I were to conduct a training session, you could expound for an entire morning. While I could encapsulate it all in a single sentence, who would I collect tuition from? Master Qingyo paused for a moment, then erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, that's simple. Just elaborate on some superfluous matters related to Feng Shui, and you'll be just fine. I replied with resignation, but as Old Shou mentioned, I am rather inarticulate. Public speaking is not my forte. Master Qingyo, thoroughly amused, chuckled, my young friend, you possess a certain charm. I surmised that his laughter stemmed not from my genuine wit, but rather from the realization that I would not encroach upon his livelihood, which brought him such heartfelt joy.